Chapter 1. Presti. Presti. Presti, the cacophony of voices jolted Lin Zuo awake. Disoriented, he climbed up from the table, only to find himself surrounded by a sea of golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Before he could muster a response, he was inundated by a torrent of words. Oh my God. Presti, what's wrong with you? You fell asleep during the meeting. The draft is just a few days away. Have you decided who to select? A slightly, portly middle-aged man lamented. Lin Zuo attempted to digest this information. He heard, this draft position is crucial for us that we are about to relocate to Oklahoma and become a new team. We must accumulate talented players rapidly to rebuild. Indeed, we need to deliver results quickly and let those fools in Seattle know what a grave mistake it was to let us go over a damned arena. Lin Zuo forced himself to calm down. He needed a moment of solitude to process the memories flooding his mind and the remarks directed at him by those seated at the conference table. Rising to his feet, Lin Zuo smiled and said, Gentlemen, I have made my decisions, but I must keep them confidential for now. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave. Before anyone at the table could respond, Lin Zuo swiftly exited the conference room. What? Clayton, is this general manager you appointed all right? Yes, McClendon. Presti is exceptional. Rest assured, Clayton responded with a reassuring smile. Okay, as long as I get results, McClendon replied, shrugging his shoulders. Once outside the conference room, Lin Zuo hurried back to his office and sat down. I can't believe I've traversed dimensions. Just a moment ago, I was napping at my desk, and now I find myself here. What about my parents? He quickly grabbed the phone beside him, trembling as he dialed his parents' number from his previous life. Beep, just as Lin Zuo felt his heart leap into his throat. A voice asked, Who are you? Tears streamed down his face instantly, that he lacked the courage to utter a word, and promptly hung up. Even from afar, I can repay you, Lin Zuo thought silently, and he couldn't help but dial his own number from his past life. Beep, beep. The call connected. The same question, who are you? Made Lin Zuo break into laughter through his tears. So, I still exist, what do I have to worry about? With his greatest concern alleviated, Lin Zuo began to confront his identity seriously. He had become Sam Presti, the former general manager of the Thunder. According to his recollections, the individuals who had just addressed him were Clayton Bennett, the former owner of the Thunder, and McClendon, a major stakeholder. In his previous life, the Oklahoma City Thunder was his favorite team, especially during the 2001-2012 season when their youthful exuberance swept through the entire Western Conference. Although they ultimately did not clinch the championship, everyone believed that the dawn of the Thunder's dynasty was imminent. However, a single unfortunate misstep, compounded by ill fate, has perpetually thwarted the Thunder's ascent to the pinnacle of NBA glory. Following Durant's departure to the Golden State Warriors, even the subsequent formation of a new trio resulted only in a premature exit from the playoffs. In this scenario, Presti bears an undeniable burden of responsibility, yet it is difficult to cast blame upon him. After all, no one possesses foresight. Moreover, had it not been for Presti's extraordinary talent for selecting players, the Thunder would not have achieved such remarkable success within a mere decade. Given that fate has bestowed upon me the role of Presti, I am determined to transform my beloved Thunder into a super team and to elevate my favorite manager to the status of an NBA legend. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated in my mind. Ding! The legendary manager system has been activated. Who is it? Lin Zuo exclaimed, startled. Subsequently, Lin Zuo felt a wave of disorientation, and as the haze cleared, he found himself in a 30-square-meter space. Ding! Greetings, host. This is the virtual space of the legendary manager system. Having regained his composure after the initial shock, Lin Zuo understood that this must be the fortunate boon of a time traveler. With my extensive knowledge of NBA players from my previous life, along with this newfound power, I am certain to realize my dreams. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Zuo inquired, What is the legendary manager system? How does one utilize it? The legendary manager system aims to cultivate the host into the most legendary manager in the NBA. The host can complete tasks issued by the system to earn legendary coins, which can be exchanged for items in the system's store. These items can be used for personal benefit or for players. At that moment, a virtual shelf filled with various goods materialized before Lin Zuo. The items were broadly categorized into basketball skills, physical attributes, injury treatments, and tactical insights. Basketball skills included feats such as scoring 20 points in a single quarter, achieving a shooting percentage of 50, and more. Physical attributes encompassed vertical leap and agility, while injury treatments offered options like meniscus repair, ligament reconstruction, and Achilles tendon rehabilitation. Tactical insights provided the ability to discern the opposing coach's strategies during games. Overwhelmed by the rapid arrival of fortune, Lin Zuo realized that with these resources, he would undoubtedly become the legendary manager. However, these items had limitations. Basketball skills and physical attributes typically lasted only a few hours or even minutes. That IT was understandable, for if they were permanent, anyone could rival Jordan with the system's assistance. Fortunately, injury treatments were permanent while the prices appeared daunting. Acquiring and rehabilitating injury-prone superstars would be worthwhile. The system has been activated, granting the host 2 legendary coins. With the system's notification, Lin Zuo noticed that certain items had become available for purchase. Currently, Lin Zuo had no intention of acquiring any items. He preferred to reserve his resources for the most crucial moments. Exiting the system's virtual space, Lin Zuo glanced at the calendar. June 20th, 2008. Only 7 days remained until the draft at 8T. This moment, the yet bear-named Supersonics hold the 4th, 24th, 32nd, 46th, 50th, and 56th picks in the upcoming draft. In a previous life, the 4th pick was used to select Russell Westbrook, the MVP of the 2016-2017 season, while the 24th pick was dedicated to the shot-blocking king, Serge Ibaka. These selections have since been the subject of much admiration, as initially, Westbrook was projected to fall outside the lottery, only to see his stock rise to the 8th pick after a recent game. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, the Thunder secured him with the 4th pick. Ultimately, Westbrook emerged as the most accomplished rookie of the 2008 class. Ibaka's projected draft position was significantly lower, yet the Thunder seized him with the 24th pick, transforming him into an impenetrable defensive wall, earning the title of NBA's shot-blocking champion for 2 consecutive years and securing a spot on the all-defensive team for 3 years running. With the 32nd pick, Lin Zuo planned to thwart the Clippers' intentions by signing DeAndre Jordan. The 46th pick was utilized to acquire Malik Hairston, followed by a trade with the Spurs that involved some cash and a second-round pick from 2009 to secure Goran Dragic, mirroring a trade from Lin Zuo's previous life. This acquisition would provide a valuable 6th man, allowing Lin Zuo to later trade him for a better pick, which brought a sly smile to his face. The remaining 2 second-round picks, along with a first-round pick from 2010, were intended for a deal with the Bucks to secure the 37th pick and draft Luke Richard and Baumut, a formidable defensive presence on the wing. Thus, the future core lineup would consist of PG Westbrook, SG Jeff Green, SF Durant, PF Ibaka, and C DeAndre Jordan. However, Lin Zuo had no intention of altering their developmental trajectories from his previous life, fearing that any change might hinder their evolution. Therefore, although the core roster was established, he would initially adhere to the original lineup, that he still required the 2009 draft pick to select James Harden, the inspirational superstar who rose from 6th man to MVP. With the general direction set, Lin Zuo turned his attention to winning hearts and making trades. He promptly booked a flight to New York City, preparing for the draft on June 27th and meetings with the managers of the Spurs and Bucks. Chapter 2. The Trade Agreement. The following day, Lin Zuo, accompanied by his assistant, arrived at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Upon his first glimpse of the iconic venue, he could not help but marvel at its grandeur, truly befitting the reputation of New York. Turning to his assistant, Lin Zuo instructed, "You go ahead to the hotel. It'll take a look around." Of course, sir, the assistant replied before departing. Lin Zuo believed that on the eve of the draft, many prospective draftees would be practicing in the arena, hoping to catch the attention of scouts. Thus, he decided to explore the venue, hoping to fortuitously encounter a player he intended to select. Half an hour later, Lin Zuo stepped into Madison Square Garden. As he entered, the sounds of sneakers squeaking against the floor and the rhythmic thud of basketballs echoed throughout the arena. It appears that a considerable number of rookie candidates have arrived here, Lin Zuo mused. Upon entering the basketball court, he indeed spotted many of the rookies who had participated in the 2008 draft. Finding a seat in the middle, Lin Zuo's gaze incessantly swept over the new talents on the court. Suddenly, a figure soaring for a rebound caught his attention. Andre Jordan, a second-round pick who had, through sheer determination and innate ability, secured a place in the All-NBA First Team and the NBA All-Defensive First Team. Lin Zuo envisioned Jordan as the future champion center for the Oklahoma City Thunder, a thought that brought a smile to his face. He did not approach Jordan immediately. It was only when Jordan concluded his game and prepared to take a break that Lin Zuo stepped forward. "Hello, DeAndre Jordan. Do you have a moment? I would like to chat," Lin Zuo said with a warm smile. "Who are you?" Jordan responded, his face a mask of confusion, yet he extended his hand nonetheless. "Presti, general manager of the Supersonics," Lin Zuo replied with a smile. "Oh, hello," Jordan stammered, his speech faltering at the mention of the Supersonics general manager. His movements became frantic and disoriented, unsure of where to place his recently shaken hand. Just days prior, he had been brimming with confidence, convinced that he would at least be selected in the lottery picks. However, After trying out for several teams, that confidence had dissipated entirely. He had come to terms with the likelihood of not being picked in the lottery, and even the second round seemed uncertain. Now, to have a team's general manager observing him play and wanting to converse afterward filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy, leaving him excited and somewhat flustered. "Hey, DeAndre Jordan, do you have a moment?" Lin Zuo waved his hand in front of him. "Yes, yes." Jordan nodded vigorously. Lin Zuo gestured towards the nearby stands, saying, "Let's talk over there." He awaited Jordan's reaction. Jordan was taken aback. He felt that he was not even worthy of being considered an NBA benchwarmer. Yet here was the Supersonics manager treating him with such respect. A profound sensation washed over him. In that instant, he made a decision. If by chance he were selected, he would follow Lin Zuo for the rest of his life. Jordan accompanied Lin Zuo to the stands, eager for what Lin Zuo would say next. Without preamble, Lin Zuo stated, "I wish to select you in the draft with the 32nd pick." As he spoke, Lin Zuo keenly observed Jordan's reaction. Upon mentioning the 32nd pick, he could distinctly sense Jordan's disappointment. Noticing this, Lin Zuo continued, "Your talent and potential, in my estimation, merit a selection with the 4th pick." Jordan's expression turned to one of bewilderment. He was about to inquire further when Lin Zuo added, "However, your projected draft position is notably low, and other teams are unlikely to use higher picks on you. From a team perspective, we would, of course, select you with the 32nd pick, even though your potential warrants a lottery selection." Lin Zuo paused momentarily before continuing. "As for the remaining 4th and 24th picks, we intend to draft players who rank high in simulations and whom we believe possess potential. In this way, the Supersonics will accumulate several talents like you within a year, who will become the core strength of this team and facilitate its resurgence." As he spoke, Lin Zuo fixed his gaze upon DeAndre Jordan, his voice gravelly yet solemn. "So, DeAndre Jordan, do you wish to become the cornerstone of this team's revival?" Upon hearing Lin Zuo's words, Jordan felt a surge of excitement, eager to be chosen on draft night and become a Supersonic. I do. Jordan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain. "Good. Trust me. I will become one of the league's premier centers. My judgment has never faltered." He added after a brief pause, "I was the one who selected Jimbalai and Parker for the Spurs." Basking in Jordan's admiration, Lin Zuo stood and waved his hand, saying, "See you in Seattle, future champion center." After Lin Zuo departed, Jordan could no longer contain his exhilaration and shouted, "Yes." Once outside the arena, Lin Zuo dialed the Spurs general manager to discuss trade possibilities. The call was quickly connected, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "Presti, how's the general manager gig treating you?" "Haha. I'd say it's better than being your assistant." "Haha." Lin Zuo replied with a chuckle, "Haha. You cheeky bastard, you still know how to be unlikable. By the way, why did you call?" Buford quipped before inquiring about Lin Zuo's purpose. "My general manager. How about making a trade?" Lin Zuo revealed his intentions. "Oh, are you planning to sell me a lottery pick?" Buford asked with a sly grin. "You're thinking too far. How about I trade the 46th pick plus cash for your 4th to 5th pick?" Lin Zuo quickly articulated his proposal. "What? Did I mishear? Just one pick apart, and it's only a second-round selection. Do we really need to trade up? Are you interested in someone?" Buford inquired skeptically. "Trading up increases possibilities, my general manager. So what do you say?" Okay, you'll do it. I'm starting to suspect that hiring you as the Supersonics manager was a mistake. Why not come back to be my assistant?" Buford laughed. "Foucault." After the trade was finalized, Lin Zuo felt a sense of relief. Now, there was the matter of the Bucks trade, which he planned to delegate to his assistant 2 late second-round picks along with a 2009 second-round pick in exchange for the 37th pick that he believed no one would refuse such an offer. Sure enough, after a while, his assistant called to confirm that the trade had been successfully executed. With his preliminary plans fully realized, he now needed to recall some trades from the Thunder's history, as he was wary of altering too much of the past. He feared that if he strayed too far off course, he might fail to secure James Harden in 2009, which would spell disaster for his entire team-building strategy. With this thought in mind, Lin Zuo decisively picked up the phone and called Clayton. "Presti, what is it?" "Speak quickly, I'm still negotiating with the miserly mayor of Seattle," Clayton said, his voice laced with irritation. "Haha, boss. I require the authority to appoint and dismiss all coaches," Lin Zuo replied with a chuckle. "All right, but I expect to see results." "Not a problem, boss," Lin Zuo responded, his face brimming with confidence. "Well then, I shall hang up." Lin Zuo closed his phone and quietly remarked that he was simply awaiting the draft. Chapter 3, The Night of the Draft Part 1. On the evening of June 28, 2008, the highly anticipated draft night arrived. Inside the theater of Madison Square Garden in New York City, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The seats near the podium were occupied by young talents from various universities, all yearning to be selected by a team and become the superstars of tomorrow. Lin Zuo meticulously compiled a list of individuals he intended to select and submitted it to his assistant, Troy Wefo, instructing him to proceed with the choices as outlined. Since his arrival in New York, the young general manager had not perused any materials and was genuinely eager to discover whom they would select. Troy promptly opened the list and was taken aback upon seeing the first name, Russell Westbrook, the 4th overall pick. Although he had previously suggested to the general manager that they consider him, he never truly believed Lin Zuo would heed his advice. Especially considering this was the 4th pick and Westbrook's projected rank was considerably lower at 8th. Unable to contain his astonishment, Troy exclaimed, "Presti, are you truly prepared to use the 4th pick to draft Russell Westbrook?" "Indeed, I have taken your suggestion to heart. He is destined to evolve into an MVP caliber player," Lin Zuo replied nonchalantly. "Ah, MVP?" Troy found it hard to believe. Although he held a favorable opinion of Westbrook, the thought of him being an MVP was beyond his imagination. He was curious about the source of your confidence, but realizing he was merely an assistant, lacking authority beyond offering suggestions, he continued to read on. The 24th pick was Serge Ibaka, the 32nd pick was DeAndre Jordan, the 37th pick was Luke Richard Mbah, and the 45th pick was Goran Dragic. Troy swallowed hard. The only point of contention was Westbrook, as his performance had been, at best, mediocre. In contrast, the remaining players were devoid of controversy. Most scouts deemed them as either late second-round prospects or outright undrafted. Troy glanced at Lin Zuo, on the verge of speaking, but Lin Zuo shot him a cold look and remarked, "According to the selection list, you are not permitted to question me. A traveler from another realm." The latter part of that statement echoed silently in his mind. At that moment, the large screen on the podium began showcasing highlights of popular rookies, steals, slam dunks, game winners, and counter-game winners, among others. A few minutes later, David Scotton ascended the podium to officially announce the commencement of the draft. Suddenly, a system alert shined, promising rookies are the cornerstones of a team's resurgence. Therefore, every pick must not be squandered. 1. Selecting a superstar in the lottery grants 5 legendary coins. Between the lottery and the first round, 10 legendary coins. Selecting in the second round grants 30 legendary coins. 2. Selecting a star in the lottery grants 4 legendary coins. Between the lottery and the first round, 5 legendary coins. Selecting in the second round grants 10 legendary coins. 3. Selecting a player of star caliber in the lottery grants no reward. Between the lottery and the first round, 3 legendary coins. Selecting in the second round grants 5 legendary coins. 4. Selecting a quality player between the lottery and the first round grants 2 legendary coins. Selecting in the second round grants 3 legendary coins. 5. Selecting a bench warmer after the second round grants 1 legendary coin. 6. Selecting a bust in the lottery. Any player who does not meet star caliber is considered a bust, deducts 30 legendary coins. 7. Selecting a bust between the lottery and the first round deducts 20 legendary coins. 8. Selecting a bust in the second round deducts 10 legendary coins. Time limits. Superstars and stars have 6 seasons, while all others have 3 seasons. Should legendary coins prove insufficient, one skill of the cornerstone player of the host's team will be forfeited. Initially, Lin Zuo, who had been sipping water, felt quite pleased at the prospect of earning legendary coins. However, upon hearing about the skill forfeiture, he spat out his drink in shock. What the hell? As if earning more than I lose wasn't enough. I have to risk losing skills. If I weren't a traveler, this system would have surely doomed me. But what if time here surpasses that of my original world? This system could still be my undoing. Lin Zuo could no longer bear to listen and began communicating with the system. Esteemed system, may we negotiate? I no longer desire your legendary coins or wish to exchange items. Could you perhaps remove the deprivation of skills? Ding. The system declined, stating that any further requests of a similar nature would result in the removal of all skills from the host's team. Furious, Lin Zuo slammed his hand on the table and stood up to shout. At that moment, he suddenly felt his assistant tugging at his clothing, jolting him back to reality as he noticed thousands of eyes in Madison Square Garden fixed upon him. Realizing he had forgotten he was at a draft event, he inwardly cursed. Just then, a voice echoed from somewhere. Haha, are you regretting your choice with the 4th pick? Presti, the player you selected has such a low projected ranking. This is something you cannot backtrack on. Already seething with anger due to the system's earlier actions, Lin Zuo shouted back, who is spewing nonsense? My judgment in selecting players is unparalleled in the NBA. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of jeers erupted from the crowd. His assistant, Troy Weaver, looked visibly embarrassed and tugged at Lin Zuo's sleeve, urging him to sit down. Lin Zuo, feeling trapped by the system's machinations, silently lamented his predicament. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. How is a dream realized? By continuously boasting and then compelling oneself to fulfill those boasts. For each boast that is realized, a reward of 50 legendary coins shall be granted. Failure results in a deduction of 100 legendary coins. Should the legendary coins be insufficient, one skill of the cornerstone player on the host's team will be revoked for a duration of 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Zuo's mind raced with determination. Since I am already in this predicament, I shall go all in and promote the future of Little Oklahoma. He then heard the voice that had previously taunted him. Oh, did everyone hear that? Unmatched in the NBA, Lin Zuo followed the sound, only to realize with astonishment. Isn't that the infamous LeVar Ball? Has he begun so early? Disregarding his words, Lin Zuo knew he was currently unmatched in the art of banter. He merely glanced at him and shouted, I am Presti. My eye for talent in the NBA is unrivaled. Is there an issue? Among those I select, they are either all-stars or on the path to becoming one. He paused momentarily before continuing. The fourth pick I made will undoubtedly become an MVP. As soon as the words fell, a tremendous chorus of boos erupted from the audience, magnified countless times compared to before, leaving the recently selected Westbrook in an awkward predicament. Lin Zuo, however, remained unfazed, taking a seat with an expression devoid of discomfort. In truth, his heart brimmed with joy. How could he forget the series of antics orchestrated by the bald dad in the future? While Lonzo indeed shone among his peers in that rookie class, the level of attention was disproportionate, all thanks to the boastful patriarch. With the team poised to depart from Seattle for the smaller market of Oklahoma City, despite the ardent enthusiasm of the local fans, who could be rightfully termed the most passionate, the harsh weather and relatively stagnant economy would inevitably lead to a steep decline in the team's visibility. They were in dire need of topics to amplify their presence, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity to do so. I am certain that following this night, the media will inundate the airwaves with discussions surrounding their youthful Supersonics manager. Even after the team's relocation, the attention would not wane. Rather, it would intensify, as people would be eager to witness the Thunder's games and revel in the absurdity of the boasts made. With this thought, Lin Zuo's lips curled into a smile as he raised his head to check the drafting order. He was prepared to bring a topic of conversation each time his team's position was announced. Chapter 4, Draft Night, Part 2. As David Stern officially proclaimed that the Utah Jazz had selected Costa Koufos with the 23rd pick, all eyes in the venue pivoted towards Lin Zuo. The following 24th pick belonged to the Supersonics. The audience was eager to see whom this audacious individual, who had just faced a multitude of spectators and a live broadcast spanning 203 countries, would choose next and how he would perform like a jester. Assistant Troy handed the list to David Stern, who ascended the stage to announce that the 24th pick was Serge Ibaka. The audience erupted into peals of laughter. Ibaka was projected to be a late second-round pick, with the best outcome being that of a competent bench player, an all-star. What a farce. Sensing the laughter that filled the room, Lin Zuo thought it was time to say something. He could not disappoint the expectations of so many. Rising to his feet with a confident smile, he slowly pressed his hands down to quiet the crowd, then boldly declared, What are you laughing at? The player I have selected with the 24th pick will undoubtedly be of all-star caliber in the future. May I interpret your laughter as jealousy? As the words fell, a cacophony of jeers erupted, with terms like shameless and clown being hurled about. Lin Zuo remained unfazed. Having made his audacious claims, he shifted the spotlight onto the audience, eager for their performance. Little did they consider that when Lin Zuo's bold proclamations eventually materialized, the ridicule he faced today would be dwarfed by the accolades he would receive in the future. David Scotton sighed in resignation, contemplating the predicament of the Supersonics. Although times were tough, he never expected to have such an erratic general manager at the helm. Perhaps, he mused, generating conversation could be beneficial for the league. Following Lin Zuo's antics, subsequent draft picks failed to capture the media's or even their own fans' attention. All eyes eagerly awaited the next Supersonic selection. When the moment arrived, the gaze of the audience and the cameras converged once more on Lin Zuo. He did not disappoint, delivering another line that drew laughter with the 32nd pick. I select not only an all-star but a future superstar, our defensive cornerstone in the league's premier center. The crowd held their laughter, awaiting David Scotton's announcement to see whom he had chosen. When Scotton declared the 32nd pick as DeAndre Jordan, uproarious laughter filled the venue. Simultaneously, Some media outlets turned their cameras toward the younger Jordan, with reporters eagerly inquiring, "Hey, DeAndre Jordan, do you agree with your general manager's words?" Embarrassment washed over Jordan, who had come to the event excited, knowing Lin Zuo would certainly select him, only to be met with such a spectacle. Accepting the mockery, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I wholeheartedly agree," before hastily departing, eager to escape further awkward questions. "Hey, Presti, did you even try him out? Or are you relying on outdated scouting reports?" He was thoroughly outclassed during workouts, both offensively and defensively. A defensive cornerstone? Are you dreaming? Jeered a scout from an unknown team. Lin Zuo offered no verbal retort, merely raising his middle finger before taking his seat. Madness ensued. The thought of such a person as general manager, exuding arrogance while lacking fundamental drafting skills, baffled the majority of those present and viewers at home. Yet, they remained riveted, fervently watching to see what this young general manager would do next, eager for more amusement, for everyone needs a touch of humor in their lives. Meanwhile, the Supersonics conference room was in chaos. "My God, Clayton, what on earth is Presti trying to achieve? Is he merely seeking publicity? We are on the verge of becoming a laughingstock," McClendon exclaimed, pointing at Lin Zuo on the television, his anger palpable. Clayton, too, felt a profound sense of helplessness. When he had appointed Presti as the general manager, it was his composure and draft acumen that had drawn Clayton's admiration. Yet here they were, in this predicament. Something had to be done. He needed to inquire about Presti's thoughts. If all else failed, he would pay the breach of contract and dismiss him. Clayton rose and addressed McClendon and the shareholders. "Excuse me, I must make a phone call." Meanwhile, Lin Zuo was contemplating the selections of Luke Richard Mba, Amut at the 37th pick and Goran Dragic at the 45th. After all, only Dragic had garnered all-star accolades in the years to come, while Mba Amut had no honors to speak of. How could one boast about that? At that moment, the phone rang. "Presti, what in the world are you doing? We're teetering on the brink of ridicule." As soon as the call connected, Clayton's frantic voice echoed through. "Boss, please don't panic. Just hear me out," Lin Zuo replied with a smile. "Go ahead, I am listening." Clayton's tone remained sharp. "You've already resolved to relocate the team to Oklahoma City, haven to you? The negotiations are merely for show." "Who told you that?" Clayton asked, his concern rising. "Listen, boss, while Oklahoma may be your hometown, you must acknowledge its remote location, harsh environment, and relatively underdeveloped economy. Our move away from the bustling city of Seattle will undoubtedly result in a significant decline in attention. So you propose to act arrogantly and even boast to attract attention?" Clayton's voice escalated suddenly. "At present, it may indeed seem arrogant and presumptuous, but what if I am right?" Lin Zuo's voice remained calm and composed. "If that were to come to fruition, the team's visibility would not only remain intact but could indeed increase remarkably. However, how could that be possible? Securing all-stars is a lofty aspiration, with one being a remarkable feat yet, inexplicably, despite the rational part of him insisting it was unfeasible. Presti's voice possessed an undeniable allure. "I'll take the gamble." With that thought, Clayton's voice radiated determination. "Go all out." "Okay, boss. I assure you won't be disappointed." A microphone was positioned before him as he inquired about the 37th pick. Lin Zuo, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I'm on a call. Didn't I mention that everyone I select will be an all-star? The 37th pick is an all-star. And the remaining 45th pick will also be an all-star, so don't ask further." Oh, oh, all all-stars. Is this a national team? Seattle, national team. Seattle, national team. A raucous cheer erupted from the crowd, chanting Supersonics, national team. Lin Zuo, momentarily taken aback, quickly addressed the phone. "Boss, I must hang up now. I want to let you down." After ending the call, he pressed his palm to his forehead, realizing the gravity of his earlier exuberance. There was no turning back now. When the time came, he would simply have to redeem system items for him and trade the all-star statistics later. Trading away, my abilities have diminished. This should not be considered mere boasting. Fortunately, the system is in place, Lin Zuo mused inwardly. With the 45th pick, the Supersonics selected Goran Dragic, and the attendees finally experienced a crescendo of mockery directed at Lin Zuo. Upon witnessing the selection of Dragic, Lin Zuo gradually exhaled in relief, deeming the 2008 draft to be nothing short of perfect. Rising from his seat, he prepared to depart the venue, but just as he was about to step outside, a swarm of reporters descended upon him. "Hello, Presti, are your remarks during the draft sincere? Hello, Presti, do you truly believe DeAndre Jordan will become a superstar? Hello, Presti. Do your statements stem from confidence or merely a desire for publicity? Overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, Lin Zuo seized a microphone from one of the reporters and asserted, "First and foremost, my words are entirely sincere. They emanate from my confidence in my judgment. The individuals I selected will undoubtedly become all-stars, and some may even evolve into superstars. Time will bear witness to all of this. Now, I must be on my way. The interview must conclude here." After returning the microphone to the reporter, Lin Zuo strode out with purpose. He indeed had matters to attend to, as he needed to converse with the newly drafted rookies, enhancing their exposure while simultaneously alleviating the immense pressure they would inevitably face, ensuring they did not succumb to overwhelming stress and fail to realize their potential. Moments later, Lin Zuo arrived at the gym where his newly acquired rookies had gathered, standing in neat rows, awaiting the general manager who had propelled them to the precipice of their careers. Chapter 5, Confidence or Arrogance. Greetings, future all-stars. As Lin Zuo entered the gym, he greeted the rookies with a warm smile and an outstretched hand. Upon hearing the phrase all-star, the rookies collectively rolled their eyes, realizing their general manager was indeed not jesting. Finally, the first to approach Lin Zuo was the young Jordan, who inquired, "General manager, during my tryout, I truly struggled. Am I really capable of this?" Before Lin Zuo could respond, Dragic interjected, "I also performed poorly during my training. I was selected at 45. Will I really become an all-star?" Once the conversation opened up, even the usually reticent Westbrook asked, "Will I truly become an MVP?" Throughout college, I primarily played as a substitute. Indeed, these rookies, just selected, should have been elated. Instead, they found themselves questioning their own capabilities. For those yet to step foot in the NBA, being thrust into the spotlight so early was undeniably daunting. However, with great pressure comes greater motivation, does it not? Lin Zuo waved his hand to quell their inquiries and slowly remarked, "I have ascended from an intern with the Spurs to my current position solely due to my discerning eye for talent. Do you truly believe I would make such assertions if you lacked potential?" However, just as Jordan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Zuo. "There is no however. DeAndre Jordan, what is your goal?" "I aspire to be a premier center," he replied. Manager Lin Zuo inquired, "What is your standing reach, weight, three-quarter sprint time, and bench press?" 287 centimeters, 113. For kilograms, 3. 27 seconds, 84 kilograms for 8 reps, Jordan proudly responded. "These are exceptional metrics. You possess both speed and strength. You can defend against screens and hold your own against other centers in the paint, showcasing remarkable leaping ability and an excellent rim protection skill. What you lack is merely experience. You are destined to become an all-star," Lin Zuo stated with gravity. "Yes, manager." A few simple words extinguished all of Jordan's doubts and insecurities. Wow, so weak. Such a promising physique squandered, with offensive capabilities bordering on zero, and free throw shooting worse than Shaquille O'Neal's. It's just pathetic. Is this truly the mark of a center? During the tryouts, he had heard an abundance of scouts expressing skepticism, leading him to feel that merely making it to the NBA was an extraordinary blessing. Now, the manager had rekindled his confidence, and he firmly believed he could become a top-tier player. Lin Zuo approached another individual, Luke Richard Baumut, and asked, "What are your aspirations?" Baumut promptly replied, "I wish to become an all-star, manager. I have watched footage of your college games. Your lateral quickness and defensive awareness are remarkable. You will be a nightmare for perimeter players. However, your finishing ability needs refinement. Therefore, we will focus on enhancing your finishing skills around the basket. Also, let's work on your open shot, including your three-point shooting. I foresee you becoming an all-star," Lin Zuo encouraged, patting Baumut on the shoulder. "Absolutely," Baumut responded excitedly, feeling invigorated by the manager's magical influence. "And you?" Lin Zuo inquired of Ibaka, glancing at Ibaka's number 28, questioning whether it was indeed, as the future would say, not discernible beneath his loose-fitting pants. "I aspire to be the league's premier defensive anchor," Ibaka declared passionately. "Ibaka, your physique is outstanding. Your jumping ability, lateral speed, strength, help defense awareness, and rim protection skills are all top tier." Hearing this praise from Lin Zuo, Ibaka's face flushed with excitement. "However, Ibaka, your technical skills are currently too raw, so unrefined that they hardly resemble those of a player." Upon hearing this, Ibaka's once joyous expression instantly darkened. "So, Ibaka, are you prepared to enter the NBA now and endure relentless suffering? Or would you rather wait a year, hone your skills, and dominate your opponents instead?" Lin Zuo inquired, gazing intently at Ibaka. Initially, Ibaka had expected the manager to inform him that he would merely be relegated to the bench. Yet he was astonished to hear that if he postponed his entry by a year, he could shine brilliantly. Ibaka quickly nodded, expressing his willingness to delay his entrance into the NBA for 1 year. Haha, well done, Ibaka. You have made the wisest decision for yourself. Trust me, upon your return, you will become an all-star within 3 years. Indeed, a flame ignited within Ibaka as he declared fervently, my goal is to become a top-tier guard. As manager Lin Zuo approached Dragic, he overheard Dragic proclaiming his ambitions. Dragic, I have watched you play for the prestigious Mallorca in Spain. Your aggression is commendable. Your style of play is robust, and you fear no confrontation. Your finishing ability is exceptional. However, your passing vision is somewhat lacking. Therefore, we will focus on enhancing your passing skills, and you shall undoubtedly become an all-star. Yes, Dragic beamed with delight, having initially thought he was doomed during the tryouts, only to encounter someone who recognized his potential. I will not disappoint you, manager. Finally, Lin Zuo arrived before Westbrook, who was about to hastily respond regarding his aspirations when Lin Zuo raised a hand to interrupt him. I have already stated at the draft that you have the potential to become an MVP. Now, I ask you, do you wish to? All the rookies turned to look at Westbrook, fully aware that the manager had chosen him with the crucial 4th pick, indicating he would be nurtured as a core player. Yet, they underestimated the manager's expectations of him, an MVP. Stunned at the prospect of whether he would embrace the title of MVP, Westbrook momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend why Presti held such high regard for him. Nevertheless, since Presti had selected him with the precious 4th pick, he felt compelled to meet the manager's expectations. His character was one of relentless determination, always brimming with passion. I am willing to become an MVP. Westbrook's voice resonated with excitement and fervor. Okay, then from now on, you will play according to my guidance. Otherwise, you will face DNP, Lin Zuo said, fixing a serious gaze upon Westbrook. He knew it was crucial to instill discipline in Westbrook during his rookie season. Otherwise, his playing habits might later be deemed as selfish. Observing Westbrook's reluctant expression, Lin Zuo thought to himself, exactly. This is the tenacity I admire in Westbrook. With a smile, Lin Zuo addressed Westbrook, reluctant, are we? How about this? Let us have a shooting contest, 10 shots from a catch-and-shoot position. If you lose, you must comply with my directives for the entirety of your career while you remain my player. If I lose, no matter how you play, I will never DNP you. What do you say? Without hesitation, Westbrook quickly agreed, fearing that Lin Zuo might change his mind. Lin Zuo approached the 3-point line and declared, let us shoot from beyond the arc. Ibaka, you'll be the passer. All right, Ibaka replied, taking his position 5 meters away from Lin Zuo, ball in hand. Begin, Jordan exclaimed with palpable excitement. At that moment, Lin Zuo swiftly entered the system's marketplace, spending 2 legendary coins to acquire a product that guaranteed a 100 shooting accuracy for 1 minute. As the ball reached his hands, Lin Zuo caught it and took the shot, the basketball soaring through the air with an elegant arc, swishing through the net. What a splendid form! Everyone present marveled. Continue passing, Lin Zuo shouted in frustration, feeling the pressure as he had exhausted all his resources to secure a victory, yet time was slipping away. Oh, Ibaka quickly passed the ball back to Lin Zuo, and with a crisp sound, it went in. Swish. Another perfect shot. After 1 minute, Lin Zuo had made 22 consecutive shots without a miss. All present, including the assistant coach, gazed at Lin Zuo in astonishment. Realizing this was not the performance of an ordinary superstar, but rather that of their very own general manager, Lin Zuo picked up his discarded shirt and, without looking back, strode toward the exit. Just before stepping outside, he coldly remarked, Westbrook, from now on, you will follow my lead, and the same goes for the other 4. Once Lin Zuo had departed, the 5 rookies exchanged awestruck glances, exclaiming, wow, our general manager is quite impressive. I now believe our general manager is certainly not exaggerating. We will become top players in the league. That night, Lin Zuo's undeniable image firmly took root in the hearts of these 5 rookies. Meanwhile, Lin Zuo inwardly lamented the loss of the 2 legendary coins granted by the system, pondering how he would manage moving forward. Nonetheless, he found satisfaction in the admiration reflected in their eyes. What a delightful feeling. Next, it was time to prepare for the Summer League, where he intended to showcase the formidable talents of the 2008 rookies to the public for the first time. Chapter 6. Thunder. The following day, Lin Zuo's name graced the front pages of major sports websites, each reporting on his sensational remarks during draft night. Comments on articles about Presti ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and in an instant, Lin Zuo had become a sensation. At that moment, Lin Zuo was aboard a plane returning to Seattle, diligently recalling the Summer League of 2008 from his past life, which by then had been renamed the Thunder and participated in the Orlando Summer League. This time, however, Lin Zuo planned for the Thunder to participate exclusively in the Las Vegas Summer League, as it was the largest and most influential, providing rookies with an excellent opportunity to showcase their talents to the world. A few hours later, Lin Zuo disembarked the plane and made his way directly to the office of the Supersonics owner. Upon seeing Lin Zuo, the owner rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You've truly made a name for yourself this time." Lin Zuo chuckled and remarked, "You will become more renowned in the future." With a shift in demeanor, Clayton responded earnestly, "I have reached an agreement with Seattle. On July 3rd, the Supersonics will relocate to Oklahoma City. We will retain the team's original name and colors for Seattle. Henceforth, we shall emerge as a new team, necessitating a complete reconstruction, including our name, colors, and team culture. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Zuo paused for a moment, realizing that he had inadvertently caused a minor ripple in time in his previous life. These matters should have been established long ago. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement as he recalled everything about the Thunder. Now, the opportunity to present these ideas was a step closer to becoming a legendary manager, for such tasks were rarely executed by the manager themselves. Taking up a pen, Lin Zuo began to write down his memories of the Thunder based on his past experiences. Having an artistic background, he also sketched the team logo and mascot. Clayton, with an expression of disbelief, eagerly snatched the paper and began to dance with delight while exclaiming, "Perfect! Perfect!" Lin Zuo rubbed his forehead, imagining a rotund man awkwardly dancing beside him. "Boss, I haven't even decided on the colors for the logo and mascot yet. Please hold your horses," he said, exasperated. "Oh." Clayton then called his assistant from outside and instructed him to fetch markers immediately. Once he had the markers, Lin Zuo applied the colors to the logo and mascot based on his recollections. Just as he finished, Clayton swiftly pulled the paper away and commanded his assistant, "Arrange a meeting." An hour later, the conference room was filled with the team's shareholders and executives. Clayton wasted no time and directly stated, "As you are all aware, we are about to leave Seattle for Oklahoma City to form a new team. Presti, you take it from here. Prepared well in advance." Lin Zuo approached the screen and unveiled the newly completed logo and mascot. He continued, "The name of the new team will be Oklahoma Thunder. The team colors will be blue, red, and orange. Blue is derived from the Oklahoma state flag, while red and orange symbolize the hues of sunset. Thunder will be at the top, OKC in the middle, with two bolts of lightning traversing the orange-red shield, representing Oklahoma Thunder. The mascot will be the bison, the largest mammal in North America, symbolizing our youthful vigor. I believe this distinctive and wild image will surely endear us to the people of Oklahoma." Applause erupted in the conference room as Lin Zuo concluded his presentation. Clayton rose to his feet and declared, "Before July 3rd, I do not wish for anyone to leak the contents of today's meeting." Dismissed. After the meeting concluded, Lin Zuo was once again summoned to the office by his boss. "Are you truly so confident in the rookie you selected?" Clayton inquired with a skeptical expression. "Absolutely, boss. You will witness it during the Summer League," Lin Zuo replied, radiating confidence. "Oh, by the way, I plan to have the Thunder participate solely in the Las Vegas Summer League," he added thoughtfully. "All right, Presti, the decision rests with you." "I shall prepare," Lin Zuo stated, ready to contemplate the roster and coaching staff for the Summer League. He began to compile a list, including the current Supersonics players and all rookies from the class of '08. Naturally, the first 5 rookies were certain to participate. Although Durant and Jeff Green had undergone a season of rigorous training, their skills still exhibited imperfections. Thus he intended to include them as well. This brought the roster to 7 players, and he planned to fill the remaining spots with a few undrafted talents and international players, knowing they would only see play time during garbage time. As for the coaching role, Lin Zuo resolved to appoint Scott Brooks directly, avoiding the mistake of retaining P.J. Carlesimo into the new season as he had in his previous life. It could be said without hesitation that the Thunder's success in the draft was largely due to potential, but Brooks' development efforts played an undeniably crucial role. With this thought in mind, Lin Zuo decisively ordered the dismissal of P.J. Carlesimo and promptly dialed Brooks' number. Once the call connected, Lin Zuo bypassed pleasantries and directly stated, "Brooks, this is Presti. Could you come to my office?" "Ah, certainly, manager," Brooks replied hastily upon realizing it was the general manager calling. Inside the office, Presti met Brooks, the individual who had previously maximized the potential of the Thunder's rookies. "General manager, is there something you need?" Brooks asked nervously, contemplating whether he was about to be dismissed. "Brooks, although you currently hold the position of assistant coach, I hold your abilities in high regard. Therefore, I have decided to appoint you as the head coach," Lin Zuo said, smiling at Brooks. Brooks was taken aback, utterly astonished that Presti had placed his trust in him by appointing him as head coach. Having served as a coach for 7 years, he had long dreamed of one day ascending to the role of head coach to fulfill his aspirations of becoming a championship-winning coach. Indeed, the general manager's face was alight with the thrill of dreams realized. "Now, Brooks, do not be overly elated just yet," Lin Zuo's tone brooked no dissent. "The Summer League is fast approaching, and I require you to take on the mantle of head coach for that event. Securing the championship will ease my conscience, especially since I have dismissed P.J. Carlesimo for your sake." "A Summer League championship?" Brooks clenched his fists, replying earnestly, "I shall not betray your trust. If I fail to secure the title, I will relinquish the role of head coach." No need for such solemnity. Even if victory eludes us, I shall still retain you as head coach. "I have faith in your abilities," Lin Zuo remarked as he retrieved a folder from a nearby drawer and handed it to Brooks. "Contained within are the profiles of our team S. Durant, Jeff Green, and this year's draft picks. The final page includes my notes on their technical attributes and developmental trajectories. I hope you will study them thoroughly. Furthermore, my statements at the draft were sincere. Each of them possesses all-star potential, and I hope the Summer League allows them to showcase their talents and astonish the league. Now, go prepare." Brooks clutched the folder, suddenly feeling the weight upon his shoulders. He inhaled deeply and stated with solemnity, "I shall not disappoint you." Chapter 7. Coach Presti. It has been a week since Brooks was appointed as head coach, and during this brief span, a multitude of events transpired. The most noteworthy was undoubtedly the settlement reached on July 3rd between Clayton Bennett's professional basketball franchise and the city of Seattle, resulting in the relocation of the Seattle Supersonics to Oklahoma City, where they would be rebranded as the Oklahoma City Thunder. When Lin Zuo accompanied the team to Oklahoma City for the first time, he was immediately struck by the genuine warmth of the locals, who rightfully earned their reputation as some of the most fervent fans in the league. Upon disembarking from the plane, a throng of Oklahomans raised banners and cheered exuberantly to welcome the team. Oklahoma had finally embraced its own franchise, a dream realized. And on the night of the team's arrival, even in the late hours, the joyous cheers of Oklahomans echoed through the air. On July 6th, the Summer League schedule was unveiled. July 12th, 19:00. Oklahoma City Thunder versus Miami Heat. July 13th, 20:00. Oklahoma City Thunder versus Minnesota Timberwolves. July 15th, 21:30. Oklahoma City Thunder versus New Jersey Nets. The assistant handed the Summer League fixture to Lin Zuo, who couldn't help but chuckle internally upon seeing it. If this schedule had been determined by a lottery, it would truly be a stroke of misfortune. The Heat and Timberwolves featured rookies Michael Beasley and O.J. Mayo, both of whom were selected ahead of Russell Westbrook. On draft night, Lin Zuo had boldly proclaimed that Westbrook would undoubtedly become an MVP, a statement that had ruffled some feathers. Now, facing opponents who were drafted before Westbrook, he would not dare to declare himself an MVP. Yet here he was, a mere fourth pick, asserting that Westbrook would achieve greatness. To generate buzz, the league had arranged for these two rookies to face Westbrook, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, the online commentary would be rife with controversy. Moreover, the Nets, who were expected to be the champions of the 2008 Oakland Summer League, had also arrived to participate in the Las Vegas Summer League. Brook Lopez of the Nets was projected to be drafted above Westbrook, but in reality, Lin Zuo chose Westbrook. Now, if Westbrook were to outshine Lopez, the post-game headlines would inevitably criticize Presti's drafting choices, suggesting he was blind to talent. It seemed that league executives and players alike were eagerly anticipating Lin Zuo's missteps. Lin Zuo turned to his assistant with a smile. "I suppose they are indeed waiting for my downfall." "Indeed, they are," Troy replied, his expression somber. "Let them laugh. Once the Summer League concludes, they shall have little to chuckle about," Lin Zuo responded, rising from his seat. "Come, let us visit the arena and behold our future." Originally, the Ford Center was scheduled to be renamed Chesapeake Energy Arena on July 22, 2011. However, due to Lin Zhao's extraordinary intervention, the renaming occurred on the very day the Thunder was established, with Lin Zhao himself as the visionary behind the name change. Upon arriving at Chesapeake Energy Arena, Brooks rushed over, and before Lin Zuo could utter a word, he heard Brooks say, "Manager, I resign. I am truly sorry, but I cannot continue. My father is ill and needs my presence." Lin Zuo immediately suggested, "You could bring your father here." Yet, Brooks did not voice the inadequacies of the medical facilities, and Lin Zuo understood his resolute decision to leave. He chose not to persuade Brooks further and simply placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The butterfly effect he had inadvertently instigated continued to unfold, and he hoped it would not adversely impact the upcoming draft. As Lin Zuo stepped into the arena, he beheld the future of the Thunder fervently training on the court. Suddenly, a wild idea took root in his mind, growing exponentially. He resolved not to suppress this notion any longer. "Yes, I shall become the head coach." Once he made this decision, Lin Zuo experienced no hesitation. He gathered the players preparing for the summer league. Gazing at their youthful faces, he felt a fire igniting within him. Such a remarkable group of players. Could anyone in this world understand them better than I, the future version of myself? Noticing the general manager merely observing them, DeAndre Jordan could not resist asking, "General manager, is there something you need?" Lin Zuo snapped back to reality and addressed the entire team. "From this day forth, I shall be your head coach." Unsurprisingly, the players were taken aback by this proclamation. The general manager was to be their head coach? Had he ever even served as an assistant coach? Would he be capable? Suddenly, the players found themselves engulfed in a haze of confusion. Sensing their despondency, Lin Zuo calmly remarked, "For the summer league, we shall adhere to my strategy. If we fail to secure the championship, I will arrange for a star coach to lead you." The moment Lin Zuo's words fell, the players visibly brightened, while the championship held little significance for them. The prospect of a star coach was indeed alluring. It was July 6th, with less than a week remaining before the summer league commenced. Expecting to develop intricate teamwork in such a short span was evidently impractical. However, for these athletes endowed with extraordinary physical gifts, straightforward and robust tactics would prove far more effective than convoluted strategies. Consequently, Lin Zuo refrained from hastening their tactical drills and instead focused on honing his signature skills from his previous life. His intention was to commence tactical rehearsals once the team arrived in Las Vegas on July 10th. In the days leading up to their departure, Lin Zuo crafted individualized training regimens for each player. Westbrook was to practice his jump shot, Durant focused on mid-range and three-point shots. Jeff Green honed his defense and three-point shooting, Jordan and Ibaka worked on pick-and-rolls and rim protection, Biyombo concentrated on defense, and Dragic refined his drives and three-point shooting. As the 4 days swiftly passed, on July 10th, the Thunder's Summer League team boarded their flight to Las Vegas. A few hours later, they safely touched down in the vibrant city. As Lin Zuo and the team entered the lobby, they were immediately swarmed by an eager throng of reporters. "Hello, Presti. Is this the team participating in the Summer League?" one reporter inquired. "Isn't that rather obvious?" Lin Zuo replied impatiently, attempting to navigate through the crowd. "Hello, Presti. What are your goals for the Summer League?" "Championship," Lin Zuo replied swiftly. The reporters gasped in surprise, and one persistent journalist pressed on, "Could you repeat that?" "Championship. Championship. Championship. Did you hear that?" After several unsuccessful attempts to break free from the throng, Lin Zuo resigned to the situation. Summoning security would not bode well, and creating tension with the media was not advisable. Thus, he reluctantly stated, "We are short on time. Each person may ask one question, and once you've asked, I must leave." "Agreed?" The reporters scrambled forward, one asking, "Presti, last week you dismissed PJ Carlesimo and appointed someone without prior head coaching experience to replace him. Do you have confidence for the upcoming season?" "From this moment onward, I am the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder," Lin Zuo replied coolly. The ensuing gasp from the reporters was far louder than their reaction to his earlier declaration of championship. Following Presti's shocking comments on draft night, this revelation further reshaped public perception of him. Indeed, it was monumental news. At this moment, the reporters, more fervent than ever, bombarded Lin Zuo with inquiries. "Have you ever been a head coach? Do you understand this strategy? How many wins can we expect in the new season?" "Wait," Lin Zuo responded fearlessly, "of course," with some outrageous remarks. "For instance, do you understand tactics? More than you. Have you ever been a head coach? I am currently one. What advantages do you have over other coaches? I am superior to them. How many wins in the new season? It depends on my mood." After the last reporter had asked their questions, Lin Zuo hurriedly led the team onto the bus, heading towards the hotel. Inside the bus, the players whispered among themselves, occasionally remarking on how amusing their manager was, suggesting he should pursue a career in comedy. Lin Zuo then stood up and declared, "Since everyone is so energetic, once we return to the hotel, drop your luggage and join me at the gym for tactical practice." A chorus of groans filled the bus. Finally, on July 12th, the Summer League in Las Vegas commenced as scheduled, and the players practiced their final tactics before the game at the gym. Chapter 8. The Summer League begins. On the court, the players were engaged in their last tactical rehearsal before the game, which consisted of simple plays, pick-and-roll jump shots, the center rolling to the basket after the screen, and driving to distribute the ball. Lin Zuo observed the players training diligently in the gym, his excitement building as he longed for the game to commence. He was determined to showcase the boundless potential of the Thunder and to make it known that this youthful surge was poised to sweep through the league. At last, the Thunder's inaugural game was about to begin. The players arrived at the arena, resting in the locker room as they awaited the start of the match. Strictly speaking, as a new team, the Oklahoma City Thunder was officially participating in league play for the first time, and thus, each player donned uniforms typically reserved for the regular season, heralding the arrival of a new team in the NBA. Although Summer League games generally receive little attention in the United States, Lin Zuo's presence had drawn a crowd, filling the arena with spectators and media eager to witness how the Thunder's general manager and head coach would lead his rookies through the challenges of the game. As Lin Zuo made his entrance, the noise in the venue noticeably increased, yet he remained unfazed, casually walking towards the player bench with his coaching staff. With the game about to commence, Lin Zuo gathered the starting players to emphasize a few tactical points before taking a seat on the bench. Thunder starters: Westbrook, Jeff Green, Durant, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan. Heat starters: Mario Chalmers, Darnell Jackson, Beasley, Jason Smith, Stanko Barrick. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the game officially began. Without a doubt, DeAndre Jordan won the tip-off, and the Thunder initiated their offense. Westbrook brought the ball to midcourt, executing the play flawlessly as DeAndre Jordan set the screen. Westbrook took the jump shot. Clang. The ball clanged against the iron as Balaji secured the rebound and relayed it to Chienmos, who orchestrated the offensive play, dribbling into the front court. Chienmos swiftly passed to Beasley. Upon receiving the ball, Beasley leaned into Durant, spun around, and executed a fadeaway jumper that swished through the net, making the score 2-0. Westbrook advanced past half court and delivered the ball to Durant, who, facing the basket, took a quick shot, but clang. The ball hit the iron. Chienmos retrieved the rebound and swiftly sent it forward to Jackson, who launched into a fast break and executed a thunderous dunk, bringing the score to 4-0. Westbrook brought the ball across half court and passed to Jeff Green, who drove into the paint for a floater, only to clang against the iron as well. Chienmos again secured the defensive rebound, rapidly transitioning to the front court before tossing it to Beasley, who, stationed in the corner, made a jump shot that found nothing but net. The score now stood at 7-0. Lin Zuo, witnessing his players struggle offensively and defensively, rose in frustration from the bench, calling for a timeout. The audience erupted in applause, chanting for Presti. The commentators heightened the excitement, recalling Presti's statements during interviews about claiming the Summer League championship, while another commentator provocatively noted that on draft night, Presti had predicted Westbrook would become an MVP, yet here he stood with 0 points from one attempt, while Beasley was 2 for 2 with 5 points. After the timeout, would Westbrook rebound? To Lin Zuo's astonishment, Presti returned from the timeout without a tactical diagram. Was the intention merely to disrupt the opposing team's rhythm? Or was there no strategy at all? The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Lin Zuo returned to the bench, having shared no tactical insights, only reminding his players that with so many eyes upon them, a loss would bring shame, branding them as failures. Back in the game, Westbrook controlled the ball at the center, confronting Chienmos' defense without hesitation. He accelerated left, bulldozing to the basket, and finishing with a left-handed layup off the glass. The score became 7-2. Chienmos dribbled over to the right side, passing to Beasley at the arc. Beasley, facing Durant, faked a step and suddenly surged towards the paint, attempting a strong finish. Out of nowhere, a shadow leaped up, swatting the ball away. Westbrook seized the ball and pushed forward with remarkable speed, eluding his defender, and took off from the free throw line. Boom. A ferocious dunk. The Thunder responded with a stunning 7-0 run, equalizing the score at 7-7. Beep. The Heat called for a timeout. The audience was utterly astonished. The Thunder, who had been dominated moments ago, returned from the timeout as a transformed team. Their defense was impeccably positioned, and their offense was strikingly effective. Once the commentators regained their composure, they exuberantly exclaimed, "Could it be that Presti conjured magic during that timeout? I can feel that this Thunder team is utterly revitalized, brimming with energy." Lin Zuo, undeterred by the commentators' remarks, held up the tactical board and declared, "We must maintain the style of play. Remember, we need to run and force them to match our pace. Once we settle into our half-court, Russell, you drive to break through their defense. If you can shake off your defender, score directly. If not, pass to Durant. Durant, your ball handling is a bit shaky right now, so avoid forced drives that could lead to turnovers. Focus on what you do best, catch and shoot with a jump shot. Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan. Ensure you guard the paint effectively. If the opponent penetrates, your help defense must be precise. Green, position yourself in the corner during offense, ready to shoot. On defense, maintain your positioning. Beep. The game resumed. Once again, it was Chalmers bringing the ball to the midcourt, then passing it to Smith, who was poised for an interior isolation play. Smith, backing down Ibaka, found himself unable to gain ground and reluctantly passed to Beasley, forcing the Heat into yet another isolation. Beasley dribbled, weaving skillfully, and managed to create space for a drive, launching himself for a soaring dunk. Smack! DeAndre Jordan leapt up, swatting the ball away from Beasley, pinning both the player and the ball to the ground. Durant picked up the loose ball and accelerated into the half-court, where DeAndre Jordan set a screen. Durant drove left, only to be met by a double team, prompting him to swiftly pass to DeAndre Jordan. Jordan found himself open. Showtime. DeAndre Jordan took a single step and prepared for a ferocious dunk. Seeing this, Ballish jumped to contest, but reality often defies wishes. Boom. DeAndre Jordan executed a thunderous dunk over his defender and won. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet in a frenzy, while the Thunder's bench celebrated wildly, shouting in unison. Even the commentators were ecstatic, repeatedly exclaiming, "Unbelievable! Unbelievable!" After his dunk, DeAndre Jordan pounded his chest in a display of raw emotion, seemingly venting his frustrations over previous doubts expressed by scouts. The game continued, and as expected, the free throw ricocheted off the rim. Perhaps intimidated by DeAndre Jordan's formidable athleticism, the Thunder struggled to score. Unless it was a long rebound, Jordan dominated the paint, securing offensive boards, either spinning for a dunk or kicking out for an open shot. Meanwhile, the Heat found it difficult to push the tempo and were forced into a half-court setup, facing the looming threat of Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan's imposing shot blocking. They could only rely on outside jumpers, with their success left to chance. Once the game commenced, the Thunder swiftly advanced with the ball, leaving the Heat unable to keep pace, merely spectators to the Thunder's dazzling display. Thus, the first half concluded with the Thunder leading by 12 points. Chapter 9. A resounding victory. The Summer League features a brief intermission, and before long, the second half was underway. Coach Lin Zuo substituted Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant for Goran Dragic and Luke Baumut. To everyone's surprise, the stands were filled to capacity, typically. Spectators would venture out for refreshments, yet this time, none departed, all eagerly anticipating the Thunder's performance in the second half. Observing the departure of the fast break and half-court specialists, the Heat felt a sense of relief, determined to close the gap in the score. However, as the second half unfolded, it became evident that the game was not in their favor. Although Dragic lacked Westbrook's speed, his ability to change pace and finesse around the rim, along with his proficiency in pick-and-roll jump shots, was noteworthy. While Baumut may not have had a reliable shooting range, his defensive prowess was exceptional, making life difficult for the opposing shooters. Consequently, the Heat struggled to find any offensive rhythm. Their outside shots failed to find the net, and any attempts to penetrate the paint were met with rejection, even when opportunities for fast breaks arose. The Thunder's defense was quicker to retreat than the Heat could advance. What an extraordinary team. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, the Thunder triumphed with a commanding score of 91-73. The Thunder's standout statistics included Westbrook with 10 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals. Durant with 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. Jeff Green with 7 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals. DeAndre Jordan with 17 points, 15 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Serge Ibaka with 3 points, 1 rebound, and 4 blocks. Dragic with 12 points and 5 assists, and Baumut with 4 points, 5 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. On the opposing side, Beasley of the Heat secured the highest score with 22 points. As the game concluded, the audience rose in unison, applauding the Thunder for their astonishing performance, which felt almost celestial, dunks echoing through the arena. The commentator, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The Thunder's offense is overwhelmingly rapid. A true testament to their innate talent. I dare say the Western Conference is on the brink of a transformation. This youthful and energetic team is poised to significantly reshape the landscape of the West. I now wholeheartedly believe in Presti's words. This team is indeed limitless." Following the match, the Thunder players, particularly the 5 rookies, embraced their opponents in a show of sportsmanship before rushing to congratulate Lin Zuo. Any previous doubts regarding his role as head coach had vanished, as the game had been exhilarating. DeAndre Jordan was nearly in tears, reflecting on how, without Lin Zuo, he might still be searching for his place in the league, let alone achieving such a commendable performance that drew applause from the audience. If Lin Zuo were aware of Jordan's sentiments, he would surely find it amusing, thinking, "Without me, you would still have become a star. I merely expedited your journey." Sitting on the team bus, Lin Zuo contemplated the forthcoming reports, certain they would be thrilling. He then turned to the players, declaring, "Tomorrow, we shall triumph once more. For we are champions. Champions. Champions." A chorus of cheers erupted within the bus. On the morning of July 13th, Lin Zuo arrived early at the gym with his team to commence training. As was customary, they focused solely on basic tactical combinations. Knowing that Lin Zuo would be occupied with the players all day and have no time to read the newspaper, the assistant brought a copy to him in the evening as the game approached. Lin Zuo chuckled and remarked, "What's wrong? You seem troubled. Did you read about yesterday's game and find plenty of criticism?" "Indeed, there's a lot," Troy replied with a bitter smile. Lin Zuo perused the newspaper, which featured 2 full pages dedicated to the Thunder, one about himself and the other concerning the players. One article proclaimed, "Thunder, high school team," suggesting the players relied solely on their physical prowess to play mindlessly, merely shooting and rebounding. The other stated that Presti lacked strategy, depending only on the players' talents, and that calling a timeout merely interrupted the opponent's rhythm to deliver some motivational words and stabilize morale. The Timberwolves had already discerned their tactics and would undoubtedly expose the Thunder in the next game. Upon reading this, Lin Zuo could not help but laugh, saying to his assistant, "There's no criticism here. They're quite accurate." He then folded the newspaper, gathered the players, and instructed his assistant, "Read this to the team." As the assistant recited the newspaper's content, the players' expression soured, clearly igniting a fire within them. "What are your thoughts? Speak up," Lin Zuo said, fixing his gaze upon the players. "The media is biased against us," exclaimed DeAndre Jordan, visibly indignant. "They show us no respect," added Dragic, equally displeased. Although the others remained silent, their expressions revealed genuine anger. Lin Zuo calmly stated, "What shall we do?" "Win the game." The players shouted in unison. "Wrong. We should play so fiercely that they won't even recognize us." Lin Zuo bellowed suddenly. "They say we lack strategy and play mindlessly. Fine. If we can dismantle their strategic play with our so-called mindlessness, then what does that make them? Nonsense." Lin Zuo roared, rallying the players. As the game approached, he urged the players to show those foolish media personnel their wild performance. "Roar! Roar!" the players shouted, unleashing their fury as motivation. At last, the match between the Thunder and the Timberwolves was about to commence. As Lin Zuo led the coaching staff through the players' tunnel, he suddenly faced the media cameras, raised his thumb towards himself, and declared, "Champion coach, legendary manager." He then pointed his thumb at the Thunder players on the court, proclaiming, "Champion team." In an instant, the arena erupted, followed by a cacophony of boos. What did they hear? Champion coach? Legendary manager? Champion team? How shameless. The chaotic sounds in the arena gradually coalesced into 2 distinct chants, "Timberwolves, up. Timberwolves, up," along with jeers directed at Presti. Lin Zuo turned to the audience, shook his head, and muttered, "Stupid." This further ignited the audience, and the jeering grew more intense. Lin Zuo took his seat on the players' bench. His urgency, palpable as he uttered a single command, transformed the audience's derisive laughter into applause, and their scorn into admiration. As the players stepped onto the court, Lin Zuo added emphatically, "Break them down." Yes. The Thunder players roared in response, startling the Timberwolves on the opposite side. They had done nothing to provoke them. The referee approached the center circle, signaling both teams to arrange themselves. The Thunder's starting lineup: Westbrook, Jeff Green, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. The Timberwolves starting lineup: Neal, O.J. Mayo, Brewer, Richard, and Pekovic. With the referee tossing the ball into the air, the game officially commenced. DeAndre Jordan leaped, directing the ball to Westbrook, who swiftly advanced, passing to Durant, who was already poised beyond the 3-point line, receiving the ball for an open shot. Nothing but net. 3-0. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 8 seconds. Neal brought the ball up the court, passing to O.J. Mayo, but before the ball could reach him, Green, assigned to defend, intercepted it. The Thunder seized the opportunity, executing a fast break that was almost impossible to thwart, culminating in a thunderous dunk. 5-0, remarkably swift. These two offensive plays took less than 15 seconds, and before the spectators could fully comprehend, the score had escalated to 5-0. Finally, the Timberwolves regained their composure, initiating ball movement to the midcourt, circulating the ball around the perimeter to regulate the tempo and find an opportunity to attack, denying the Thunder any chance to run. However, as the shot clock dwindled to 5 seconds, Mayo accelerated toward the left side, preparing for a jump shot. Yet, the towering duo in the paint leaped simultaneously, rendering the basket invisible, forcing Mayo to hastily pass out to Brewer on the perimeter, who had no choice but to take a shot. Clang. A miss. Westbrook secured the defensive rebound and charged forward, reaching the basket and launching the ball, with DeAndre Jordan trailing behind for the alley-oop. Boom. The rim reverberated with the force of his dunk. 7-0. Beep. The Timberwolves called for a timeout. Wow. Despite their straightforward tactics, the Thunder's defensive pressure was formidable, making it nearly impossible for the Timberwolves to score easily, remarked the commentator. Indeed, the pressure was overwhelming. Let us hope that after the timeout, adjustments can be made. Another commentator added. The audience shared the same anticipation for the Timberwolves' counterattack, wishing to see less of Lin Zuo's triumphant visage. Chapter 10. Adverse wins. The game resumed. Timberwolves. Neal advanced the ball into the front court, signaling for a screen. Pekovic moved forward to provide the screen, allowing Neal to accelerate left, evading Westbrook by utilizing the pick. While Pekovic rolled to the basket, it was open. Neal lofted the ball into the air, preparing for the alley-oop. Pekovic leaped, catching the ball, ready to deliver a powerful slam, but crash. Pekovic fell to the ground, and the referee's whistle blew. My God! Although there was a foul, it merely grazed his arm. What incredible physical prowess Ibaka possesses. He jumped later than Pekovic, yet still managed to thwart this seemingly certain alley-oop dunk. An excited commentator exclaimed. Below. Lin Zuo responded internally. What talent! It is, of course, the innate ability to leap from the free throw line for a dunk. The talent of being the blocking king for 2 consecutive years. The game continued. Pekovic made one of his 2 free throws, bringing the score to 7-1. Westbrook, with the ball, passed to Durant, who advanced to the arc and launched a 3-pointer, swishing through the net. 10-1. The Timberwolves attacked, with Mayo holding the ball on the left side at a 70-degree angle, challenging Green. He executed a series of fakes, changed direction towards the baseline, and delivered a precise pass to the advancing Richard, only to be intercepted. Westbrook, with the ball, hurled it towards Ibaka, who was already sprinting towards the court. Upon receiving the ball, Ibaka planted his right foot on the free throw line, leaped off one leg, grasped the ball with his right hand, and soared into the air. Boom. Ibaka took off from the free throw line for a thunderous, violent slam dunk. My God. One commentator went wild. Unbelievable. Another commentator stood up from his seat, shouting in excitement. The audience was left in stunned silence, but soon after, they rose in unison, cheering loudly. What had they just witnessed? Taking off from the free throw line. A ferocious dunk. What extraordinary physical talent. Since Jordan and LeBron, this was the 3rd player they had seen perform such a feat in a game. The cheers for the Timberwolves and the jeers directed at Lin Zuo transformed into chants of Ibaka. Ibaka. After completing his dunk, Ibaka was momentarily frozen in place. Hearing the roar of the crowd, he had never imagined that so many people would cheer for him. Westbrook, Durant, Green, and DeAndre Jordan rushed over to embrace Ibaka, roaring in celebration. In stark contrast, the Timberwolves were devoid of any anger, their mentality utterly shattered. The game was far from over, yet the referee's whistle blew. The match resumed. In truth, the spectators were acutely aware that the game was already decided. The Timberwolves could not withstand the onslaught of these formidable Thunder players. Indeed, as the game resumed, the audience witnessed Durant executing a pick-and-roll jumper, Westbrook charging in for a dunk, Durant's unreasonable 3-pointer, DeAndre Jordan's thunderous dunk, Ibaka's slam, Ibaka's block, DeAndre Jordan's block, Westbrook's solo dunk, Durant's solo dunk, Dragic's crafty layup, Dragic's pick-and-roll jumper. By the time the game reached the 3rd quarter, it had completely unraveled. The Thunder's 7 players clocked out after 3 quarters. Ultimately, the score stood at 100. 77, a resounding victory for the Thunder over the Timberwolves. After the game, Lin Zuo walked through the player tunnel with his head held high, and the sounds from the stands were not of mockery, nor cheers for the Timberwolves, but rather, thunder up. Lin Zuo and the Thunder players had conquered the audience with their prowess. The day of July 15th swiftly arrived. Lin Zuo, caught up with an unexpected matter, arrived late. Upon reaching the arena, he overheard a remark. "I hope the Nets provide us with some challenge. The previous two teams were too weak. I believe we are ready for the regular season." It appeared that their recent victories had come too easily, leading to a sense of overconfidence. "I may revel in my prowess and boast, but that is only because I am aware of all that is to come." Yet, these players, having not even participated in a regular season game, have already succumbed to arrogance. It seems time for them to face some adversity and experience a challenging match. With this thought, Lin Zuo entered the arena and exchanged a few inconsequential words with the players before finding a spot to sit and await the game's commencement. Finally, the anticipated match unfolded, a focal point of attention. The Nets had performed exceptionally in their previous encounters, defeating their opponents by significant margins. The 10th pick, Lopez, had amassed a remarkable 37 points, 27 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 blocks over 2 games, earning the title of the Nets Shaquille O'Neal with shooting range. The venue for this crucial battle was larger than the previous arenas, and as the players traversed the tunnel, the palpable tension was unmistakable. This time, Lin Zuo refrained from making sensational statements to the media, well aware that his young players would likely face a harsh reality in the first half. Jordan and Ibaka's defensive awareness would surely be put to the test by Lopez, and should the Twin Towers fall into foul trouble, executing a counterattack would become exceedingly difficult. To Lin Zuo's surprise, he spotted fans in the stands wearing Thunder jerseys. Could it be that the Thunder were beginning to gather supporters? That would be promising news. As the game was about to commence, Lin Zuo offered a few motivational words, energizing the players before returning to the bench. Observing their eager expressions, he couldn't help but smirk at the thought of their impending difficulties. Winger, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What's wrong, General Manager? Do you think they will still be this excited after the first quarter?" Lin Zuo replied with intrigue, "It's quite possible. Lopez is formidable, with solid footwork in the paint. I doubt Jordan and Ibaka will manage to contain him," he said seriously. Winger, who had only just arrived in Las Vegas the day before, had already familiarized himself with the opposing players, impressive for someone who had recently transitioned to becoming the Clippers' general manager. Experiencing a setback could be beneficial. "Just wait and see. I anticipate we will be trailing by about 15 points at halftime." Lin Zuo remarked nonchalantly as he lounged in his chair. "Is there any plan to counter this?" Winger asked, concern evident in his voice. "Not at the moment," Lin Zuo replied, closing his eyes to rest. The referee approached the center court, signaling both teams to take their positions. Thunder's starting lineup: Westbrook, Jeff Green, Durant, Ibaka, Jordan. Nets starting lineup: D. J. Augustine, Chris, Williams, Anderson, Lopez. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the game officially commenced. Once again, the ever-determined DeAndre Jordan successfully wins the jump ball, allowing Russell Westbrook to advance with the ball. Westbrook, dribbling down the center, passes to a high-position Kevin Durant, who takes a moment to gather himself before launching a shot. It swishes effortlessly through the net. 3-0. Augustine brings the ball to the arc, boldly passing to Lopez. Lopez, after receiving the ball, turns to back down his defender, pushing Jordan deep into the paint. He elevates for a soft floater, but it fails to find its mark. Beep. Jordan is called for a foul. He shakes his head, indicating he won't fall for that again. Both free throws are converted. 3-2. Westbrook reaches the arc, handing the ball off to Green, who drives left but finds no opportunity to dish it out to Durant. Durant attempts a pull-up three but misses. Lopez secures the rebound and passes it to Augustine. Dribbling to the center, he sets up Lopez for a post move. Backing down, he spins repeatedly, creating space. He powers up, but Jordan turns to contest the shot. It goes in. Beep. The referee signals 2-1. A collective gasp erupts from the crowd. The commentator remarks, "In less than a minute, Jordan has already committed 2 fouls. Though in Summer League, one can accumulate 10 fouls before being disqualified at this rate. Jordan will soon be out, which spells trouble for the Thunder." The game continues, with the score now 3-5. Westbrook has the ball, calling for a screen from Jordan, driving left while attracting a double team, attempting an alley-oop for Jordan. However, Lopez anticipates the play, leaping to intercept. Sticking to the original strategy, Lopez goes one-on-one against Jordan, who fouls again. The Nets are awarded free throws. As the first half approaches its conclusion, with the score at 15-38, the Thunder finally grasp the reason behind their struggles. Lopez's independent offensive maneuvers have placed both Jordan and Ibaka in foul trouble early on, while his rebounding prowess stifles any second-chance opportunities. During Nets offense, it's Lopez initiating plays, whether scoring or drawing fouls, leaving little room for fast breaks. At this moment, the commentator exclaims, "The Thunder are now trailing by 23 points. What is Presti doing?" The camera pans to Presti, who is, astonishingly, fast asleep. Has he given up? Is this what a head coach does? The commentary grows increasingly critical of Lin Zuo. Just then, the referee blows the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Lin Zuo lazily rises, making his way to the commentary booth while yawning, declaring, "Have you ever witnessed a 23-point comeback in Summer League? Just wait and see." Another commentator, unable to contain himself. "Mox, huh? What are you saying? Your Twin Towers have accumulated 8 fouls. A comeback? What else can you do besides blow hot air and seek attention?" In that moment, Lin Zuo concocts a clever retort. He quickly adds, "If we pull off a comeback, you'll kiss a donkey's backside right here. If I lose, I'll do the same. How about that?" A chorus of cheers erupts from the crowd. The commentator, realizing he has no way out, boldly agrees. "All right." Lin Zuo smiled and turned to walk towards the changing room. Chapter 11. Apologies, I will post later. I went to the hospital today, I assure you. There will be no interruption. Chapter 12. An epic comeback, Part 1. Upon entering the changing room, Lin Zuo observed that Westbrook, Durant, and Green were evidently in low spirits, while Jordan and Ibaka appeared particularly disheartened. What's the matter? Didn't we just discuss the regular season? Were we not looking forward to the net strength? Lin Zuo remarked with a tone of mockery. "Manager, please do not deride us. We are already trailing by 23 points at halftime." Jeff Green lamented despondently. "Have you given up?" Lin Zuo asked calmly, hoping to avoid a response of surrender. If he heard such an answer, he would rather endure humiliation than lead a team that had conceded defeat too soon. Give up? How could we? We will fight with all our might, even in defeat. We will do so with dignity, Westbrook declared, rising to express his stance. This was the essence of Westbrook, unyielding. Subsequently, the other players echoed his sentiment, vowing not to give up. Yet, it was palpable that they felt a weight of sadness. Overcoming a 23-point deficit was indeed a daunting challenge. "Huh? Why so glum? I am here to teach you how to stage a comeback." Lin Zuo laughed heartily, his confident gaze sweeping over the team. "Really?" Both Jordan and Ibaka's eyes lit up simultaneously, their spirits lifted despite the challenges posed by Lopez. Without further ado, Lin Zuo retrieved a tactical board and stated, "In the second half, we will adjust our lineup. PG Westbrook, SG Dragic, PF Durant, SF Jeff Green, and C Ibaka." Jordan, noticing his absence from the lineup, quickly inquired, "Coach, what about me?" "You will take the court when Ibaka has fouled out." "Pay close attention to the strategy," Lin Zuo replied swiftly. After a brief period, Lin Zuo completed his tactical briefing, and the second half of the game was about to commence. He exited the changing room ahead of the others, making his way to the court. As Lin Zuo emerged from the players' tunnel, the commentator seized the opportunity with a microphone, inquiring, "Presti, are you ready to face the music?" Lin Zuo glanced at the commentator, smirking and shaking his head, his derision evident, leaving the commentator exasperated, thinking to himself, "Just wait. After the game, I will have you singing a different tune." When the players stepped out of the tunnel and onto the court, the commentator took another jab at the Thunder's lineup. "Wow, let us examine Presti's astonishing substitutions. Jeff Green played the 2 in the first half, but now he's at the 4. Ibaka has consistently been at the 4. Yet now he's at the 5. Jordan didn't even play, and Dragic is at the 2. What about the substitutes? Is it Jordan or Bamut leading the bench? Huh. Lin Zuo paid no heed to the commentator's mockery, for soon, the tables would turn. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half, the game was officially underway. The Nets were first on the attack. Due to the substantial lead held by the Nets midway through the second quarter, Lopez was allowed a brief respite. Now, having rested sufficiently, he was called back into the game. The same strategy was employed. The Nets guards passed the ball to Lopez in the low post, where he continued to back down Ibaka. A shove, then another. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Lopez was called for traveling, and the Thunder regained possession. Lopez offered a wry smile as the replay revealed that while backing down Ibaka, just as he exerted force for a second shove, Ibaka cleverly stepped back, causing Lopez to take an extra step. The defensive withdrawal was a tactic Lin Zuo had emphasized in the locker room. For the Thunder, Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, with Ibaka also positioned there. Dragic and Durant occupied the left corner, while Jeff Green stood at a 45-degree angle. Durant swiftly moved closer to Westbrook, receiving a handoff pass. Ibaka, stationed at the arc, set a screen for Jeff Green, who managed to shake off his defender. Durant quickly dished the ball to Green, and Westbrook immediately set a screen for Durant, enabling him to break free from his guard and drive towards the basket, leaping into the air. Simultaneously, Jeff Green passed the ball to Ibaka. Ibaka executed a soaring alley-oop dunk. Thud. The crowd erupted into applause. Wow, what a beautiful play. It was a quintessential high-post play orchestrated by the center, the commentator exclaimed in admiration, although they were still trailing by 21 points. The commentator sarcastically remarked about the beauty of the play, wagering with Lin Zuo. The game continued with the same strategy. The Nets again fed Lopez for an isolation play. As Lopez received the ball, Jeff and Lin swiftly converged to double-team him. Lopez, still outside the paint, struggled to maintain his dribble due to the pressure and sought to pass, but his view was obstructed. With no other option, he had to turn and take a contested shot. Clang! It ricocheted off the rim. Westbrook secured the defensive rebound and advanced swiftly, attracting 3 defenders. Crossing midcourt, he launched a pass to the already positioned Dragic in the corner. A wide-open three-pointer. The shot was successful. 20-38. Beep. The whistle sounded. The Nets called for a timeout. The Thunder's counterattack had materialized. The commentator declared the game was becoming increasingly thrilling. The other commentator remained silent, his expression gradually darkening. After the timeout, the Nets initiated their offense. The Nets guard dribbled to the left 45-degree angle, preparing to pass the ball to Lopez, when Ibaka quickly moved to defend. Simultaneously, Lopez struggled to receive the ball as Westbrook's arms flailed back and forth. With the shot clock winding down, he had no choice but to take a step-back jumper. Clang! It clanged off the rim. Westbrook retrieved the rebound and executed a quarterback-length pass to Dragic, who had already raced past the defense. Upon receiving the ball, he went for a Thunder dunk. 22-38. Beep. The Nets called for another timeout. The Nets struggled to find a penetrator, the commentator noted. Following the timeout, the Nets brought Anderson into the game. The Nets' offense resumed. Lopez finally received the ball, and just as Jeff Green was about to double-team, he quickly passed to Anderson. Anderson was open. A wide-open three-pointer. Clang. It bounced off the rim. Regrettably, a vacancy has arisen. The commentator, relishing the moment, remarked on whether the Thunder would dare to double-team Lopez again. The Thunder promptly called for a timeout. Lin Zuo sensed that this tactic had failed. It was time for individual defense. DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka would take turns wearing down the opposition. Upon resuming play, the Thunder initiated their offense, utilizing the same strategy. Their center orchestrated the play from the high post. Durant struggled to shake off his defender. This approach was ineffective. The commentator, reveling in the unfolding drama, fell silent in the next instant. Green set a screen for Westbrook, who deftly evaded his defender, reaching the arc to execute a handoff with Ibaka. Ibaka swiftly cut towards the basket. After setting the screen, Green moved to the right, while Dragic shifted from the corner to a 45-degree angle. Westbrook received the ball and passed to Green, who surged towards the basket. Just as he approached the rim, he abruptly shifted the ball to the open Dragic at the 45-degree angle. Another opportunity presented itself. Dragic took aim for a fleeting second before releasing the shot. The ball swished through the net. 25-38. The gap had narrowed to 13 points. The center's playmaking could be executed in such a manner. Presti certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. The Thunder executed a remarkable 10-0 run, the commentator exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Lopez held the ball, facing single coverage. He confidently backed down, pushing against his defender once, then again, before forcing a shot. Beep. The whistle blew. Ibaka was called for a hand foul, and Lopez stepped to the line. Ibaka shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging the coach's strategy to expend energy before forcing a foul. Both free throws were converted. Thus, the back and forth continued until the conclusion of the third quarter, with the Thunder trailing the Nets 45-58. Both Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan had fouled out. The commentator, exhaling a breath of relief, stated, with both Jordan and Ibaka disqualified, who could possibly thwart Lopez in the final quarter? Presti's strategy had been clearly defined. Lin Zuo smiling subtly, internally mused. Let them witness a makeshift version of the small ball lineup. A 13-point deficit could be swiftly erased. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Thunder's lineup featured Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Jeff Green, and Biyombo. Biyombo at the 5 position? The commentator laughed heartily. No one paid him heed, including the audience, for Presti maintained an air of calmness. It was a high-stakes gamble. Only one outcome seemed plausible. This lineup might yield unexpected surprises, and the spectators were eager to see what would unfold. Chapter 13. The Epic Comeback, Part 2. The match officially resumed, and the Thunder commenced their offensive play. Westbrook, seizing the ball, accelerated with determination, passing to Durant, who attempted a jump shot but missed. The long rebound was collected by Dragic. Biyombo set a high screen, and Dragic, moving left, quickly returned the ball to the fast-breaking Biyombo, while Green and Durant positioned themselves on either side. With the defense slow to react, Biyombo executed a floater. 47-58. The Nets handed the ball to Lopez, who faced immediate pressure from Green. Simultaneously, Biyombo joined in the double team. Lopez adeptly passed to Anderson. Biyombo quickly repositioned himself. With no space for a shot, a forced attempt was made. The ball missed, and Green secured the rebound, swiftly returning it to Westbrook. Westbrook accelerated, drawing the attention of 3 defenders. He passed to Durant in the left corner, who unleashed a wide-open three-pointer, swoosh. 50-58. The Nets did not call a timeout. They maintained the pace, continuing to feed Lopez. He found himself trapped. A forced pass was intercepted. Bamit seized the ball and made a long pass, which Durant caught, launching a three-pointer from the arc. Swish. 53-58. Beep. The Nets called a timeout. The arena fell silent. The commentator could no longer contain himself, exclaiming with excitement, "So fast, so thrilling." In just 2 minutes, they scored 10 points. A dazzling offensive display. What tactics is Presti employing? I am eagerly anticipating the Thunder's regular season. Another commentator shook his head with a wry smile, perhaps envisioning the impending consequences. The game resumed. The Nets initiated their offense, with Augustine dribbling to the arc, calling for a screen, drawing Bamit out. He faced Bamit's relentless movements, but could not shake him off. Frustrated, he accelerated to the left. But the entry was blocked, 1 against 5, and the 5-man did not falter. The shot clock expired. A 24-second violation. The Thunder quickly inbound the ball. Westbrook grabbed it and charged into the paint for a soaring dunk. Outside, Durant, Green, and Dragic positioned themselves at the three-point line, creating space that the Nets dared not collapse. Faced with the Thunder's swift-moving defense, the Nets were rendered helpless, their offense ground to a halt. Meanwhile, the Thunder countered, often outnumbering the Nets 5-4, with Lopez barely able to keep up. With 4 minutes remaining, Durant caught Westbrook's pass and hit a three-pointer from the arc. Taking the lead, the Nets refrained from calling another timeout, as they were utterly at a loss for a solution. Even if they devised a strategy, they lacked the players to execute it. Thus, the Thunder's tempestuous offensive onslaught shattered the Nets. The final score settled at 77-65, with the Thunder erupting for 32 points in the fourth quarter, while the Nets could muster only 7 points in the same period. Presti personally orchestrated an epic 23-point comeback in the Summer League, marking a historic first. The Thunder players embraced each other joyously, their exuberance palpable as they reveled in the moment. A 23-point turnaround, achieved solely in the second half, culminated in a 12-point lead over their opponents. Lin Zuo shared in the excitement, as the system unexpectedly announced the conclusion of the game, nearly causing him to forget its existence. This remarkable 23-point comeback not only etched its name in history, but also rewarded them with 20 legendary coins. The audience rose to their feet, applauding the Thunder, their players, and Presti, expressing gratitude for such a spectacular match that rivaled any regular season game. The commentator, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Bring on the regular season. I am eager to witness the storm this Thunder team will unleash in the fiercely competitive West." Lin Zuo leisurely ascended to the commentator's booth, bursting into laughter without warning. "Ha ha, how about that comeback, my legendary coach? That donkey will be brought in shortly. Are you prepared?" He glanced at the commentator with whom he had wagered. Presti certainly had a knack for stirring mixed feelings. Quite impressive indeed. Observing the donkey's rear was rather amusing. At that moment, a person entered, leading a donkey. Lin Zuo took the rope, approached the commentator's booth, and shouted to the audience, "Kiss or not? Kiss, kiss, kiss." The audience enthusiastically responded. The commentator, realizing there was no escaping, resignedly moved behind the donkey, closed his eyes, and displayed an expression of enlightenment before suddenly kissing it. Plop. Perhaps due to some misdeed in a past life, the donkey let out a loud fart, unmistakably audible. Ha ha. The audience erupted in uncontrollable laughter, while the commentator, overwhelmed by the donkey's flatulence, lay on the ground, appearing utterly defeated. That night, the Thunder players celebrated exuberantly until the early hours. If all goes as expected, the finals will be against the Bulls, likely between July 17th and July 19th. Lin Zuo decided to grant the players a day of rest to prepare for the match against the Bulls, but strictly forbade any nightlife. Any violations would result in disqualification from the finals. On July 16th, an assistant delivered the morning newspaper to Lin Zuo's room. As he ate breakfast, he opened the paper. The media has changed its strategy, engaging in flattery and criticism, Lin Zuo mused while perusing the article. Indeed. It states that no team assembled with the finest players can surpass the Thunder. This was clearly inciting animosity towards the Thunder, and Troy's face was filled with exasperation. Aha, look at you. One piece of news and your countenance is clouded. The media has it right this time. Indeed, no combination of teams can rival the Thunder. Lin Zuo spoke with confidence, leaving Troy momentarily speechless. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zuo intended to wander aimlessly, yet somehow found himself at the venue of the match. Tonight was the Bulls game, and Lin Zuo couldn't help but sigh, recalling the legendary Derrick Rose from his past life, along with the Windy City's Rose. From 2008 to 2011. Derrick Rose was extraordinary, showcasing an array of crossovers and swift maneuvers without losing speed, executing layups with finesse and frequently delivering thunderous dunks, even posterizing opponents. He remembered a friend's words. The way he plays is utterly captivating, akin to a rose sword that can kill in 10 paces. Crimson as blood, both supple and sharp. Agile and swift, capable of endless variations, dashing across the court with an ethereal grace, his center of gravity shifting effortlessly, leading to a more explosive acceleration and change of direction. Witnessing his sprint and finish is akin to observing a rose bloom in an instant, providing an exhilarating visual experience. With these thoughts, Lin Zuo purchased a ticket, eager to once again relish the artistry of the Windy City's Rose. At 2100 hours, as the game was about to commence, Lin Zuo was settled into his seat in the back row, contemplating his strategies for the Summer League's conclusion. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Lin Zuo refocused, intently watching as Rose received the ball, accelerating into a dazzling layup followed by a spectacular dunk. An alley-oop, two-handed poster dunk. A crossover that left defenders in his wake. Executing a graceful layup even amidst 3 opponents, breaking through for a floater and a quick mid-range shot. His speed was overwhelming, making defense futile. This was Lin Zuo's immediate impression. Rose was truly deserving of the title of the youngest MVP in history, showcasing such brilliance at this age. One could only imagine the heights he could have reached had it not been for subsequent injuries. As Lin Zuo exited the arena, he resolved that on the day of the Bulls game, he would refrain from employing any renowned tactics from the future, wishing to witness a pure contest of talent. Though it seemed somewhat unfair, given that 3 players from the Thunder were bona fide superstars in the future. Reflecting on Rose's tribulations in the years to come, Lin Zuo felt a pang of sympathy and made a silent vow. He would sign Rose onto his team, utilizing the system to heal him, allowing the rose to bloom once more. Soon, the date for the summer finals was set, July 18th at 2030, Bulls vs. Thunder. Chapter 14, The Summer League Finals, Part 1. The day of the finals arrived swiftly. Lin Zuo brought his team to the arena, but before he could step inside, he was besieged by reporters. Observing the throng, Lin Zuo shook his head in resignation and said, "All right, you may ask your questions, but each person is limited to one. Presti, what are your thoughts on the Bulls? Impeccable defense. Next, Presti, do you believe you will win the championship? Isn't that a redundant question?" Lin Zuo regarded the reporter with a gaze akin to that reserved for a simpleton. "What are your thoughts on Derrick Rose, the Bulls' #1 draft pick? In comparison to your 4th pick, Russell Westbrook?" The inquiry was excessive, and Lin Zuo, filled with disdain, cast a sidelong glance before responding. Rose is exceptionally talented. Having breached the reporter's defenses, Lin Zuo hastened to lead the team into the arena, preparing for the day's training session. As evening approached, the match was imminent. Lin Zuo gathered the players and proclaimed, "Today marks the final of the Summer League. I expect everyone to give their utmost. Remember, this game will be broadcasted by numerous media outlets. If you perform well, I believe some of you may secure sneaker endorsement contracts before the conclusion of the league. If not, I shall refrain from further comment." Keep in mind, high scores do not necessarily equate to good performance, nor do low scores imply poor play. The ultimate goal is the victory of the team. Now, prepare yourselves. In a moment, the players emerged from the locker room, and Lin Zuo led the team onto the court. As they traversed the player tunnel, the air was filled with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Spectators near the tunnel leaned forward, clutching pins and basketballs or jerseys, either extending them to Lin Zuo, Durant, Westbrook, or other players in hopes of obtaining signatures. Lin Zuo, perplexed, thought to himself, "Do I truly have fans already?" While it is no surprise for star players to attract attention with their explosive style, could it be that I, a braggart, have garnered admiration? Will I become a subject of ridicule in the future? Regardless, Lin Zuo felt a surge of joy as he signed autographs. However, an idea struck him. Next season, I plan to tank for Harden. When the results falter, I will undoubtedly face scorn and mockery. With a spark of inspiration, he concluded his autograph with the words, "Success requires enduring setbacks. To become a legend necessitates even more." The players, however, were oblivious to such concerns, eagerly requesting signatures as they reveled in their newfound fan base before even stepping onto the regular season stage. Upon reaching the bench, they discovered that the Bulls had already commenced their warm-ups, indicating thorough preparation. The match was about to begin. Lin Zuo merely uttered 4 words, "Give it your all." The whistle blew, and the game commenced. Thunder's starting lineup: Westbrook, Jeff Green, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. Bulls starting lineup: Rose, Wims, Carney, Thomas, and Noah. Once again, DeAndre Jordan successfully won the tip-off, and the Thunder launched their attack. As Westbrook held the ball and faced the first overall pick of the same draft, Lin Zuo, though seated on the bench, could feel the surge of adrenaline coursing through Westbrook's veins. Indeed, Westbrook was fired up. He charged directly at Rose, accelerating past him. Then, facing Noah beneath the basket, he attempted a layup. Smack! Noah unleashed a powerful block, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. Lin Zuo scratched his head. While he greatly admired Westbrook, he had to admit that Westbrook often let his emotions carry him away. At that moment, Noah was far from the Noah of the future Knicks. He was the current all-star, recognized for his defensive prowess. The game continues with the Thunder in possession. Westbrook passes to Durant, who holds the ball at the top of the arc. Ibaka steps in for a screen, blocking his defender. Durant takes a dribble and launches a jump shot. 2 o'clock. The Bulls inbound to Rose, who accelerates past Westbrook, executing a crossover without losing speed. He leaps and performs a layup. It's good. 2-2. Westbrook now has the ball, aggressively attacking Rose, driving into the paint. He jumps, facing Noah, and finally opts for a pass to DeAndre Jordan, who receives the ball and slams it down. 4-2. The Bulls inbounds to Rose again. He speeds towards Westbrook, changes direction, and rises for another jump shot. DeAndre Jordan stretches his arms up, then passes to Noah, who finishes with a thunderous dunk. 4-4. Wow, the same strategy, the commentator exclaims. Westbrook brings the ball to the top of the arc and passes to Durant. Durant, facing Carney, executes a dazzling between-the-legs dribble, suddenly accelerating past Carney and pulling up for a shot. It's good. 6-4. Truly a prodigious talent. Lin Zuo can't help but marvel. Standing at 211 centimeters. Playing small forward, he can effortlessly shoot over positions 1 to 3 while being able to drive past 4s and 5s. His versatility is remarkable and his touch so soft. Although I chose to overlook Durant due to decisions made in his past, one cannot deny his exceptional skill and athleticism. Before I could gather my thoughts, Rose breaks through for another layup. 6-6. With just 21 seconds left in the first quarter, Rose holds the ball at the top, winding down the clock. With 8 seconds remaining, he suddenly accelerates inward. Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan both leap. Rose evades in midair, completing a reverse layup. 24-24. The crowd erupts in applause, unable to contain their excitement over such a beautiful layup. The commentator exclaims, "That evasion and reverse layup was simply stunning. I could almost see Jordan's shadow." The Bulls are on the rise. Another commentator adds, "This final is captivating. It is indeed a clash of talent. I dare say that in the coming years, some of these players will become the new faces of the league." The second quarter is about to begin. Both teams have switched out their starters. The bench players now face off. Unfortunately, the Bulls bench appears lackluster, while the Thunder's bench boasts Dragic and Batum. As expected, the Bulls' backup point guard calls for a screen from Batum, believing that size would be an advantage, but after several attempts, he fails to penetrate. Does he think he is better than Augustine? Reluctantly, he resorts to a fadeaway jump shot. It misses completely. The Thunder quickly push the ball up court, with Dragic dribbling and shifting to the left, taking a shot from the free throw line. It's steady, 26-24. The Bulls executed an offensive maneuver, with the ball being passed from the substitute to the small forward, who then relayed it to the power forward. The power forward subsequently delivered it to the center. And finally, it found its way back to the substitute guard. The substitute guard wore an expression of utter despondency. Alas, within this lineup, he was the only one capable of penetrating the defense, yet the reality was that he could not surpass anyone, as the Thunder's center remained firmly planted. Lin Zuo could not suppress a chuckle. During the draft, he had selected players based on their speed and wingspan, prioritizing defensive capabilities over scoring prowess. The guard was left with no choice but to attempt a forced shot. Bang! The ball clanged off the rim. Biyombo secured the rebound and passed it to Dragic, who, from the arc, deftly maneuvered past the guard, penetrating the paint with a fingertip layup. Steady. 28-24. Beep. The Bulls called for a timeout. Rose replaced the substitute point guard. Lin Zuo shook his head in disbelief. Thibodeau was indeed Thibodeau. In an unexpected twist of fate, Thibodeau, who was supposed to join the Bulls in 2011, was now coaching them due to the butterfly effect instigated by Lin Zuo. In this mere summer league game, player usage was alarmingly excessive. Had Rose even had a minute's rest after playing a full quarter? Upon Rose's return, the impact was immediate. Biyombo, who had been a torment for the guards, found himself utterly incapable of containing Rose. Soon, spurred by Rose's energy, the other Bulls players came alive. And with just 4 minutes left in the second quarter, Rose executed a left-side 70-degree pull-up three-pointer, turning the tide of the game. 37-38. Chapter 15, Summer League Finals, Part 2, Beep. The Thunder called for a timeout. Lin Zuo pulled all the substitutes and sent in the starters, 5 in, 5 out. Observing this, Thibodeau promptly brought in his starters as well. It was a clash of raw talent. On the court, a figure clad in red glided effortlessly, weaving through the paint with various layups and thunderous dunks. In contrast, the blue team showcased a plethora of acrobatics, a dazzling fast break dunk, a thunderous rejection, an alley-oop slam, and a three-pointer from the top of the arc, culminating in another fast break dunk. The first half concluded with a tie at 56-56. The audience was left in stunned silence. Were these truly rookies? A shared thought emerged among the spectators. The Bulls' top pick was expected, given his undeniable talent. But Presti's selections, derived from lower mock draft positions, now displayed an astonishing level of skill that belied their draft rankings. Could it be that his judgment was indeed sound? Lin Zuo was oblivious to the audience's musings, as he was already contemplating what to say upon securing the Summer League championship. Soon, the second half commenced, with both teams fielding their starters once again. During the halftime break, Lin Zuo made no significant adjustments, adhering to a rather simplistic and direct tactical approach. However, it was evident that the Bulls had altered their strategy, particularly in defense. As Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, preparing for a left-side drive, Wiggins swiftly moved to double-team him. Westbrook promptly passed the ball to Durant, who, poised for an offensive play, was immediately met with a double team from Thomas. The ball cycled back to Green, who took a single dribble before being confronted by Rose. Left with no choice, he had to pass to Ibaka, who was stationed at the free throw line. With the space available, he had no option but to shoot. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Noah seized the defensive rebound and quickly distributed the ball to Rose. Upon receiving it, Rose accelerated, finding himself unchallenged as he penetrated the paint, leaping high for a thunderous dunk. 56-58. Westbrook advanced with the ball, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Calling for a screen, DeAndre Jordan stepped up to set the pick, and Westbrook drove left, only to encounter a double team. He swiftly passed to Jordan, who received the ball in the low post, backing down Noah. After a couple of dribbles, he attempted a strong shot. Beep. The whistle blew. Noah had committed a foul. In a dramatic turn of events, Noah approached the free throw line, glanced at Jordan with a smile, and extended his hand, inviting him to take the shot. Jordan, ignoring the gesture, stepped to the line, inhaled deeply as the referee handed him the ball. With a quick bounce, he aimed and shot. Clang. The ball hit the backboard. Pfft. Noah chuckled and gestured for him to continue. Westbrook approached Jordan from behind, patting his shoulder in encouragement. Jordan took another deep breath, lifted the ball, aimed at the hoop, and released. An air ball. The ball sailed out of bounds. The whistle blew. Bulls possession. Sitting on the sidelines, Lin Zuo helplessly held his head in his hands, having anticipated this outcome. Jordan's free throw percentage during the 2008 to 2009 season was a dismal 38.5. So missing both shots was hardly surprising. Laughter erupted from the audience, as it was indeed a rare sight. One hitting the backboard, the other an air ball. The Bulls quickly inbound the ball to Rose, who accelerated once more, deftly maneuvering past Westbrook with a swift change of direction, preparing for a layup. The previously ridiculed Jordan, fueled by frustration, sprinted in from the left side to provide help defense, leaping up for a resounding block. Immediately, Ibaka secured the rebound and delivered a swift pass to Green, who quickly transitioned the ball to the rushing Westbrook. With no defenders in sight, Westbrook gradually dribbled to the free throw line before jumping high, soaring. A windmill dunk. 58. Boom. Lin Zuo below could almost feel the rim's lament. Following the emphatic dunk, Westbrook pounded his chest and roared in triumph. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The commentator, in a burst of excitement, leapt up. A 1.9-meter tall point guard had executed an extraordinary windmill dunk, utterly unbelievable. The crowd erupted in fervor, some rising to their feet, waving their arms in jubilation, while others clapped vigorously or shouted at the top of their lungs. It was simply breathtaking. The Summer League is not a regular season. For the spectators, the outcome of the game is irrelevant. They crave thrilling performances and spectacular moments, and now they were witnessing a point guard's windmill dunk. Lin Zuo was also in awe. In his previous life, he had only seen Russell Westbrook perform a windmill once, and it never occurred again. Yet here he was, witnessing it in the Summer League. Truly, a beast among point guards. The game resumed. Rose brought the ball to the top of the arc, calling for a screen. Noah stepped up to provide the pick, effectively blocking his defender. Rose swiftly dribbled to the three-point line at a 45-degree angle and unleashed a jumper. Swish. 58-60. Westbrook, ever the whirlwind, dribbled to the top, passing to Durant. Facing Thomas, Durant executed a sharp change of direction, slipping past him for a mid-range jumper. 60-60. The Bulls quickly inbound to Rose, who accelerated into the paint, soaring to pass inside to Noah. Noah prepared for a powerful dunk. Seeing this, DeAndre Jordan wrapped his arms around Noah. Beep. The whistle blew. Jordan fouled Noah, who stepped to the free throw line. Jordan, standing at the line, mimicked a gesture, inviting Noah to proceed. Noah shook his head, approached the line, took a deep breath, and lifted the ball. Without aiming, he released it. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Just as Jordan prepared to taunt, the ball fell through the net. 60-61. Laughing, Noah shook his head at Jordan, implying, "You can't keep up?" The second free throw commenced. This time, Noah, after receiving the ball, hesitated to shoot and instead took aim at the basket. As he focused, the ball slipped from his grasp. Hilariously, Jordan seized the moment to unleash a torrent of mockery. Meanwhile, Noah rushed to explain to the referee, anxious that if this were deemed a violation, it would surely land in a compilation of bloopers from his previous life. Beep. The referee, unable to tolerate Noah's incessant complaints, issued a technical foul. The crowd erupted with laughter, even louder than before. Who would have thought such comedic antics would accompany 2 free throws? The game continued. Durant stepped up to the free throw line, sinking the shot. 61-61, and simultaneously, the Thunder regained possession. Green took the free throw, passing it to Jordan, who quickly handed it off to Westbrook. Westbrook charged down the left side. Encountering Noah, he bypassed him and passed to Durant on the left. As Durant caught the ball, Thomas lunged towards him. Durant dribbled left, evading Thomas, and took a jump shot. The ball sailed through the net. 64-61. Rose received the ball in the backcourt, slowly bringing it across midcourt, positioning himself beyond the arc. With Noah providing a screen, Rose accelerated into the paint, attracting 2 defenders. He leaped to pass to Noah. Noah caught the ball and took off for a thunderous dunk. As the third quarter draws to a close, the score stands at 73-74 with 16 seconds remaining. Westbrook positions himself at the top of the arc, controlling the tempo. With just 4 seconds left, he suddenly rises to shoot. Clang. The ball ricochets off the rim, leading the audience to believe the moment has slipped away. Yet, in a swift motion, Westbrook accelerates towards the basket, leaps, and with a powerful right-handed grab, slams the ball through the hoop. 75-74 as the third quarter concludes. The crowd erupts in astonishment. What a ferocious putback over Noah. The commentators are in a frenzy, with one exclaiming, "This is a beast unleashed." The spectators rise once more, applauding the rookie point guard who has delivered an abundance of surprises today. The game is about to enter its decisive phase, and the audience is no longer concerned with winning or losing. They are eager to witness what thrilling moments the final quarter will bring. Chapter 16, Buzzer Beater. The Summer League concludes. Part 2. Westbrook receives the ball on the right side, advancing it to Durant at the top of the arc. Then swiftly changes direction to penetrate right. Unable to get through, he isolates Thomas for a one-on-one. With a dazzling crossover, he drives left into the paint, executing a floating shot. 2 points secured, 77-74. Rose, controlling the ball, passes to Thomas on the left, who then dishes it out to Noah at the perimeter. Noah immediately feeds Rose behind him, who faces off against Jordan. With lateral movement, he evades Adams. A high-difficulty three-pointer, nothing but net. 77-77. Westbrook crosses half-court, passing to Jeff Green. Green seizes the ball, then accelerates left. Breaking through the defense of two players, he storms in for a one-handed dunk. 79-77. Rose brings the ball past half-court, moving to the baseline, calling for a screen. Noah sets the pick. Rose takes a step, shooting a jumper, swish. 79-79. Beep. The Thunder call a timeout. Lin Zuo once again pulls all 5 starters for a breather, prompting Thibodeau to promptly retrieve his tactical board, whispering strategies to his players. The game resumes. The Bulls maintain their entire starting lineup, while the Thunder field 5 substitutes. Observing the Bulls' full-strength roster, Lin Zuo is filled with disdain for Thibodeau. He certainly favors overusing his starters. It's no wonder Rose from a previous era was worn down this way. Although the Bulls boast all starters, Lin Zuo remains unperturbed. His bench is composed entirely of capable defenders. Even if their offensive firepower falters, their defense can level the playing field. And it is impossible for the score to widen to double digits within mere minutes. Indeed, when the Bulls take possession, Rose is immediately double-teamed. After the double, he distributes the ball, only for the recipient to find that against the Thunder's formidable wingspan, advancing is impossible. Reluctantly, the ball returns to Rose. With no options, he must take the shot, and he sinks it. 79-81. Although the shot was made, it was a challenging play, purely a display of individual skill. The Thunder's Dragic, with the ball in hand, faced off against Rose, shifting his direction to find his rhythm, and he slipped past. He leapt for a delicate floater, but Noah raised his arms to block. Dragic quickly passed to the paint to Biyombo, who also attempted a floater, and it found its mark. 81. Rose received the ball in the backcourt, accelerating forward. After a pick and roll, he switched to Biyombo, executed a change of direction, and sped up. But this time he couldn't get past. He forced a layup against Biyombo. Beep. The whistle blew, signaling a foul on Biyombo. Rose took 2 free throws. He panted heavily. Utterly exhausted, he converted both. 83. Dragic continued to control the ball at the arc, broke through, and passed to the open wing. He took the shot. It clanged off the rim. A long rebound, and Biyombo snatched the offensive board, passing it back to Dragic. Dragic launched a three-pointer. It rattled out. Another long rebound. Biyombo grabbed it again. He passed to Dragic, who was open once more, and shot again. Another miss. Biyombo retrieved it yet again. Wow, Biyombo is a rebounding machine. His exceptional sense of the boards is remarkable. So far, every player chosen by Presti has come through at crucial moments. The commentator praised Biyombo while also mentioning Lin Zuo. Of course, I am someone who has traversed time. Upon hearing the commentator laud him, Lin Zuo felt a surge of pride and straightened his tie. Suddenly, a delightful chime of laughter reached Lin Zuo's ears. Turning his head, he saw none other than the Bucks owner, Mallory Edens. In his past life, he could only see her in various news articles, but today, observing her up close, she was indeed stunning. As Mallory turned to speak to Presti, Lin Zuo quickly interjected. Don't tempt me. I want to be joining the Bucks, as I am a man of commitment. He then turned back to watch the game. Mallory stood momentarily stunned by Lin Zuo's response, thinking, who is trying to tempt you? You old man who is much older than I. How does he know I'm the Bucks owner's daughter? And who doesn't he know you're still single? Such a flimsy excuse. Am I that undesirable? After the game, I will surely ask him. Lin Zuo understood the weight of the media's gaze and was determined not to stir any rumors. Although he had never encountered any information about Presti's family in his previous life, his age suggested there had to be something. Recently, he had been preoccupied with team affairs, residing at the company, perhaps as a means of escape. Had Lin Zuo known what Mallory was thinking, he might have jumped up in disbelief. My butterfly effect has even erased this body as family? Beep. Biombo committed a foul. The whistle snapped Lin Zuo back to reality. The current score was 92-95 with just 2 minutes remaining in the game. Beep. The Thunder called a timeout. Until the final 2 minutes, Lin Zuo only retrieved all his main players. The match continued. Rose made both free throws, bringing the score to 92-97. The Thunder inbound the ball to Westbrook, who swiftly advanced it to the front court. Utilizing a screen from Jordan, Westbrook accelerated to the left, penetrating the paint and drawing a double team. He quickly passed to Jordan, who prepared to turn for a thunderous dunk, but Noah swiftly closed in. Observing this, Jordan immediately passed to Durant, stationed at the right 45-degree angle. Durant received the ball and faced Thomas, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly pulling up for a jumper. It was good. 95-97. Rose, in the backcourt, slowly brought the ball up, and even from a distance, Lin Zuo could hear Rose's labored breaths amidst the raucous atmosphere. It seemed his stamina was waning. Rose faced Westbrook and suddenly accelerated, but Westbrook shadowed him closely. Rose couldn't shake him off, feeling exhausted. Reluctantly, he passed to the right corner where Thomas stood. Thomas received the ball and immediately dropped it to Noah, who was poised to go solo. Clap, clap, clap. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, remarkably synchronized, as Noah faced off against Jordan. At that moment, the spectators likely wondered how these two offensively challenged yet defensively formidable players would fare against each other. Noah, with his back to Jordan, began to nudge twice, and then executed a hook shot. He made a bridge shot. Ha ha ha. He certainly did not disappoint the audience, bringing laughter once more. Jordan secured the rebound and quickly passed to Westbrook, who rushed the ball up, only for Jordan to shake his finger at Noah, implying, "You can't do it." With just 1 minute remaining in the game, Westbrook took the ball and rapidly advanced. As he reached the arc's three-point line, he leapt for a jumper. Clang. It hit the iron. Rose grabbed the defensive rebound and accelerated towards the paint, leaping for a reverse layup. The ball circled the rim and fell out. But Jordan quickly secured the rebound and passed to Westbrook. Westbrook advanced swiftly, distributing to Durant. Durant, at the arc, launched a three-pointer. It was good. The score flipped to 98-97. Wow, what a clutch performance. Durant proved his mettle as a second overall pick. The commentators were electrified, with just 27 seconds remaining. Will the Bulls strike decisively, or will they succumb to defeat? Another commentator fervently rallied the audience. Beep. The Bulls inbound the ball. Rose received it and dribbled to the top of the arc, managing the clock. With only 10 seconds left, he surged forward. Rose broke into the paint. He jumped, soaring above two defenders. A reverse layup. It was good. 98-99. Wow, this game is exhilarating. It's truly a battle of titans. Could this be the game winner? The two commentators could no longer remain composed, their excitement palpable as they reflected on Ross's remarkable performance, which had left them utterly astounded. With only 5 seconds remaining in the match, the Thunder called for a timeout. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. In moments of crisis, establishing a strategy is paramount for turning the tide. Ding. Execute a game-winning play and earn 15 legendary coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Zuo promptly retrieved the tactical board. Sketching fervently as he instructed, Durant, drive to the free throw line and make your attack. Westbrook, Dragic, and Green, position yourselves at the left and right corners, as well as the left 45-degree angle. Ibaka will inbound the ball. Let's go. 5 seconds is ample time. He had chosen players with unwavering nerves, leaving no room for concern. As the game resumed, the Thunder initiated the play. Durant received the ball and surged toward the free throw line, only to be met by 3 defenders. He swiftly passed to Green, who took a mid-range shot. Would it go in? The commentators and the audience alike rose to their feet. Clang. A miss. The game was nearing its conclusion, and the commentators sighed while Lin Zuo stood in speechless disbelief, bracing for ridicule. But at that very moment, Ibaka charged into the paint and deftly deflected the ball. Westbrook seized it from behind, dribbling to the left corner beyond the three-point line. Attempting to pass to Durant, he found himself surrounded. He shot. Westbrook executed a step-back three-pointer. The red light illuminated. The ball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. It was good, and the score was confirmed, 101-99. Oh! The commentators erupted with enthusiasm. The audience went wild. The Thunder players celebrated exuberantly. The assistant coaches of the Thunder were beside themselves with joy. Even Lin Zuo was elated, having initially thought the 15 legendary coins would slip away. but instead, a miraculous shot had materialized. The Thunder's bench players rushed onto the court, and the players embraced Westbrook. The entire Thunder team reveled in the ecstasy of victory. The audience continued to applaud in admiration. This day belonged to the Thunder. Chapter 17, to be continued. I will post 3 chapters tomorrow as I have other commitments today and returned home too late to write more than 1 chapter. I hope for your understanding. I will catch up tomorrow. Chapter 18, a new objective. As the raucous celebration subsided, the Thunder players were ushered to the center of the court. Presti stood at the forefront, flanked by Westbrook and Durant. The initiator of the Summer League stepped onto the stage and proclaimed, "Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder for winning the 2008 Las Vegas Summer League Championship. Additionally, congratulations to Kevin Durant for being named the 2008 Summer League MVP, and to Russell Westbrook for receiving the Finals MVP award." Applause erupted. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, as the crowd expressed admiration and respect for the remarkable performances of these 2 individuals in the Summer League. They are 2 promising stars on the rise. Throughout the series, Durant averaged 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Westbrook averaged 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists, officially placing the Thunder's duo under the spotlight. The Summer League director presented the trophy to Presti, who recalled the exhilaration he felt when he had previously watched players lift the trophy on television. Although he did not fully comprehend the significance at the time, he understood it represented honor and validation for the team. Today, as the general manager and head coach, lifting the trophy filled him with an overwhelming sense of pride, prompting an urge to roar with elation. At that moment, a microphone was thrust into his vicinity, and a reporter inquired, "Presti, winning the Summer League championship marks a promising beginning. When can we expect you to hoist the O'Brien Trophy?" As excitement coursed through him, he felt compelled to express his joy and initially intended to declare that a championship would be claimed within a few years. However, what escaped his lips was, within 3 years, Oklahoma City will undoubtedly secure its own O'Brien Trophy. As those words left Presti's mouth, 2 thoughts flashed in his mind. He remembered that the 2008 NBA championship was claimed by the newly formed Big Three of the Celtics, while the 2009 and 2010 titles were won by the peak-performing Lakers led by Kobe Bryant. To capture a championship within 3 years meant they would have to wrest one away from these 2 formidable teams, a daunting task indeed. The 2008 season was out of the question. Expecting a team of rookies to clinch the championship was sheer folly, especially as he intended to lose games to secure James Harden. Even with Harden in the 2009 season, the chances remained slim, although Harden would eventually become an MVP. That was after nearly a decade in the league. Relying on a rookie version of him was utterly unrealistic. Thus, the focus shifted to the 2010 season. By then, Westbrook, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Jeff Green, and Batum would have 3 seasons of experience under their belts, and Durant would have 4. Adding a seasoned Harden, combined with strategic system support during critical moments, might indeed present an opportunity to triumph. Ding! The system made its appearance once more. The more people doubt you and mock you, the sweeter your victory will be when you capture the 2010 championship. Let those who disparage you fall silent. Securing the 2010 NBA championship would reward him with 100 legendary coins. Upon hearing the system's directive, Presti's confidence blossomed. The notion that he needed more critics and detractors fueled his resolve. With renewed determination, he boldly proclaimed, to be precise, "I will secure the NBA championship in the 2010 season. Moreover, we will enter the playoffs as the top seed in the regular season." At this moment, the Summer League director believed it was time for him to grasp the reality, retorting, "Do you genuinely think you can break through the Western Conference? Can you defeat the Los Angeles Lakers led by Kobe Bryant? Furthermore, are you aware that the core roster of the Celtics, which clinched the championship, has not only been retained but also reinforced? Even if you manage to emerge from the West, do you believe you can conquer the Celtics? I am far more informed than you. I even know that the Celtics did not advance past the Eastern Conference in 2009. Although he thought this in his mind, Presti replied audibly, "Oh, is that so? But what does that have to do with me or our team? I have stated that we will win the NBA championship in the 2010 season, implying that we will triumph over every team." The audience, who had been applauding the Thunder, abruptly fell silent. It was an audacious statement. Presti was excessively arrogant. Not only in 2010, but even in 2011 and 2012, you are still rookies. Rookies winning a championship? Have you consulted our main team? Instantly, boos erupted from the stands. Upon hearing this, the Summer League director hurriedly took the microphone away from Presti, fearing further outrageous remarks. He was genuinely bewildered as to how the Thunder had appointed such a general manager, who even aspired to coach. The microphone was then brought to Durant, who was asked, "Kevin, having secured the Summer League MVP, do you have anything to say?" Durant grasped the Summer League trophy tightly and replied, "I am immensely grateful to Coach Presti for his guidance, which has allowed me to progress so rapidly in such a short time. I also aspire to earn the regular season MVP and, one day in June, hoist the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Thank you." At this moment, applause began anew from the audience. The Summer League director then shifted the microphone to Westbrook and inquired, "So, Westbrook, having obtained the finals MVP, what would you like to say?" Westbrook pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "I will do everything in my power to fulfill what Coach Presti has articulated." After a brief pause, he added, "Thank you, Presti, for selecting me with the 4th pick in the draft." Upon hearing the words of Durant and Westbrook, Presti felt a warm glow within. Reassuring himself that the Oklahoma City Thunder would undoubtedly ascend to become a dynasty in the NBA. As the awards ceremony finally concluded, the Thunder players swiftly returned to the locker room to celebrate, each one joyfully lifting the trophy for a commemorative photograph. Presti observed the players, their faces aglow with joy, and quietly exited the locker room, commencing his meticulous planning for the forthcoming off-season trades, ensuring that the team would operate according to his vision once the season commenced. First and foremost, the 2007 and 2008 draftees, Durant, Westbrook, Jeff Green, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Batum, and Dragic were unequivocally untouchable. Ibaka, in particular, was destined to return to a European club for a year, honing his skills, while the others had evidently improved significantly under his guidance and through the Summer League. Notably, Durant, having already participated in a full season of regular play, had established himself firmly among the elite. Given such a roster, achieving poor results seemed virtually impossible. However, he could not articulate this directly, as these players, newly inducted into the league, were brimming with ambition. Thus, it was imperative for his team to acquire some players adept at embracing mediocrity. At this moment, the names Sharif Abdur-Rahim, Elton Brand, and Baron Davis surfaced in Presti's mind. Chapter 19. Securing the Masters of Mediocrity. Sharif Abdur-Rahim, the 3rd overall pick in 1996, was once an all-star power forward. Alas, injuries curtailed his professional career. Yet, even in good health, he epitomized the archetype of offensive prowess coupled with defensive frailty, possessing abysmal shot-blocking abilities and sluggish lateral movement. The mere thought of such a power forward in critical moments conjured an image that was simply exquisite. However, in his previous life, Rahim announced his retirement during the 2008 season, which raises the question of how to sign him. Elton Brand, another player who faced a decline in his NBA win rate due to injuries, had also been selected for 2 All-Star games and earned All-NBA honors. I recall that in the 2008 season, he opted out of his contract with the Clippers and signed a 5-year, $80 million deal with the 76ers. Convincing someone to take on such a hefty contract for a player in decline is a formidable challenge, and thus, it was deemed prudent to forego this pursuit. Baron Davis, having recently accomplished the stunning upset in the playoffs, would be a compelling addition. It is certain that both Westbrook and Dragic would respect him. In his previous life, Baron Davis also opted out of his contract in the 2008 season to re-sign with the Clippers, but his performance significantly deteriorated thereafter, particularly during the 2008 to 2009 season, where his shooting percentage as a guard plummeted to a mere 37%. Notably, he had a penchant for clutch performances, often thriving in crucial moments. With 2 players of such caliber on the roster, it would indeed be a challenge for opponents to secure a victory against us. If these 2 players could be signed, the Thunder's roster would already include Westbrook, Durant, Jeff Green, DeAndre Jordan, Dragic, Batum, Ibaka, Mason, Robert Swift, Johan Petro, Earl Watson, Damian Wilkins, Nick Collison, Rahim, and Baron Davis. As for the trade between the Thunder and the Bulls that involved sending a first-round pick for Sefolosha, that was not a course of action he intended to pursue. Although Sefolosha proved instrumental in the Thunder's run to the finals in 2012, he held a firm belief in Batum's potential being equal, if not superior, and still retained a first-round pick. In his previous life, that pick turned out to be the 16th overall selection, which could have landed formidable talents such as Drew Holiday or James Johnson. Having contemplated these matters, Presti promptly instructed his assistant to book a flight to Sacramento for the following day, believing it would be more effective to persuade a veteran contemplating retirement in person. Presti intended for his assistant to initiate discussions with Baron Davis, and, once the situation with Raheem was settled, he would then take the lead. With a clearer mindset, Presti stepped into the locker room to celebrate with the players. The next day, Presti boarded a flight to Sacramento. On the plane, he stifled a yawn while reflecting on the surprised expressions of his players from the previous night. Shaking his head in resignation, he understood their astonishment. After all, he was typically clad in a suit and tie, and they would hardly expect their general manager to exhibit such a wild side. Regaining his focus, he recalled that prior to boarding the plane, he had already spoken with Raheem, whose tone suggested excitement at receiving his call. With this in mind, he felt optimistic about the discussions ahead. Several hours later, upon arriving in Sacramento, Presti was pleasantly surprised to find Raheem waiting to greet him at the airport. "Hello, Presti. Welcome to Sacramento," Raheem exclaimed as he rushed over for a warm embrace. "Hello, Raheem. It's a pleasure to see you," Presti responded to Raheem's enthusiastic welcome. "Have you booked a hotel? If not, you are welcome to stay at my home," Raheem offered. "No need for formalities. I have many matters to attend to with the team, and I'm here primarily for you," Presti replied earnestly. He continued with sincerity, "Raheem, I have always held a deep appreciation for your talent. Though often labeled as a bust being the third pick of the illustrious 1996 draft class, I do not share that sentiment. You simply require the right team to showcase your abilities, and the Thunder is that team for you." "Thank you," Raheem said, visibly taken aback by the compliments from a general manager after enduring a significant injury. He wanted to accept the offer wholeheartedly, but recalling his physical condition, he sighed helplessly. "Thank you, Presti, for offering me an opportunity despite my disappointing performance over the past few seasons. However, I am acutely aware of my physical limitations, and I do not wish to hinder your team." With a chuckle, Presti listened to Raheem's words before leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "Trust me, joining the Thunder will allow you to showcase your true potential. Your injuries are of little consequence to me." Upon hearing this, Raheem gazed at Presti with a look of bewilderment. An injury to a basketball player's knee can be utterly debilitating, yet here was Presti dismissing it as inconsequential. In retrospect, the previous outlandish remarks seemed trivial, revealing that this general manager may indeed have a few screws loose. Upon perceiving the gaze of Raheem, Presti discerned the unspoken thoughts swirling within his mind. Without hesitation, he gently clasped Raheem's shoulder and declared, "Come, let us head to the nearest gym." Raheem contemplated declining the invitation but, realizing the effort his companion had made to seek him out from afar, acquiesced and guided Presti to the closest facility. Upon arrival, Presti promptly accessed the system's marketplace, expending 10 legendary tokens to procure an item that would allow him to be free from any physical ailments for a duration of 1 to 10 minutes, albeit with the limitation of being usable only once per day. Upon experiencing the product, Presti immediately addressed Raheem, saying, "Raheem, if you sit on the ground, I shall press your knee, and I can guarantee that within 5 minutes, you will fear no confrontation." He refrained from stating 10 minutes, as he intended to provide him with the option of exceeding 5 minutes during the regular season, allowing him to feel invigorated until the critical moment when the effect would inevitably fade, thus aiding the opposing team in winning the match. The mere thought of this made Presti chuckle softly. Although Raheem found Presti's demeanor somewhat eccentric, he did not refuse. Presti squatted before Raheem, his hands firmly pressing against Raheem's knee. Instantly, Raheem felt a warm current coursing through his knee. His astonishment evident as he gazed at Presti. Was it possible that his words held truth? After a brief moment, Presti rose and instructed, "Stand up and give it a try." In reality, a mere touch would suffice, but the extraordinary nature of the situation necessitated a semblance of traditional Chinese therapeutic techniques. Upon hearing that it was permissible, Raheem promptly stood up, and the moment he did, he felt as if his knee had regained the vitality of his youth. In sheer delight, he turned to Presti and pointed towards the basketball court. Presti nodded in agreement. Raheem immediately dashed onto the court, borrowed a ball from someone, and surged into the paint to execute a one-handed dunk. Raheem roared, overwhelmed by a sensation long absent from his life. He would willingly trade everything, aside from his family, for even a fleeting 5 seconds of that exhilarating feeling. Once his roar subsided, he rushed to Presti, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Presti. I am willing to join the Thunder, no matter the offer, as long as I can play." "Well then, let us start with a 1-year minimum contract, and remember, don't let anyone else know about this," Presti said with a smile as he patted Raheem's arm. Raheem nodded resolutely. Why would he share this? With so many players suffering injuries, he wasn't foolish enough to disclose it. Having resolved Raheem's situation, the focus shifted to Baron Davis. His assistant had just called, reporting that Davis was dissatisfied with the contract duration offered. Clearly, Presti would need to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 20. A team of one's own in the NBA. As Sacramento and Oakland are both situated in California, Presti swiftly arrived in Oakland. Prior to his arrival, he had scheduled negotiations with Baron Davis for that day. Once the free agency market opened, Davis had opted out of his contract. To Presti's knowledge, Davis had already met with several team managers, including those from the Clippers, with whom he had previously signed, but had yet to finalize any agreements, likely seeking to gauge the sincerity of offers. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, Presti made a beeline for the designated hotel. His assistant, who had arrived slightly earlier in Oakland, informed him that Davis was already present. At the hotel, Presti encountered Baron Davis, the point guard who had recently orchestrated the miraculous upset during the playoffs. "Hello, Presti. Your strategies during the Summer League were quite impressive," Davis exclaimed, extending his hand joyfully upon meeting Presti. "Aha, thank you. Your miraculous upset was even more remarkable," Presti replied, grasping his hand in return. "Shall we commence?" Davis gestured toward the conference table. Absolutely, Presti and his assistant took their seats at the table, initiating the negotiations. Davis. As you can see, the Oklahoma City Thunder is a brand new team, brimming with talented players. We sincerely hope you will join us to forge a new chapter in our franchise's history, Presti began earnestly. Indeed, I witnessed your team's outstanding performance during the Summer League. I acknowledge that you possess many talented players, which is certainly enticing. However, this is not the sole factor in my decision-making, Davis reflected before adding, I am about to get engaged and will soon have a family to consider. He shrugged and gestured, indicating his meaning was understood. I recall that in your past life, you only got engaged in 2013, didn't you? The woman seems to be the sister of the female lead from Fast and Furious 6. Is my butterfly effect at play once again? Though I silently grumbled about it. I replied, is that so? Congratulations then. I continued, we will present you with a satisfactory contract. At that moment, I could distinctly sense Davis's interest peaking. His agent directly inquired, what are the specifics? You know, the Clippers offered me a 5-year, $65 million contract. At that instant, Presti was inwardly cursing the Clippers executives for their foolishness. No wonder they have been struggling for so many years. He recalled that later on, the Clippers had even included an unprotected first-round pick to facilitate Davis's departure. We intend to offer you a 3-year contract. Upon hearing the mention of 2 years, Davis's expression darkened immediately, and he stood up, preparing to leave. Presti quickly interjected, wait, let me finish. The total salary for this 3-year contract would be $45 million. Upon hearing this, Davis's demeanor improved slightly as he remarked, I value a longer contract more than the salary. If the Thunder cannot offer 5 years, then so be it. Well, it seems I must sign Baron Davis. If a long contract is what he desires, then a long contract it shall be. I will utilize the system to ensure Baron Davis achieves a 100 shooting percentage in the final quarter, leading to a series of victories at the season's end, after which I can trade him away. While the Clippers are willing to provide you with a long-term deal, I doubt they can guarantee you a tactical position. You will be the primary offensive core with the Thunder, Presti stated coolly. Initially hesitant, upon hearing the term primary tactical core, Baron Davis immediately responded, all right, I agree. Presti rose to his feet, extending his hand with a smile as he said, here's to wishing our season a successful outcome. Though internally he lamented that achieving such success would not require such arduous negotiations for his signing. Upon exiting the hotel, Presti pinched his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. Being a general manager truly was an exceedingly tiring endeavor, particularly when faced with situations like the one he had just encountered. Were it not for his system, which provided him with methods to artificially enhance a player's shooting percentage by the season's end, signing this contract could lead to a dire situation once the regular season commenced, transforming it into a thoroughly dreadful contract devoid of any trade value and irrevocably locking the team's resources for years. He suddenly contemplated the immense pressure and burdens borne by a general manager and coach, which were hardly less than those experienced by the players. Yet, his salary barely reached that of a mid-level NBA player. Alas, such sacrifices were made in pursuit of the ideal of becoming a legendary manager. Ding! The voice of the system resonated once more. As one who aspires to achieve legendary status, how can you not possess your own team? Acquire an NBA team within 5 years to earn 500 legendary coins. Fail to do so within 8 years, and you will lose 500 legendary coins. Strive diligently, host. Just moments ago, overwhelmed with fatigue, Presti felt an overwhelming surge of frustration at the system's words. Do you have any idea how much an NBA team costs? The cheapest ones are worth hundreds of millions. My current salary is merely $1.5 million. I could never afford it in this lifetime. By the end, Presti's voice had risen dramatically. System, come forth. I refuse to accept this task. I should have the right to decline. Yet, no matter how fervently Presti protested, the system remained silent. Sigh. Is there any entity more burdensome than this system? Presti chuckled bitterly, realizing he had no choice but to contemplate ways to generate income. Despite the system's constant challenges, he reasoned that without it, the emergence of a butterfly effect could lead to the signing of formerly exceptional players who might perform poorly under his management. Let us return to the hotel and ponder how to accrue wealth. After all, I am someone who has traversed time. I should reflect on profitable ventures from 2008. He mused as he rode back to his luxurious hotel. Lying on his bed, Presti pondered how to amass wealth swiftly. Stocks? He had no expertise there. Pass. World-altering inventions? Nothing came to mind. Real estate? This was not China. Left with no fruitful ideas, Presti continued to ruminate. Presti switched on the television, seeking a moment of relaxation to gather his thoughts. As he watched the film playing on the screen, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Indeed, films, he could pen the scripts of the box office hits from his previous life and sell them. Moreover, he could establish a gaming company, beginning with the creation of League of Legends. With these ideas crystallized, Presti promptly leapt from his bed, reminiscing about the renowned films of his past existence. The Hangover was the first to come to mind. This 2009 cinematic sensation grossed an impressive $260 million. Furthermore, The Hangover Part 2 shattered the North American box office record in 2011. With these thoughts in mind, Presti meticulously transcribed the details of both films from memory. Upon completing his task, he realized dawn had broken. Without hesitation, he rose and headed towards the distribution companies of those two films. Chapter 21. The off-season ends. Presti emerged from Warner Brothers, exhaling deeply. When the other party opened his script, there was no hesitation. They intended to secure the rights immediately. Presti was well aware of the eventual box office returns for the two films, and thus, he could not acquiesce. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement. The films were to be released by 2010. With Presti set to receive 50% of the profits if the box office exceeded $500 million, and merely 10% if it fell short. He reflected on the gaze of the other party when they heard the figure surpass $500 million, shaking his head, eager to witness their expressions upon the film's release. It seemed that before 2011, there should be nearly $300 million, yet it still felt insufficient. He recalled that the New Orleans Pelicans were sold for $338 million in 2012. Suddenly, it struck him. He could engage in sports betting. With less than 2 years remaining before the 2010 World Cup, would there be any fear of insufficient funds? As for the League of Legends proposal, Presti promptly dismissed it, recalling that Riot Games was established in 2006 and began fundraising in 2008. Although he recognized that the game would become immensely popular, he simply did not possess the necessary funds at the moment, forcing him to forego the opportunity. Finally, the most pressing issue on his mind had been resolved, allowing him to relax. In his previous life, apart from Oklahoma, the place he yearned to visit most was California, and this opportunity would afford him the chance to explore. As Presti pondered these thoughts, a youthful yet enchanting voice interrupted his reverie. He looked up to see a figure of exotic beauty standing before him, and for a moment, he struggled to recall who she was. Presti, is it? The girl, adorned with a captivating smile, extended her hand. Oh, it dawned on him. She appeared familiar. Wasn't she the dream girl of countless NBA fans in the future, the daughter of the King's owner, Anjali? Hello, may I ask who you are? Presti inquired, though he already knew the answer, as Anjali had not yet entered the public eye at this time. I am Anjali, a close friend of Mallory. She replied with a warm smile. Apologies, but I am not familiar with the response of Mallory Prest. Is Anjali charming? Undoubtedly, she is, yet at this moment, Prest seems disinterested in matters of romance. The most significant observation is that this enchanting beauty appears to be merely 20, while her physique suggests she has experienced 35 years of life. Anjali, upon hearing Prest's words, smiled even more alluringly, remarking, You truly are as dull as Mallory described. Very well, Prest. Allow me to reintroduce myself. With that, she extended her hand towards Prest, smiling as she said, Hello, I am Anjali. It is a pleasure to meet you. At this juncture, refusing her would be rather ungentlemanly. Prest reached out his hand, responding, I am Prest. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. What brings you to the entrance of Warner? I have friends here. Is there anything you require assistance with? No, thank you, Prest replied, preparing to depart. However, Anjali grasped Prest's arm and continued to smile, stating, Then allow me to show you around California. Prest was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend Anjali's intentions and, unable to contain himself, bluntly inquired, Princess of Kings, what do you truly want? I am quite busy. The moment the words escaped his lips, Prest regretted his candor, realizing he had been entangled by her persistence, and his irritation had led to his outburst. Anjali, upon hearing Prest's remarks, widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, You know me? Has Mallory spoken of you? No, that cannot be. Suddenly struck by a thought, Anjali mischievously declared, Oh, so you have been secretly investigating me, Presti, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, No, I have no interest in someone as young as you. Am I really that young? Anjali chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits, and continued, Come on, let's go play. If you refuse, I shall inform my father that the Thunder's general manager, who has recently been seeking media attention, is secretly investigating me with ulterior motives. I have matters to attend to. Presti shrugged. No way, Anjali retorted, brandishing her phone before Presti's eyes. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall call right now. Fine, I will go, Presti conceded, defeated by Anjali's insistence. Thus, under Anjali's pressure, Presti found himself exploring all the attractions of California alongside her. During their days of shared adventures, the bond between Presti and Anjali blossomed rapidly. Although they had not yet reached the status of a romantic couple, a mutual affection had undeniably begun to develop. On Anacapa Island, Presti and Anjali perched on a cliff by the sea, scanning the waters for seals and sea lions. Hey, Presti, why did you tell Mallory that you had a family? Anjali turned to him, curiosity etched on her face. Can I say I thought I had a family? Who knew the butterfly effect would erase that? Presti chuckled. I figured the Bucks owner's daughter was merely inviting me to work with their team. So I had to say something to dissuade her. How did you know she was the Bucks owner's daughter? Anjali asked, her expression puzzled. Presti sighed inwardly, realizing he had dug himself into a hole. Of course I knew. I met her at a party before, he chuckled. As Presti was preparing to respond to Anjali's inquiry, he swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, What was your purpose for visiting Warner the other day? Were you seeking a role for a friend? By the way, I have another question for you. Why did you decide to sign Raheem? Just last month, we were discussing whether he should join the coaching staff. And now he can hardly play anymore. He chuckled. I suggested he could, and he might just prove me right. Let's see what the new season holds. A confident smile graced Prestidi's face. Anjali regarded Prestidi thoughtfully. She recalled her initial impression of him, watching on television as he made audacious claims about selecting only all-stars. She had presumed him a mere buffoon, yet the rookie showcased extraordinary talent during the summer league. When he declared himself head coach, she found him utterly presumptuous. Yet he led the summer league to victory, particularly the memorable comeback where they turned a 23-point deficit into triumph. As she listened to her friend Mallory recount their conversation that day, her interest in Prestidi unexpectedly piqued, leading to their serendipitous encounter. Spending time with him revealed a different side. She discovered he was not one to boast without merit, but rather a man of considerable confidence. What are you staring at? Lost in thought, Prestidi waved his hand playfully in front of her. Your confident smile is rather captivating, Anjali admitted with a smile. When have I ever been anything but charming? Prestidi responded, having relaxed considerably, his psychological age merely 28. How about coming to work for the Kings? Aside from the owner's position, you can choose any role, as you wield the power of appointment and dismissal. We will cover the Thunder's buyout. Initially, Prestidi hesitated to engage with Anjali, primarily because she was the daughter of the King's owner. He feared that should their relationship deepen, she might request he join the Kings, which would jeopardize his ambitions to transform the Thunder into a powerhouse. However, he found himself genuinely fond of Anjali, making it difficult to decline outright. He replied, I promised the Thunder I would secure 3 championships for them. Once I achieve that, I will consider your offer. For now, my sole focus is on elevating the Thunder to greatness. Upon hearing Prestidi's words, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Anjali's face, yet she responded, All right. This is your promise to me. Once you win 3 championships, you will come to the Kings. Without allowing Presti further opportunity to explain, Anjali stood up and tugged at him, saying, "Let us head to the next island." As the off-season drew to a close, just as Presti and Anjali were on the verge of breaking through their barriers, the Thunder's phone call arrived. Media day is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Presti hung up the phone and gazed at Anjali, pulling her close as he softly murmured in her ear, "Be my girlfriend." Without a hint of hesitation, Anjali vigorously nodded in agreement. Presti released her and looked deeply into her eyes. Anjali then closed her eyes in response as Presti slowly leaned in to kiss her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted and Presti gently said, "Let us go. Let us indulge in another day of madness." Chapter 22. Media day the following day. Presti boarded a flight back to Oklahoma, rubbing his temples. The past few days spent with Anjali had been exhilarating, especially after they had shattered the boundaries of their relationship yesterday, leaving nothing to hold back. He anticipated a reprimand upon his return, especially since Media Day had not been orchestrated by him, the general manager, but rather required notification from the owner. He pondered how to explain the situation. A few hours later, after landing, Presti hurried to the Thunder's office. As he stepped into the workspace, an assistant rushed over and said, "The boss is quite upset at the moment." Presti patted the assistant on the shoulder reassuringly. "It's nothing to worry about." Presti gently rapped on his boss's door before slowly pushing it open. Upon catching sight of his boss's furious expression, he smiled and remarked, "Boss, it's been a while since the off-season, and you appear even more dashing. Spare me the flattery. Tomorrow is Media Day. And do I really need to remind you to return? Who is in charge here?" Clayton's ire escalated as he spoke, ultimately rising from his seat and repeatedly pounding his hand on the table. Calm down, Presti replied, maintaining his smile. "In fact, I have been diligently studying the roster for the upcoming season in the direction of the team's development." "Oh, what have you discovered? Have you merely analyzed the soon-to-be retired Raheem and the aging Davis?" "I won't even mention Raheem. A minimum salary is inconsequential. But you actually awarded Davis a 5-year, $65 million contract. Are you out of your mind?" Clayton felt as though he was on the brink of an explosion. Presti retracted his smile, his expression turning exceedingly serious. The boss was genuinely angry, and he felt compelled to say something. Presti closed the door and took a seat opposite Clayton, gazing at him earnestly. "The reason I proclaimed we would secure a championship within 3 years during the Summer League is due to my convictions. I have discovered a prodigy who will be a pivotal contributor to our success." He continued, "I signed these 2 individuals with the intention of embracing a rebuilding phase, as I require high draft picks. The team consists entirely of rookies who are neither inclined nor willing to languish in mediocrity, and as their coach and manager, I cannot vocalize this. Hence, the necessity of signing these 2. Clayton, witnessing Presti's serious demeanor for the first time since that draft meeting, felt a significant portion of his frustration dissipate. He sat down, somewhat skeptical, and inquired, "A prodigy? Which university does he hail from, and what is his name?" "Oh, that's a secret. I assure you, it will be a revelation," Presti replied, sensing Clayton's irritation had lessened and swiftly adopting a more relaxed expression. Clayton, with a hint of resignation, responded, "Even if you seek high draft picks, there's no need to sign Davis. That's a 5-year contract that could become a burden. Rest assured, I will ensure he is traded by the end of this season," Presti asserted confidently. Observing Presti's unwavering confidence, Clayton could only retort, "Do as you please. However, I do not demand a championship in 3 years. Simply making the playoffs would suffice, or I will struggle to justify things to the shareholders. You underestimate me. Just wait and see," Presti declared before swiftly exiting the office. The next day, Presti arrived at the arena early. Typically, a general manager might forego attendance at Media Day. But as he also held the position of head coach, his presence was essential. He had anticipated being the first to arrive, only to discover that players and assistant coaches were already gathered at the venue. Upon seeing Presti, the players immediately approached him, eager to greet him. Although several of them were unfamiliar to him, he had come to know them through the television broadcast of his previous life. Before engaging in leisure activities, Presti assigned 7 training tasks to the rookies, who subsequently reported their training outcomes. Presti nodded in satisfaction upon hearing their accounts. After they finished, he patted the arms of the other players and remarked, "Let's give our all in the new season." Shortly thereafter, reporters arrived at the arena, eagerly flocking towards Presti upon catching sight of him. Typically, journalists gravitate towards interviewing prominent stars. However, aside from the newly acquired Baron Davis, the Thunder currently lack recognizable talent. Even if there were marquee names, the fervor surrounding interviews would likely pale in comparison to that of Presti, the ever-captivating general manager. Though he was prepared for the attention, Presti couldn't help but internally lament as he beheld the throng of reporters. On media day, players and coaches are prohibited from declining interviews and must respond to questions posed by journalists. Thus, when surrounded by reporters this time, Presti refrained from addressing each individual separately. A bespectacled reporter was the first to pose a question. "Hello, Presti. What are the Oklahoma City Thunder's objectives for the upcoming season?" Presti smiled and remarked that the objective for the new season is for the rookies to develop swiftly and for the veterans to showcase their value. The journalist, clearly unsatisfied with Presti's response, then inquired about the number of victories anticipated for the upcoming season, the expected ranking in the Western Conference, and the likelihood of making it to the playoffs. Presti scratched his head, pondering the inevitable question that had resurfaced. Should he respond with a countdown? Or perhaps surrender? Wouldn't that tarnish his reputation? Although, truth be told, the regular season had its own share of setbacks as well. Presti pretended to ponder for a moment before finally replying. "The question you just asked contains too many elements for me to remember." Presti, noticing the reporter whose face had turned crimson, hastily pointed to a journalist at the back and inquired, "What did this reporter just ask?" The pointed journalist was momentarily taken aback, as he had not posed a question. Rather, he had been attentively listening to Presti's response to the previous inquiry. However, since he had been singled out, he felt compelled to speak up. In truth, he had intended to ask a similar question to that of the earlier reporter, yet he pondered whether doing so now might diminish his own standing. Seizing the moment, the journalist posed the following question. Might we interpret the recent 5-year, $65 million contract signed with Davis, who has just achieved the remarkable black 8 feet, as an indication that your team is poised to enter the playoffs this season and dominate the competition? Presti felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. Did they truly wish to hear him boast? Nevertheless, he smiled and remarked, "Upon witnessing Davis's remarkable performance in the playoffs, I doubt any team would decline to sign him. And we are no exception." Before he could finish, another question arose regarding their confidence in reaching the playoffs. Presti promptly interjected, observing the reporter's impatience. "Go ahead and ask," he encouraged, silently thinking to himself how they were trying to entrap him. The perplexed reporter, still dazed, inquired, "Did you sign Raheem, a player nearing retirement, to serve as a mentor for the rookies?" Presti replied earnestly, "That is one consideration, but most importantly, we signed him to be a starter." Wow, did I hear that correctly? Raheem can barely jump these days. Starting? The audacity of Presti's thoughts seemed extraordinary. This revelation finally provided the reporters with a topic to seize upon, and they began to bombard him with questions about Raheem. As the afternoon approached, the reporters eventually retreated, their expressions reflecting dissatisfaction. Each time a critical question was posed, Presti either interrupted to shift to another subject or feigned forgetfulness, ultimately claiming a sore throat. Well, they finally departed. Tomorrow, the training camp commences, which will serve as a perfect opportunity to assess the results of the rookies' off-season training, Presti mused to himself. Chapter 23, Intra-Team Scrimmage, Part 1. The following day marked the official start of training camp. Inside the gym, players diligently engaged in their training, although Presti sat nearby observing. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of a tumultuous upcoming season, feeling an unsettling sense of something amiss. Never mind, I'll adjust based on the game situations, he decided. Gazing at his watch, he gradually rose and walked to the center of the court, gathering the players and assistant coaches who were in the midst of their drills. Our training camp will span 23 days, culminating in an inter-squad scrimmage on the penultimate day. I expect everyone to train earnestly and diligently. On the day of the scrimmage, I will evaluate your performances to determine the starting lineup, as well as the second and third units. Presti paused momentarily before continuing. Today, we shall commence with an inter-squad scrimmage, lasting 2 quarters. The assistant coach will lead you. The red team will consist of last year's and this year's rookies under Chicks, while the remaining players will form the blue team under Calamian. The match will commence in 10 minutes. After delivering his remarks, he returned to his previous seat. Eagerly anticipating the onset of the game, he intended to closely observe the training outcomes of these rookies and analyze how to play aesthetically, ensuring that even in defeat, the players would retain confidence for future encounters. 10 minutes later, the game officially began. The red team's starting lineup included Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Jeff Green, and DeAndre Jordan. As for Ibaka, following the conclusion of the Summer League, Presti had arranged for him to train in the European League for a year, akin to his previous experience. The blue team starting lineup featured Baron Davis, DeAndre Jordan, Damian Wilkins, Raheem, and Nick Collison. The basketball was tossed into the air, signaling the commencement of the match. DeAndre Jordan leapt high, tipping the ball towards the Thunder's side, where Westbrook seized it and initiated the Thunder's offense. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook swiftly propelled it forward, his speed overwhelming as the blue team had yet to fully regroup. Seizing the moment while the blue team was unsteady, Westbrook charged into the paint and executed a thunderous dunk. The score was 2-0. Baron Davis, in possession of the ball, gradually advanced to the front court, calling for a pick-and-roll. Collison stepped forward to provide a screen, and Davis accelerated towards the basket. At this point, Davis had just garnered fame for his miraculous performance in the 8th seed. And as he approached the free throw line, the red team immediately initiated a double team. In the instant that Durant collapsed inward, Davis passed the ball to Wilkins in the corner. Wilkins received the pass and, facing a defender just a meter away, executed a jump shot. The ball traced a perfect arc, swishing through the net, 2-3 in favor of the red team. Westbrook brought the ball back, handing it off to Durant. Facing Wilkins, Durant skillfully maneuvered with a series of between-the-leg dribbles before suddenly accelerating and changing direction towards the basket. Raheem prepared to assist, but Durant executed a fadeaway jumper, and the ball went in. The score was now 4-3. Prior to the match, Presti had already administered systematic massage therapy to Raheem. However, his speed remained sluggish. Presti observed and chuckled, noting the defensive lapses. "I like it." Baron Davis dribbled to the top of the arc, beyond the three-point line, while Raheem reached out for the ball. Still stung from being scored upon moments ago, he felt compelled to redeem himself. Davis passed the ball to Raheem, who, upon receiving it, backed down against Green. Green was unable to withstand the pressure. Raheem squeezed into the paint and executed a hook shot, and the ball went in. As the game progressed, Westbrook continued to advance with the ball, passing it to Dragic. Dragic, faced with Mason, attempted a strong drive. However, Mason remained steadfast in his defensive position. Although his speed was no longer reminiscent of his youth, his strength was formidable, rendering Dragic's aggressive maneuver futile. Without hesitation, Dragic relayed the ball to Durant, who once again confronted Wilkins, who maintained close defensive pressure, opting to allow drives while denying perimeter shots. Durant, poised to execute a similar strategy, began a series of dribbles. But in a moment of misfortune, he lost possession as Wilkins deftly stripped the ball away. Wilkins swiftly nudged the ball forward, darting ahead of Durant to seize it, and immediately passed it to Davis. Upon receiving the ball, Davis accelerated forward. At the precise moment Durant was dispossessed, Westbrook and Jeff Green had already begun their retreat. Undeterred by the presence of two defenders, Davis skillfully maneuvered past Westbrook and, while contending with Green, executed a layup beneath the basket. The ball swished through the net, followed by the referee's whistle signaling a 2-1 opportunity. The score was now 4-7, prompting a timeout for the red team. Applause erupted as Presti could not contain his excitement. Davis's play exemplified his remarkable blend of power and speed, proving too much for the newly inducted Green and Westbrook. The whistle blew, resuming the game. Davis stepped to the free throw line and successfully converted his attempt, making the score 4-8. Westbrook took control of the ball once more, with Durant moving forward to set a screen. Upon observing the pick and roll, Presti immediately realized the opposition would prove formidable. The combination of Westbrook and Durant in this maneuver truly serves as a devastating weapon. Following the screen, Westbrook surged into the paint, while Durant swiftly maneuvered to the right, switching onto Wilkins. In an instant, Westbrook bypassed his defender and descended towards the basket, scoring to make it 6-8. Davis received the ball and dribbled to the left side at the 45-degree angle, unexpectedly launching a jumper. Remarkable. Presti silently acknowledged that Davis could no longer resist his aggressive style of play. It seemed the regular season held promise. Alas, the shot clanged off the rim. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound and promptly passed to Westbrook, who accelerated down the court, unopposed. Just as Westbrook prepared for a second burst of speed, Davis grasped him, committing a tactical foul. Following the foul, Davis approached a few teammates to discuss strategy as Westbrook prepared to inbound the ball. Dragic received the pass and dribbled to the top of the arc beyond the three-point line, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, without warning, he accelerated into the lane. Mason, caught off guard, was swiftly outmaneuvered by Dragic. He then penetrated the paint and lofted the ball into the air. DeAndre Jordan leaped, catching it mid-flight for an emphatic alley-oop. Bam! The ball thundered through the hoop, tying the score at 8-8. Beep! the blue team called for a timeout. It appeared these rookies had indeed not been idle during the offseason, their skills having improved slightly since the summer league. As the timeout concluded, play resumed. Davis continued to advance the ball for the blue team, directing it towards Raheem under the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Raheem was immediately double-teamed by Jordan. Realizing he was trapped, Raheem opted not to pass, instead backing down on Green, making a move. Jordan, with his long arms, attempted to disrupt and steal the ball. Raheem, maintaining possession, executed a series of spins, deftly maneuvering left and right until he created space. Jordan was left in his wake as Raheem rose up and delivered a thunderous dunk over him. Raheem roared in exhilaration. It felt exhilarating. It had been far too long since he experienced such a rush. Meanwhile, Jordan exhibited no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, he appeared quite pleased. When Presti brought in Raheem, he told him that if he could contain Raheem, he would possess the caliber of an all-star. While he was indeed double-teamed earlier, in the paint, he was primarily defended one-on-one. Raheem managed to create separation after 3 feints, demonstrating significant improvement. Presti could not help but murmur to himself, Raheem truly embodies the prowess of a former all-star power forward. His footwork in the paint is impeccable. Young Jordan's defensive experience, however, remains insufficient. He must mature swiftly. Although the red team is endowed with remarkable talent, they are still rookies. Moreover, Baron Davis, recognizing Raheem's formidable abilities, opted to share the ball with him. Consequently, by the end of the first half, the red team found themselves trailing the blue team with a score of 20-25. Chapter 24. Intra-team scrimmage, Part 2, due to the 2-quarter format. The intermission adhered to the standard halftime duration, allowing ample rest for the players. As the second half commenced, the blue team made strategic personnel adjustments. Raheem chose to exit the game after 3 minutes, with Nickerson stepping in for the power forward position and Johan Petro taking over as center. The red team substituted Biyombo for Jeff Green. The blue team initiated their offense, with Davis bringing the ball to the top of the arc. Collison moved in to set a screen, allowing Davis to penetrate. As the defense collapsed upon him, he swiftly passed to Collison. Upon receiving the ball, Collison prepared for a floater, but Biyombo quickly regained his position. Biyombo's defense was exceptional, a testament to his reputation as a stalwart perimeter defender, capable of anchoring a defensive system in the small ball era. Facing Biyombo's tight defense, Collison attempted to back him down but was unable to make an impact. Hastily dishing the ball out, the ball found its way to Wilkinson, who, with an open look, launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net. The score now stood at 20-28. In their previous incarnation, the Thunder often experienced this phenomenon, no matter which team faced them. Their three-point shooting percentage would invariably surge. However, Presti had no intention of correcting this trend. Let the threes rain down during the regular season, he thought. Westbrook received the ball and pushed it upcourt to Dragic, who, despite his vigorous fakes, could not shake his defender. He passed back to Durant, who, upon receiving the ball, accelerated into the lane before the defense could react. Nickerson quickly collapsed on him, forcing a halt. With Durant closely guarded, he struggled to find an outlet and eventually passed to Biyombo. Biyombo, confronted by the imposing center, had no choice but to return the ball to Westbrook. Westbrook, left with no alternatives, launched a shot. Clang. It hit the iron. Presti observed below, shaking his head. In his previous life, Thunder relied solely on innate talent to play. And now, it appeared that the same was true, with no off-ball movement whatsoever. This issue was particularly pronounced with Westbrook, whenever he did not have the ball. He merely stood at the arc's top, watching. It was decided that in the upcoming season, Westbrook would first practice moving without the ball. A long rebound was secured by Davis, who swiftly transitioned the ball down the court, delivering a bounce pass to Collison. Collison received the ball in the paint and executed a two-step thunderous dunk. 20-30, beep. The red team called for a timeout. Less than 5 minutes remained in the game. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Dragic brought the ball forward, attempting yet another breakthrough but failing to penetrate. He quickly returned the ball to Westbrook, who, without any hesitation, surged forward. Aiming for a layup, both Collison and Petro leapt simultaneously, obscuring the sun, as Westbrook passed the ball mid-air to Durant, who then took a direct pull-up shot. Clang. A miss. DeAndre Jordan fought for an offensive rebound, securing it despite being outnumbered 2-1, and passed to Dragic, who stood outside the arc. It was open. The three-pointer was launched. The ball swished through the net. 23-30. Davis advanced the ball into the front court, facing Westbrook, and made a strong drive, managing to get past him. However, Westbrook closely trailed Davis and attempted a swipe, only to have the ball knocked out of bounds. The blue team prepared for a baseline free throw. Davis received the ball, confronted by Westbrook, who was met with a series of deceptive dribbles as Davis suddenly accelerated past him. Westbrook tried to steal the ball from behind, but Davis lowered his center of gravity, using his body to shield Westbrook, rendering him unable to reach. Davis then executed a floater in the paint. It was good. 23-32. Impressive, indeed. Davis had taught Westbrook a valuable lesson, as the two bore a striking resemblance in style, though in a few years, Westbrook's physical prowess would likely surpass that of Davis. Upon bringing the ball down the court, Westbrook initiated a pick and roll with Durant, executing it flawlessly. After the screen, Durant found himself open for a jumper. It was good. 25-32. Davis, now at the arc, exhibited signs of fatigue, which Presti, observing from the sidelines, could discern. After all, he was nearing 30. Davis called for a screen and, after a lateral movement, took a jump shot. Clang. Another miss. Jordan secured the rebound and launched a long pass to a sprinting Westbrook, who once again soared for a thunderous dunk. 27-32. Following that, Davis quickly advanced the ball, this time even more assertively, taking a shot from beyond the three-point line before he had fully established his footing. Clang. Another miss. Yet another long rebound, and as Davis failed to secure it, Westbrook dashed in from behind, reclaimed the ball, and surged forward. Durant had already positioned himself at the 45-degree mark beyond the arc. After drawing in the defense, Westbrook leaped and delivered the ball to Durant, who was wide open for a three-pointer. It went in. 30-32. Beep. The blue team called for a timeout. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the match, Davis shook his head, realizing that these newcomers were far too fast for him to keep up. Their talent was explosive. Their stamina was undeniably full to the brim. Presti stroked his chin, muttering to himself. After the timeout, the blue team once again brought Raheem into play, while Green substituted for Dragic. Davis, having regained some stamina during the break, dribbled to the top of the arc and delivered a lob to Raheem. As Raheem received the ball, DeAndre Jordan quickly approached. Raheem leaned in, preparing to make another move, but Jordan retreated a step. However, Raheem was not easily fooled. After over a decade in the league, he had seen it all. With Jordan's retreat creating space, Raheem swiftly turned and executed a layup, scoring. The score was now 30-34. Westbrook held the ball, once again executing a pick and roll with Durant, proving impossible to defend. He made a jump shot. 32-34. Thus, Raheem's low-post offense for the blue team proved unanswerable, just as Westbrook and Durant's pick and roll for the red team was equally unstoppable. The game reached its final 25 seconds, with the score at 38-37, the red team leading by a single point. The red team initiated their offense, with Westbrook passing to Durant for an isolation. Durant, holding the ball at the top of the arc, faced Wilkinson, gesturing left-handed for everyone to spread out. With just 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Durant surprisingly opted not to take a pull-up shot. Instead, he attempted to drive, but lost the ball. At that moment, Presti, witnessing Durant's turnover, finally understood why he had felt something amiss earlier. After taking on the role of head coach, he had moved Durant to the small forward position, which was most suitable for him, allowing him to perform with such efficiency. He had forgotten that Durant played shooting guard during his time with the Supersonics, where his efficiency was low, often losing the ball to guards. Back in the Supersonics days, Durant had been mockingly labeled Durant Brick for his struggles. Oh, a decision has been made. Let him continue to play shooting guard in the new season, and let the losses ensue. After Wilkinson stripped the ball, he swiftly passed it to Davis. Having previously allowed Raheem to dominate the last few possessions, Davis was now well rested. Upon receiving the ball, he sprinted towards the arc. Facing Westbrook, who was a step ahead, Davis executed a pull-up shot. The ball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. The red light flashed. A buzzer beater. 38-39, victory for the blue team. Although this was merely an intra-squad scrimmage, a buzzer beater is still a buzzer beater, and at that moment, the others gazed at Davis with admiration. Clap, clap, clap. Presti applauded vigorously, expressing his appreciation and approval for Davis's game-winning shot. In truth, he had feared that Durant's possession might have ended the match, but fortunately, the critical moment resulted in a turnover. Witnessing Davis's triumphant shot, Presti felt a surge of satisfaction. Surely, this would quell any dissent regarding Davis being the primary offensive focal point. Chapter 25. Shocking starting lineup. Presti approached the players, commending them. You have all performed exceptionally well. Continue to strive. He then turned to Durant and said, Kevin, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Durant's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Having just been stripped of the ball during a crucial moment, he knew the general manager would undoubtedly be displeased. As he anxiously pondered his predicament, he followed Presti like a remorseful child. Presti approached the players' bench and took a seat, gesturing for Durant to do the same. Presti inquired with a smile, How do you find the small forward position? Durant immediately responded with a beaming smile, It's exceptionally well. This is where we truly belong. Such emotional intelligence. It is no wonder that the incident with the Twitter account transpired in his previous life. Shouldn't you express gratitude towards me for facilitating your transition to that position? Nonetheless, Presti remained unperturbed and asked, What are your thoughts on the recent turnover? Durant contemplated mentioning his slightly unrefined ball handling skills and the tension he felt during critical moments, but he refrained, realizing that such admissions might jeopardize his tactical standing in those crucial instances. Presti fixed his gaze upon Durant and inquired, Is it merely a matter of inexperience? Durant lowered his head, for at that moment, he was not yet a superstar, let alone a transcendent icon, and could scarcely be regarded as a star. Thus, he lacked the courage to contest the words of a general manager. Presti did not wait for Durant's response and continued, You will continue to play shooting guard in the new season. Upon hearing the mention of shooting guard, Durant immediately replied, General manager. The shooting guard position does not suit me. I am a small forward. Presti pressed his hand down to interrupt Durant's words and asked, Do you wish to become stronger? To emerge as a star, an all-star, a superstar, or even a transcendent figure in the league? Pausing momentarily, Presti fixed his gaze upon Durant, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable allure, before continuing, perhaps even among the top 3 in the league. As Durant listened to Presti's enticing words, he found himself nodding uncontrollably. Sensing that Presti was not jesting, he refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting Presti's next remarks. Presti observed Durant's reaction with satisfaction, contemplating that perhaps he too possessed the potential to become a master of persuasion. However, Durant undeniably had the talent to back it up. Then follow my lead, Presti asserted, emphasizing his point. Durant anticipated that Presti would impart wisdom on how to ascend to superstardom, only to be taken aback when he suggested continuing as a shooting guard. A shooting guard? That would merely lead to greater inefficiency in his game. His expression swiftly transformed from eagerness to disappointment. Noticing the shift in Durant's demeanor, Presti continued, Which position requires the most practice in ball handling? Point guard, Durant replied. And which position focuses on driving to the basket? Presti inquired further. Shooting guard, Durant answered, seemingly beginning to grasp the underlying message. Now tell me, which position is least susceptible to being stripped of the ball? Yet Presti's question showed no sign of abating. Is it not the guard position? Durant began to respond, but Presti interjected, preempting his answer. Presti rose to his feet and gently patted Durant on the shoulder, once again posing the question, what heights can your ball handling and penetration reach when you can confidently protect the ball even against guards? If you can disregard a defender with a smooth pull-up jumper and execute incisive drives against interior players, what pinnacle will you achieve? Presently, even against small forwards, your ball handling is susceptible to being stripped. What would happen when faced with a guard of Kobe's caliber? After speaking, Presti strode towards the players, leaving Durant deep in contemplation. Before Presti even reached the court, Durant exclaimed, Coach, I wish to play shooting guard. Presti couldn't suppress a chuckle, grateful that he was facing away from Durant, thus concealing his amusement. It seemed he too possessed a knack for jest. In truth, during his previous life, Durant transitioned to small forward after Brooks arrived, and his ball handling and driving skills had been steadily improving year after year. After finishing his laughter, Presti turned to Durant and said, You have made the best decision for yourself. Next season, elevate your enduring skills to the forefront of the league. Durant responded joyfully. Well, the first step is to have Durant play shooting guard. The second step is to have Westbrook come off the bench as an off-ball player. And the third step is to position Green as a backup power forward. I refuse to believe that with this arrangement, you can still achieve victory in the new season. Presti mused to himself before promptly summoning Westbrook to his side. Russell, what position do you prefer to play? Presti inquired, gazing at Westbrook. Point guard. Westbrook replied with a puzzled expression. Haven't I always played this position? Do you enjoy scoring? Presti asked again. I do, Westbrook answered with conviction. It seems scoring is not typically the role of a point guard. The primary responsibility of a point guard is to orchestrate the offense, facilitating a comfortable position for teammates. Presti remarked lightly. Upon hearing the mention of orchestrating the offense, Westbrook nodded thoughtfully. Observing Westbrook's reaction, Presti seized the moment and continued, "However, I appreciate your scoring ability. Yet, as a point guard, you must also be adept at orchestrating the offense. Therefore, I intend to designate your position as a dual threat guard." Although the term dual threat guard was yet to be coined in this era, its literal meaning was clear: a player who excels in both scoring and orchestrating the offense, fulfilling the roles of both shooting guard and point guard. Westbrook's eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect, but when he heard Presti say, "However, you currently do not possess the elite level of skill in either position, nor even the secondary tier," his eyes gradually dimmed. Presti felt it was time to speak, stating, "As long as you heed my advice, within just 1 or 2 seasons, you will possess elite capabilities in both aspects, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of excellence." Initially disheartened, Westbrook's demeanor shifted to one of eager anticipation upon hearing Presti's assurance of elevating his performance to an elite standard. Presti regarded Westbrook with a sense of satisfaction, stating, "In the upcoming season, you will assume the role of a backup shooting guard, primarily focusing on off-ball movement. During your time without the ball, it is imperative that you continuously reposition yourself. Do not stand idle as you did in the summer league and training games when the ball is not in your hands. Throughout the forthcoming training camp, your emphasis will remain on off-ball play. Next season, I will pair you with Dragic or Davis, particularly when you share the court with Davis. Observe his playmaking abilities. Although I believe that within a year you will surpass him, at present, your skills still fall short." Filled with ambition, Westbrook nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing Presti's assertion that he would outshine Davis in under a year, he resolved to meet the expectations set before him. This marked the first time in his basketball career that someone had such faith in him, especially coming from the team's general manager and coach. Certainly, Presti was unaware of Westbrook's thoughts, yet he was confident that Westbrook would not disappoint him. Subsequently, the focus shifted to Green, who, without a doubt, was also misled. Despite the fact that the public exhibition match had yet to take place, Presti had already meticulously arranged the starting lineup for the upcoming season. The Thunder's starting lineup included Baron Davis, Durant, Battier, Raheem, and DeAndre Jordan. As Presti gazed at the carefully crafted lineup before him, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling utterly assured of their success. Chapter 26, replacing W.J. Presti returned to his office with a sense of satisfaction. Opening up the basketball news to ascertain whether most teams were still engaging in trades as they had in the previous season. Upon opening the news, Presti was astounded to discover that the only trade update was that Garnett had been exchanged to the Celtics, forming a trio of superstars. Presti promptly dialed his assistant's number. If the news had not been published, it would have been one matter, but if there was indeed no trade, he felt that an opportunity had presented itself. As the call connected, Presti inquired directly, "Troy, what is going on? Why is the only news regarding our signing of Raheem and Baron Davis?" Currently, this is the only trade news. Other teams have yet to make any moves. It should be happening soon," Troy responded, perplexed. It seemed that once again, his own butterfly effect had influenced this year's trading timeline. An opportunity had arisen, another chance to capture attention. He recalled the Wojnarowski of his previous life, the individual who became the focal point for all NBA players and fans as soon as the off-season began. Presti silently murmured to himself, "WJ, I regret to inform you that you are about to face unemployment." Presti immediately logged onto his Twitter and was taken aback to find that the number of followers had exceeded 800,000, a figure that may very well continue to rise. Since his arrival in this new realm, Presti had never accessed his account, only now recalling it from the depths of his memory. Given the substantial following, he felt compelled to make an announcement. He resolved to share something particularly sensational, aiming to establish his authority from the outset. Drawing deeply from his recollections of the past, he finally crafted a tweet. "The New Jersey Nets have acquired E. Jianlian and Bobby Simmons from the Bucks, while the Bucks have received Richard Jefferson in return. Additionally, the Nets have traded Marcus Williams to the Warriors, obtaining a protected first-round pick in the 2011 draft, which, if unprotected, would defer to 2012 and subsequently to 2013, transforming into 2 second-round picks in 2013 and 2015. Within a minute of Presti disseminating the news, a torrent of comments flooded in. Are the Warriors truly foolish enough to exchange their 2011 first-round draft pick for Marcus Williams, with Baron Davis having departed? It seems highly probable that the Warriors will fail to reach the playoffs this season. Talented players can still emerge beyond the 12th pick. Indeed, is the management truly lacking in intelligence? And what about the trade with the Bucks, swapping Yi Jianlian and Bobby Simmons for Richard Jefferson? While it may be acceptable to part with Simmons, Yi Jianlian has been performing quite admirably. For those unaware, remember this is news from a notoriously puzzling general manager. You get it? Yes, right, it's not to be trusted. Presti, even in the off-season, remains restless, seeking to garner attention. Presti gazed at the comments below, feeling a sense of pride as he had once again captured attention. Presti promptly remarked below, attracting attention? I have no desire for such trivialities. I merely wish to inform the fans of the team's trading intentions. As for the veracity of my statements, you shall discern the truth in due course. However, much sooner than anticipated, comments began to flood in. It's true. Oh my, you must check the Nets news. Wow, it is indeed true. Could it be that Presti was right? It's not as if they knew long before us. Perhaps the league possesses a unique conduit, allowing teams to be privy to information moments in advance. I thought Presti was some sort of oracle. To the person above, if he were truly an oracle, why would he bother with the role of general manager? Presti glanced at the comments below and thought to himself, patience, there is still more to come. Presti, drawing upon memories from his past life, sought information regarding trades. Upon this realization, he promptly took to Twitter, declaring, perhaps I truly possess the gift of foresight. He continued, for instance, I foresee the Sacramento Kings acquiring Rashad McCants and Calvin Booth from the Timberwolves in exchange for Shelton Williams and Bobby Brown. What Presti did not anticipate was the explosive reaction that ensued when he posted this news, with comments flooding in. Haha, Presti, do you really think the fans are fools? Haha, he genuinely believes we are gullible. Someone post a picture. Here it comes. The picture is coming. Presti gazed down the corridor, only to be met with a photograph of Anjali embracing him. Goodness, could it be? This revelation has surfaced far too swiftly. Merely a few days have passed. However, Anjali has yet to step into the public eye. It seems implausible that anyone should be aware of her identity as the daughter of the King's proprietor. Presti was struck with a headache and could only feign ignorance as he wrote, isn't it inappropriate for you to expose my girlfriend? Haha. Do you not know that she is the daughter of the King's owner? As for the comments above, let him continue his charade. Who doesn't know that it was Anjali who represented the Kings during the lottery draw? Presti found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing this. In his past life, Anjali seemingly only represented the king in the lottery in 2014. Yet, due to his own actions, Anjali had unexpectedly emerged into the public eye several years earlier. It is indeed a reflection of his own negligence in keeping up with the news. Presti promptly wrote, I apologize, I have not received any information from her. Since you do not believe me, allow me to divulge a few details. Presti further articulated that the Toronto Raptors acquired Jermaine O'Neal and the signing rights for Nathan Jawai from the Pacers, secured Sean Marion, Marcus Banks, and a sum of $3 million from the Heat, and obtained Patrick O'Brien from the Celtics. In exchange, the Pacers received Ford, Rasho Nestorovic, Maceo Baston, and the signing rights for Roy Hibbert. The Heat, in turn, obtained O'Neal, Jamario Moon, a trade exception of $4 million. A protected first-round draft pick for 2010, with lottery protection until 2015, and a protected second-round draft pick for 2010, which is protected for the first 10 selections, after which it is relinquished. Meanwhile, the Kings acquired Will Solomon along with financial compensation. Presti felt a sense of dissatisfaction and penned a few more lines. The Hornets received financial compensation from the Trailblazers, along with the signing rights to Daryl Arthur, traded to the Trailblazers. The Los Angeles Clippers acquired Marcus Camby from the Nuggets, Jason Hart from the Jazz, Steve Novak from the Rockets, and Zach Randolph and Marty Collins from the Knicks. Chike Sam was transferred from the Pistons without the obligation to pay his remaining salary for the season. Additionally, there was a swap of 2010 second-round draft picks, traded to the Nuggets, Blevin Knight, traded to the Jazz, and a swap of 2011 second-round draft picks, traded to the Rockets. Tim Thomas and Cuttino Mobley were traded to the Knicks, while a 2015 second-round draft pick was traded to the Pistons, protected for the top 55 selections, and a 2013 second-round draft pick was also traded to the Pistons, protected. Once Presti concluded his writing, he promptly closed Twitter, feeling a wave of exhilaration as he anticipated the news's release and the ensuing reactions. Chapter 27. The God of Presti. The following day, as Presti entered his office, his assistant Troy rushed over, both awestruck and astonished, exclaiming, "General Manager. Half of the trade news you mentioned on Twitter yesterday has already been completed today, and the remainder has reached an agreement. It's just awaiting official announcement." After delivering this news, Troy awaited Presti's reaction, who merely offered a confident smile and replied, "Isn't that quite normal? What I stated was indeed correct." With that, Presti entered his office and opened his Twitter, initially believing that the news would take a few more days to surface. However, it had emerged today. He was eager to observe the reactions from the online community. Presti immediately took to his Twitter, only to discover that his follower count had surged by 1 million overnight, more than doubling his audience. The astonishing impact of prematurely revealing the team's trade news is evident. No wonder WOJ's transition to Yahoo propelled the platform from obscurity to a titan in sports journalism. Presti was suddenly struck by an idea. Why not establish his own sports reporting company? After all, he was well acquainted with the intricate trades and drafts of the league teams. Even if the butterfly effect influenced the trades, surely the draft would remain unaffected. Perhaps he could lure Wojnarowski into joining him later. What a perfect plan. However, his current funds were insufficient. It seemed he would have to wait until the film was released. Alternatively, he could write another script to finance a buyout. Thus, he resolved to return home after work and immediately pen a blockbuster script from his past life, securing the funds necessary to launch a sports reporting company. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Presti began to read the messages from his fans. "Presti, how do you acquire these trade insights? It's incredible. Even the official website hasn't mentioned them." "Indeed, Presti, how do you know? Have you threatened the heads of various teams? Presti, you're so impressive. Please share any trade news concerning our Bulls." "Yes, Presti, what about our Celtics? Any updates?" "Presti, do enlighten us about the Bobcats. We fans are nearly going mad refreshing the news." "General Manager Presti, may I inquire if Sheen Singler has been traded?" "Hello, General Manager Presti. Is Vladimir Radmanovic on the trade list?" "Oh, omniscient Presti, will Sean Williams remain with the Pacers?" "You foolish individuals, he merely leaked a few pieces of news. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, or maybe he has friends within those teams. Honestly, why bother asking him? You might as well ask me, haha. Hey, you up there, stop causing a ruckus and just ask. Haha, I am here just to witness your antics. Presti is merely seeking attention in public, can't you see?" Indeed. It seems quite normal for teams to compensate him to bribe a few executives for information to draw attention. Presti, after perusing the comments from his admirers, shook his head in resignation. It appears that the situation remains unchanged. In every era, there will always be individuals who spread positivity online, just as there will perpetually be those who disseminate negativity. The presence of internet trolls is an enduring reality. It is rather surprising that, even in his current role as the general manager of the team, he still encounters such a plethora of critics. Presti pondered to himself. The comments directed at him could be categorized into several types. One type consisted of admiration and awe, with individuals occasionally inquiring about how he acquired his insights. Another group comprised supporters of his own team, eager to learn about potential trades in order to foster their expectations for the upcoming season. Then there were players seeking clarity, asking whether they had been traded, particularly those ensnared in the web of trade rumors, who were impatiently probing for answers. He had even just glimpsed a list that made him exclaim, "Goodness, Presti." Lastly, there existed a category of individuals who could not bear to see others succeed and would never acknowledge anyone else's excellence, often referred to as internet trolls. Presti's fingers incessantly tapped on the table as he pondered how to respond to the fans. Should he divulge all the trading information from his previous life in one fell swoop, allowing the fans to sift through it themselves? Or should he respond to each query individually? Just as Presti was lost in thought, Anjali's call came through. Upon answering, her sultry voice resonated. "Hello, darling. Have you missed me lately?" "Indeed," Presti blurted out without a moment's hesitation. "That's more like it." Anjali teased playfully before continuing, "Hey, you've become famous again. All the news on Twitter has been validated. How did you manage that?" "Ah, a secret," Presti replied with a hearty laugh. "Humph. Speak up. Other teams may keep their secrets, but how did you come to know about the King's trading information? I certainly don't recall sharing it with you." Anjali chided teasingly. "Huh. It was you who told me. During your sleep talking," Presti responded mischievously, though his mind raced with thoughts of how to navigate this conversation. "If you don't spill the beans, I shall ignore you." "Humph. Our executives actually leaked information to you? Just wait until I deal with them." Anjali muttered to herself. "Darling, think about it. Who proposed the trades, who discussed them, And ultimately, who made the decisions? Presti feigned mystery. Could it be the head coach? No. That can't be right. Wasn't he involved in the discussions? Could it be him? No. He didn't even attend the meetings. My father? Absolutely not. You must tell me. Anjali suddenly declared with fervor. Stop speculating. It wasn't anyone from your team who informed me. It was my own analysis. Presti's tone brimmed with confidence. Yet if Anjali were beside him, she would surely notice his fleeting sense of guilt. Really? Then tell me. Does our Kings have any further trades lined up? This particular trade was something I discussed privately with my father this morning. If you reveal it, I'll believe you. If not, you must come to Sacramento to find me, Anjali said, unable to suppress her laughter, feeling victorious in her cunning. Is there more? Presti queried, perplexed. He spoke into the phone. Let me analyze this. And after a moment, he rubbed his hands together, reminiscing about the trades of 2008. Presti suddenly recalled that the Kings had indeed executed trades, not just one, but two. Could it be that Anjali was attempting to ensnare me? With this thought, Presti immediately addressed Anjali, stating, the Kings acquired Drew Gooden, Andrus Beedry, and Cedric Simmons from the Bulls, while sending John Salmons and Brad Miller to Chicago. They also obtained Bobby Jackson, Dante Green, a first-round pick in 2009, and some cash from the Rockets, trading Ron Artest, Shane Battier, and Patrick Ewing Jr. to Houston. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, just as Presti was about to speak, Anjali exclaimed, "Oh, how did I not think of trading Artest for the Rockets draft pick? You're brilliant, darling. I will discuss this with my father." Alas, before Presti could finish his thought, the call was disconnected. He genuinely wished to advise her against proceeding with the transaction, for it was rather unremarkable. Chapter 28. Infinite defensive exchanges nevertheless. Despite Presti's attempts to return the call and meticulously analyze the various drawbacks of the trades, urging her not to pursue them, his efforts were in vain. This was largely due to the fact that, during their conversation, his father was present and fervently supported the trades. With a resigned shake of his head, Presti reflected that the Kings had languished in mediocrity for years for a reason. However, he dared not voice this sentiment to Anjali's father. After concluding his call with Anjali, Presti found himself disinterested in Twitter. Instead, he resolved to meticulously document the trade information. The Bobcats acquired Boris Diaw, Rajabel, and Shane Battier from the Suns, sending Jason Richardson, Jared Dudley, and a second-round pick in 2010 to Phoenix. From the Lakers, they obtained Vladimir Radmanovi, while trading Adam Morrison and Shannon Brown to Los Angeles. The Bulls acquired Jerome James and Tim Thomas from the Knicks, relinquishing Larry Hughes to New York. The Cleveland Cavaliers acquired the signing rights of Darnell Jackson from the Miami Heat, relinquishing their 2009 second-round draft pick, traded to the Heat. The Denver Nuggets obtained Chauncey Billups, Antonio McDyess, and Shake Sam from the Pistons, while sending Allen Iverson, traded to the Pistons. They also acquired Ronaldo Bulkman and cash from the Knicks, giving up Tony Douglas, Bobby Jones, and a 2010 second-round draft pick, traded to the Knicks. The Clippers secured a 2015 second-round draft pick, protected for the first 55 selections, from the trade with Shake Sam, sent to the Clippers. The Warriors acquired Jamal Crawford from the Knicks, while sending Al Harrington, traded to the Knicks. The Orlando Magic obtained Tyronn Lue from the Bucks, parting with Keith Bogans and cash, sent to the Bucks. The Rockets acquired Rafer Alston from the Rockets, trading away Brian Cook, traded to the Rockets. The Timberwolves secured a 2010 second-round draft pick, giving up Rodney Carney, Calvin Booth, a 2009 first-round draft pick, and cash, traded to the Timberwolves. The Portland Trail Blazers acquired the signing rights of Daryl Arthur from the Hornets, trading away Daryl Arthur and the signing rights of Joey Dorsey along with cash, traded to the Hornets. The Utah Jazz obtained Brevin Knight from the Clippers, parting with Jason Hart, traded to the Clippers. The Washington Wizards received cash compensation from the Celtics, giving up the signing rights of Bill Walker, traded to the Celtics. They acquired Mike James from the Hornets and Jawad Williams from the Grizzlies, while sending Antonio Daniels, traded to the Hornets. Finally, Presti let out a sigh of relief after completing the writing. Just as he was about to close Twitter, he noticed that within the brief span of time it took him to finish, the comments beneath the news had surged by over 30,000. Presti smiled, achieving the desired effect. Once funding is secured, he will promptly establish a sports reporting company. By the way, he should consider bringing Wojnarowski on board. He recalls that Wojnarowski first gained prominence during the 2011 draft, accurately predicting the selections of nearly every team. Presti glanced at the schedule and decided it was time to observe the players' training session. Presti entered the arena, observing the players diligently engaged in their training. Rather than interrupting their focus, he chose to settle into a corner. Durant was practicing ball-handling maneuvers. Westbrook was honing his pull-up jumper. And DeAndre Jordan was refining his defensive skills in the paint. However, Presti found himself grappling with a significant dilemma, whether to immediately implement the philosophies of the small ball era, encouraging them to practice extensively, particularly in ball movement, akin to the Warriors of the past. Yet, he understood that emulating the Warriors' success was an insurmountable challenge. Westbrook lacked Curry's three-point prowess, making it difficult to stretch the floor, and the power forward position lacked playmaking ability. More critically, the Thunder were ill-suited to such intricate strategies. Their strength lay in a more straightforward and forceful approach. In the 2016 season of the past, the Thunder had pushed the Warriors to the brink through relentless switching on defense. Although they ultimately fell short, it underscored that the small ball era could indeed be countered by such defensive tactics. To recklessly mimic the former Warriors would be akin to undermining their own capabilities. This reflection sparked a new idea within Presti. He recalled a saying from the past: defense wins championships. He resolved that in the inaugural season, they must first establish simple yet effective teamwork, but more importantly, he aimed to mold the team into a top-tier defensive unit in the league. With this thought in mind, Presti promptly summoned several assistant coaches. "General Manager, what is it?" Assistant Coach Griffin inquired. "In our first season, I need to prioritize enhancing their defensive capabilities. The Thunder must develop a distinctive defensive system," Presti declared. "A unique defensive system?" The assistant coaches murmured. "Our defensive system will be called relentless switching," Presti asserted, as he scribbled the term on the tactical board. Relentless switching, the assistant coaches pondered, absorbed in contemplation. Finally, one could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What exactly is relentless switching?" Presti, holding the tactical board, stated, "The principle of infinite switching defense entails exchanging assignments upon every screen. For instance, when Westbrook encounters Dragic and Durant faces Bamut, during a pick-and-roll involving Westbrook and Durant, Dragic need not navigate through the screen. Instead, he directly switches to guard Durant, while Bamut takes on Westbrook." After Presti finished speaking, the assistant coaches contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of such a defensive strategy. After a while, one of the assistant coaches remarked, "What if there's a pick-and-roll between the 1 and 5 positions? If we implement a switch-everything defense, wouldn't our 5 end up guarding their 1? Wouldn't that make it quite easy for them to exploit a mismatch?" This question was astutely posed, as such shortcomings do indeed arise at times, particularly when we lack DeAndre Jordan. Presti responded with a smile, "What do you think of DeAndre's foot speed?" "Remarkable." The assistant coach immediately replied, "If it weren't for DeAndre and Ibaka, I would not readily adopt a switch-everything strategy. Remember, the focus of our upcoming training is to master this defensive approach," Presti emphasized, his tone growing more serious. "Understood," the assistant coaches replied in unison. After giving his instructions, Presti departed from the arena, suddenly recalling the apocalyptic theme reminiscent of the film 2012. He remembered that the film had achieved a staggering box office total of $734 million in his previous life. Urgently, he felt the need to pin down the script and sell it to a production company. Upon returning to his office, Presti meticulously transcribed the entire plot of 2012, enriched by his memories from the past, including the names of the lead actors. Although the original film had been produced by Columbia Pictures, Presti resolved to approach Warner Brothers. Instead, he dialed the number of the Warner Brothers representative he had spoken with regarding contract negotiations previously. Chapter 29. The super legendary journey. After briefly outlining the script's premise to the Warner representative, the individual immediately expressed interest in acquiring the rights. The negotiation proceeded amicably, culminating in Warner Brothers purchasing the script for a sum of $5 million. Initially, Presti hesitated to accept such an offer, given that the film had grossed $734 million in his past experience. However, faced with pressing financial needs, he acquiesced. That afternoon, the sum of $5 million was credited to Presti's account. Without delay, he registered a sports consulting firm and, through a journalist friend, reached out to Adrian Wojnarowski, known as WJ. By coincidence, when Presti called WJ to arrange a meeting, WJ happened to be in Oklahoma. At a local CAF, WJ was already seated, having arrived half an hour earlier than their scheduled meeting. Gazing out the window, he pondered why the prominently rising general manager of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Presti, would wish to meet with someone of his relatively modest stature. Just as he was lost in thought, Presti took a seat across from him. What were you thinking about? Adrian? Presti inquired, looking at WJ. Oh, my apologies. I was just lost in thought, WJ replied, regaining his composure. After his explanation, WJ continued, Presti. You mentioned over the phone that you wanted to discuss something. What specifically do you believe someone in my position can assist you with? Presti smiled as he remarked, recently. I shared some off-season news on my Twitter. Did you see it? Indeed, it was quite remarkable, Wojnarowski replied, his admiration evident. That is precisely why I summoned you today. Presti continued, observing Wojnarowski's puzzled expression. I intend to establish a sports reporting company, and I would like you to assume the role of general manager. Wojnarowski's face instantly registered disbelief at Presti's words. After a moment of astonishment, he replied, No, thank you, Presti. I am unsure why you hold me in such high regard, but I truly do not possess the qualities you envision. I am not suited for this role. You are capable, Presti assured him. I have followed your work for quite some time and have faith in my judgment, just as you evaluated my draft choices. Look at how well they are performing now. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? You are similarly talented. The company shall be named Lion Pursuit. At the mention of Lion Pursuit, Presti smirked inwardly, knowing the name was a spontaneous choice, a nod to the former entity, Tiger Pursuit. Wojnarowski appeared poised to voice another objection, but Presti swiftly interjected. Do you not aspire to be the Michael Jordan of sports journalism? I am confident in your abilities. I will grant you a 20 equity stake in the company. And you shall have full autonomy. I shall not interfere. Wojnarowski, overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude for Presti's faith in him, could not refuse further. Standing resolutely, he vowed, I will endeavor to develop Lion Pursuit into a titan of the sports industry. Indeed, I believe you will, Presti affirmed as he too rose, raising his coffee cup in celebration. Let us toast to the official establishment of Lion Pursuit. Cheers. Cheers. Wojnarowski echoed, clinking his cup against Presti's, oblivious to the curious gazes of those around them. Following their toast, Presti and Wojnarowski discussed the company's strategic direction, particularly the most efficient means of acquiring news. Upon parting ways, as Presti returned, the system chimed again. Owning your own sports publication, controlling public opinion, and crafting your own legend has taken you another significant step closer to becoming a legendary manager. Reward, 100 legendary coins. Ding. As of now, the host has made groundbreaking progress as general manager, head coach, and in the realm of sports publishing. Thus, the final path to becoming a legendary manager is now unlocked, and legendary merchandise is officially available. Path to Super Legend? Legendary merchandise? Presti pondered, somewhat bewildered, before immediately delving into the system's offerings to uncover what this legendary merchandise entailed. Finally, as he reached the last row of shelves, the label for legendary merchandise caught his eye. Presti scrutinized the product's purpose, and when he retrieved it, he was astounded. A rejuvenation card. It restores the host's bodily functions to those of a 20-year-old, usable once a year at the cost of 3,000 legendary coins. And a star player attachment card. The host is granted the freedom to select a star player, subsequently transferring all of the player's skills to the host for a duration of 10 minutes. This can be utilized once per day and may accumulate over time. The cost is 10,000 legendary coins. Furthermore, the host can permanently enhance their jumping ability. Limited to 10 uses at a cost of 1,000 legendary coins. There is also the option to permanently augment rebounding instincts. Again, limited to 10 uses at the same cost. Additionally, the host can permanently expand their passing vision, also restricted to 10 uses for 1,000 legendary coins. A further enhancement includes a permanent increase of 5 in shooting accuracy, limited to 8 uses at a cost of 4,000 legendary coins. In this moment, Presti found himself at a loss for words, comprehending the implications of the system's offerings. It was clear that the system aimed to propel Presti into the NBA, paving the way for an extraordinary legendary journey, ultimately aspiring to elevate him to the status of a historic NBA star. Presti firmly believes that even a complete novice, a simpleton, could ascend to the heights of Michael Jordan by utilizing these products. However, the aspiration should be to become someone who transcends even Michael Jordan himself. Contemplating this notion, an uncontainable excitement surged within Presti, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He comprehended the significance of this physical response. In his previous life, Presti had only participated in the NCAA league and had never graced the NBA courts. This opportunity not only afforded him the chance to compete in the NBA, but, more importantly, it presented the possibility of becoming a legend, one capable of surpassing the greatness of Michael Jordan. Presti let out a long sigh as he gazed at the price of the legendary item, striving to quell the unrest brewing within him. He refrained from expressing disdain for the price, understanding that such an iconic item, capable of transforming even a fool into a legend surpassing Michael Jordan, would be worth its value even if multiplied by 10 or 100. Presti felt as though his heart was ablaze. The mere thought of one day becoming a legendary figure on the court stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Presti exhaled deeply once more. He was eager to swiftly complete the tasks previously assigned by the system in order to acquire legendary coins. He had recently established Lion's Prowl, rewarding himself with 100 legendary coins. He had earlier completed a remarkable comeback task worth 23 points, earning 20 legendary coins, and had executed a game-winning shot against the Bulls, which granted him an additional 15 legendary coins. After redeeming a 10-minute massage technique that cost him 10 legendary coins, he found himself in possession of 125 legendary coins. Currently, the task at hand was to achieve the championship of 2010 with a reward of 100 legendary coins and to possess his own NBA team within 5 years, which would yield a reward of 500 legendary coins. The draft was expected to yield approximately 80 legendary coins. Such lofty aspirations. Presti fervently wished that the system would assign more tasks during the regular season. With a sigh, he resolutely declared, "I shall undoubtedly flourish in the NBA in the future." Let us go. Chapter 30. Recommended. Thank you all. This book has been recommended. I will strive even harder from here on out. My writing pace has slowed these past few days, primarily as I recharge and contemplate how to craft the ensuing narrative with greater brilliance. I now possess a clear vision and hope for your continued support. What lies ahead will surely be captivating. Chapter 31. Public Scrimmage, Part 1. The training camp finally arrived at its culminating public scrimmage. On that day, Presti arrived at the arena early in the morning. Yet before he even stepped onto the court, the sounds of enthusiastic cheers reached his ears. It seemed the people of Oklahoma City were eagerly anticipating this match, which was only natural, as they finally had an NBA team to call their own. However, upon entering the arena, Presti soon realized that the attendees were not solely the locals of Oklahoma City. A considerable number of media representatives and citizens from other cities had also gathered. Presti shook his head. While it was one thing for fans from other cities to attend the game, it was quite another to don the jerseys of rival teams. As he prepared to approach the players' bench, the journalists quickly took notice of him. Undoubtedly, Presti had become a mobile news sensation, and thus found himself besieged by a throng of reporters. Today marked an open training session, and he intended to discuss strategies, so he announced, "I will only answer 2 questions," pressing his hands down to signal for silence among the reporters gathered before him. "Hello, Presti. How do you stay informed about trade news from other teams?" One reporter eagerly pushed to the front and immediately posed the question. "I analyze it," Presti swiftly replied, not allowing him a moment's pause. "Hello, Presti. How many games do you anticipate winning in the upcoming preseason?" Another reporter queried. "All of them," Presti asserted with unwavering confidence, as he gently moved aside the journalists obstructing his path. 2 questions concluded. "We must prepare for the upcoming match." Presti did not take a seat on the players' bench, but instead opted for the stands behind it, primarily to observe the defensive strategies of both teams and to ascertain whether the assistant coach was adhering to his directives during practice. Soon, the players emerged, and the referee tossed the ball high into the air to signal the commencement of the match. Once again, DeAndre Jordan successfully executed the jump ball, directing it to Russell Westbrook, who in turn passed it to Goran Dragic for a forward push. Despite Westbrook's obstinate nature, he exhibited a commendable adherence to the coach's instructions. Willing to play without the ball, Presti nodded in satisfaction as he observed Dragic controlling the ball. As Dragic dribbled to the top of the arc, Jordan swiftly moved to set a screen, allowing Dragic to cut left. Just as he prepared to accelerate towards the basket, Nick Collison stood in his path. The defenses were constantly switching, responding to screens. At that moment, Dragic, facing Collison, executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, swiftly changing direction to his left and maneuvering past him. He leapt into the paint for a floater. Damian Wilkins immediately came over to provide help defense, raising his arms and soaring high. A clash in midair. Clang. The shot missed. Collison effectively boxed out Jordan. As Raheem prepared to secure the rebound, a figure surged from the paint. Seizing the ball, he emphatically slammed it into the basket. 2 o'clock Westbrook landed with a roar. The crowd erupted in applause. What an extraordinary display of athleticism. Even though Presti had witnessed Westbrook's remarkable physique in a previous life, he was still taken aback by this emphatic putback. Baron Davis advanced the ball, reaching the left corner at a 45-degree angle, and faced Dragic, accelerating effortlessly towards the basket. Upon entering the paint, he executed a smooth fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net. 2. Dragic continued to control the ball at the top of the arc, now facing Davis, suddenly accelerating to challenge him. Although Davis was nearing the twilight of his prime, his footwork remained swift, and his physique was impressively robust. Dragic was unable to penetrate and reluctantly passed to Durant, who confronted Deadman Mason. Durant opted for a pull-up jumper. Clang. Another miss. Despite the failure, the decision was sound. Mason's height posed no threat to Durant, only affecting his shooting rhythm. After Collison secured the defensive rebound, he swiftly tossed it to the frontcourt for Davis, who took 3 steps to the hoop for a layup. 2-4. Dragic took possession again, advancing to the top of the arc, still matched against Davis. From his vantage point, Presti felt Dragic's frustration. Given his physical gifts and current skill set, he was competent as a backup point guard, but starting was proving to be quite challenging. Dragic called for a pick and roll, with Durant stepping in to set a screen. After using the screen to slip inside, Dragic faced Mason and launched a pull-up shot. Clang. Another miss. Jordan soared to secure the defensive rebound and immediately passed it to Westbrook in the left corner. Upon receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, Westbrook faced a defender standing just a meter away and took a jump shot. Clang. Another miss. The long rebound was up for grabs, and Westbrook dashed to reclaim it. Upon receiving the ball, Durant executed a graceful fadeaway jumper, and the shot found its mark, 4-4. Subsequently, Davis seized the ball and swiftly accelerated from the backcourt. Reaching the arc, he adeptly maneuvered past Dragic's defense with a single step. As he approached the paint, he soared, evading DeAndre Jordan's challenge, and finished with a delicate layup. The ball swished through the net, 4-6. Davis has truly become a paragon of skill and strength among guards, Presti mused, reflecting that had it not been for the tactical misalignment with his previous coaches and his own injuries, he wouldn't have experienced such a rapid decline. However, he contemplated the regular season, knowing that Davis's current style of play would be untenable. The memory of the rookie's offensive display flashed in his mind, a vision of beauty. With Westbrook off the ball, Durant assumed the shooting guard position, and the offensive flow became stagnant. Dragic sluggishly brought the ball up court, then handed it off to Westbrook before darting to the left corner, unable to penetrate. Westbrook, upon receiving the ball, faced Wilkinson and charged forward with determination. He deftly slipped past, seemingly disregarding Collison's help defense, and elevated into the air, initiating contact. The shot did not fall, but it resulted in a foul on Collison. Westbrook approached the free throw line, preparing for his 2 attempts. Clang. Clang. Both shots ricocheted off the rim, a disappointing miss. Presti, with both hands pressed against his forehead, exclaimed in frustration, "Goodness. This free throw is unbearable." Collison secured the rebound and passed it to Davis, who leisurely advanced the ball to the frontcourt. This time, he opted not to aggressively challenge Dragic, but instead called for a pick and roll. Wilkinson stepped up for the screen, and as Davis moved to the right, Dragic chose not to fight through the defense, but rather switched to guard Wilkinson. Meanwhile, Davis found himself matched up against Westbrook. Observing this, Presti squinted, eager to witness their duel. Although Westbrook currently lacked the finesse, power, and shooting prowess of Davis, he possessed a fierce tenacity and determination that Davis did not. Davis, facing Westbrook, suddenly accelerated toward the middle, with Westbrook swiftly shifting laterally to keep pace. As Davis reached the key, he gathered the ball, preparing for a shot, and upon glancing up, he was astonished to find Westbrook still in front of him. The young man was impressively quick, prompting Davis to mentally commend him. Nevertheless, Davis's seasoned experience was something Westbrook could not hope to rival. With the ball cradled in both hands and his head bowed, Davis feigned a shot, hesitated briefly, then leaped for a third time, releasing the ball just as the whistle blew. The referee called a foul on Westbrook for hitting his hand. Davis's crafty experience had outwitted Westbrook, who shook his head in disbelief. Davis approached the free throw line and successfully converted both attempts. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 19-27. In the second quarter, as the blue team fielded its bench players, the score gradually equalized, leading to a halftime tally of 40-43. To put it succinctly, Presti was largely dissatisfied with the performance of both teams in the first half, noting a distinct lack of aggression on the defensive end. During the halftime break, he summoned his two assistant coaches to his side. Chapter 32, The Public Scrimmage, Part 2. Presti summoned his two assistant coaches and, with a grave demeanor, expressed his desire to witness a display of tenacious defense from both teams in the second half. He insisted that he did not wish to see the lax and inattentive defensive efforts reminiscent of the first half. Remember, it is only through sweating profusely in practice that one can minimize regrets on the playing field, Presti concluded, allowing the assistants to return to their respective locker rooms. Presti's philosophy in team building is rooted in the belief that defense secures championships. Thus, every player on his team must adopt a resolute defensive mentality. Soon, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the second half of the game commenced. Baron Davis, having been granted ample playing time towards the latter part of the second quarter, was substituted onto the court at the start of the third. With the ball in his possession at the top of the arc, Davis faced Westbrook and, without any preamble, executed a left side drive. He succeeded. As he approached the free throw line, he opted for a jump shot. Jeff Green, providing defensive support, rushed in. Clang. The shot missed. Green successfully disrupted the attempt. Batum seized the rebound, took control of the ball, and passed it out of the key to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook faced Davis and accelerated directly. He was also unimpeded. Westbrook charged towards the basket, suddenly leaping to attempt a layup. Seeing this, Collison immediately wrapped his arms around Westbrook. Beep. The whistle sounded. Collison was called for a foul. Westbrook stepped to the line for 2 free throws, converting 41-43. Those free throws. It seems our next training session will focus on them, Presti mused silently. Davis continued to push the ball forward, with Collison moving in to set a screen. Davis, utilizing the screen, made a direct right-side penetration. Upon switching onto DeAndre Jordan, Baron Davis lowered his center of gravity, dribbled continuously, and suddenly accelerated past Jordan. Leaping for a layup, Jordan, having been outmaneuvered, quickly followed suit, unleashing a roar. With a single step, he leapt, raising his right hand to swat the ball against the backboard, an emphatic rejection. Wow! The crowd erupted in awe, marveling at Jordan's ability to recover and execute such a powerful block, showcasing his remarkable vertical leap and wingspan. Underneath the basket, Jeff Green secured the rebound and embarked on a fast break. What a golden opportunity. With no defenders in sight, Green sprinted towards the free throw line, took 2 steps, and soared for a thunderous dunk. Bam! The ball was forcefully slammed into the hoop. 43-43, the audience could almost hear the rim lament. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted in applause, praising the impressive dunk. Beep. The blue team called for a timeout. Surrounded by players, the assistant coach diligently sketched strategies on the whiteboard. Faintly audible exclamations of defend. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Once again, it was Baron Davis with the ball, dribbling to the top of the arc beyond the three-point line, and for the first time, he made a bold pass to Raheem. At that moment, Raheem was filled with excitement. Can you believe that one of the dual cores of this team had not touched the ball before this timeout, despite being on the court for only 3 minutes? Upon receiving the ball, Raheem backed down against Jordan. He settled in and, entering the paint, executed a turnaround hook shot. The ball went in. 43-45. After securing the ball, Westbrook surged forward from the backcourt, spotting Davis ahead. Just as he prepared to accelerate again, Mason stepped toward Davis. Unsuccessful, Westbrook halted, passing the ball to Durant. Durant turned to face Mason and leaped for a pull-up jumper. The ball went in. 45-45, an indefensible shot. The height discrepancy was evident as Davis brought the ball to the left side at a 45-degree angle, loftily passing to Raheem. Raheem continued to back down against Jordan, who lowered his center of gravity and pressed firmly against him. Yet, Raheem managed to score, executing the same maneuver from the same position, turning and shooting with a graceful hook. The score stood at 45-47. Westbrook then took control at the top of the arc. This time, Davis did not closely guard him, but instead retreated a couple of steps, inviting a shot rather than a drive. Observing the ample space, Westbrook took his chance and launched a jumper. Without hesitation, the ball clanged off the rim. Collison seized the rebound and swiftly passed to the sprinting Davis, who accelerated towards the opponent's paint. However, what initially seemed like an unguarded area suddenly erupted with Westbrook and Batum charging in from behind Davis. Undeterred, Davis pressed on, eliciting gasps from the crowd as he maneuvered through the narrow space between the two defenders. Upon reaching the paint, he leaped for a layup. The score was now 45-49. After scoring, Davis retreated, patting both Westbrook and Batum on the shoulder, sharing a few encouraging words. Although the content of their exchange was unheard, Presti could sense it was uplifting. Westbrook brought the ball to the arc, and then, beep, the red team called for a timeout. After a brief discussion led by the assistant coach, the players returned to the court, with Durant being substituted for Dragic. The ball was inbound to Dragic, who faced Davis with uncertainty and opted to pass to Jeff Green. Without hesitation, Green confronted Wilkins, breaking through with a burst of speed into the paint for a floater. However, his shot was emphatically blocked by Collison, who had come to assist defensively. The Thunder regained possession as Dragic inbound to Westbrook. After receiving the ball, Westbrook aggressively attacked Davis, taking a couple of steps but failing to get past him. Attempting a pass, he found his route obstructed by the long arms of the blue team. Reluctantly, he opted for a pull-up jumper, which also clanged off the rim. Wilkins secured the rebound and pushed the ball to Mason, who, upon reaching the arc, awaited Raheem's positioning before passing the ball back to him. Raheem received the ball and prepared to back down again. Before he could enter the paint, Jeff Green swiftly doubled down on him. Realizing he had attracted defensive attention, Raheem quickly distributed the ball to Davis, who found himself unmarked. He took aim and shot, but alas, it too clanged off the rim. Fortunately, it was not the small ball era. Otherwise, the three-point attempt would have been in vain, prompting Presti to shake his head. Raheem finally grabbed a rebound and, after pivoting, took a shot, which found the net. The score was now 45-51. Beep. The red team called for another timeout. Presti sighed. Recognizing that a mere few days had not forged a cohesive system, the players lacked the necessary synergy. Despite having briefed his two assistant coaches before the second half, the team's defense remained disorganized. Soon, the game resumed. In a surprising turn of events, Bamit from the red team was substituted for Durant, while the blue team surprisingly benched Raheem and Baron Davis. Raheem's time had evidently come, and Davis was in need of a respite. The absence of these two formidable scoring threats would likely result in an immediate narrowing of the score gap. Indeed, as the match commenced, the blue team's offense resembled a headless chicken, with players passing aimlessly around the perimeter. As the clock wound down, one player would hastily take a shot. Defensively, their performance was equally chaotic, with countless open opportunities for the opposition, and the once secure 6-point lead evaporated in no time. By the fourth quarter, with just 5 minutes remaining, the red team had surged ahead, leading the blue team by 7 points. At this pivotal moment, a well-rested Davis returned to the court. Rejuvenated, Davis was akin to a dynamo. Upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc, he either executed a jump shot, set a screen for a jump shot, or drove to the basket. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, Davis was simply unstoppable. Finally, with only 30 seconds left in the game, the score stood at 66-67, with the Thunder initiating the attack. Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, gesturing for spacing. Quickly, Dragic positioned himself in the left corner, Jeff Green in the right corner, and DeAndre Jordan stationed himself under the basket, while Durant stood to Westbrook's left. After passing the ball to Durant, Westbrook maneuvered to the left side beyond the three-point line. With ample space created, Durant faced Mason, who was tightly guarding him. Determined to prevent a shot, Durant feinted to the left, then executed a swift spin to bypass Mason, driving straight into the paint for a floater. The ball swished through the net. 68-67. The red team's players erupted in elation, rushing to embrace Durant, while those seated in the audience rose to applaud. They were not merely witnessing a game-winning shot, they were witnessing the future of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yet, with just 2 seconds remaining, Presti found himself in a quandary, genuinely wishing for the red team to prevail. A victory would mean triumphing over a core point guard from an 8th seed team and a star power forward from the '96 Golden Generation. How could he bear the thought of such pride? The weight of my basketball dreams. He sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and silently recited a mantra as the system's marketplace emerged, exchanging 5 legendary coins for a perfect shooting percentage. Presti tossed the medication into the cup, and since his position was directly behind the blue team, he promptly stood up and handed the water to Davis, saying with a smile, "Drink up. And may you achieve the game-winning shot." Upon realizing that the water was offered by the general manager, Davis wasted no time and drank it all. At that moment, the whistle blew, and the game resumed. The strategy was remarkably straightforward. Davis shook off his defender, received the ball, and, facing Westbrook and the double team from Durant, executed a fadeaway jumper. The power of the system was invincible. The ball swished through the net. The red light illuminated. and the blue team triumphed over the red team once again, 68-69. Wow. The players on the blue team's bench rushed onto the court, embracing Davis with exuberance that was beyond words. The audience rose to their feet, applauding. This Davis was extraordinary. The faces of every Oklahoman glowed with anticipation for the regular season. Anticipation? Watching Davis miss shots furiously, a comrade's game winner, perhaps. Nonetheless, there was still room for hope in the preseason, and with this thought, a mischievous smile spread across Presti's face. Chapter 33 Recommended. If you enjoy it, please save it. Recommended. If you enjoy it, please save it and cast your vote. It means a lot to the sky. Thank you. Chapter 34 Preseason against the Celtics. The training camp concluded flawlessly yesterday, and at this moment, Presti sat in his office, contemplating the preseason schedule in his hands. There were 4 games in total. The first against the Boston Celtics, the second against the Los Angeles Lakers, the third against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the fourth against the San Antonio Spurs. Is it really necessary to pit me against 4 championship contenders, even if I mention winning all? Presti rubbed his temples, wearing a look of resignation. In this era of the NBA, the game could be likened to a brawl, with points earned through sheer effort. As defense was of utmost importance, ironclad defense. Among the teams where defense was paramount, the Boston Celtics, San Antonio Spurs, and Los Angeles Lakers stood out. Currently, the Thunder's core, aside from Baron Davis and Raheem, consisted entirely of rookies, and it would be commendable if these newcomers could showcase even half their offensive prowess against such formidable defensive teams. Presti stroked his chin, realizing that he had but a meager amount of legendary currency left, which he could not afford to squander on meaningless preseason matches. Thus, he needed to devise a prudent plan. Meanwhile, in the office of the NBA Commissioner, David Stern and his special assistant Adam Silver were sharing hearty laughter. Stern remarked with a smile, for championship teams should be quite a challenge for the Thunder. Silver chuckled and replied, aside from the rookie situation he mentioned that remains unresolved, everything else has indeed come to fruition. However, I am curious to see how he plans to secure victories against all 4 championship teams. I suspect the viewership for these matches will be substantial. He continued, you must admit, having such a colorful and exuberant manager has significantly mitigated the losses incurred from the relocation for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Stern concurred, indeed, and for the league. It has not only resulted in no losses, but has also indirectly heightened the external interest in the league. After all, most people are now aware that the Oklahoma City Thunder has a boastful general manager and coach, Adam Silver, who is all smiles. Stern added with a hearty laugh, with just 2 days left until the preseason, I can hardly contain my excitement. Presti contemplated his next steps and decided it would be prudent to visit the arena. As he walked, he pondered strategies to counter the formidable Celtics, who had just claimed the NBA championship and were brimming with confidence. Upon arriving at the venue, Presti settled into a corner, observing the players on the court. Russell Westbrook was practicing free throws and mid-range jump shots, while Kevin Durant focused on drives and quick-stop shooting. DeAndre Jordan and Luke Mbah were diligently honing their defensive skills. Goran Dragic was working on his drives and corner shots, and Jeff Green was practicing his drives and spot-up shooting. Presti's brow furrowed as he reflected on the Celtics lineup, featuring Garnett, Allen, Pierce, Perkins, and Rondo. How could a rookie squad prevail against such seasoned veterans? However, Presti reminded himself that their own roster was not without its advantages. The Celtics trio had been battling in the NBA for nearly a decade, and while they possessed invaluable experience, his team's speed could prove to be a decisive factor. Particularly, Perkins, once a crucial contributor to the Thunder's finals run, had lost much of his quickness since entering the league. We shall outpace them. An idea sparked in his mind. With newfound determination, Presti approached the court and gathered the players. A smile crept across his face as he addressed them. Have you all seen the preseason schedule? Without waiting for a response, he continued, we are set to play 4 games, each against championship-caliber teams, and notably, our first match will be against the reigning champions, the Celtics. Though the players were already aware of the schedule, excitement surged through them upon hearing it from their general manager. The league had indeed matched a new team against the previous year's champions. Presti observed the exhilaration on the players' faces, but soon his expression turned grave. I have boasted before the press, declaring a flawless victory in all 4 matches. As soon as Presti's words fell, a stir erupted among the crowd, and finally, the ever-curious Jordan could no longer restrain himself, inquiring, General Manager, that is indeed a championship contending team. Presti waved his hand to interrupt Jordan's inquiry, stating, Executing my strategy will lead to victory. However, it also requires each of you to be in peak condition. Dragic responded. We will coach. With the match just 2 days away, Presti concluded, let's give it our all, before departing from the arena. After Presti left the arena, Wojnarowski called to inquire whether there was a need to extensively highlight the matchup between the Thunder and the Celtics. Presti habitually stroked his chin and remarked, since several media outlets have already reported on my comments during the public scrimmage, let the ridicule intensify. Let it be said that the Oklahoma City Thunder holds the Boston Celtics in disdain. Wojnarowski hesitated momentarily, but refrained from comment. After all, it was the directive of the owner, and compliance was paramount. Soon, the day of the match arrived, and the Celtics' home arena was filled to capacity with fervent supporters. Historically, the attendance for preseason games barely exceeded 60%, yet this time, every seat was occupied, rivaling the turnout of playoff games. A reporter randomly approached a Celtics fan and inquired, what brings you back for the preseason? The fan chuckled heartily and replied, of course. I want to witness just how formidable a team can be when they underestimate us. Following his statement, he audaciously raised his middle finger. Presti, of course, was oblivious to the unfolding scene, as he was currently instructing his players on the necessary considerations. Remember, your starting strategy is straightforward. 3 words. Establish the position. When on offense, ensure that we utilize the full 20 seconds before taking a shot. Do you understand? The players nodded in agreement, indicating their comprehension of the tactics. As the whistle blew, the game was set to commence. The Celtics' starting lineup featured Rondo, Ray Allen, Pierce, Garnett, and Perkins. The Thunder's starting lineup included Baron Davis, Dragic, Battier, Wilkins, and Collison. The players approached the center of the court, and as the referee tossed the ball high into the air, the match officially began. Perkins leaped to tap the ball to Rondo, who advanced with possession. Rondo reached the top of the arc, facing Davis. Aware of Rondo's capabilities, Davis retreated a couple of steps, allowing him the opportunity to shoot. However, Rondo opted not to take the shot and instead passed the ball to Pierce. Facing Battier, Pierce backed him down, spun, and executed a beautiful fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net, making the score 2 o'clock. The Celtics fans erupted into a deafening roar as they witnessed their team score. Davis dribbled to the arc, refraining from both a drive and a shot. With 20 seconds left on the shot clock, he suddenly accelerated to the left, outpacing Rondo. Garnett and Pierce rushed to double team, but Davis delivered a precise pass to Wilkins, who found himself unmarked. Wilkins soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk. The score was now 2-2, and the cacophony of the Celtics' home crowd momentarily quieted. Chapter 35, Facing the Celtics, Part 1. Rondo advanced the ball to the top of the arc, beyond the three-point line, and continued to distribute the ball to Pierce. Upon receiving the pass, Pierce engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Battier. The moment Battier noticed Pierce with the ball, he immediately adhered closely to him, lowering his center of gravity and firmly pressing against Pierce's waist. With his back to Battier, Pierce felt the pressure, yet he leaned in, spun, and attempted a jumper. Battier leapt forward to contest the shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. A successful defensive effort. Battier clenched his fist triumphantly. Presti nodded, having informed Biyombo prior to the match that while Pierce was virtually unstoppable, he could be contained. Make him uncomfortable, and you shall succeed. Wear him down. Baron Davis, holding the ball at the top of the arc, continued to run down the clock. With 20 seconds remaining, he surged forward, breaking into the paint for a layup. However, with a resounding smack, Garnett's left hand sent the ball flying away. Upon landing, he clenched his right fist and pounded his chest. The newly crowned Defensive Player of the Year, asserting dominion over Davis with a thunderous rejection. With only 1 second left on the shot clock, Biyombo stood at the baseline to take a free throw. Davis broke free from his defender, caught the ball, and shot. Clang! The shot rimmed out. Rondo advanced the ball, suddenly accelerating past half court, effortlessly bypassing Davis and charging towards the basket, as Collison leaped to contest the shot. Beep! The whistle blew. Collison was called for a foul. Rondo stepped to the line for 2 free throws. Observing this, Presti leaned slightly and instructed his players, when the substitutions come, keep Rondo on the court. Allow him some space defensively and provoke him to shoot. DeAndre, you must secure every defensive rebound and immediately pass to Russell. Russell, you will take on the point guard role. We must elevate our pace, particularly following successful defensive plays. Upon gaining possession, accelerate the transition. Durant, Jeff Green, and Dragic. As Russell pushes the ball, you must quickly position yourselves at the corners and the 45-degree mark at the arc. Russell's advance will inevitably draw the attention of two or more defenders. At that moment, find the open man among the three of you. Upon receiving the ball, shoot without hesitation. Only by playing swiftly and opening our perimeter will we have a chance to win. Should we fall into a half-court set with 16 seconds remaining, attack mindlessly. Once inside, immediately distribute the ball outward. There will surely be someone open on the perimeter. If not, go up strong and draw the foul. As for defense, I require that either Ray Allen, Garnett, or Pierce is always shadowed, particularly Allen. I cannot afford him a single open look. Do you understand? Presti's tone was grave and earnest. Yes, we understand, the players responded in unison. Presti nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the court where the score stood at 16-10. With merely a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter, observing the score, Presti couldn't help but smile. His strategy was straightforward, akin to the famed tale of Tianji's horse racing. He kept his core players on the bench while entrusting the starting lineup to Davis and Raheem, aiming to control the pace of the game and ensuring each possession lasted the full 24 seconds. Even if the starters faltered, the deficit would not be substantial. And when the opposing team substituted in their reserves, his key players would enter the fray. Baron Davis continued to dribble, pausing just beyond the halfway line to maintain the tempo. Eventually, the crowd could no longer contain their frustration. Was the Thunder team truly this timid, meticulously controlling the pace with every possession? Such fear of defeat seemed unworthy of the sport. The game felt as though it was drifting into slumber. Presti, perhaps it is time to take your team home and spare them further embarrassment. Presti, hearing the jeers and boos from the crowd, could not help but smile even more broadly. He rose to his feet, facing all the spectators, and without uttering a single word, he raised his right index finger and gave it a gentle shake. In that instant, the audience erupted, a cacophony of reactions filling the air, with even expletives like fuck being heard. It seemed things had escalated, yet I found a certain delight in Presti's amusement. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air, marking the first timeout of the match, as Rivers gathered the players around with his tactical board. Presti addressed the descending players, saying, "Go take a break. You have performed admirably. Now, let us observe the substitutes display." As the timeout concluded, the Celtics substituted Paul Pierce, while the Thunder's roster changes were nothing short of astonishing, with 5 players coming on and 5 going off. The Thunder lineup consisted of Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Jeff Green, and DeAndre Jordan, with just 23 seconds remaining. The Celtics possessed the ball. Rondo dribbled to the top of the arc, and Westbrook, standing merely 2 steps away, suddenly shifted from his defensive stance and took a step back. He extended his finger, gesturing towards the back, signaling, "Go ahead, take the shot." Presti laughed heartily at the scene below. Westbrook's antics were simply hilarious. If I were Rondo, I surely wouldn't be able to contain myself. Presti's laughter resonated loudly, drawing the attention of all the Celtics fans around him. Meanwhile, Rondo, initially irritated by Westbrook's provocative antics, was taken aback to see the Thunder's coach laughing heartily. It was not mere laughter, it was a derisive mockery directed at him. In that moment, Rondo felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, prompting him to raise the ball and take a shot. As anticipated, the outcome was far from favorable. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, creating a long rebound. Just as Rondo prepared to retrieve it, Westbrook dashed ahead, seizing the opportunity. With the ball in hand, Westbrook launched himself towards the basket with unrestrained vigor. Approaching the paint, he soared into the air, his body taut like a bowstring, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. 16-12, the red light blared. The first quarter concluded, and the once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. Presti observed the players descending from the court, chuckling heartily as he remarked, "Splendid," while giving Westbrook a thumbs up. At that moment, the Celtics fans were visibly displeased, their frustration palpable as they witnessed the Thunder's coach reveling in his triumph. Soon, the second quarter commenced in earnest. Westbrook brought the ball to the arc, facing Rondo, and suddenly accelerated, driving into the paint. He leaped, drawing Garnett's help defense. Jeff Green found himself unguarded and received the pass in the right corner. Green took the shot. Clang. It was a miss. No matter, space had been created. This failure did not foreshadow future ones. Presti mused silently below. Garnett secured the rebound and passed to Rondo, who advanced the ball, positioning himself at the arc. Westbrook took a step back, taunting Rondo. Rondo was irked but maintained his composure this time, opting not to shoot, instead passing it high to Garnett. Upon receiving the ball, Jeff Green immediately closed in. Simultaneously, DeAndre Jordan inched closer to Garnett, signaling that he was ready to provide help defense should Garnett leap. Garnett confidently advanced into the paint and executed a turnaround jumper. The ball swished through the net. 18-12. Remarkable. Truly. He deserved the title of the big ticket. Presti could not help but exclaim in admiration. Presti rose to call a timeout. He needed to address the issues surrounding Garnett. Chapter 36. Facing the Celtics. Part 2. Presti approached the descending players, holding a tactical board, and just as everyone presumed he was about to discuss strategy, he directly inquired, "Who among you can deliver some trash talk?" The players exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the coach's intent. Presti shook his head, realizing that these rookies were still quite innocent. He then turned his gaze toward the Celtics bench and noticed Garnett putting on his jersey. Deciding it would be best to address him privately later, Presti did not continue to engage in trivial banter, but rather reiterated the importance of pacing. The timeout has concluded. In the game resumes, the Celtics have substituted Garnett, Perkins, and Rondo, bringing in Rasheed Wallace, Glenn Davis, and Nate Robinson. The Thunder made no substitutions. Westbrook, advancing the ball to the top of the arc, faced Nate Robinson and decisively drove towards the basket. Approaching the paint against Rasheed Wallace, he exhibited no hesitation, soaring for a layup as Rasheed leaped to contest. The whistle blew. Rasheed Wallace was called for a personal foul, and Westbrook stepped to the free throw line for 2 shots. Presti nodded in satisfaction, recalling his earlier words to Westbrook during the timeout. If the paint were not guarded by Garnett, then simply drive to the basket. At this moment, the once ferocious Wallace, now a veteran of 14 seasons in the NBA on the brink of retirement, lacked the speed of his youth. Faced with the newly minted Westbrook, he was utterly ineffective. Westbrook sank both free throws, bringing the score to 14-18. Nate Robinson, possessing the ball at the arc, sought to penetrate against Westbrook as well. However, his diminutive stature proved to be a significant hindrance, and despite his efforts to push through, he found himself thwarted by Westbrook's unwavering defense. He quickly passed the ball to Wallace. With the ball in hand, Wallace, with the agility of a young Jordan, braced himself to absorb any contact from Wallace's post play. Wallace decisively moved along the left baseline, executing a sudden, extended, fadeaway jump shot, sinking the ball. The score now stood at 14-20. Presti observed this with admiration. Although Wallace's defensive capabilities have waned, his offensive finesse has become increasingly adept, particularly his signature move of the sidearm turnaround jumper. Westbrook propelled the ball forward, passing to Durant on the left side. Durant, facing off against Marquez Daniels, executed a swift jump shot. The ball went in. 16-20. Little Potato Robinson, seeking to penetrate past Westbrook, found no success and passed it back to Wallace. This time, DeAndre Jordan played it smart, closely guarding and raising his arms high. Wallace nudged once, and as he prepared for a second nudge, Jeff Green swiftly double-teamed him. Whap! The ball was swatted away. Westbrook burst forth, seizing the ball and sprinting with all his might. Crossing midcourt, he attracted 3 defenders and effortlessly dished it out to the right corner, where Durant awaited. Wide open for a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. 19-20. Little Potato crossed midcourt, passing to Ray Allen, who felt an overwhelming sense of relief at finally receiving the ball. Facing Dragic's defense, Allen dribbled between his legs to find his rhythm and suddenly surged forward. He maneuvered past Dragic, breaking into the paint, and abruptly halted for a jump shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound and tossed it to the already sprinting Westbrook. Westbrook seized the ball and dashed forward once more. He was too fast, leaving all the Celtics players behind. Only Jeff Green kept pace. Just 2 steps from the free throw line, he slammed the ball against the backboard. Green followed up, leaping to catch the ball for a thunderous dunk. A flawless relay. 21-20. Beep. The Celtics called for a timeout. At this moment, the arena grew quieter, and the Celtics fans felt, for the first time, a sense of uncertainty regarding their stability. Presti observed as the players descended, clapping his hands and encouraging them. You performed exceptionally well. Go take a break and prepare to return midway through the third quarter. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Celtics substituted Rondo, Pierce, Garnett, and Perkins, replacing Ray Allen. Meanwhile, the Thunder continued their rotation, reintroducing their starting lineup. Rondo advanced with the ball, while Pierce swiftly moved towards him. Wilkins closely pursued, and with a handoff, Rondo set a screen for Pierce, who, upon receiving the ball, took a shot with Rondo's assistance. The ball swished through the net. Truly deserving of the name Truth, the score was now 21-22. Davis quickly crossed half-court after receiving the ball and passed it to Mason. After dribbling twice and finding no opportunity, Mason passed to Wilkins. Faced with Pierce, Wilkins, lacking confidence, returned the ball to Davis, who loftily sent it to Raheem. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Raheem backed down Garnett. Once. Twice. He pivoted but found no space, and quickly passed it out. Davis received the ball in a rush and took a hurried shot. Clang. It seemed as though he might skew the rim. When Davis retrieved the ball, his teammates had already begun to retreat. Thus, the nearest player to the loose ball was a Thunder player. Collison seized the offensive rebound and handed it to Davis, who immediately took a step back, managing the clock. If the Thunder were not playing, he might have wanted to sleep, but now he simply wished to laugh, deliberately controlling the tempo to see if their composure would falter. Meanwhile, the Celtics fans were growing increasingly agitated, feeling frustrated and constrained, unable to unleash their energy. Finally, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted with boos. As the shot clock wound down, Davis attempted another strong shot. Clang. He missed again. This time, Garnett secured the rebound and passed it to Rondo, who pushed the ball up the court and fed Garnett for an isolation play. Davis immediately collapsed defensively. Garnett took a mid-range shot, scored. Although the shot went in, it left Garnett feeling somewhat vexed, prompting him to engage in some trash talk. Raheem and Davis remained silent. They knew Garnett all too well, the king of banter. Upon witnessing this, Presti called over Biyombo and gently said, "When you take the court, you'll be tasked with guarding Garnett. I do not expect you to completely contain him, but you must impose some limitations." At this point, Presti smirked and added, "Will you talk some trash? When you defend him, let it fly." Biyombo scratched the back of his head, and noticing this, Presti leaned in closer and whispered, "Tell him his wife tastes like donuts. Just say that." Biyombo's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the general manager would utter such banter. Presti, feeling a tad embarrassed under Biyombo's gaze, sheepishly replied, "Don't look at me like that. I learned it from someone else." Just then, as the whistle signaled the end of the second quarter with a score of 28-35, the halftime break commenced, and players gradually returned to the locker room. Presti initially intended to join them, but at that moment, a reporter dashed over. "Presti, are you satisfied with your team's performance in the first half?" inquired a bespectacled journalist. "Yes, quite satisfied," Presti responded nonchalantly, nodding. "Is your strategy to take a full 24 seconds on each possession merely to avoid an embarrassing loss?" Another reporter interjected immediately after Presti's reply. "You are from Boston," Presti remarked, shaking his head disapprovingly, his expression vividly portraying disdain. The reporter's face flushed crimson. And just as he opened his mouth to speak, Presti interrupted, stating, "I need to strategize now. Ask me again once I've secured a victory." With that, he turned sharply and returned to the locker room, leaving several reporters behind, exchanging bewildered glances. The unspoken thought echoed in their minds, "But we haven't even asked yet." Presti returned to the locker room, emphasizing the tactical adjustments before the commencement of the second half. Chapter 37, An Unexpected Victory. The whistle blew, signaling the official start of the second half. The Celtics and Thunder maintained the same lineups as at the end of the second quarter. Rondo swiftly advanced into the front court, exploiting Davis's momentary distraction to accelerate past him, entering the key while disregarding Collison's defense, and executed a layup. The ball went in. 28-37. Davis, possessing the ball in the backcourt, slowly advanced to the front court, continuing to control the tempo. Rondo, unable to tolerate this pace, pressed forward aggressively. As Davis noticed Rondo closing in, he immediately accelerated to break through. He evaded Rondo, and, confronted by Perkins and Garnett guarding the paint, opted not to force his way in. Instead, he distributed the ball to Wilkins in the right corner. Wilkins received the pass, with half a meter of space, and took a wide-open shot. It went in. 31-37. Thus, both teams engaged in a tug-of-war. Although the Celtics clearly had the advantage in terms of lineup, the Thunder's strategy posed significant challenges for the Celtics, preventing them from widening the score gap. Finally, with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Presti called for the first time out of the game. At this juncture, the score stood at 39-45. Presti addressed the players poised to enter the court with a serious demeanor. "Remember, accelerating the pace is our sole path to victory." A chorus of agreement echoed from the players. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout, and the game resumed. The Thunder maintained their 5-on-5 strategy with Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Batum, and Jordan rounding out the final lineup for this match. As the players entered the court, Batum was once again halted by Presti, who reiterated the trash talk discussed on the sidelines. Batum, with a grim expression, nodded in resignation, thinking to himself, "What can I do? My strength lies in defense. So I must bear this burden." On the Celtics side, a rotational lineup was reintroduced, replacing Garnett, Perkins, and Rondo. Dragic initiated the play, passing to Westbrook. With the ball in hand, Westbrook faced the defense of the diminutive Robinson and swiftly broke through on the left side. It was effortless. This reminded Presti of a saying from a past life: "Getting past you is akin to crossing a morning street." Westbrook charged into the paint, unperturbed by Wallace's defense, and executed a powerful layup. Beep. Wallace fouled him. Westbrook stepped to the line for 2 free throws, making one. The score stood at 40-45. Robinson, now in possession, recognized he could not penetrate past Westbrook and called for a screen. Wallace stepped up to provide the pick. Robinson used Wallace's screen to drive in. Approaching the paint, he confronted the towering figures of Jordan and Batum. Rather than forcing a shot, he opted to pass to Ray Allen on the left. However, before the ball could even escape the paint area, it was intercepted by the waiting Durant. Durant seized the ball and surged forward. Racing to the three-point line at the top of the arc, without any preamble, he rose and shot. Ignoring Allen's defense entirely, the ball swished through the net. In your face. 43-45. At this moment, silence enveloped the Celtics arena as the crowd yearned for their team to deliver an answer ball. Clearly, Allen intended to do just that. As Robinson advanced the ball, before even crossing half-court, Allen signaled for the ball. Robinson passed to Allen on the left. Allen crossed half-court, reaching the same spot beyond the three-point line, facing Durant. Without rhythm, he too launched a shot. Clang. The sound of iron echoed as it clanged off the rim. The long rebound bounced out, and Robinson, eager to collect it, was outpaced by Westbrook, who had already surged ahead. It was time for a showcase. Westbrook, with the ball, accelerated fiercely. The Celtics were truly unable to contain him. Approaching the basket, he tossed the ball high into the air. Jordan leaped, caught it, and slammed it down. 45-45. We are tied. Beep. The whistle sounded. The Celtics called for a timeout. The contrast between the visibly furious Coach Rivers of the Celtics and the beaming Presti of the Thunder is striking. At this moment, even the commentator, who harbors a preference for the Celtics, cannot help but acknowledge that the Thunder are performing exceptionally well, having just delivered a 6-0 run against the Celtics. As the game resumes after a timeout, there are merely 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Young Robinson receives the ball and moves to the top of the arc, beginning to run down the clock. With just 10 seconds left, he suddenly shifts to the left and passes the ball to Wallace. Wallace, with his back to Jordan, positions himself, making a couple of moves before attempting a hook shot. However, Batum has already arrived to assist, expertly swatting the ball away. Batum secures possession and hurls the ball forward. Dragic is waiting at the front court. Upon receiving Batum's pass, Dragic leaps effortlessly for a slam dunk. The red light flashes. A display of ease. The score reads 47-45. Rivers watches below, shaking his head in disbelief. Before the preseason commenced, he had received orders from the owner, stating that this game must be one to teach the Thunder, a team so audacious, a lesson. Initially, he believed victory would come easily, especially after having just claimed the championship, but to his astonishment, they were still trailing after 3 quarters. Given the recent season, the Big Three have borne an excessive load of defensive and offensive responsibilities, necessitating a well-deserved rest. He had intended for them to play around 20 minutes. But that plan now seems unattainable. With the referee's whistle, the decisive fourth quarter finally begins. The Celtics reintroduce their starting lineup, while the Thunder maintain their unchanged roster. Rondo brings the ball to the top of the arc. Pierce moves towards Rondo, receiving a handoff. Rondo sets a screen to block the pursuing Durant. Pierce, utilizing Rondo's pick, aims for a direct shot. Yet, Westbrook, defending Rondo, quickly switches over. With a significant height advantage, he takes the shot. But alas, clang. It's a miss. The long rebound is seized by Westbrook, who charges forward with fervor. As Pierce contemplates a tactical foul to halt Westbrook, he realizes the latter has already gained several strides. Garnett and Rondo are in hot pursuit, drawing 2 defenders. They pass the ball to an awaiting Durant. Durant, positioned at the left 45-degree angle, takes a jumper and scores. The shot is smooth and unguarded. The score shifts to 47. Garnett shakes his head, retrieves the ball, and hands it to Rondo, who advances to the top of the arc. He passes to Garnett, who backs down against Batum. Sensing Garnett has the ball, Batum immediately closes in. Garnett attempts to establish his position, pushing once, then twice. Just as he prepares for a third push, Batum whispers something only Garnett can hear. "Your wife tastes like a donut." Garnett is momentarily taken aback. In that instant, Batum slaps the ball down. Durant, with remarkable agility, swiftly seized the ball and passed it to Dragic in the front court. Dragic, upon receiving the ball, drove into the paint and executed a powerful dunk. Just at that moment, the whistle blew. Everyone turned to see what Garnett was up to. He had his hands around Biyombo's throat. The referees rushed in to separate them. The officials reviewed the footage, which clearly revealed that Garnett had initiated the altercation, while Biyombo had not even retaliated. There was no doubt. A direct ejection was warranted. This entire sequence left Presti utterly astonished. Could such things truly transpire? Following Garnett's expulsion, the Celtics' interior defense crumbled under pressure. Indeed, as the game progressed, the Celtics' front line faltered repeatedly, being shattered by Westbrook's relentless assaults. With the Thunder's unyielding pace, the Celtics ultimately found themselves incapable of mounting any defense. In the end, under the weight of the audience's jeers, the Thunder triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 78-67, a scenario Presti had not foreseen with Garnett's ejection. Chapter 38. The regular season commences. On the plane, the Thunder players joyfully sang, seemingly oblivious to their recent contest against the defending champions. Meanwhile, Presti sat back with legs crossed, savoring a glass of red wine, reflecting on the incredulous expressions of the Celtics fans as they beheld the final score, a moment of quiet satisfaction for him. However, as Presti led the Thunder players back to the locker room post-game, the boos from the Celtics fans hit him like a wave. "Booing me? Just wait until we visit your arena next time." Soon, they arrived in Los Angeles. Presti did not permit the players to arrange their time freely. Instead, he scheduled a simple training session at the arena. The game day approached, and the reporters once again flocked to Presti, inquiring fervently. Remarkably, one intrepid journalist even asked whether he might employ any underhanded tactics to sideline either Kobe or Gasol in this match. Presti shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "In truth, even if Garnett had not been ejected, we would have prevailed. Of course, you witnessed the reason for his ejection. As for facing the full-strength Lakers, we would triumph as well." He then chuckled and added, "Naturally, they could have substituted Kobe or Gasol early on, providing them an excuse in the event of a loss." Well, this general manager certainly speaks his mind, unabashedly stirring up animosity. The reporters, upon hearing Presti's response, were exceedingly pleased, as it made the match all the more intriguing. Indeed, when the game commenced, both teams engaged in a fervent exchange, a thrilling contest of skill. Ultimately, when Presti unleashed the final small ball lineup for an extended run, they emerged victorious over the Lakers. However, the Lakers fans remained indifferent, as their stars, Kobe and Gasol, had only participated for a mere 20 minutes. Presti certainly would not subscribe to the notion, as suggested prior to the game, that his team was intimidated. As a squad aspiring for championship glory, they could not afford to treat the preseason with nonchalance. Their primary focus was on safeguarding the players' health. However, in the post-game interview, he felt free to express himself. Thus, when he glanced at the reporter who had confidently made predictions before the game, Presti smugly remarked, "They are quite clever. This way, they have an excuse for their loss." As Presti and his players returned, they were met with a chorus of boos. Yet, aboard the plane, the athletes joyfully sang in celebration of their consecutive victories, relishing their triumph over last season's champions and runners-up. At this point, they had come to wholeheartedly admire Presti. It is no exaggeration to say that if he had instructed them to run naked during the game, they would have complied, for they believed such actions would lead to victory. Presti, in turn, sensed the players' adulation, which made tactical arrangements considerably easier when the execution of strategies was sound. The outcomes of the matches tended to align with his expectations. As anticipated, in the subsequent two games, the Thunder emerged victorious. However, the journey was not entirely smooth, particularly in the matchup against the Cavaliers, where they nearly faltered. At that moment, LeBron James was truly soaring, and had it not been for some missteps from his teammates, victory would have been elusive. The contest against the Spurs proved to be far simpler. Following their encounter with the Cavaliers, the Spurs organization promptly announced that Duncan and Ginobili would be absent from the game due to hip tightness, with several key players sidelined. The Spurs were swiftly overwhelmed by the Thunder. Thus, The Thunder concluded their preseason with an unblemished record, although the players were exhilarated by their victories. Presti could discern their physical exhaustion. Consequently, after the game against the Spurs, he granted everyone a day of respite. Presti had also been feeling utterly exhausted in recent days, so he quickly succumbed to sleep upon arriving at the hotel. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, his assistant Troy handed him the newspaper. "Oh, what does it say this time?" Presti remarked nonchalantly as he slowly unfolded the paper. "This time, it seems rather normal," Troy replied. As he opened the newspaper, the headline "Genius Manager" or "Genius Coach" caught Presti's attention. Delving further, he found the article began with a commendation of the Thunder's impressive 4-game winning streak in the preseason, praising the exceptional performance of the players. It then devoted a substantial section to lauding Presti's drafting prowess, as well as his adeptness in making roster adjustments and in-game adaptations, ultimately declaring him the next Popovich of the NBA. "Haha, this article is quite intriguing," Presti chuckled to his assistant. "Indeed," Troy affirmed. "After the Summer League and the preseason, many have altered their perceptions of you. The new recruits you selected have performed exceptionally well in the games, leading many to firmly believe in your pre-draft assertions. They now consider your choices as potential all-stars in the league. Consequently, numerous media outlets have shifted their focus to our rookies, and several sneaker companies have already reached out to them with contract offers," Troy said with considerable pride. "Tell them to hold off on signing after this season. Their contracts will be even more lucrative," Presti asserted confidently. "By the way, General Manager, have you seen the schedule for the regular season?" Troy suddenly recalled and inquired. "No." "What's up?" Presti responded, puzzled. "The first game is at home against the Los Angeles Lakers," Troy said, somewhat troubled. Presti certainly comprehends Troy's sentiments. The inaugural match of the new team in the new arena must undoubtedly be a victory dedicated to the fans of this city. However, the adversary is none other than the Los Angeles Lakers. Although they triumphed in the preseason, it is well understood that the starters played merely 20 minutes. Presti rose and gently patted his assistant Troy on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. I have thoroughly analyzed the Lakers. We shall undoubtedly triumph in the opening match." Troy replied to himself with a hopeful, "Well, let us hope so." Soon, the day came to a close, and the entire Thunder team boarded their flight back to Oklahoma City. A few hours later, Presti found himself in the confines of the Oklahoma City Thunder's general manager's office. He was resolute in securing victory in the season's inaugural game, not solely for the fans but also to instill confidence in the rookies, ensuring that even in defeat, they would fondly remember their victory over the Lakers. He was fully aware that this contest would not be as effortless as the preseason, thus, meticulous preparations for the lineup were imperative. The fateful day of October 28th finally arrived. The NBA 2008-2009 regular season commenced in earnest. The Chesapeake Energy Arena was filled to capacity, with every individual adorned in blue Thunder jerseys, demonstrating their unwavering support for the newly relocated team that had become the sole representative of the city. The arena was transformed into a breathtaking sea of blue, evoking a sense of awe. As the Thunder players made their way through the player tunnel, the atmosphere surged with fervor, the deafening chants of OKC resonating throughout the arena, immersing all in a whirlwind of excitement. With both teams having completed their warm-ups and stepped onto the court, the regular season of 2008-2009 was on the brink of commencing. Chapter 39, A Promising Start, Part 1. Thunder starting 5, Baron Davis, Mason, Biyombo, Wilkins, Nick Collison. Lakers starting 5, Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Trevor Ariza, Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum. As the players converged at center court, the referee elevated the ball, signaling the official start of the match. Bynum leapt high to tip the ball to Fisher, initiating the Lakers' offense. Fisher advanced the ball to the arc and passed it to the awaiting Kobe. Facing Mason, Kobe executed a powerful drive. Mason shadowed him closely. Kobe abruptly halted for a jump shot. The ball swished through the net. 0-2. Baron Davis swiftly received the ball in the backcourt and propelled it forward, easily surpassing the aging Fisher. However, the Lakers swiftly fortified their defense under the basket, creating a blockade that made entry impossible. He passed to Wilkins. The ball had scarcely reached him before it was intercepted effortlessly by Gasol. With a deft flick, Gasol sent the ball soaring to Kobe, who, upon receiving it, took a grand stride and executed a thunderous dunk. 0. For meanwhile, the Thunder fans remained standing, anxiously awaiting their team's first score. A tradition among Thunder supporters, only sitting after the team scores. Baron Davis maneuvered the ball to the front court, with the shot clock winding down to 18 seconds. Passing to the awaiting Raheem. Raheem received the ball and, with his back to Gasol, initiated a post move. He firmly backed Gasol down, forcefully pushing him into the paint before pivoting and releasing a one-handed floater. As the ball found its way into the net, the score reached 2-4, and the arena was immediately filled with resounding applause. Thunder fans jubilantly celebrated the franchise's inaugural home goal, while Presti mused to himself, I can finally take a seat. I'm utterly exhausted. The Lakers continued to channel the ball to Kobe, who found himself in a favorable mismatch against Mason. After taking a single dribble, Kobe elevated and released a shot. The ball arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. 2-6. Meanwhile, on the Thunder's side, Baron Davis maintained a deliberate pace, winding down the shot clock to around 10 seconds before passing to Raheem. Raheem, a player of remarkable offensive talent, was simply too much for Gasol to handle. Employing his familiar tactics, he pushed into the paint, spun, and executed a one-handed floater. The ball went in. 4-6. The Lakers continued to rely on Kobe's isolation plays, which remained reliably effective. In response, the Thunder also utilized Raheem to take on Gasol, yielding similar results. Finally, as the game reached the 9-minute mark, the Lakers, unable to contain their impatience, called for a timeout. Presti could roughly anticipate the adjustments made by the coach after calling a timeout. Thus, as the players descended, he advised Dragic, "You will substitute for Mason. I do not expect you to defend Kobe, but when Raheem is double-teamed, you must seize the opportunity to shoot from the open position." Dragic nodded earnestly. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the timeout, the game resumed. Fisher advanced the ball to the top of the arc and passed it to Kobe. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe faced Dragic and opted to take a step back before launching a shot. Naturally, he scored with ease. As the clock read 15:20, Baron Davis dribbled into the front court and handed the ball to Raheem, who opted to confront Gasol. As he drove into the paint, Ariza swiftly collapsed into the lane to provide support, while the Lakers' perimeter defense began to contract. The coach's words echoed in Raheem's mind. Upon seeing the double team, he promptly passed the ball. The ball swiftly found its way into Dragic's hands. Dragic, facing Kobe, who was still half a meter away, took aim at the basket and released a jump shot. The ball swished through the net. At 18:20, Kobe, a man of great intensity and pride, sought the ball even before Fisher had crossed the half-court line. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe slowly dribbled towards Dragic, performing a series of between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly accelerating. Dragic recalled the coach's earlier advice: if beaten, do not chase, but rather assist at other points. Dragic immediately shifted to help Ariza. Curiously, instead of challenging Jordan and Collison, Kobe chose to pass, targeting Ariza in the left corner. However, before the ball reached Ariza, it was intercepted by Dragic. At that moment, Dragic felt immense admiration for Presti. With the ball in hand, Dragic refrained from a fast break. He knew his speed was insufficient to outrun his opponents. He passed the ball to Davis, who, after a leisurely advance into the front court, handed it off to Raheem. With the 10-minute mark approaching, he thought this should be the final possession. Leaning on his shoulder, he pivoted and executed a delicate floater. It went in flawlessly. The score was now tied at 20-20 when the Lakers called for a timeout. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, astonished at how they were holding their own against the Lakers. Everyone knew that the starters were not all core players. Yet these athletes had managed to equalize the score. An unbelievable feat. Presti exchanged a supportive handshake with Raheem, whose position had been initially secured by Collison. As the timeout concluded, less than 2 minutes remained in the game, with the Lakers in possession of the ball. The Lakers substituted Kobe for Sasha Vujacic, replaced Trevor Ariza with Odom, and exchanged Gasol for Powell. Meanwhile, the Thunder took Raheem off the court, bringing in Collison, and introduced DeAndre Jordan to replace Collison. Fisher advanced the ball to the top of the arc and called for a screen from Bynum. Utilizing the pick, Fisher evaded Davis and attempted a jump shot that clanged off the rim. DeAndre Jordan and Collison formed a formidable duo against the tandem of Powell and Bynum. Jordan effectively boxed out Powell and Bynum, allowing Collison to leap and secure the rebound, promptly passing it to Davis. Davis swiftly propelled the ball forward, pursued relentlessly by Odom. With time winding down, he maneuvered to the right side of the arc and, with little hesitation, launched a step-back three-pointer that ricocheted off the rim. Presti was undoubtedly aware of the offensive capabilities and inherent weaknesses of this lineup. Although Wilkins and Dragic could create space, their shooting percentages left much to be desired, allowing the opposition to collapse defensively in the paint. This rendered the ball-handling prowess of Davis and Dragic ineffective in penetrating the defense. However, There was a silver lining to this configuration. Its defensive capabilities were commendable. Presti's directive for this lineup was simple: maintain a stout defense. Indeed, when Fisher struggled to maneuver past Davis with the aid of a screen, he discovered that DeAndre Jordan was unable to assist inside, attempting to drive and dish. He was met with defenders at every position, wary of a potential steal. Consequently, he had no choice but to pass to Odom. Odom, facing off against Battier, initially appeared to have a straightforward matchup. Yet, after faking Battier out of position and attempting a floater, the explosive athleticism of DeAndre Jordan propelled him skyward, resulting in a resounding rejection. Beep. The first quarter concluded with the score tied at 20-20. Observing from the Lakers bench, Phil Jackson felt a twinge of concern as he beheld the Thunder's bench filled with a plethora of dynamic rookies yet to take the floor. Sighing, he resolved to employ the triple tower strategy. With the referee's whistle, the second quarter commenced. The Lakers adjusted their lineup to feature Jordan Farmar, Sasha Vujasic, Lamar Odom, Josh Powell, and Chris Mihm. In contrast, the Thunder's lineup consisted of Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Jeff Green, and DeAndre Jordan. Presti chuckled at the lineup. 3 towers? Can such a formation withstand my 4 smalls and 1 big? Chapter 40. A Bright Start, Part 2. Westbrook, with the ball at the arc beyond the 3-point line, orchestrated the play. At this moment, Dragic and Jeff Green occupied the corners, while DeAndre Jordan loitered beneath the basket, and Durant positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle. The spacing was exceptionally wide. Westbrook, confronted by Jordan Farmar's one-on-one defense, completely disregarded it, effortlessly maneuvering to the left. As he entered the paint, attracting the attention of Josh Powell for help defense, he immediately launched the ball high into the air. Chris Mihm leaped to intercept. Behind him, DeAndre Jordan soared into the air. Seizing the ball, he emphatically slammed it into the hoop, executing a thunderous dunk over Chris Mihm. The roar of the crowd resonated, proudly proclaiming that this was their Oklahoma City team. Mihm, on the receiving end of the dunk, shook his head in resignation, passing the ball to Jordan Farmar. Farmar, receiving the ball, slowly brought it up the court, calling for a screen. Mihm stepped forward, and Farmar attempted to shake off Westbrook using the screen. However, the Thunder had switched defenses. The switch left DeAndre Jordan guarding Farmar, who faced him, determined to exploit the size mismatch. After a series of crossovers to find his rhythm, he suddenly accelerated, approaching the basket for a layup. Slap. Just as the ball neared the rim, it was swatted away by the airborne DeAndre Jordan. The impact of the defense sent Farmar tumbling to the floor. Presti couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. DeAndre Jordan was indeed a formidable center capable of thriving in the small ball era. At that moment, Jordan had yet to bulk up, making it effortlessly easy for him to defend against a diminutive backup point guard. Meanwhile, Farmar's spirit was crumbling. How could a guard fail to outmaneuver a center? What a marvel it was, a center with lateral speed surpassing his own. As the ball was inbound to Odom, he received it and, faced with Durant's defense, began to back down into the paint. At this juncture, Durant's strength was insufficient to contend with Odom, who pushed him deep into the key before executing a low-post move. Suddenly, Odom spun and attempted a jump shot, a seemingly guaranteed basket, yet DeAndre Jordan swiftly rotated over for a resounding block. The ball flew out of bounds once more. The audience erupted in applause. The Thunder fans were positively elated. DeAndre Jordan was nothing short of a defensive fortress beneath the rim, embodying the quintessential center every team yearned for. Sensing the adoration from the crowd, Jordan raised his arms in acknowledgement. With only 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Farmar inbound the ball to Odom again. Odom, receiving the pass, went for a mid-range jumper. Alas, he was blocked again, faced with Durant's outstretched arms at such close range. It was a fair rejection. Securing the ball, Durant launched a long pass to a speeding Westbrook, who effortlessly soared for a thunderous dunk. The Lakers could no longer contain themselves and called for a timeout. The applause from the audience rose once more. This Thunder team was indeed a source of endless excitement for the fans. Shortly thereafter, the timeout concluded, and the Lakers restored their starting lineup while the Thunder's roster remained unchanged. The score stood at 24-20. Fisher brought the ball into the center court and immediately passed to Kobe, who, disregarding Dragic's defense, launched a strong pull-up jumper. Clang. A miss. At that moment, the Lakers' towering trio began to assert their influence in the paint. Bynum positioned himself directly against Jordan, while Jeff Green found himself overmatched against Gasol, who easily deflected the ball away. Kobe seized the opportunity. He calmed himself, signaling for an isolation, then dribbled to the left side at a 45-degree angle, stepping inward. Leaning against Dragic, he executed his signature back-down move. After a slight nudge, Kobe spun and launched a fadeaway jumper. The ball gracefully arced through the air and swished through the net. 24-22 Presti rose and called a foul. Durant, who had just received the ball, understood immediately. With the ball in hand, he faced Odom, seeking the rhythm to penetrate. Suddenly, he paused, preparing to shoot. Odom was deceived by the feint, and Durant took advantage of the moment to launch his shot. Beep. Odom committed a shooting foul, granting Durant 2 free throws. Presti waved to Westbrook, signaling for Dragic to come over. He spoke slowly. Dragic, you will take over as point guard for Russell, while Russell, you will guard Kobe. Remember, when he demands the ball, you must consistently maneuver in front of him to wear him down. Once he receives the ball in the post, you must brace against his waist and stay glued to him, just as you did during training when you defended Durant. Both Westbrook and Dragic nodded in agreement. In fact, Presti's instructions to Westbrook on how to defend Kobe mirrored the defensive technique employed by Tony Allen, who had excelled in guarding Kobe in a previous life. Durant made both of his free throws, bringing the score to 28-22. Fisher continued to advance the ball, seeking to pass to Kobe. However, Westbrook was relentless, persistently positioning himself to obstruct Kobe's movements. Fisher, holding the ball, hesitated to pass, aware of Westbrook's tenacity. Yet, Kobe kept demanding the ball, and Fisher lacked the courage to pass to anyone else, resulting in an agonizing delay. Finally, after several tense seconds, Kobe managed to secure the ball. Opting once again for a post-up, Westbrook adhered strictly to the coach's directive, staying tightly glued to Kobe and bracing against his waist. At this moment, Kobe felt quite uncomfortable, attempting to create space. Westbrook, however, only retreated slightly. Unlike Dragic, Westbrook possessed greater strength and weight, which disrupted Kobe's usual rhythm, leading to a fadeaway jump shot that clanged off the rim. DeAndre Jordan seized the opportunity, securing the rebound and passing it to Dragic. Dragic faced Fisher, easily maneuvering past him and driving into the paint, attracting defensive help before swiftly distributing the ball to Durant on the perimeter. Durant caught the ball and took a shot, but it too missed the mark. However, he managed to retrieve the long rebound and attempted another shot, which finally went in, pushing the score to 30-22. The Lakers continued their offensive strategy, relying on Kobe's isolation plays. This time, he succeeded. Thus, the first half concluded with a score of 45-35, astonishing many as the Thunder led the Lakers by 10 points. During halftime, Presti declined all interviews, opting instead to elaborate on the tactical adjustments for the second half in the locker room. As the break ended, the second half commenced in earnest. The Lakers substituted Bynum and Kobe, while the Thunder reinstated their starting lineup, with Bamut continuing in place of Rashard Lewis. At the start of the third quarter, the Lakers unveiled their revised strategy, with Gasol stationed in the paint and Odom positioned at the left corner. Gasol became the primary offensive initiator, targeting Bamut in isolation unless double-teamed, at which point he would pass to Odom, who enjoyed a favorable mismatch against Wilkins. The Thunder's perimeter defense was adequate, but their interior defense was notably weak. Fortunately for Presti, the team played with a sense of urgency, ensuring each possession utilized the full 24 seconds, or else they might have faced a collapse in the third quarter. Finally, as the third quarter drew to a close, the Thunder called a timeout. The score stands at 60-68, signaling the conclusion of the match. Presti, brimming with confidence, once again deployed the small ball lineup, intent on maximizing pace and executing seamless switches on defense. The Lakers, too, reinstated their starting lineup, prepared to engage in a fierce battle, unwilling to suffer defeat in their inaugural regular season game. Chapter 41. After the game, Fisher dribbled the ball across the court and passed it to Kobe. At this juncture, Kobe had recalibrated his mindset, no longer fixated on isolation plays. Upon receiving the ball, he accelerated past Westbrook and leaped, delivering an interior pass to Bynum. Bynum, evading Jordan's block, forcefully dunked the ball. Dragic brought the ball up, with Westbrook similarly demanding it. Confronting Kobe, he accelerated past him as well. Despite Kobe's 11 selections to the all-defensive first or second team throughout his career, he simply could not match Westbrook's explosive first step. Both players penetrated the paint, and as they leaped, they encountered Bynum and Gasol's formidable defenses. Dragic, quick thinking, passed to the unguarded Jordan, who effortlessly soared for a dunk. Kobe, undeterred, executed a step-back jumper after penetrating the key. The shot was successful, Durant of the Thunder, with the ball, faced Odom, easily maneuvering for a jump shot. The ball swished through the net. The game oscillated back and forth, with the score remaining tightly contested. Yet, it became increasingly apparent that this pace was detrimental to the Lakers. Following 3 consecutive failed offensive attempts, fatigue began to manifest among the Lakers. The reason was clear. Their offensive strategy revolved around Kobe, with 80 of their possessions funneled through him. In the final quarter, Westbrook, Durant, and Jeff Green took turns defending him vigorously. By the time Kobe received the ball, he had already expended a considerable amount of energy. With less than 2 minutes remaining, his stamina began to falter, leading to a sharp decline in his shooting efficiency. When the Lakers attempted to work the ball inside, their long-range shooting capabilities were largely reliant on Gasol and Kobe. Consequently, the Thunder employed aggressive double-teaming. In contrast, the Thunder boasted a plethora of ball handlers. And aside from Jordan, their shooting abilities were respectable, allowing them to create space, coupled with their youth and superior athleticism. Finally, the Lakers called a timeout. With the score at 88-86, Presti, fully aware of the critical moment, recognized that the Lakers had no alternative strategy. Their sole option was to entrust the ball to Kobe for isolation plays. If he failed to score, the trio of big men would either attempt putbacks or secure rebounds to pass the ball back to Kobe for another attempt. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Kobe received the ball in the backcourt, meticulously controlling the pace as he advanced to the frontcourt. Confronted by Westbrook, his eyes radiated determination. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he dribbled slowly before executing a step-back jumper. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 88-89. Beep. The Thunder called a timeout. The Lakers bench erupted with excitement, while a hush fell over the crowd, revealing an undercurrent of anxiety among the fans. Presti, however, wore a look of calm assurance. How would it unfold from here? In this encounter, the atmosphere was palpable as Presti elaborated on tactics, prompting nods of understanding from the players. As the game resumed, Jeff Green stepped up for a free throw, while the players executed dynamic movements across the court. Westbrook broke free from his defender and received the ball, suddenly darting right, as Jeff Green, having completed his throw, shifted left from beyond the arc to divert Odom's attention. Westbrook penetrated the paint, drawing the defensive focus of Kobe and Gasol, and then pivoted to find Durant, who had already positioned himself perfectly. Delivering a swift pass into open space, Gasol and Kobe quickly reacted, attempting to close in, yet Westbrook adeptly positioned himself between them. Durant took a jump shot. The ball soared through the air above the Chesapeake Energy Arena. With a flawless arc, it swished through the net. 91-89. The once quiet arena erupted in a frenzy, with jubilant cheers and children bouncing with joy. The Lakers had exhausted their timeouts as Fisher rapidly inbounded the ball to Kobe, who charged forward. At that moment, Westbrook, Durant, Green, and Batum recalled Presti's words before the timeout. If the shot went in and Kobe had the ball, their only task was to swarm him. The commentators nearly lost their composure, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is Presti out of his mind?" For players on one. Yet, there were 3 open Lakers. Meanwhile, Bynum had stealthily positioned himself beneath the basket, unguarded. Tension gripped the hearts of all present. All Kobe needed to do was loft the ball high for an overtime opportunity. But Kobe, under the pressure of 4 defenders, launched a shot from beyond the half-court line. It clanked off the rim. The red light flashed. The game concluded. The Thunder's bench, along with the coaching staff, rushed onto the court, exuberantly embracing the players, while the crowd roared with excitement. The Oklahoma team celebrated their historic first victory at home, triumphing over the previous season's Western Conference champions. As the Thunder reveled, the Lakers were left dejected, heads hanging low. The reporters, post-game, divided into 2 groups, one interviewing the Lakers and the other the Thunder. Those covering the Lakers naturally sought out Kobe and Phil Jackson first. Swiftly approaching them, a reporter directed a question at Kobe. As the reigning Western champions, why did you lose today? Kobe replied, "We weren't fully prepared. We won't let this happen again," before breaking free from the crowd and heading towards the players' tunnel. The reporter quickly turned the camera to Phil Jackson, asking, "What are your thoughts on this Thunder team, and how do you evaluate Presti?" With an impassive expression, Phil replied, "You just witnessed it. He defeated us. What more is there to say?" As soon as the words fell, the Zen master promptly made his way towards the players' tunnel. On the Thunder's side, Presti declined to give interviews this time, opting instead to provide his players with more opportunities and thus seized the moment to visit the restroom. DeAndre On the eve of the draft, you were overwhelmed by various lesser-known centers, yet today in the game, you managed to guard the paint effectively, successfully limiting the Lakers' shooting percentage in the restricted area. Why is that? A reporter inquired. Jordan smiled broadly, stating, "Coach Presti has been teaching me how to defend." The reporter then probed, "What do you believe was the primary reason for winning the Western Championship today?" Jordan, suddenly serious, replied, "Because we executed Coach Presti's strategy." The microphone was then passed to Westbrook, who was asked, "Russell, what do you think was the reason for today's victory over the Lakers?" "We executed Coach Presti's strategy," Westbrook asserted firmly. The microphone then moved to other players, and the responses were remarkably consistent. The same question posed to different players yielded such uniformity. It appeared that Presti was indeed beloved by the team. The following day, the Thunder and Presti dominated the headlines of various sports websites, with countless individuals lauding the Thunder's rookies, particularly Durant, Westbrook, and Jordan, who were identified by certain experts as future faces of the league. The descriptions of Presti became even more extravagant. While there were praises for the Thunder's championship in the Summer League and their undefeated preseason, none were as fervent as this, especially considering it was the regular season and they triumphed over the Lakers, who boasted Kobe, Gasol, and the Zen Master as their coach. Those who had previously doubted Presti's signing of Davis and Raheem were thoroughly silenced. Davis delivered an astounding performance with 6 assists and 0 turnovers, achieving a shooting percentage of 57%. Raheem's performance was equally impressive, contributing 9 points and 6 rebounds in just 10 minutes on a minimum salary contract, with a shooting percentage of 72%. As for the rookies, their talents were undeniable, with 2 from the 2007 draft and 4 from this year, astonishingly toppling the Lakers. Regarding strategy, it was nothing short of ingenious. Not only was there the creation of Durant's open game winner, but the audacity to double-team Kobe with 4 players showcased an unparalleled courage and determination. Following this match, Presti acquired yet another moniker, the Draft Master, the Tactical Genius. Chapter 42, 4 battles, 3 defeats. Presti sat in his office, observing the surge in his Twitter following, which had increased by several 100,000 after yesterday's game. The Thunder were about to embark on a 4-game road trip, and today they were set to face the Trailblazers. Presti had taken a leave of absence, citing illness, and did not accompany the team to Portland. One wonders what the fans would think if they discovered that their head coach, Presti, was in his office checking Twitter instead of supporting his team. As the game approached, Presti remarked, and then opened the live broadcast channel. The reason for his absence was to witness how the players would perform in his absence. If they excelled, he would certainly join them next time to celebrate victory. If they faltered, he would take another leave of absence. Presti habitually stroked his chin, acknowledging that embracing mediocrity is an art form in itself. As he regained his focus, the match had already commenced. The assistant coach was evidently aligning the lineup with Presti's philosophy, as always relegating the rookies to the bench. However, the opposing team had thoroughly analyzed the Thunder's previous preseason games and yesterday's regular season match. Consequently, the Thunder found themselves taken aback right from the outset, trailing the Trailblazers by 5 points at the end of the first quarter. As the second quarter unfolded, the Thunder's substitutes took to the court while the opposition kept Aldridge on the floor and brought in Odin. Aldridge, unfazed by Jeff Green's defense, executed an unanswerable back-to-the-basket play. Odin further subdued the likes of DeAndre Jordan, leading to a significant drop in the Thunder's rebounding, which hindered their fast break opportunities. They suffered an additional loss of 11 points in the second quarter. In the latter half, Baron Davis unleashed his superstar isolation mode, either launching shots from beyond the arc or recklessly driving to the basket whenever he was given space. The opposition either executed long passes for swift conclusions or pushed for fast breaks, capitalizing on the Thunder's unsteady footing for rapid finishes. After being substituted, the same mindless drives and hasty mid-range jumpers ensued with Westbrook at the helm. The cacophony of their missed shots echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, Dragic struggled to advance with the ball, failing to pose any threat, as the Trailblazers employed effective double teams against the ball handler, leaving the rookies in utter despair. Ultimately, the Portland Trailblazers decisively triumphed over the Thunder. At that moment, Presti could not restrain a smile, nodding repeatedly while murmuring to himself, "These 2 assistant coaches have promising futures." Unsurprisingly, news of the Thunder's defeat dominated the headlines, due to Presti's absence from the lineup decisions. There were no direct criticisms aimed at him. Instead, considerable attention was devoted to lambasting this year's rookies, particularly Westbrook and DeAndre Jordan. Westbrook was criticized for his reckless solo endeavors and poor shooting choices, while DeAndre Jordan was exposed for his lack of offensive prowess, being utterly overwhelmed by stronger centers. When Presti came across the news, he paid it little heed, for in a past life, both Westbrook and DeAndre Jordan had endured pressures no less daunting than those of the present. Having borne such burdens before, they were undoubtedly capable of advancing once more. Following a disheartening defeat, the Thunder had no time for lamentation. They swiftly gathered their belongings and set off for the next city, San Antonio. Many media outlets had already prepared their articles anticipating a Thunder loss, especially after the crushing defeat to Portland, leading almost everyone to doubt the possibility of victory against the formidable Spurs, bolstered by Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili in Presti's absence. As expected, the Thunder found themselves at a disadvantage from the onset of the match. Although they held a slight edge in the small forward and point guard positions, the Spurs, fortified by the defensive system established by Popovich, drastically reduced the Thunder's shooting percentage. Inside the paint, Duncan utterly dominated, leaving DeAndre Jordan in foul trouble and forcing him to exit the game with 6 fouls. The bench lineup fared no better. Ginobili delivered a masterclass against Dragic. The Thunder faced yet another crushing defeat at the hands of the San Antonio Spurs. Post-game, reporters rushed to interview the Thunder players, and the first to be questioned was, naturally, the oft-criticized Westbrook. Russell, after securing a victory against the formidable Los Angeles Lakers. Why did you subsequently fall to both the Portland Trail Blazers and the San Antonio Spurs? A journalist inquired, fixated on Westbrook, eagerly awaiting his response. Did you watch the game? Westbrook replied, a questioning look on his face. Yes, I was right there on the sidelines, the journalist quickly responded. Oh, well, since you watched, you must know the reasons, right? Westbrook's expression of sudden realization left the journalist feeling quite awkward. Momentarily speechless, the journalist found himself at a loss for words, prompting Westbrook to add, what are the reasons? Enlighten me, so we can rectify them. The journalist, internally exasperated, felt compelled to seek out someone else for an interview. DeAndre, could you explain why you performed so well against the Lakers, yet struggled against the less formidable interior presence of the Blazers and Spurs? The latter part of the journalist's question went unspoken, but it was evident to all that the unvoiced conclusion was one of poor performance. Jordan's face flushed crimson in response to the inquiry, remaining silent, while internally he pleaded, Coach, please come to my rescue. At last, amidst the Thunder's somber demeanor, the interview concluded, and it was evident that the following day, the team would be enveloped in a tempest of controversy across various media platforms. After the interview, the Thunder boarded their flight to face the Los Angeles Clippers, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, hopeful for a victory against the presumed weaklings of the league. On the day of the match, indeed, the Thunder triumphed over the Clippers. However, the journey to victory proved to be extraordinarily arduous. The Thunder's fragile power forward position was once again exploited, as Presti's absence left Raheem unable to take the court. Zach Randolph dominated both defensively and offensively, leaving both Bismack Biyombo and Jeff Green in a state of disbelief. Furthermore, DeAndre Jordan was once more taught a lesson by Marcus Camby. Fortunately, Durant and Westbrook both erupted in brilliance, tirelessly closing the gap in the score. A timely shot from the typically reliable Baron Davis sealed the victory in the final moments. Despite the arduous nature of the contest, the Thunder emerged victorious, leading many to believe that the media would relent for a time. However, the following day, headlines proclaimed the Thunder's narrow escape against the league's bottom dwellers, once again dominating sports websites. Meanwhile, the media, which had refrained from criticizing Presti until now, finally turned their scrutiny upon him, lamenting the team's tactical shortcomings cultivated over a summer, the inadequacy of the selected rookies, and the fleeting brilliance of those who peaked upon their debut, lacking any potential for further development. Presti merely chuckled at this, remarking on how these individuals clearly lacked composure. After all, there remained yet another away game to lose. The Thunder players did not disappoint Presti's expectations. In the final match of their 4-game road trip against the Denver Nuggets, the Thunder's most reliable asset, Durant, was utterly dismantled by the peak-performing Anthony. Similarly, Westbrook faced off against Iverson, while Dragic was thoroughly schooled by Billups. Furthermore, our very own DeAndre Jordan clashed with the prime version of Nene, ultimately succumbing to 6 fouls and exiting the game. Surprisingly, the day following the match, the media did not exuberantly proclaim the Thunder's dismal defeat. Instead, they relegated the commentary to an inconspicuous corner, merely labeling the Thunder as jesters. Presti laughed heartily upon reflection. Surely the team must have arrived at the arena by now. With this thought in mind, he rose and made his way to the venue. Chapter 43. Another defeat to the Kings. Presti arrived at the arena and observed the players, who, despite their earnest training, could not conceal the disappointment etched on their faces. Their initial confidence from defeating the Lakers had been overshadowed by a disheartening record of 4 losses against 3 victories, leaving their spirits in the depths of despair. With a resounding clap, Presti stepped inside, and as he applauded, the players turned to see him, their expressions transforming from gloom to brightness in an instant. They swiftly approached Presti, inquiring about the head coach's well-being. Even Presti, known for his brazen demeanor, found himself in an awkward position as they pressed him for answers. What could he say? Pretend to be unwell? Presti coughed twice and remarked, feeling better, before inquiring, what else with the somber expressions during practice. The players exchanged glances, and DeAndre Jordan candidly responded, Coach, in the days you were away, we suffered a crushing defeat. We were nearly drowned by our own incompetence, Dragic murmured quietly from below. Oh, is that all the resilience you possess? Presti fixed an unhappy gaze on Dragic. Feeling the weight of his stare, Dragic lowered his head. Presti then redirected his attention to all the Thunder players and earnestly proclaimed, only those who can thrive under pressure will ascend to stardom. Conversely, those who shrink from it will inevitably become mere role players or even fade from the league altogether. Presti shifted backward slightly and continued. Tomorrow we shall face the Sacramento Kings. Although they are not an exceptionally strong team, remember that there are no weak opponents in the NBA. Tomorrow, unleash your potential and shatter those rumors. Now, head to practice. After Presti finished speaking, he walked over to a nearby chair and took a seat. Before long, little Jordan jogged over, scratching the back of his head awkwardly as he looked at Presti and said, General Manager, I bear a significant responsibility for the recent losses. Presti fixed his gaze upon Jordan, gesturing for him to continue. Jordan lowered his voice slightly and said, Coach, during your absence in these past few games, I feel as though I've reverted to my original form. I find myself unable to compete against any center. As he concluded, his voice had diminished to a near whisper. Presti chuckled lightly and reassured, this is merely a matter of experience. You have already performed admirably in just 4 NBA games. Are you expecting to reach your peak right from the start? Although DeAndre Jordan felt somewhat dissatisfied with Presti's response, he chose not to pursue the matter further and thanked him before returning to his training. Just as Jordan departed, Presti's phone began to ring. Without bothering to check the caller ID, he answered it directly. A sweet, slightly sultry voice floated into his ear. Presti, have you been thinking of me? Indeed, my princess. Presti promptly replied. Anjali, by the way, she won't be joining the team for tomorrow's game against the Kings, will she? Why do you miss me? Just as Anjali was about to finish her sentence, Presti quickly interjected, I had originally planned to pick you up, but I fell ill and had to go to the hospital this morning. Oh, how are you feeling now? Anjali inquired anxiously. Not to worry, I'm almost fully recovered. Presti replied, a hint of guilt washing over him. Then come to see me, Anjali playfully urged. All right, Presti readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Presti tidied up briefly before driving towards the hotel. He did not inquire about its location, as all teams visiting Oklahoma for a match invariably stayed at the same establishment. Before long, Presti arrived at the hotel where the Kings were lodged. Just as he was about to enter, a pair of hands suddenly covered his eyes. Guess who I am? The voice, though somewhat rugged, was unmistakably playful. Do girls always enjoy such theatrics? Presti mused internally, yet he responded with a tender tone. Who? My princess? Who is your princess? Came the playful retort, laughter lacing her words. Anjali, Presti exclaimed, turning abruptly to face her. How did you know it was me? Anjali beamed, her face radiant with joy. It appeared that the intelligence of girls in love indeed takes a sharp decline, whether at home or abroad, Presti thought wryly. Though he said aloud, I felt it. I sensed your heart. Anjali's eyes widened with delight, and leaning in suddenly, she planted a kiss on Presti. Clinging to his arm, she exclaimed, let's go have some fun. Presti nodded in agreement. Soon, the day of the match arrived. An hour before the game, the Chesapeake Energy Arena was already filled to capacity with spectators eagerly awaiting the event, hoping the team could shake off their recent slump. Players and coaches from both sides began to make their way through the player tunnel to the court. Upon their arrival, the athletes commenced their warm-up routines while the audience looked around, whispering among themselves. Have you seen Presti? One asked. No, I'm looking for him too, another replied. Maybe he went to the restroom or isn't feeling well. After all, he hasn't traveled with the team for the previous games. No way. A friend of mine who works there said Presti is fine. What's the rush? There's still nearly an hour left. Not only were the players searching for Presti, but the media, Thunder players, and assistant coaches were also on the lookout. An hour passed, yet Presti had still not appeared. The schedule waits for no one. And with the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. Due to Presti's absence, Raheem was unable to play, yet the assistant coaches made some adjustments to the starting lineup. The Thunder starters were Baron Davis, Durant, Jeff Green, Biyombo, and DeAndre Jordan, surprisingly placing Durant at shooting guard. If Presti had known this, he would have surely remarked in Chinese, "The child can be taught." As the game began, it unfolded in a manner reminiscent of typical Thunder performances. In the first quarter, their defensive efficiency soared, suppressing their opponent's shooting percentage, and they finished with an 8-point lead. The second quarter saw a slight decline in defensive efficiency, yet they still managed to hold a 5-point lead, ending the first half ahead by 13 points. However, upon entering the second half, a dramatic collapse ensued. The third quarter commenced with an 8-0 run against the Thunder, whose stamina waned, and their defense deteriorated. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder led by only 5 points. In the middle of the fourth quarter, Kevin Martin's three-pointer officially tipped the score in favor of the Kings. From that moment on, the scores fluctuated back and forth. With just 14 seconds remaining in the game, the Thunder possessed the ball, trailing the Kings by a single point. Baron Davis, at the top of the arc, controlled the pace, and with less than 2 seconds left, he launched a shot that, without a doubt, clanged off the rim. Davis's last-second attempt fell short for the Thunder, who once again redefined public perception by losing to a team that had not reached the playoffs in years. Meanwhile, Presti was at the park, watching the live broadcast of the Kings versus Thunder with Anjali. After the Kings secured their victory, Anjali joyfully jumped up and down, then turned to Presti and kissed him fervently, exclaiming, "Thank you," experiencing both a loss and the affection of a beautiful woman. Presti felt a sense of delight in his heart. He pondered repeatedly, when a person faces criticism for an entire season, then suddenly breaks through to the playoffs in the following season and secures a championship in the third, how would the public react? Presti was eager to know. Chapter 44, Breaking the Losing Streak. That evening, Anjali returned with the Kings, while Presti retrieved his phone, which had been inoperable for some time. As he powered it on, a cacophony of notifications erupted, beep, beep, beep. Without glancing, he knew it was undoubtedly messages and calls from the team. Presti shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed a reprimand was unavoidable. He dialed the number, and Clayton's irate voice resonated from the other end. "Where have you been? The media and the teams are all reveling in our misfortune. Do you still want to keep your job?" Presti, feeling somewhat culpable, could only manage a forced smile and remarked, "I fell ill again last night. Let them laugh for now. Their joy today will only lead to sorrow tomorrow." Although Clayton was seething with rage, he understood that the Thunder could not afford to be without Presti at this juncture. Consequently, upon hearing Presti's words, he refrained from expressing his anger, simply retorting, "You handle it as you see fit, but remember the promise of a championship within 3 years. After addressing his superior, Presti returned home to rest. The following morning, he arrived at the arena early, as the Thunder were set to face the Dallas Mavericks in a back-to-back home game. The media eagerly awaited the Thunder's inevitable defeat, eager to witness yet another spectacle of ridicule for the league. Upon seeing Presti's arrival, the players swiftly gathered around him once more, yet he could still perceive a glimmer of reproach in their eyes. Presti remained indifferent to these matters. Although he hoped for the Thunder's defeat, it was indeed unacceptable that they failed to secure a victory against the Kings, especially when they were aiming for a win yesterday. "While I was not present on the court, does that truly justify your loss? The Kings, a perennial lottery team, should theoretically be a team you could defeat even without a coach. Yet, the reality is that even with assistant coaches in place, defeat was still incurred." Presti's piercing gaze swept across each player, compelling them to bow their heads in shame. It was indeed inexcusable to succumb to the Kings. Your overwhelming desire to win and to prove yourselves led to a loss of rationality during the game. Fortunately, this is merely the regular season and not the playoffs. Tonight's game presents a splendid opportunity for you to demonstrate your capabilities. Do you possess the confidence? Presti's voice crescendoed as he concluded. The Thunder players, who had been suppressed for many days, erupted in unison, shouting with the fervor of soldiers, "Yes." Presti nodded in satisfaction, assigning each individual's training tasks before departing. As the evening approached, the much-anticipated match was upon them. When Presti traversed the players' tunnel, a throng of eager journalists surged forth to encircle him. Presti, as the head coach of the team, following yesterday's defeat to the lottery-bound Kings, what strategies do you have for today's game against the playoff-bound Dallas Mavericks? Presti interjected before the journalist could finish the final question. I wasn't present at the game last night. Perhaps you could wait until after I secure a victory to inquire further? His impatience was palpable. It was truly vexing to be besieged by so many reporters chattering incessantly. With determination, Presti forcefully pushed aside the journalists on either side and hastened toward the players' bench. The reporters exchanged glances, realizing they had garnered no pre-game insights, and promptly redirected their microphones toward the Thunder players. However, the Thunder players were not inclined to engage. They arrived with an unwavering resolve to triumph in this match. As the reporters attempted to approach, the players swiftly took to the court for their warm-up routines. Reluctantly, the journalists settled on the sidelines, awaiting the conclusion of the game for their interviews. Soon, the match commenced. The Mavericks starting lineup included Jason Kidd, Antoine Wright, Josh Howard, Dirk Nowitzki, and Eric Dampier. The Thunder's starting five featured Baron Davis, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, Luke Mbah-a-Moute, and DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan leaped to tip the ball to Davis, initiating the Thunder's offensive play. Davis maneuvered to the top of the arc, distributing the ball to the right side to Westbrook, who faced right and decisively drove to the basket. With a swift step, he penetrated the defense, drawing two defenders, while Dampier leaped to block, allowing Davis to pass to Durant in the right corner. Durant received the ball and executed a jump shot. It's good. Kidd brought the ball to the top of the arc, handing off to Nowitzki, who, facing Mbah-a-Moute, spun and executed a one-leg jump shot. That too found its mark. Davis advanced to the top of the arc, decisively penetrating past Kidd, passing to Westbrook, who then swiftly distributed to Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant faced off against Howard, making a significant change of direction before executing a fadeaway jumper, another successful shot. In the initial quarter, the Mavericks, led by Nowitzki, engaged in a fierce offensive battle, concluding the first period with a score of 27-25, leaving the Thunder trailing by 2 points. In the second quarter, the Mavericks, under the guidance of Beria and Jason Terry, exhibited remarkable energy, swiftly extending their lead to 8 points. Subsequently, the Thunder's bench, with Raheem as the primary offensive force, supported by Dragic and Jeff, gradually narrowed the score, bringing it to 52-51 by halftime. During the intermission, Presti made further adjustments to the lineup for the second half. As the third quarter commenced, the Thunder's lineup transformed to feature Baron Davis, Mason, Batum, Raheem, and Collison. Initially, Raheem maintained his performance, keeping the score competitive. However, upon his substitution for Wilkins, the gap widened significantly. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder found themselves trailing by 10 points. The audience, sensing the inevitable outcome, remained largely silent, anticipating the team's impending defeat. Meanwhile, reporters on the sidelines reveled in the unfolding drama, knowing they would have ample material to write about, particularly since Presti had made their jobs considerably easier since draft night. As the fourth quarter began, Presti once again deployed his strategy of substituting 5 players at once, introducing Westbrook, Dragic, Durant, Jeff Green, and DeAndre Jordan. Many teams had observed the Thunder's lineup, yet few had endeavored to devise a counter-strategy, considering the Thunder's performance in the playoffs as relatively inconsequential. Consequently, right from the start of the fourth quarter, the Mavericks faced an onslaught from the Thunder. After neutralizing the Mavericks' offense, the ball was promptly handed to Westbrook, who charged forward with fervor, while his teammates swiftly positioned themselves on the offensive front. Each defensive counterattack left the Mavericks reeling, resulting in a series of successful Thunder offensives. Mavericks coach Rick Carlisle, a tactical mastermind, called 3 consecutive timeouts, yet these measures failed to stem the Thunder's relentless assault, leading to a collapse in the Mavericks' morale and their offensive strategy. Ultimately, as the final buzzer resonated, the Thunder emerged victorious, overturning the deficit with a stunning 35-18 performance in the fourth quarter. The arena erupted in resounding applause, with players embracing one another, their faces alight with the joy of triumph. Presti, brimming with confidence, approached the sidelines, raising his arms in a triumphant gesture, a smug expression adorning his face, inviting the media to interview him. Chapter 45, The Dawn of Dismay. At this moment, the reporters felt no embarrassment. Although they might have wished to witness the Thunder's downfall and Presti's humiliation, they secretly desired a victory for the team. After all, a string of losses would brand Presti as a mere provocateur, seeking attention through grandstanding, ultimately diminishing fan interest in him and the Thunder. As Presti concluded his remarks, reporters shamelessly surrounded him, inquiring, "Hello, Presti, what enabled the Thunder to stage a comeback after trailing by 10 points at the start of the fourth quarter?" "Hello, Presti. Previously, we suffered a defeat against the Kings, but today you triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks in a back-to-back match. Was there any particular preparatory work undertaken prior to the game? Also, Presti, in the games where you were absent, the Thunder won only once, whereas during your presence, they achieved victories against the Los Angeles Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks. May I infer that as long as you are present, the Thunder players are able to unleash their full potential?" Presti responded earnestly to each inquiry posed by the reporters, refraining from uttering any outlandish remarks, much to the astonishment of those present. Had it not been for Presti's consistently self-satisfied demeanor, they might have questioned whether he had been affected by some external stimulus. Both DeAndre Jordan and Russell Westbrook delivered outstanding performances this time, a stark contrast to their previous games. Consequently, they swiftly became the focal point for media interviews. Undoubtedly, the reporters' queries revolved around the reasons for their remarkable display, their satisfaction with this performance, and whether Presti had any influence on their success. As Presti finished the interviews and prepared to drive home, his phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, he answered, "Hello, Presti, your epic hangover has commenced filming. Would you care to take a look at a rather youthful voice?" "No need. I trust you," Presti replied with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they ended the call. The day after tomorrow, the Thunder will face the New Orleans Hornets. Led by Chris Paul, in a home game, Presti decided to forego this match, marking it as his first loss while seated in the command chair. Experiences must be endured. One cannot perpetually use illness as an excuse, Presti mused inwardly. At last, the day arrived, and Chesapeake Energy Arena was once again filled to capacity. As Thunder fans eagerly anticipated another spectacular performance from their team, Presti silently contemplated, "It is time to return to the right path. Let us proceed according to the original plan." The starting lineup arranged by Presti consists of Baron Davis, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Luke Mbah-a-Moute, and DeAndre Jordan. Baron Davis serves as the offensive nucleus, while Durant assumes the role of shooting guard and Jeff Green plays small forward. The bench comprises Goran Dragic, Russell Westbrook, Dominique Wilkins, Rashard Lewis, and Nick Collison. In this substitute lineup, Dragic takes the reins as the primary playmaker and the focal point of the offense, possessing the liberty to shoot at will, while Westbrook operates off the ball and Lewis provides defensive support. Presti's arrangement is rather straightforward. The objective is to embrace defeat. Dragic is expected to accumulate statistics, and once the season concludes, he will be traded for a pick in 2009 or 2010, or perhaps even 2011. As for Baron Davis, the strategy is even simpler. Force a winning streak of 10 or more games at the season's end, thereby achieving 20 victories. At that point, would there be any fear of being unable to facilitate a trade? As anticipated, once the game commenced, the starting lineup managed to hold their ground against the opposing team during the first quarter. However, once the bench players took to the court, the situation deteriorated dramatically. Dragic performed adequately as a ball handler, yet Westbrook struggled to adapt to playing off the ball, resulting in diminished efficiency. Additionally, Raheem's already poor defense became even more evident when faced with David West, leading to a significant collapse. Consequently, by the second quarter, the team found themselves trailing by 10 points. As the third quarter unfolded, Chris Paul showcased his prowess as a master passer, executing a series of dazzling passes and deftly orchestrating plays with precision. In contrast, the 28-year-old Baron Davis, hindered by injuries, found it increasingly difficult to cope with Paul's defensive pressure, severely limiting his ability to drive to the basket. Durant found himself in a role ill-suited for a scoring guard. Consequently, the third quarter not only failed to close the gap, but instead saw the team fall behind by an additional 10 points. The fourth quarter commenced with the Thunder trailing by 20, a deficit in this era that renders the game nearly unwinnable. Predictably, the remainder of the match devolved into garbage time. Within 3 minutes, the Hornets had withdrawn their starters, while Presti opted to keep Dragic on the court to accumulate further statistics. Ultimately, the Hornets triumphed over the Thunder by a resounding 21 points. During the game, as the Thunder lagged by 15, the cameras remained fixated on Presti, whose expression remained placid throughout, devoid of any hint of regret or shame. After the final whistle, Presti exited the arena with the same calm demeanor, eschewing interviews with reporters, deflecting inquiries with various excuses, jesting that he had begun to embrace mediocrity. asserting that even with a thick skin, he could not boast in such a moment. Thus began a disheartening streak of losses for Oklahoma, succumbing successively to teams such as the Orlando Magic, Cleveland Cavaliers, Miami Heat, New York Knicks, and Utah Jazz, essentially falling to nearly every team in the league. Initially hopeful media gradually ceased their pursuit of Presti for interviews, leading to a decline in his public prominence. For Thunder fans, this losing streak cast a shadow, with many clamoring for managerial and coaching changes, while others expressed gratitude towards Presti, acknowledging the remarkable potential exhibited by several draft picks, which had indeed contributed to exhilarating contests. However, a silver lining for Thunder supporters emerged. Despite the defeats, the rookies consistently delivered commendable performances, particularly Dragic, who, coming off the bench, averaged 17.9 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading all rookies and fiercely vying for the Rookie of the Year title. Moreover, losses had become less severe. Since December, defeats had typically been by single-digit margins, indicating that the Thunder were progressing in the right direction. At this juncture, Presti was found in his office engaging with fans on Twitter, seemingly unfazed by external criticism, discussing topics like when the Thunder might rise again and fulfill their promises. Presti candidly responded, asserting that the Thunder would officially rise in the upcoming season, and he even gifted fans a grand package, predicting that this year the Los Angeles Lakers would clinch the championship title, while the Eastern Conference champions would be the Orlando Magic, with a scoreline of 4-1. Naturally, a multitude of dissenters emerged, and Presti found amusement in this situation, eagerly anticipating their reactions when his predictions came to fruition. Chapter 46. Conclusion of the regular season. The 2008-2009 season was nearing its halfway mark, with the Christmas showdown approaching. However, the Thunder, languishing at the bottom of the league with a record of 5 wins and 34 losses, were not afforded the privilege of participating in the Christmas festivities. The players had returned home to celebrate the holiday with their families, while Presti remained solitary, preparing to watch the Christmas games of other teams from the comfort of his home. Originally, Anjali had intended to spend Christmas with Presti, but he declined her company, jesting that it would be unthinkable to neglect his own parents for his sake, fearing the resentment they would harbor towards him. As for the results of the other games, he had forgotten most, but he distinctly recalled the Christmas showdown, where the Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Boston Celtics with a score of 92-83, thus ending the Celtics' 19-game winning streak. With this in mind, Presti decided to wager a substantial sum of his modest savings, investing $200,000 of his $300,000 on the Lakers' victory. After placing his bet, he settled onto his sofa to watch the Christmas battle unfold. When the match concluded with the Lakers defeating the Celtics 100-93, Presti silently rejoiced at the outcome, relieved that he had refrained from betting on the score, sensing that perhaps his presence had influenced the result. The following day, the players returned to the arena to commence training for the upcoming games, while Presti observed from the sidelines. As the games formally commenced, it became apparent that the Thunder's streak of defeats was about to resume, with speculation rife regarding whether they would break the league's record for consecutive losses. Some betting companies had even established odds on this likelihood. The Thunder appeared to have become a topic of conversation during the league's more tedious moments, with discussions surrounding their losing streak inevitably leading to ridicule aimed at Presti. Nevertheless, the Thunder, under Presti's leadership, would not disappoint. Following the Christmas showdown, they embarked on another dismal losing streak. Aside from the media outlets managed by WJ, which incessantly mocked them, it was only after the conclusion of the All-Star game that the Thunder unexpectedly secured victories against both the Los Angeles Lakers and the Denver Nuggets. Suddenly, it became apparent that the Thunder had transformed. Notably, after the Christmas battle, Baron Davis, having sustained an ankle injury, did not return to the court, and it was through Davis's last-minute heroics that they clinched these 2 victories. On this day, the Thunder were set to compete at home against the Atlanta Hawks, a team that, in this era, was not to be underestimated, as they were regular playoff contenders. As Presti navigated the players' tunnel, he was once again surrounded by reporters. Following the Thunder's extensive losing streak, his popularity had plummeted, but after their consecutive victories against the formidable Lakers and Nuggets, his standing had risen anew. Hello, Presti. Did you implement any adjustments during your 23-game losing streak? Hello, Presti. Does your recent success against the Lakers and Nuggets signify that the team is back on track? Hello, Presti. What goals do you aim to achieve in the upcoming schedule? Presti patiently listened to the myriad of questions posed by the reporters, As the final journalist concluded his inquiry, a smile graced Presti's face, radiating confidence as he declared, "I shall say but one thing. We will triumph in all forthcoming matches." With that, Presti brushed past the reporters and returned to the players' bench. The journalists exchanged glances, a mutual disdain evident in their eyes. They shook their heads in disbelief and settled at the sidelines, awaiting the commencement of the game. Presti did not alter the starting lineup, as the players have gradually adapted to their positions and have been performing increasingly well. Durant's ball-handling drives, Westbrook's off-ball shooting accuracy and movement, Dragic's playmaking and penetration, DeAndre Jordan's defensive prowess and rim protection, Batum's delicate floaters and defensive efforts, along with Jeff Green's defensive capabilities and drives have all seen significant improvement. While these enhancements do not guarantee victory, they do enable the team to remain competitive in the scoreline, culminating in a crucial moment where Baron Davis was called upon to seal the game. The match maintained a familiar rhythm, with both teams exchanging leads throughout the first 3 quarters. Although the Thunder only led in the first quarter, they remained within striking distance, never trailing by more than 5 points as they entered the decisive fourth quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced and progressed to its midpoint, the Hawks momentarily surged ahead by 10 points, leading many to believe victory was within their grasp. However, following a timeout called by Presti, Baron Davis erupted onto the scene. From beyond the arc, his shooting was unstoppable, and upon driving into the paint, he managed to convert even under the duress of hard fouls. With just 8 seconds remaining in the match, the Hawks held a 2-point lead over the Thunder, who were poised for the final offensive play. After Presti called for a timeout, he simply instructed to give the ball to Davis. Upon returning to the game, when the ball was laboriously passed to Davis, 2 defenders had already converged on him, and he found himself 2 steps beyond the 3-point line. In such a scenario, given Davis's height, a shot seemed nearly impossible. Even if he managed to release the ball, it would likely miss the target entirely. However, I possess a system. Davis seized the ball, executed a poetic spin, and released it. The red light illuminated. The ball swished through the net, securing a dramatic victory. Presti rose to his feet and applauded before promptly departing the arena, as he wished to avoid interviews at that moment. Meanwhile, various sports websites once again placed the Thunder at the forefront of the headlines, celebrating their 3 consecutive victories, all against playoff teams, suggesting they may have truly found their stride. As discussions centered around Davis's 3 game-winning shots, accolades were heaped upon Presti for his summer maneuvers, with many asserting that Davis's signing was indeed a masterstroke. The Thunder's upcoming away games against the Milwaukee Bucks, New York Knicks, Memphis Grizzlies, and Los Angeles Kings were anticipated to be challenging, yet without question, they emerged victorious in each encounter. Remarkably, Presti did not rely on the system, and the public began to genuinely acknowledge the Thunder's impressive 7-game winning streak. Headlines shifted to question whether Presti's magic would re-emerge, whether the Thunder could maintain their winning momentum, and who might be capable of halting their streak. Upon returning home after a 4-game road trip, the Thunder faced the challenges posed by the Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, and Miami Heat. Many believe this would mark the end of their winning streak. However, the Thunder once again defied expectations, sweeping all 3 matches, with both the Rockets and Spurs clinching victories thanks to Davis's decisive plays. At this juncture, the Thunder had captured the attention of the entire league, as every opposing team sought to end their winning streak, yet none succeeded. In the regular season's final game against the Philadelphia 76ers, a miraculous last-second shot by Davis sealed the Thunder's remarkable 18-game winning streak following the All-Star break. At this point, confidence soared that the Thunder would astonish the league in the upcoming season. Davis was celebrated as the league's most reliable player, a clutch performer, while Presti was lauded as a visionary general manager, with the signing of Davis hailed as a masterstroke. However, in an unforeseen twist, immediately following the conclusion of the regular season, Presti announced that in the open market, both Dragic and Davis would be placed on the trading block. Chapter 47, The Deal. Is Presti out of his mind for contemplating trading away the clutch maestro Davis, along with a sensational rookie averaging 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists? In the Thunder's conference room, a heated dialogue unfolded among the executives. Clayton rubbed his temples, admitting that he was initially taken aback. However, after conversing with Presti and hearing his team-building strategy, he fell into a contemplative silence, choosing to refrain from further comment. In that moment, Clayton felt compelled to support Presti amidst the storm of criticism, helplessly stating that it was, in fact, his request. He believed that the two players in question would not maintain such stellar performance in the upcoming season. "You know nothing," someone retorted. "That's a rookie. A rookie who achieves such results is destined for at least all-star status." One major shareholder could no longer contain his frustration. Clayton, simmering with indignation, found himself unable to voice his discontent. After all, when Presti made his proposal, it was not just them who were stunned. The entire league was left in disbelief, with reports indicating that no fewer than 20 teams had inquired about the players. Acknowledging that he had no solid ground to argue, Clayton decided to discreetly excuse himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom, shamelessly slipping away. Of course, this led to a torrent of curses from the shareholders, with several minor investors even contemplating withdrawal. Though the playoffs had commenced, Presti had not granted the players any respite. Instead, he insisted they remain until the conclusion of the first round of the playoffs. In the office, Presti smiled at Dragic, who was utterly astonished to learn that he would be put on the trading block. Initially, he was incredulous, but when the Thunder's official website released the news, he had no choice but to accept the truth. "Mr. Presti, may I inquire why?" Dragic asked, his expression laden with confusion. He simply could not comprehend why. Having performed among the top in the 2008 draft class, he would be deemed expendable. "Have you ever lived in major cities like Los Angeles, Boston, Golden State, or New York?" Presti did not respond directly but rather inquired. "I have been to New York," Dragic swiftly replied. "You should belong there, where the spotlight coveted by all athletes shines brightly. In such grand cities, you will showcase your talents and incite admiration, rather than being in a small town like Oklahoma," Presti said slowly. "However, I also have an affection for Oklahoma," Dragic began, but Presti interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "But you need a maximum salary, which you cannot attain in Oklahoma. The owner would not be inclined," Presti continued with a smile, though inwardly he thought, "Oh, Clayton, you shall bear this burden." Furthermore, in a major city, not only will your visibility increase, but a plethora of endorsement contracts await your signature. Believe me, a small place like Oklahoma is not suited for someone destined to become a superstar, Presti coaxed step by step, secretly wishing him to achieve stardom. After hearing Presti's words, Dragic, who was initially filled with resentment, suddenly felt gratitude towards Presti and promptly responded, "Thank you, Coach Presti," addressing him with a new title. Delighted, Presti thought, "Got it," but replied, "From the moment I chose you, I have believed in you. When you become a superstar, do not forget to praise me in public." Dragic nodded in agreement, as if recalling something, and was about to speak when Presti interjected, "Rest assured, I will ensure you are traded to a major city. I would not trade any valuable assets for a small town." Dragic, astonished, thought, "The coach is impressive. He knows what I want to say. But why do I feel that Coach Presti's words seem a bit unreliable?" Before he could delve deeper, Presti pulled Dragic out and added, "Please bring Baron Davis to me." Moments later, Baron Davis arrived at Presti's office. A veteran of 10 years, he had recently garnered much attention, and upon entering the office, he boomed, "Presti, what's going on? Are you trading me?" Before Presti could respond, Davis continued, "You just lured me to the Thunder, and now you want to trade me? You made me the offensive core for just 1 year? F you." Presti patiently waited for Davis to finish venting before he spoke. "Let's proceed. My actions will ultimately benefit us both." "What benefit is there?" Davis retorted with anger. Presti continued, "In truth, my previous proclamations in the media were largely inspired by your presence. You bestowed upon me boundless confidence." He employed his usual tactic of flattery, and Davis, clearly swayed, gazed at Presti, indicating for him to continue. "However, Clayton, the owner, had explicitly instructed me to embrace another season of mediocrity. Yet, you, with your 18 consecutive victories, have demonstrated to the owner that such a notion is untenable. If you claim you won't trade, then whom will you trade?" Presti stated earnestly. Just as Davis was about to interject, Presti continued, "As a player of your caliber, how can you accept a state of stagnation? You belong to a playoff contending team, where you can dominate the postseason, and with a stroke of luck, the O'Brien Trophy may very well come to favor you." Presti spoke with a persuasive tone. Davis, initially poised to concede to the idea of mediocrity, found himself buoyed by Presti's assertion of his greatness. How could a player of such distinction accept a state of decline? How could he remain in a team that fails to reach the playoffs? Consequently, Davis nodded in agreement, expressing his consent, and departed with a sense of satisfaction. Presti exhaled slowly, relieved to have resolved the matter, now focusing on who to approach for the desired draft position following the lottery. Presti gazed at the roster, Acutely aware that many of the names inscribed would not grace the lineup for the upcoming season, and some might even depart from the NBA altogether. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he ought to do something for them. Why not allow them to earn a little extra income? With this notion in mind, Presti summoned several fringe players. After a brief interval, a group of players led by Wilkins arrived at Presti's office. Upon entering, Wilkins, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Coach, what is the matter?" His anxiety was palpable, especially considering the company he kept, individuals who would not even be afforded a glance by other teams, leading him to believe that the Thunder might soon part ways with them. Presti revealed a reassuring smile and remarked, "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to present you with a gift." Just as the players were about to inquire further, Presti continued, "I predict that this season, the Lakers will triumph over the Magic with a score of 4-1 to claim the championship. You may wish to place your bets accordingly." The players exchanged glances, their confusion palpable, yet Presti understood their doubts and chose not to elaborate. No amount of explanation would quell their skepticism. He had already displayed sufficient magnanimity. Soon after, the players departed the office, and Presti began to reminisce about the standout players from the 2009 draft, contemplating their potential to shine once more in this selection process. Chapter 48. An unassailable lineup. When Presti announced his intention to trade Goran Dragic and Baron Davis, a significant number of teams across the league expressed keen interest. Reflecting on the previous draft, he identified the Timberwolves, Kings, and Warriors as potential trading partners. Currently, the Timberwolves possessed the 5th and 6th picks. The Kings held the 4th pick, while the Warriors had the 7th pick. Thus, Presti engaged in brief discussions with the general managers of these three teams. The Warriors and Kings unequivocally stated their unwillingness to trade their draft picks, leaving only the Timberwolves as a viable option. Early the next day, Presti boarded a flight to Minnesota, where the Timberwolves general manager arranged for him to be received at a renowned local hotel. As Presti entered the room, David Kahn approached with a smile and embraced him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both parties commenced their formal negotiations. Presti gazed at David Kahn before him and could not help but reminisce about a series of remarkable missteps from a previous life, particularly during the 2009 draft where he selected as many as 3-point guards, yet overlooked Stephen Curry with both the 5th and 6th picks. Following the selection of these three guards, he traded the 18th pick, Ty Lawson, to the Denver Nuggets, who subsequently flourished, achieving a career-high performance, notably scoring an astonishing 37 points, along with 7 rebounds and 6 assists against the Timberwolves on April 10, 2011. As if that were not enough, David Kahn astonishingly signed Darko Milicic for over $16 million across 3 years. Presti, no longer indulging in pleasantries, stated earnestly, "We propose a trade involving Baron Davis and Goran Dragic in exchange for your 6th overall pick this year, along with a top 3 protected first-round selection from 2010 and an unprotected first-round pick from 2011. David Kahn's eyes widened in astonishment. As he contemplated the remarkable fortune of such an offer, he believed that Dragic's potential was worthy of a number 1 overall pick. While he was confident that Baron Davis would undoubtedly lead the Timberwolves into the playoffs, fearing that Presti might reconsider, Kahn hastily replied, "Very well, I accept." Presti rose, extending his hand with a smile, and remarked, "Then let us forge a pleasant collaboration. By the way, I recall that you possess an additional first-round pick from 2010, for the league would not permit the trade of first-round picks in consecutive years." David Kahn hurriedly replied, Indeed, his heart genuinely apprehensive of a potential reversal, particularly after witnessing the Thunder's remarkable 18-game winning streak in the latter half of the season, where Davis appeared nothing short of a lethal assassin. Presti did not heed David Kahn's entreaties. Instead, he promptly boarded a flight to North Carolina, intent on engaging in a serious discussion with Curry, who had previously outright declined to audition for the Thunder. Upon arriving at the hotel, Presti finally encountered Curry, having arranged this meeting prior to his trip to Minnesota. As they met, Curry, with his arms crossed over his chest, stated, "I aspire to go to the Big Apple in New York. It matters not what you say. My agreement to meet you was solely to become acquainted with you, the manager who seems to vanish from the spotlight daily." Presti's first impression of Curry was one of frailty and diminutive stature, which explained why in his previous life, Curry was derisively dubbed a schoolboy. Such a physique might only inspire the audacity of an old coach like Nelson. Had Presti not possessed discernment, he might not have had the courage to select Curry. Nevertheless, in the muscular realm of the NBA, Curry's appearance is undeniably endearing, and it is hardly surprising that he has garnered such an enormous fan base. Presti took a seat opposite Curry, once again donning a reassuring smile. Those familiar with Presti would recognize that he was about to weave his charming narrative. Do you believe, given your physical attributes, that you can truly establish yourself in a league like this? The defenders you face will not be as lenient as those in the NCAA, allowing you to attempt such a multitude of three-pointers. Curry, clearly unconvinced, was about to respond. Presti pressed his hand gently and continued. I believe many have posed this question to you. When confronted with formidable defensive pressure, do you truly think you can maintain such ease in your shooting? Or can you effortlessly preserve your hand form and bodily equilibrium? Furthermore, as far as I am aware, the Knicks, holding the 8th pick, do not seem inclined to select you. At this moment, Curry's gaze noticeably fell, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. Presti seized the opportunity to speak, but I can allow you to unleash your full potential without reservation. I can position you as the core point guard for the Thunder, where everyone will set screens for you, enabling you to take shot after shot from beyond the arc. You are familiar with DeAndre Jordan, I presume? Just imagine the sight of such a formidable figure, coupled with his agility, setting screens for you. Envision Durant doing the same, or Westbrook, or even Jeff Green. As Presti's words resonated, Curry found himself grappling with an internal struggle. The prospect of joining the Thunder, where these players would create openings for him to shoot at will, painted an alluring picture. He could already envision himself dominating the NBA. At that moment, the vibrant allure of New York City reemerged, its splendor and legendary status perpetually tempting Curry. Presti discerned Curry's struggles and then delivered a decisive blow. I assure you, I shall transform you into a transcendent superstar. Upon hearing these words, Curry's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he replied, I am willing to go to Oklahoma. Presti, filled with exhilaration, let out a resounding shout. Yes. Just imagine the extraordinary team comprised of Curry, Harden, Westbrook, Durant, the 2011 Thompson, Little Jordan, Batum, Ibaka, and Jeff Green. If future generations were to behold this roster, I am convinced that 9 of them would instinctively exclaim, Thunder, champions. The grand finale of the NBA. Before departing, Presti informed Curry that he would secure him with the 6th pick, insisting that he keep their meeting confidential and refrain from participating in workouts for other teams. In pursuit of a transformative superstar, Curry acquiesced. Upon returning to Oklahoma, Presti reached out to Ibaka, who was then in Europe. The call connected swiftly, and before Presti could utter a word, Ibaka's eager voice filled the line. General Manager, can I come back? I have been practicing my three-pointers and mid-range shots every day this year. I have perfected them. Yes, return. I will contact your club immediately for a buyout. You will be our starting power forward, Presti stated with utmost seriousness. Elated by the general manager's affirmative response, Ibaka hung up the phone. Unable to contain his excitement as he shared the news with his family, Presti immediately contacted his assistant to facilitate the payment of Ibaka's buyout clause to the Spanish team. At this juncture, Livingston had yet to sign with any team. Once the free agency market opened, he swiftly offered a contract. During the 2009 NBA draft, Presti intended to utilize the 3rd pick to acquire Harden, the 6th pick for Curry, and the 24th pick for Gibson. Reflecting on this, Presti picked up a pen beside him and inscribed the Thunder's roster. Starters Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. The bench included Livingston, Harden, Jeff Green, Batum, and Gibson. Then, in 2010, he secured Paul George through a trade with the Timberwolves, followed by Thompson in 2011. Presti gazed at the roster on paper, a fervent desire to shout, "The Thunder are invincible." Chapter 49. The Draft That Changed the League. Part 1. On June 16th, the Los Angeles Lakers triumphed over the Magic on their home court, clinching the NBA championship for the 2008 to 2009 season. Kobe, fulfilling his aspirations, lifted the coveted Finals MVP trophy. As the media extended their congratulations, their attention simultaneously shifted to the upcoming draft on June 25th. Particularly, the Oklahoma City Thunder garnered the most interest. Everyone recalled Presti's audacious remarks on draft night in 2008, which many dismissed as mere jest. However, after a season had passed, the immense potential displayed by all his drafted rookies was undeniable. Notably, the Thunder had originally possessed the 3rd overall pick, but had just traded their promising star, Dragic, to acquire the 6th pick. This indicated that Presti had his eyes set on 2 particular prospects in this draft, whose potential seemingly surpassed that of Dragic. Consequently, the media buzzed with anticipation for this year's draft. while other teams, having witnessed Presti's drafting prowess the previous year, dispatched personnel to probe his selections, hoping to intercept his intentions. In the office, Clayton sat across from Presti, casually inquiring, with the draft approaching, which rookie has compelled you to part with Dragic? Presti revealed a mysterious smile and replied, it's a secret, but I can divulge a little. This individual, under my guidance, will become a revolutionary superstar. Clayton was taken aback. He could hardly discern which player possessed such potential. Many believed this draft class to be lackluster, so he inquired, a revolutionary superstar? If such potential exists, how could you secure picks 3 and 6? Haha, of course I can. They lack my discerning eye, Presti responded with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Clayton chose to remain silent, for Presti's 2 years of drafting had proven that his vision was indeed unparalleled. Soon, June 25th arrived, and Presti, as always, found himself at Madison Square Garden in New York. He had been troubled in recent days. The reason? He had just recalled that the salary cap for the 2009 to 2010 season was set at $68 million. Now, with the impending addition of new draftees, the salaries added up as follows: Westbrook 3, $76 million, Durant 4, $80 million, Harden 4, $05 million, Jeff Green 3, $52 million, Ibaka 1, $12 million, Curry 2, $71 million, DeAndre Jordan 740, 000, Collison 625, 000, Gibson 104, 000, and Battier 740, 000. Even if they offered Livingston a contract of $2 million, the total would only amount to $73 million, and the roster was still incomplete. There was a shortfall of $95 million that needed to be addressed. It seemed that even happiness came with its own set of challenges. One could only wonder how NBA team owners in the future would react to such circumstances. Perhaps, if all else failed, they could consider bringing back seasoned veterans to serve as spiritual leaders and tackle the immediate concerns first. Presti recalled something and took out his phone to dial WOJ. As soon as the call connected, Presti interrupted WOJ before he could speak, declaring, "Issue the news now regarding which teams will select which rookies." WJ, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Have you obtained a source for this information?" Presti replied, "Listen carefully. The Clippers will choose Blake Griffin. The Grizzlies will select Hashim the Beat. The Thunder will opt for Ricky Rubio. The Kings will go with Tyreek Evans. The Timberwolves will pick James Harden, and the Thunder will also take DeMar DeRozan." After Presti swiftly concluded his remarks regarding the draft, he added, in another piece of news, "Presti has privately observed Curry's performance on the court and candidly stated that it was inadequate." Wojnarowski acknowledged this and subsequently ended the call. Presti must ensure absolute certainty. He is convinced that numerous teams are probing into his candidate selections. He firmly believes that some teams are aware of his private meetings with Curry. The accuracy of Wojnarowski's reports has been validated over the course of the year, leaving little room for doubt. At this juncture, should Wojnarowski release such news, it is inevitable that many will be persuaded, thus ensuring that neither Harden nor Curry will be chosen within the top 2 or 5 picks. As for any potential displeasure from Curry upon seeing this news, and should he subsequently voice his sentiments in an interview, Presti is confident that few would take him seriously. After all, he is an epic-making superstar, one who commands the support of Durant, Westbrook, and indeed all personnel to set screens for him. Is that even conceivable? As night fell, the Madison Square Garden in New York City buzzed with excitement, filled with aspiring young talents eagerly awaiting their turn. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Presti has arrived." In an instant, all media cameras swung towards the entrance, with nearly all reporters rushing forth. The rookies exchanged glances, while they were aware through newspapers, magazines, and websites of the Thunder's illustrious general manager. They had not anticipated his fame to such an extent. After all, today, they were supposed to be the main attraction. "Hello, Presti. Will the rookie you select today also be an MVP? Hello, Presti. Your recent trades involving Dragic and Davis for a few picks. Does that indicate your strong belief in at least 2 of this year's rookies? Presti, how does the rookie you intend to select today compare to the current players on your roster?" Presti listened to the incessant chatter of the reporters before him, a throbbing pain in his head. With a sense of resignation, he replied, "Haven't the news reports already been released? That is my selection. What do you think of their performances? The conference is about to commence. I must go prepare." Having said this, Presti promptly hurried to his seat. As Presti settled into his seat, he immediately sensed a chilling and mournful gaze. Turning to his left, he discovered it was Curry. Presti could only display an apologetic gaze, as he was keen to conceal any signs of distress from others. Following David Stern's address from the podium, the draft officially commenced. Shortly thereafter, a staff member delivered a letter into the hands of the commissioner. Without any pretense, Stern swiftly opened the letter and announced, with the first overall pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers select Blake Griffin from the University of Oklahoma. After Griffin ascended the stage to deliver his acceptance speech, Stern approached the podium once more to unveil the recently received letter with the second overall pick. The Memphis Grizzlies choose, at which point, Tabbit was already preparing to make his way to the podium. After all, WJS information was never erroneous. And the choice was the Spanish point guard, Ricky Rubio. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The reason was simple prior to the event. WJ had leaked that Presti intended to select Rubio. Was this a case of snatching a pick? All eyes in the venue turned to Presti, who was equally astonished. Fortunately, the information had been released. It was indeed a case of having one's pick intercepted. At that moment, Presti could only play along with the unfolding drama, allowing an expression of anger and heartbreak to cross his face. This would certainly provide fodder for the journalists present, echoing their collective sentiment. Just as the audience was still savoring this twist, Stern announced, the Oklahoma City Thunder select James Harden. What? The selection was made so swiftly? Hadn't they just been intercepted? Shouldn't there have been time for contemplation? Was this a backup plan? Such thoughts raced through the minds of many, particularly since Rubio had only just concluded his remarks at the podium when Stern promptly declared the Thunder's choice. Could it be that the Thunder had always intended to select Harden? This notion took root in the crowd as consciousness, becoming an undeniable reality. As Harden approached the stage, he was initially met with jeers, which quickly dissipated as the audience suddenly recalled last year's rookie who had faced similar scorn. They were unwilling to be embarrassed again. At that moment, Presti couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed his drafting acumen was being acknowledged by the public. In a prior life, Harden had walked to the stage as the third pick amid a chorus of boos. Chapter 50, The Draft That Changed the League, Part 2. Harden was evidently taken aback by being selected third overall. He had anticipated that the Thunder would choose either Tabbit or Tyreke Evans. In that instant, his heart swelled with exhilaration. What did being chosen by Presti signify? Let us reflect upon the performance of the newly selected rookies from the previous draft, which signifies an abundance of potential. After Harden delivered his remarks, anticipation filled the air for the next selection, as everyone was eager to witness another instance of a player being snatched away and to observe the expression on Presti's face. However, some voiced skepticism, questioning whether Presti had acted too hastily. Who could tell if he was merely performing for the audience? As David Scotton announced, with the fourth pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Kings select DeMar DeRozan from the University of Southern California. It became evident that the Kings had chosen to trust Wojnarowski's insights once more, leaving Presti once again in the lurch. All eyes turned to Presti who, upon hearing DeRozan's name, leapt to his feet, clapping enthusiastically and giving a thumbs up to the Kings team. The crowd, swept up in the moment, joined in applause with a chorus of cheers, instinctively believing that Presti was upset with the Kings for taking his player. Yet, Presti's applause was for himself, for the Kings, and for Anjali, as DeRozan, in comparison to the previous year's Evans, was an extraordinary talent, allowing Presti to feel he had contributed something positive. At this moment, the audience eagerly awaited the sixth pick in Presti's possession. Undoubtedly, the Timberwolves selected Hashing the Beat with the fifth pick. This former draft disappointment, now chosen at fifth, likely faced less pressure than before, and should he falter, he would not endure relentless mockery. Following the Beat's remarks, the audience straightened in anticipation, while reporters adjusted their cameras, fixating on Presti. As David Scotton approached the podium, deliberately unsealing the envelope, he understood that this would likely be the climactic moment of the draft, hence his heightened attention. Whereas the crowd internally urged, can this old man hurry it up? With the sixth pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Stephen Curry, guard from Davidson College. The audience erupted in laughter, for it seemed Presti had no alternatives left, perhaps not even a backup plan. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Curry, and now one wondered if a conflict might arise on the court. A trade seemed imminent, though the identity of the unwitting buyer remained uncertain. Laughter resounded throughout the audience, and reporters doubled over with mirth, failing to notice Presti's reaction. Meanwhile, Curry, wearing an expression of disdain, prepared to take the stage. Having just been criticized in the news, how could he possibly feel cheerful? Look at Presti's expression, someone shouted. causing the audience and reporters to shift their focus back to him. There was no disdain in his gaze, no hint of disappointment or resigned smiles, nor any trace of regret or anger. Instead, what was there? A hearty laugh, a joyous laugh, filled with happiness and the fulfillment of aspirations. What is happening? The crowd was perplexed, yet in the next moment, they began to exclaim in disbelief. How insidious! How shameless to deceive us! It turned out that Presti had directly stepped down to intercept Curry before he reached the stage, casually seizing a microphone from a reporter and exuberantly declared, "I apologize. But the players I have always wanted to select are indeed LeBron James and Stephen Curry. They are destined to become some of the most dazzling stars in our entire league. Of course, the players I previously mentioned are impressive as well, haha." However, the audience was not convinced, and finally, one individual shouted, "Did you only say that because your favored rookies have already been selected? Just comfort yourself." Another added, "With such a frail physique, a dazzling star? Dream on." As this remark about Curry's weakness echoed, Presti immediately realized that this was the perfect moment to enhance his rapport. If all went according to plan, he would acquire the Pelicans in 2011, and by then, Curry's contract would be nearing its end. His primary objective would be to bring Curry onto his team. Thus, Presti pointed towards the source of the voice and proclaimed, "This season, Stephen Curry will be the Rookie of the Year and among the top 3 for MVP." As soon as Presti's words echoed in the venue, a wave of laughter surged forth, mocking his audacity. Unperturbed by the murmurs of others, Presti returned to his seat, cognizant that he still possessed the 25th and 26th picks of the first round, as well as the 24th pick of the second round. The rapid turn of events left many astounded. Could I possibly secure a spot among the top 3 MVP candidates? Curry, bewildered, nonetheless ascended the stage to deliver his acceptance speech. The 25th and 26th picks seemed somewhat squandered. Contemplating this, Presti immediately instructed his assistant to trade the 25th pick with the Bulls in exchange for their first-round pick from 2011, proposing a protection clause for the 29th pick. "We merely required the 30th pick. What could be achieved with the 30th pick in 2011? Naturally, it could be utilized to acquire a player like Jimmy Butler." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Let us sell our second-round pick as well. It holds little value." The assistant, slightly exasperated, noted that someone had managed to trade the 26th pick for a future 30th pick, which seemed a feat only this general manager could pull off. After concluding the phone call, the assistant promptly announced, "They have agreed, and the second-round pick has also been sold to the Bulls." Presti rubbed his temples, feeling a bit fatigued after these recent days. Meanwhile, having completed his acceptance speech, Curry descended the stage, shared the moment with his family, and quickly sought out Presti alongside Harden, eager to fathom the general manager's thoughts. "I consider myself quite modest. Winning Rookie of the Year is one thing, but being among the top 3 MVP candidates? It seemed absurd." Despite internally grumbling, a beaming smile betrayed his delight at Presti's words, for the latter had already proven last season that his selections were no mere bluster. With this in mind, Curry looked forward to dominating the upcoming season. As Curry and Harden approached Presti, he preempted their inquiries, rising to pat their shoulders with a smile. "I know what you wish to ask. Let me state plainly that I never boast. You are destined to become dazzling stars in the league. Now, it is best to share your joy with your loved ones." After exchanging glances, Curry and Harden returned to their families. Gradually, attendees began to leave the venue, having witnessed the most thrilling moments, leaving the Thunder with only the 25th pick remaining. When it was announced that the Thunder would select Taj Gibson with the 25th pick, Presti internally murmured, "Finally." A sense of completeness. As the Heat selected Robert Dozier with the 60th pick, the 2009 NBA draft concluded successfully. Whenever discussions arise regarding past drafts, the 2009 NBA draft is often highlighted, for it profoundly altered the landscape of the league and even transformed its style of play. Presti has been lauded as one of the most astute general managers in NBA history due to this draft. Chapter 51, The Elementary Student's Fury. Part 1. Presti stood by the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi back to the hotel when a Ferrari pulled up before him. To his surprise, it was Anjali, who had also arrived today. "What are you waiting for? Get in," Anjali exclaimed with an air of arrogance. As soon as Presti settled into the car, he heard her say, "So, how is DeRozan doing?" It was my insistence that led to his replacement. "Well, he is quite good. Among the new recruits, aside from the 2 I selected, DeRozan stands out," Presti replied cautiously. "That is more like it. By the way, you must secure the best talent from the 2010 draft for me. Anjali declared with a hint of pride. Presti pondered whether Paul George could be considered the finest rookie of 2010. Undoubtedly, this would spark debate, so he welcomed suggestions from others and readily agreed. That evening, Presti and Anjali enjoyed a night out at a bar before parting ways. The following day, Presti boarded a flight back to Oklahoma. By the end of June, James Harden, Stephen Curry, and Taj Gibson had arrived in Oklahoma to report to the Thunder after finalizing their contracts. Well, although Oklahoma is a small city, its training facilities and environment are by no means inferior to those of other prestigious teams, Curry exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Harden concurred with a nod, and Gibson echoed his agreement. Presti had informed them prior to their arrival that they would remain until the commencement of the Summer League. Consequently, before they reached Oklahoma, their agent had already selected a villa for them. In the afternoon, once they had settled their affairs, they convened in Presti's office. Gazing upon Stephen Curry and James Harden, Presti reflected on the remarkable achievements they would accomplish in the ensuing years. Is everything arranged? Presti inquired. All is set, the trio replied in unison. Well, all three of you will participate in this summer league. Remember how the media mocked you during the draft? This time, you shall deliver a resounding rebuttal, Presti stated earnestly. Indeed, I shall make them eat their words, Curry declared fiercely, which, in Presti's eyes, appeared somewhat endearing. Harden nodded vigorously, his eyes radiating determination. After all, being booed on stage is undeniably infuriating, albeit it was swiftly silenced. Taj Gibson merely nodded lightly, acknowledging the situation, as the audience had hardly paid him any mind when he was selected. A few days later, Presti escorted James Harden, Stephen Curry, and Gibson to the Thunder's training camp in Las Vegas. In theory, one of Presti's stature should not attend a summer league event. His presence last year was solely due to a coaching change. However, this time, his attendance was imperative. Not only did he come himself, but he also reached out to the Thunder's core players beforehand, urging them to be present for any Thunder games. The rationale was simple. The Summer League's playing style closely mirrors that of the upcoming regular season, allowing them to gain early exposure. In the days following the arrival of the three rookies at the training camp, the Thunder finalized their roster for the Summer League. Notably, Wesley Matthews was included. Presti had opted not to select him during the draft, fully aware that he would inevitably go undrafted. Therefore, upon the conclusion of the draft, Presti instructed his assistant to contact Matthews, subsequently signing him to a 4-year contract. As for the remaining personnel, Presti delegated responsibilities to the head coach for this summer league, with the primary requirement being proficiency in pick and roll and swift mobility. Presti meticulously documented the strategies of warriors from his past life and presented them to the head coach for implementation. Upon reviewing this tactical blueprint, the assistant coach was rendered speechless with astonishment. He confidently asserted that even if the players executed just 80% of these strategies, they would unleash a tempest within the league. The coach could not help but exclaim, "General Manager, is this truly your intention?" Presti cast a glance at him and inquired, "What do you think?" The coach, filled with admiration, looked at Presti with discomfort and quickly replied, "Focus on your practice. I have a matter to attend to." On July 11th, the Las Vegas Summer League officially commenced, marking the debut of James Harden and Stephen Curry, with the Los Angeles Clippers as their opponents. The stands were packed with spectators, undoubtedly drawn by the Thunder, whose rookie selected by Presti had shone brightly the previous year, capturing the championship. This year, the audience eagerly anticipated witnessing whether Presti's new selections possessed similar magic, especially against a Clippers team boasting the first overall pick. As the game began, the Clippers gained possession, and their guard advanced the ball to Blake Griffin under the basket. Griffin received the ball and executed a powerful layup, score. Curry swiftly brought the ball up court, reached the arc, and launched a three-pointer after a screen. Clang. What a reckless shot. The crowd murmured in disbelief. With 4 minutes elapsed, the Clippers held a 10-point lead over the Thunder. Aside from Harden's breakthrough and a foul that garnered him 4 points, the other players remained scoreless, with Curry shockingly missing all 7 of his attempts. The Thunder called a timeout. At this moment, Curry appeared disheartened, prompting Harden to approach him and offer a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right." Following the timeout, the coach substituted Curry for Matthews, while Harden transitioned to the point guard position. As the game resumed, Presti, noticing Curry's despondency, approached him slowly and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. When Curry lifted his gaze to meet Presti's, his eyes reflected a sense of unjust dismay. Presti chuckled and said, "Are you feeling disheartened? Remember, I have faith in my selections. Go back out there and continue to compete. I believe in you. So you must believe in yourself. Curry nodded earnestly, a silent vow to honor the trust that the general manager had placed in him. Soon, the game entered another timeout. Despite Harden's stellar performance, even Griffin's dunks could not widen the gap, and the Thunder remained just 10 points behind. Upon resuming, Curry re-entered the game, holding the ball at the top of the arc. The defender across from him disdainfully glanced at Curry and took a step back, gesturing for him to shoot. So, Curry took the shot. Swish. The ball went in. The Clippers, however, did not take it seriously and continued their offensive play. With Griffin resting, their momentum faltered, and their attempts were thwarted. The center quickly passed the ball to Curry, who, seizing the moment while the defender was off balance, launched another three-pointer. Swish. The ball went in. Presti was aware that the elementary school students were about to erupt. Chapter 52, Gratitude. I express my thanks for the generous donations received during this time. Having written continuously for 37 days, and finally, someone has contributed. What a delightful feeling. Chapter 53, The Elementary Students Are Furious, Part 2. The Clippers did not call a timeout, perhaps believing that their defensive shortcomings merely allowed Curry an open opportunity. The consequence of such negligence was evident when, after the Clippers guard drove into the paint and missed a layup, the center secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Wesley Barnes, who then distributed the ball to Curry at the right arc. A trailing three-pointer, swish. The ball found its mark once again. The Clippers still refrained from calling a timeout. As the Clippers guard dribbled to the arc, he passed to a teammate. Alas, a turnover. The ball was intercepted by Curry, who dashed to retrieve it and accelerated to the arc. Another trailing three-pointer. Swish. Again, it went in. The score had flipped in favor of the opposing team. Beep. The Clippers finally called a timeout. Wow, what precision from Curry. I foresee him making a significant impact in the NBA. One commentator could not help but marvel. Conversely, my perspective is quite different. Observe how he struggled against staunch defense initially, going 0 for 7. Now, as he makes these shots, it is evident that the opposing defense lacks the intensity it had at the outset, allowing him to find his rhythm. In the NBA, opportunities to develop such rhythm are scarce. He will soon face defenses tenfold more formidable than what he encounters now. Another commentator expressed an opposing view. Following the timeout, the Clippers reintroduced Griffin. The Clippers guard advanced the ball, still centering their offense around Griffin. After tossing the ball to Griffin, the Thunder implemented a double team. The ball was quickly passed out. An open shot from the perimeter. Clang. An exceedingly long rebound. The Thunder secured it. A super long pass. Underneath the basket. Barnes received the ball, drawing the defense. He then passed to Curry, positioned at the right arc. Another three-pointer. Swish, swish, swish. He simply could not be stopped. At this point, the Clippers were beginning to panic. The guard continued to feed the ball to Griffin. The Thunder maintained their double team. Once again, they quickly passed the ball to the left side. The strategy had been deciphered. Curry intercepted the pass. He raced down the court, while the trailing Clippers players evidently gave up. Observing this, Curry thought, isn't this a chance for a dunk? He then dribbled to the free throw line, took 2 large strides, and launched. Boom. The basketball crashed forcefully against the rim. The impact caused Curry to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Poof. Ha ha ha. The audience, after a brief moment of shock, burst into laughter. This was simply too amusing. Ha ha. Left unguarded, he was thwarted by the rim. It is utterly amusing. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted admirer of Curry. He is simply delightful. Meanwhile, off the court, Presti helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that the title of King of the Comeback would soon be bestowed upon Curry. The first half concluded swiftly, with the Thunder surging ahead of the Clippers by 5 points, thanks to Curry's exceptional performance. Given the brevity of the halftime intermission in the Summer League, the second half commenced shortly thereafter. Both teams reintroduced their starting lineups, with the Thunder taking the initial offensive charge. One would have assumed that Curry and Harden's shooting rhythm would diminish after the break. However, right from the outset, Curry drove to the free throw line and deftly dished the ball to Harden in the left corner. Harden received the pass and sank a three-pointer. On the other hand, the Clippers persisted with Griffin's relentless efforts in the paint, managing to score. Yet, just as the Clippers had fought hard to secure a basket, Curry responded by effortlessly draining another three-pointer. The most astonishing aspect was that whenever the Clippers failed to convert in the low post, the Thunder would swiftly transition to the top of the arc, leading to yet another three-pointer. The Thunder maintained their relentless pace, while Griffin, already fatigued from his efforts in the low post, now had to run even more. As the third quarter progressed, Griffin's defensive and offensive efficiencies plummeted dramatically. Conversely, Curry had already been substituted for a breather, and Harden's relentless isolation plays left the Clippers' defenders in utter despair. They found it impossible to defend effectively. Either they were completely beaten, or they managed to get past, but ended up committing a foul. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder had established a commanding 20-point lead over the Clippers, outscoring them by 15 points in that period alone. Ultimately, the Clippers relinquished their resistance, fielding a lineup of 5 substitutes in the fourth quarter. Doesn't the Thunder's strategy resemble D'Antoni's run-and-gun approach? One commentator could not help but inquire. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Another commentator concurred. I thought there was something more to it. D'Antoni's strategy has already been proven ineffective with the Suns. They barely made it to the Western Conference Finals, and back then, the Suns had a superstar point guard like Nash. The first commentator shook his head, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. It is indeed the case. The run-and-gun style may yield impressive regular season records, but it falters in the playoffs. After hearing the commentator's remarks, Thunder players who had been observing from the sidelines approached Presti. Durant could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Coach, will we adopt the run-and-gun strategy in the future?" Westbrook, equally perplexed, inquired, "Coach, is that kind of strategy truly suitable for us?" Presti chuckled and shook his head, stating, "We certainly do not employ a run-and-gun strategy. It may appear that way now, but that is solely due to the presence of Curry and Harden on the court. The others simply cannot execute the tactics we intend to implement. Do you recall that game from last summer's league where we made a comeback? Our strategy was infused with additional elements during that match." Durant and Westbrook nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries, knowing they would gain clarity during practice. The Thunder's game against the Clippers concluded with a resounding 17-point victory for the Thunder. Although Curry amassed 37 points, making 6 three-pointers, the consensus remained that he would not ascend to the dazzling stardom Presti envisioned. Conversely, Harden, with only 17 points, showcased his ability to draw fouls, his vision for passing, and his breakthrough techniques, leading many to believe he could indeed become a superstar. Of course, the elementary school students devoured this report, inciting another furious response from Curry. In the subsequent match against the Kings, he erupted once more, scoring 38 points. With 7 of 12 from beyond the arc, along with 5 assists and 2 steals, as the Thunder triumphed over the Kings by 20 points. Compared to DeRozan's impressive 29 points and 4 assists, Curry's performance shone brighter, yet the post-game accolades favored DeRozan for his precise mid-range shooting and stylish fadeaways. Reminiscent of a young Kobe. Frustrated yet again, Curry found solace in Presti's words. "It's all right, continue your performance next time. Trust me, you'll win over the fans soon enough." Thus, in the following game against the Timberwolves, Curry unleashed yet another spectacular display, this time even more astounding, hitting 12 of 14 three-pointers, shattering the Summer League record. He repeatedly exploited screens to force Tabbit into mismatches, demonstrating a masterful command of the game, leaving Tabbit utterly disoriented. Harden, not to be outdone, also delivered a stellar performance, sinking 4 of 6 three-pointers, accumulating 32 points and 5 assists, as the Thunder overwhelmingly defeated the Timberwolves by 25 points. With a flawless record, the Thunder advanced to the playoffs, averaging a remarkable 26-point margin of victory over their opponents. At this juncture, observers began to recognize that Curry and Harden indeed exhibited a distinct difference. Chapter 54. Defending the Summer League championship after 3 intense matches, Curry, Harden, Matthews, and Gibson have gradually acclimatized to the rigors of this competition, particularly over the past few days. Presti has facilitated joint training sessions with them alongside core players such as Westbrook, Durant, and DeAndre Jordan in the mornings, followed by afternoon practices with the Summer League team. This has rendered them not only more mentally resilient but also technically refined. The Thunder's inaugural playoff match in the Summer League is set to commence tonight at 8 p.m. In the locker room before the game, Curry, clutching a magazine he had just purchased outside, exclaimed with indignation, "Why do these media outlets always underestimate me? No matter how many points I score or how well I perform, they perpetually claim I won't succeed in official NBA games. Well, that's to be expected. With your physique, anyone would assume you might struggle in the NBA. Moreover, they perceive you solely as a shooter, naturally believing that high-pressure defense would compromise your shooting form." Presti consoled him. "I am determined to obliterate every remaining team. Let us see if the media dares to look down on me then, Curry retorted, still brimming with indignation. Presti could only offer a moment of silence for the upcoming team, hoping that Curry's shooting touch would not return so swiftly. The pent-up frustration of the elementary school students had long reached its peak, eager to be unleashed, resulting in a tragic outcome for the Trail Blazers. On the court, the young players executed a pick and roll and took a shot, an utterly unreasonable offensive tactic that astonishingly succeeded 3 times in a row. When the Blazers' defenders tightened their coverage, Curry's deft penetration left them questioning their existence. Just when it seemed that Curry's substitution would narrow the score, Harden emerged, inflicting further torment upon the Blazers' substitutes. The backup center remarkably accumulated 4 fouls in under 3 minutes, while Gibson wreaked havoc in the paint. Ultimately, the Thunder secured another decisive victory, defeating the Blazers by an overwhelming 22-point margin. In this match, Curry recorded 32 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists, with an impressive 7 out of 9 from beyond the arc, while Harden contributed 34 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. One could not help but marvel at the extraordinary prowess of these two players. The individual displays of Curry and Harden were far from over, as the following day, the Thunder triumphed once again, with Curry achieving a new high of 39 points, making 9 of 14 three-point attempts. Although Harden only scored 20 points, he impressively dished out 13 assists. At this moment, the media set aside their temporary biases, universally praising Curry's excellence and lauding Presti's foresight. Some outlets even hailed Curry as the answer to the future of point guards in the league. Today marks the day of the Summer League Finals between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Los Angeles Clippers. Despite the Thunder's resounding victory over the Clippers in their first Summer League match, many still anticipated that the Clippers would claim the championship. Although the Thunder had demonstrated remarkable performance, averaging a 24-point win over their opponents, the Clippers were no slouches either, averaging a 17.5-point victory in their subsequent matches, with Griffin's performance being particularly astonishing. Indeed, it was extraordinary, averaging 27.7 points and 15 rebounds. Some even speculated that Griffin might be the heir to Duncan, the new generation's premier power forward. With Presti's proclaimed league superstar on one side and the anticipated beastly power forward Griffin on the other, this matchup drew significant attention. In the locker room, Presti lounged with his legs crossed, perusing a magazine that had just arrived. Upon reading that Curry was the answer for point guards in the league, he couldn't help but spit out his drink. "General Manager, what are you doing?" Curry glanced at Presti and then at himself, his expression one of grievance and helplessness. Sorry, I just read something related to you and couldn't help it," Presti said apologetically. "Oh." Upon hearing his name mentioned in the article, Curry's eyes sparkled with delight, oblivious to the water splashed upon his chest. "You see," Presti handed the magazine to Curry. As he took it, a glance was all it took for him to spot the article about himself, and he couldn't help but grin foolishly, radiating pure joy. "What is it that makes you laugh? Do you truly believe what he has said?" Presti's expression swiftly turned serious, not waiting for Curry's response. Presti then remarked, "I previously mentioned that you would become the league's most dazzling star, but that requires a process, not right now. The media's articles merely serve to elevate you for the purpose of eventual demise. Should your performance falter, the accolades of today will transform into a chorus of criticism tomorrow." With that, Presti stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and earnestly stated, "Perform well tonight and win over the media." Curry nodded gravely in agreement. Half an hour later, the 2009 Summer League Championship officially commenced. From the outset, Griffin exhibited an extraordinary competitive spirit, first executing a thunderous dunk over Gibson, then stealing a pass from Curry and completing a fast break slam. Following that, he skillfully dribbled behind his back, penetrating the lane, drawing defenders, and dishing the ball to a teammate in the corner for a perfect shot. The Thunder found themselves at a quick disadvantage, trailing 0-7, prompting the assistant coach to immediately call a timeout. After a brief discussion, the timeout concluded and the game resumed. In truth, the coach's timeout had not imparted any substantial strategy. It merely served to refocus the players. Upon receiving the ball, Curry made a subtle adjustment against his defender, driving into the lane and executing a soft floater from the free throw line. The Clippers continued to revolve their offense around Griffin, who relentlessly dominated Gibson in the paint. Once double-teamed, he swiftly passed out, and fortunately for the Clippers, their outside shooting was on point tonight, resulting in a halftime score of 56-56. All spectators believed the match would remain tightly contested, likely extending into the final minutes of the fourth quarter. As the third quarter began, the Thunder coach substituted in Curry, Harden, and Matthews, a tall player with three-point prowess and a diminutive center with remarkable speed. Observing this lineup, the commentator expressed confusion, unable to comprehend. Does this lineup possess any defense? Especially against Griffin, who could easily overpower them in the paint. However, when Curry brought the ball up and launched a shot from 2 steps outside the three-point line, the commentator's bewilderment transformed into astonishment. Given that over half of the Clippers' first half points were attributed to Griffin, he remained on the bench to rest at the start of the third quarter. Consequently, when the Clippers entered a half-court offense, they found themselves stagnated. With just seconds left on the shot clock, they could only throw up a desperate shot. Clang. A miss. Seizing the rebound, Harden sped down the court and, catching the defense off guard, launched a three-pointer. The Clippers attempted to respond but also missed. Meanwhile, Matthews brought the ball back down and nailed a three. The Thunder's strategy was straightforward. Fast breaks without waiting for teammates, shooting threes if within range, and driving the lane if not. Once the game settled into a half-court setup, the Thunder, featuring Curry and Harden, effectively executed isolation plays with remarkable efficiency. As the point differential threatened to widen, the Clippers reinserted Griffin into the game. Yet, the impact was minimal, for Griffin struggled to keep pace with the rapid Thunder. The tempo of the Thunder was relentless. Although the Thunder's half-court defense struggled against Griffin, he was equally incapable of containing the fast-moving Thunder. Thus, the final score settled at 89-80, with the Thunder once again claiming the championship of the Summer League. Curry was duly honored as the MVP of the 2009 Summer League, while Harden earned the title of Finals MVP. Chapter 55. The Opening Game, Part 1. Although a week has passed since the Summer League, the joy of victory remains undiminished. The expressions on the faces of Harden and Curry in the arena continue to radiate the exuberance of their triumph, even as sweat trickles into their mouths. Presti clapped his hands, gathering the players together. He proclaimed, "It is the off-season. Ordinarily, one would be on vacation or spending time with family. Yet here we are, united in our pursuit of the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. Therefore, I urge each of you to commit to practice until the conclusion of training camp. I assure you, next season we shall lift the O'Brien Trophy." The players exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with an insatiable desire for victory. After a mere 5 seconds of hesitation, they swiftly resolved to remain and train together. Presti nodded in satisfaction and handed over each individual's training plan to the respective parties. Presti devised individualized training regimens for the players, taking into account their technical strengths and weaknesses from their previous performances. For instance, he encouraged Harden to refine his Eurostep and step-back three-pointer, while also emphasizing the importance of cultivating a proper defensive mindset. Conversely, Westbrook was urged to focus on enhancing his finishing ability around the basket and improving his three-point shooting percentage. During the day, the players engaged in personal training sessions, and in the evenings, they practiced together to develop their synergy and foster mutual understanding. By August, Presti began to introduce the players to authentic small ball tactics and five-out strategies. When one immerses oneself entirely in a pursuit, time often seems to fly. Glancing at the calendar on his desk, Presti noted it was October 3rd. Over the past few months, he had shared both meals and accommodations with the Thunder players. Although the experience was arduous, the training results were exceedingly gratifying. Not only had the players significantly enhanced their individual skills, but their camaraderie had also grown immensely, with everyone eagerly anticipating the onset of the new season. Soon, the official schedule was released. The Thunder were set to compete in 3 preseason games against the Spurs, Rockets, and Nuggets, with the regular season commencing on October 27th, when they would host the Orlando Magic for their inaugural match. The preseason turned out to be even more exhilarating than Presti had anticipated, with the stands consistently filled to capacity. As Presti and the players stepped onto the court, they were met with a resounding chorus of cheers that echoed in their ears. Presti nodded in acknowledgement, and soon the match commenced. Prior to the game, he had advised the players to maintain a calm demeanor and assured them that he would refrain from calling timeouts, as the preseason held little significance, especially against the often tense Spurs. Indeed, within just a few minutes, the Spurs had already substituted Duncan and Parker, while Ginobili remained entirely absent. Under such circumstances, the Spurs were no match for the youthful vigor of the Thunder, and the score quickly widened. The first game was won with ease, followed by similar victories in the second and third games, concluding the third quarter with a sense of finality. Many believed that the opposing team was not taking the game seriously, as their starters played less than 20 minutes, allowing the Thunder to secure such effortless wins. However, had someone taken the time to observe the Thunder closely, they would have recognized that this team was fundamentally different from before, and their style of play was bound to make waves in the league. Yet, no one seemed to notice, as they dismissed the team as merely a collection of rookies led by a clownish coach, incapable of causing any significant disruption. Finally, October 27th arrived, heralding the official commencement of the 2009 to 2010 NBA regular season. Presti entered the locker room, where the players greeted him with joy, particularly Curry, who unexpectedly embraced Presti and exclaimed, "Ah, coach, I am quite nervous. This is my debut." Presti forcefully separated Curry and smiled, saying, "First, change into your uniforms." He then continued, "Today we are playing at home, facing our own fans. This game must be won. I do not say this to burden you with pressure, but because I believe in your capabilities. You are truly exceptional." Presti then moved to the center and asked, "What is our goal?" "The championship." The players shouted in unison. "Moreover, I must emphasize one final point. We must maintain our focus during the game. If I notice anyone losing concentration, I will have you reflect on life from the bench for at least the next 5 games," Presti stated suddenly with seriousness. The players echoed their agreement once more. At this moment, Howard was at the peak of his prowess, excelling in both man-to-man and help defense. With Howard dominating the paint, it essentially became a no-fly zone. He had nearly complete control over the rebounds. Therefore, to counter the Magic, the primary objective was to draw Howard out of the 3-second area. Thus, Presti brought Ibaka into play to occupy the center position. The Thunder's starting lineup: Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Jeff Green, Ibaka. The Magic's starting lineup: Nelson, Carter, Lewis, Barnes, Howard. The tactical design by Presti is remarkably straightforward: a fast-paced offensive strategy. Accelerate the tempo of the game, seize the rebound, and rush forward immediately. Anyone who reaches the front court is permitted to shoot, thereby increasing the number of possessions and encouraging a relentless pace. Should the game devolve into a half-court battle, regardless of who possesses the ball, the others must sprint into action. Whenever an opportunity arises, they are to release the ball, and if no chance presents itself, a simple pick-and-roll suffices for a shot. With Lewis now age 30 and Carter at 32, Presti is convinced that as the game progresses, the offensive and defensive efficiencies of these two will plummet dramatically. The whistle blows, and the match officially commences. Howard passes the ball to Nelson, who leisurely dribbles into the front court. Once his teammates are positioned, Howard steps forward to set a screen. Nelson drives inward, and Howard rolls to the basket. Receiving the ball, he soars into the air for a thunderous dunk. 0-2. Ibaka swiftly relays the ball to Westbrook, who accelerates forward with remarkable speed. The sluggish retreat of the Magic players becomes apparent too late, as Westbrook ascends for a stunning dunk. 2-2. Nelson brings the ball up the court, and Lewis, making a backdoor cut, receives the pass and shoots. Clang. Howard leaps into the air to grab the rebound, pivots, and slams it down once more. 2-4. Even as an opponent, Presti cannot deny that Howard is akin to a video game character with extraordinary abilities. Once he secures the ball beneath the basket, the defender is virtually guaranteed to be posterized. The Magic consciously retreat with great urgency this time, stifling the Thunder's fast break. Nevertheless, Westbrook penetrates the paint and dishes the ball to Curry. Curry launches a pinpoint shot. It's good. 5-4. The Magic revert to their old strategy of shooting and retrieving. However, the Thunder are well prepared this time. As the shot is taken, they have already returned to defense. Ibaka secures the rebound and throws a long pass to Curry, who then finds Durant. Durant continues with a stationary shot. Another basket. 8-4. The Magic begin to feel the pressure. Carter, with the ball, aggressively drives against Durant. He manages to get past him, but Ibaka swiftly rotates over for support. Carter powers through Ibaka to score. 8-6. Presti chuckled softly, realizing that this approach would expedite the depletion of energy. Meanwhile, Carter valiantly executed a 2-point shot, while on the Thunder's side, Ibaka effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. The Magic quickly recognized that Howard could not solely dominate the paint. Ibaka's shooting range astonishingly extended beyond the 3-second area, something they had not anticipated. In a mere 3 minutes, the Thunder had surged ahead of the Magic by 5 points. Beep. The Magic called for a timeout. The audience erupted in excitement. Is this still the same Thunder from last season? How has their offensive prowess transformed so dramatically in just one season? Chapter 56, A Call for Support. Brothers, let us rally for some encouragement. Fuel my motivation for a fervent update. Chapter 57, The Season Opener, Part 2. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Both teams retained their lineups. Right from the start, Nelson utilized the double screens from Howard and Lewis to penetrate toward the basket, rising for a layup. Wham! Ibaka's formidable hand descended from above, forcefully swatting the ball away with an emphatic block. Wow, where did Ibaka come from? His defensive awareness is remarkable. The commentator could not help but exclaim. His speed and explosive jumping ability are extraordinary. Just as Nelson entered the restricted area, Ibaka was trailing Howard, yet in an instant. He arrived at the basket to thwart Nelson's attempt. My goodness, does Presti possess some kind of magic? Why are all the players he selects so exceptionally talented? Presti listened to the commentary discussing Ibaka, and a smile crept onto his face. He recalled that in a past life, someone had remarked that Ibaka was the epitome of the perfect center in the small ball era, swift in movement, adept at defending smaller players, excelling in help defense and shot blocking, possessing both mid-range and three-point shooting skills, all without dominating the ball. Wow, another block. I have a feeling Ibaka will claim the title of this year's shot-blocking champion. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Presti immediately regained his focus, watching the replay on the court. After the Magic's inbound, Lewis drove inward for a jump shot, only for Ibaka to leap up and swat it away. Barnes, seizing the ball, also aimed to score with a dunk. Ibaka rushed over again, soaring to block the shot once more. Just as the Magic prepared to initiate their fourth offensive attempt, the referee's whistle blew. The 24-second shot clock had expired. Despite having witnessed Ibaka's emphatic blocks countless times in his previous life, Presti was still taken aback, lamenting the diminished athleticism that Ibaka suffered after his injury. Unable to contain himself, Presti rose to applaud Ibaka. When it was the Thunder's turn to attack, it was remarkably effortless. Upon reaching the arc, Curry noticed the Magic's apprehension at his potential for an unreasonable three-pointer, prompting them to double-team him prematurely. Seizing the moment, Curry swiftly passed the ball to Westbrook, who found himself confronted by Carter. At this juncture, Westbrook's speed was unparalleled, effortlessly evading Carter, who maintained a two-step cushion. Approaching the basket, Howard abandoned his defense on Ibaka to assist. Westbrook dished the ball to Ibaka, who was wide open for a three-pointer. With poise, he made the shot. The commentators couldn't help but declare that the Magic were destined to lose. Indeed, it was an uphill battle for the Magic, as all 5 Thunder players possessed shooting range, effectively spacing the floor. Howard was drawn out to guard Ibaka, making scoring for the Thunder exceedingly simple. Conversely, if the Magic failed to score in their half-court sets, the Thunder would immediately push for a fast break, leaving the Magic defenseless, as another commentator concurred. To be honest, no one anticipated that within just one season, the Thunder could dominate the Magic, who were last season's runners-up, with Howard being the league's premier center. Let us see how the subsequent rotations unfold. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams' bench players began to compete. For the Thunder, Livingston, Harden, Matthews, Gibson, and Jordan were still utilizing a 5-in, 5-out strategy. Meanwhile, the Magic's adjusted lineup featured Williams, Redick, Pietrus, Anderson, and Howard, who remained on the floor, with all substitutes possessing three-point shooting capabilities, essentially a change in name only. Upon observing that the Magic had not benched Howard, everyone instinctively believed that the Thunder's bench could hold their ground until the starters returned, especially considering that this lineup included 3 rookies and a point guard who was on the verge of being sidelined from the league due to a significant injury. However, when the game commenced, it became abundantly clear that they were entirely mistaken. Presti has devised a remarkably straightforward strategy for this lineup: protect the boards and launch fast breaks. Excluding DeAndre Jordan, everyone possesses three-point shooting capabilities. Whenever an opportunity arises at the arc, they should take the shot. If the game devolves into a half-court battle, they must resolutely engage in isolation plays, create space, and shoot. It is advisable to avoid driving to the basket, especially with Howard still present. The defense must refrain from doubling. This is colloquially known as X-play. Such tactics swiftly demonstrated their effectiveness, as DeAndre Jordan persistently tangled with Howard, preventing him from establishing deep positioning. Although Howard is hailed as the premier center, his physical prowess does not overpower Jordan. When the ball is passed to Howard, Presti's defensive strategy, which is solely based on man-to-man coverage, leaves Howard with no choice but to engage in isolation. With Jordan's presence, Howard can only resort to back-to-the-basket hook shots. Clank. A missed opportunity. Gibson secures the rebound and quickly passes to Harden. Harden advances the ball with a dazzling rush to the arc, then shifts it to Matthews on the right. Matthews catches the ball in yet another open position. He continues to hit. The Magic launch another offensive, this time opting for isolation plays from the perimeter. However, each player finds themselves at a disadvantage. Unable to shake off the Thunder's defenders, they are forced to take contested shots. The result is yet another clang off the rim. The former Magic strategy could be summarized as 4 shooters and 1 rebounder. Howard enjoyed an undeniable advantage in the paint. Yet, against the current Thunder, he is rendered ineffective. As both Jordan and Gibson occupy the interior, while the perimeter players exhibit exceptional athleticism, allowing them to collapse defensively and swiftly recover. The Thunder, who are adept at protecting the boards, push forward for another fast break. Harden drives in for a 2-1. The Magic's head coach, observing from the sidelines, can only shake his head in disbelief. He truly finds himself at a loss for solutions, and even if he had any, the players are not executing the strategy. He had anticipated that without Howard, the Magic would close the gap during the rotation period, yet the deficit only continues to widen. Prompting the commentator to shake his head in dismay, I now find myself in admiration of Presti's draft acumen. Curry, Harden, Gibson, these are merely first-year rookies. Just last month, we mocked Presti for granting Livingston, who was on the verge of exiting the league, a 4-year, $8 million contract. Now, this player, after only 4 minutes on the court against the Magic, has already accrued 4 points and 2 assists, another commentator chuckles. I too initially thought that Presti signed an undrafted rookie merely to fill the roster, yet he has performed remarkably well in his first game. This year, the Thunder will undoubtedly astonish every other team, due to the exceptional performance of the rotation. Presti did not revert to the starting lineup even as the first half drew to a close. At halftime, the Thunder held a 15-point lead over the Magic. The crowd erupted in unison, roaring to express their exhilaration. Their home team has become formidable, and that once seemingly unattainable O'Brien Trophy now appears much closer. As Presti and the players returned to the locker room, the audience erupted into applause, cheering for the team and the coach. In the second half, Presti finally substituted in the starting lineup, making a slight adjustment by shifting Ibaka to the power forward position and having DeAndre Jordan replace Green at center. After all, Jordan had performed remarkably in defending against Howard during the first half. With a well-rested Curry, Durant, and others, they played as if under an enchantment in the second half, excelling in both defense and offense. In stark contrast, the Magic struggled to execute even their signature half-court plays, their energy depleted. Eventually, with mere minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Magic called a timeout and benched all their starters, conceding defeat. Faced with such a lineup, Presti felt it inappropriate to further dominate. Thus, he introduced 3 seasoned veterans, including Biyombo and Livingston, to the court. This lineup, anchored by Livingston, aimed to restore his confidence to pre-injury levels, allowing him to amass statistics during garbage time. Though the game had entered its unremarkable phase, the audience remained undeterred, cheering for their home team with fervent gestures and passionate shouts. As the Magic's final offensive attempt fell short, the match concluded with the Thunder triumphantly defeating last year's Eastern Conference champions. Curry made a stellar debut, scoring 17 points with 5 assists, while Harden contributed 12 points and 3 assists. Giberson secured 7 points and 7 rebounds, Matthews added 9 points, and Livingston capitalized on garbage time to score 13 points and 7 assists. The Thunder celebrated a resounding victory to kick off the 2009-2010 season. Chapter 58, the winning streak continues. The following day, the Thunder undoubtedly graced the front pages of various sports publications. Sports Illustrated remarked that Presti had officially demonstrated to the mocking media that he had effortlessly triumphed over the previous Eastern Conference champions with his newly drafted rookies. ESPN claimed that Curry, facing one of the league's top defensive teams, mocked those who underestimated him with a barrage of 3-pointers, while Livingston's performance responded to the critics, asserting his capability, which had merely been stifled by a lack of trust from his coaches. Now he had found it. According to another statistic from ESPN, the viewership for the Thunder versus Magic game started at under 1 million during the first quarter, but surged to 2.7 million by the second quarter and eventually reached 4 million by the end of the game, setting a historic record for the highest viewership in an NBA season opener. Following the inaugural match, regular season tickets for the Thunder's home games had completely sold out. Several radio stations were already in discussions with the Thunder regarding broadcasting contracts. Clayton, in the office with the shareholders, was watching the replay of last night's game, with everyone grinning widely. They could hardly believe that such a dramatic transformation had occurred under Presti's management in just a short off-season. This morning's events clearly indicated how wise their investment in the Thunder had been. In merely a year since the relocation from Seattle to Oklahoma, the visible profits were already substantial, with even greater potential on the horizon. One shareholder could not help but exclaim, "Clayton, what is the duration of Presti's contract? Let us renegotiate and extend it for a few more years, regardless of the cost." The other shareholders nodded in agreement, and Clayton felt that his most prudent decision had been to steadfastly advocate for bringing Presti from the Spurs and elevating him directly to the position of general manager. In just 2 years, he had reaped substantial rewards, yet it seemed that Presti was reluctant to remain longer. Clayton nodded and replied, "His contract expires next summer, and I will be in continuous discussions with Presti. I am confident he will agree to an extension." Hearing this, the shareholders ceased their discussions. In the NBA Commissioner's office, Silver marveled, "I never anticipated that Presti possessed such remarkable abilities. His unique draft acumen, his knack for generating buzz, and his tactical expertise. He is truly a magnet for revenue. I cannot help but feel that, for a city, he may hold even greater appeal than a superstar." After a brief pause, he added, "Should we elevate his status?" Scott paused for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, I didn't anticipate this, but it is just the first game. Let's observe how things unfold." The Thunder swiftly became the most talked-about team in the league, with its players at the center of conversations. Although Presti had foreseen this, he was taken aback by the intensity of the attention. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns, as these players had already proven themselves as superstars in a previous life. Next, the Thunder prepared to face the Timberwolves on their home turf. That evening, Presti boarded a plane to Minnesota with the Thunder players. The Timberwolves were among the most anticipated teams this season, having executed what could be considered the most significant trade of the summer, acquiring the league's widely recognized future all-star, Dragic, along with the dependable Baron Davis in clutch situations. Initially, everyone believed Presti had made a foolish decision, trading these two for uncertain draft picks, akin to a lottery gamble. However, following yesterday's game, it appeared that the Thunder might be faring well. Whether the trade was advantageous would depend on the performance of the two Timberwolves. Additionally, this match marked the Timberwolves' season opener, thus attracting considerable attention. Tickets sold out even after a price hike. In the locker room before the game, Presti jested, "Everyone relax, it's merely a practice match." The players erupted into laughter, casting glances at Curry, who momentarily seemed perplexed. Presti patted his shoulder and said, "Your selection comes from the trade of Dragic and Baron Davis. You understand what this game entails." After this, Presti nodded at Curry. As they set off, Presti waved from the locker room entrance and stated, "To be honest, I don't place much significance on this game. The disparity in strength is too pronounced." At this moment, Love had yet to shed weight and struggled to keep pace with the Thunder players. Without the system's support, Baron Davis would likely be a liability. While Dragic possessed some skills, his natural talent was ultimately limited. True to expectation, as the game commenced, the Thunder unleashed a whirlwind-like offensive tempo, leaving the Timberwolves utterly defenseless. When the Timberwolves attempted to attack from the perimeter, they resorted to single coverage. Even though Davis easily surpassed Curry, he found himself helpless against the formidable Ibaka in the paint. Once the ball handler entered the restricted area, Thunder players instinctively collapsed inward, making it exceedingly difficult for Davis and Dragic to advance. At times, open shots did occur, yet the Timberwolves' overall shooting percentage was dismal, producing a cacophony of missed attempts. Rebounding had been a strength for the Timberwolves, bolstered by Love and Jefferson, who collectively could secure 20 boards. However, with the Timberwolves' perimeter shooting faltering, Love could only watch in frustration. In contrast, the Thunder found their rhythm effortlessly. As they advanced into the front court, the Timberwolves dared not leave any player unguarded. Simple strategies like driving and passing, pick and rolls, and quick shots were executed with ease. Whenever the opposing team failed to score, the Thunder would race forward like the wind, leaving the Timberwolves scrambling defensively. In a mere 6 minutes, the Thunder had already established a 10-point lead over the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves have finally called a timeout. Presti cast a glance at the Timberwolves bench, where David Kahn wore a sullen expression. It was evident that he must be cursing himself internally. Especially given Curry's stellar performance on the court, in stark contrast to Davis, who had managed only one successful shot out of 9 attempts, accompanied by 2 turnovers. While Dragic's performance was merely mediocre, the game soon resumed, and Presti substituted 5 players from his rotation, only to observe that the Timberwolves coach had also opted to replace 5 of his bench players. Did he not realize that such a strategy would only lead to a more dismal defeat? After all, my substitutes are of starting caliber. Presti quietly closed his eyes, seeking solace, as he wished to avert his gaze from the unfolding tragedy. At this moment, the commentator noticed Presti on the Thunder's bench and exclaimed in surprise, "What is Presti doing?" Another commentator remarked, "It seems he is asleep." Upon hearing that Presti was dozing, the media's cameras swiftly turned their focus on him, capturing frantic photographs. The assistant coach, upon overhearing the commentary, hesitantly tapped Presti, but to no avail, he did not awaken. With a sense of resignation, the assistant coach vigorously shook Presti. Presti suddenly awoke with a start, rising to his feet and exclaiming, "Ah, has the game concluded? What was the score?" The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as the media, in a frenzy, captured the moment. Knowing that there would be plenty of news to write about, 2 entire memes worth. Realizing he had once again garnered attention, Presti glanced at the scoreboard, noting that the Thunder had surged ahead of the Timberwolves by 18 points, with the second quarter nearing its end. A minute later, the first half concluded, and as the final whistle blew, reporters rushed out to interview Presti. Sensing the impending swarm, he quickly made his exit, deciding it was best to let the fervor surrounding his nap dissipate. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced, and most of the home crowd remained hopeful, anticipating a miracle. After all, Davis had performed wonders for the Thunder last season, and Dragic, a former Thunder player, had also displayed exceptional prowess. However, just 5 minutes into the game, the audience's optimism waned as the deficit ballooned to 28 points. This was due to the Thunder deploying a lineup featuring Curry, Westbrook, Harden, Durant, and Ibaka. Despite their defensive shortcomings, their offensive vigor was overwhelming. The Timberwolves managed to score a 2-pointer, only to be met with an immediate 3-pointer from the Thunder. Any missed attempts by the Timberwolves resulted in the Thunder swiftly converting for 2 points, leaving them with no choice but to foul. Before 4 minutes had elapsed, the foul count had already reached alarming levels. Ultimately, when the final whistle sounded, the game concluded with the Thunder triumphing over the Timberwolves by an impressive 29 points. Journalists scrambled to emerge from the sidelines, but surprisingly, those from the Timberwolves bench did not rush to interview Presti first. Instead, they sought out David Kahn. Presti could only offer a silent tribute to him in his thoughts. Chapter 59. The versatile Presti. May I ask if you were indeed sleeping in your seat? The reporters quickly encircled him, eager to inquire. Absolutely not. You must have misinterpreted my demeanor, Presti asserted, nodding affirmatively at the journalists. The reporters rolled their eyes in unison, exasperated by what they perceived as a blatant lie. You were clearly dozing off, and even the assistant coach didn't attempt to rouse you. One journalist pressed. What were you doing, half reclined in your chair with a towel draped over your head? Presti responded, Oh, I was pondering the matter. When the reporter inquired why he covered his face with a towel, the lights are blinding, which hampers my contemplation, Presti replied with a smile, leaving the reporter speechless. Might I ask, given that Davis and Dragic did not perform at their usual caliber with the Thunder today, does this imply they only excel within your system? Certainly not. Presti affirmed. Davis has already proven himself in the league. Prior to joining the Thunder, he had a remarkable run. As for Dragic, his statistics from last season cannot simply be attributed to a single system. They merely need time to acclimate. The reporter pressed on, even after an outstanding previous season. You chose to trade them, exchanging only for draft picks. Does this suggest that their capabilities have reached their peak, or that their potential pales in comparison to the rookies you selected? It seemed he was intent on stirring up significant headlines. Presti, with a resigned gesture, replied, Certainly not. I simply do not wish to hinder the development of Davis and Dragic. Davis has demonstrated his capability to lead a team far into the playoffs, while Dragic nearly secured the title of Rookie of the Year. They both possess promising futures, whereas we are merely a team that ranked second to last season. The reporters erupted into a flurry of clicks. What does this imply? Self-deprecation? A reporter quickly inquired, What are your team's goals for this year? Alas, he had dug his own grave. If the objective was to clinch the championship this year, then why trade away Davis, whom he had just praised? Presti hesitated, raised a finger towards the reporter, and after a moment, said, You, as a journalist, are rather mischievous. The objective is to perform at our utmost in every game, allowing our rookies to showcase their full potential. Presti then remarked, interview the players. They're the protagonists. After saying this, he immediately pushed through the crowd and returned to the locker room. The journalists, witnessing Presti's departure, chose not to interview the players. Instead, they swiftly surrounded the Minnesota Timberwolves general manager, David Kahn. David Kahn, visibly distressed, received a text from the owner during the third quarter of the game, chastising him for the trades made. What on earth was that transaction? That Davis can't seem to hit a shot without missing, and only Dragic is somewhat acceptable. Yet he pales in comparison to the Thunder's rookie. The thought of our bargaining chip being Curry is painfully disheartening. The following day, images of Presti sleeping on the Timberwolves bench, along with a photo of him abruptly waking up, were transformed into a myriad of memes by netizens. Some audaciously created videos, adding various dialogues that went viral across multiple messaging platforms. Yet, outshining Presti in popularity was, of course, David Kahn. He astonishingly dominated the headlines across various websites. Sports Illustrated published an article, "Do you remember the expression and grandiose declarations of David Kahn right after the trade with the Thunder?" accompanied by a triumphant image from the press conference juxtaposed with a gloomy photo from the previous night, creating a stark contrast. ESPN labeled it a classic case of a failed trade, stating, "Last night's game profoundly illustrated this point. How about the Thunder exchanging Curry for your Dragic and Davis?" accompanied by laughing crying emojis. On the plane, Presti couldn't help but grimace as he glanced at the newspaper his assistant handed him before boarding. The media is so ruthless towards David Kahn. Who will want to trade with me after this? Oh well, Kahn has made plenty of blunders in the past, and they won't be pinned on me. This year, the Thunder were set to face the New Jersey Nets on the road, yet another bottom-dwelling team. Presti felt it would be a piece of cake. However, the Thunder's early season schedule was indeed quite lenient, with only the Bulls, Hornets, Suns, and Trail Blazers among the first 28 games being playoff contenders, the rest, all lottery teams. Let us set a modest goal, 28 consecutive victories. As for the 29th game against the Lakers, Presti couldn't guarantee a win, especially since the Lakers had just claimed the championship and were riding high on momentum, while the Thunder had only a handful of games to build chemistry during the offseason. As Presti pondered, Curry approached him and said, "Coach, I have something I wish to discuss." "Oh, what is it?" "Please, go ahead," Presti replied, straightening his posture and gesturing towards the adjacent seat. "Under Armour has offered me a contract. Should I sign it? I currently lack an agent. Could you represent me?" Curry inquired. He had been in turmoil over this decision, as he desired to sign with Nike, yet had heard nothing from them. Meanwhile, Under Armour had shown ample sincerity, leaving him somewhat swayed. Coincidentally, he had recently learned from chatting with Westbrook that several of the team's rookies had Presti as their agent, including Harden, Westbrook, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Jeff Green, Biyombo, Livingston, and Matthews, with Presti also negotiating their sneaker contracts. Presti, in Curry's mind, instantly transformed into an omnipotent figure. Consequently, Curry promptly approached Presti for guidance, naturally hoping that Presti would assume the role of his agent. Presti was taken aback, not expecting Curry to say such a thing. He inquired, "Do you currently not have an agent?" Curry shook his head to indicate he did not. 1% for salary, 15% for endorsements, and I'll handle the rest. Presti outlined his requirements. Curry was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard, and promptly asked, "Manager, did you just say 1% for salary and 15% for endorsements?" "Indeed. What's the matter?" Presti looked at Curry with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing, just feels rather insufficient." Curry expressed his concern. It was understandable, as prominent NBA agents typically took 4% in commission and secured around 20% from endorsements. Although Presti had never been an agent before, his capabilities suggested he would be among the best. "Not much at all. Now hurry back and rest. Don't worry about the sneaker contract. I will finalize it." Presti patted Curry on the arm. Upon returning, Curry immediately informed Gibson, who had been troubled by the matter in recent days. Hearing Curry's words, Gibson promptly sought out Presti, who, of course, readily agreed, eager to nurture the rookie he had personally selected, especially since he was a player he admired in his previous life. As for why Durant was not under his representation, the reason was quite simple. Durant, the second-best high school player in the nation, had already secured an agent before even declaring for the draft, and Presti had no intention of coveting someone else's prize. Before long, New Jersey arrived, and the Thunder commenced their third regular season game. Chapter 60, Thank you, brothers. I am immensely grateful to all the brothers who have continued to support me. This is my inaugural attempt at writing a novel. I began with great enthusiasm, but soon faced the harsh realities, leading to a gradual decline in updates to a mere one per day. Yet, over the course of 2 weeks, your unwavering support has deeply moved me. My passion has been reignited, all for you. Moreover, I shamelessly continue to seek recommendations, collections, and rewards. Chapter 61. There will be another chapter this evening. With such support from you all, I shall not lag behind. Henceforth, I will deliver 2 chapters daily. Chapter 62. Even triple doubles cannot suppress the headlines at this moment. The Nets could be unequivocally described as a dismal team. He recalled the 2009 to 2010 season when the Nets recorded an astonishingly poor performance with a record of 12 wins and 70 losses. He believed that, given the Thunder's lineup, even a dog on the coaching staff could secure a victory against the Nets. In truth, each individual player on the Nets possesses talent, yet when assembled as a team, they appear utterly lost. Presti had begun to ponder whether the Nets were cursed or perhaps afflicted with some form of toxicity. In this match, Presti intended to maximize Curry's playing time, aiming for a triple-double. After all, without impressive statistics, how could he negotiate contracts with Nike? Thus, he devised a lineup consisting of Curry, Batum, Jeff Green, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. During offensive plays, Curry would initiate pick-and-rolls, with the entire team providing screens for him. Once he found his rhythm, he could either drive to the basket, execute a roll-off after the screen, distribute the ball inside, or finish the play himself. On defense, Batum, Jeff Green, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan would seamlessly switch assignments. Whenever the opposing team attempted a shot, they would position themselves to ensure Curry could secure the rebound, thereby initiating a fast break. Perhaps alleviated by the resolution of his most pressing concerns with his agent, Curry entered the game with extraordinary enthusiasm and an exceptionally hot hand. Dribbling to the top of the arc, utilizing DeAndre Jordan's screen, he launched a shot. 3 points scored. Courtney Lee of the Nets attempted to challenge Curry at the arc. At this juncture, Curry was unscathed by significant injuries, thus he did not falter, opting instead for a contested shot. Rebound. DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka effectively boxed out Lopez and Embiid, allowing Curry to easily grab the rebound and advance the ball. Just a step away from the three-point line, he took another shot. Another successful basket. Courtney Lee called for a pick-and-roll, switching onto DeAndre Jordan. After a series of feints, he finally managed to break past him. However, DeAndre Jordan was hot on his heels as he attempted a layup. DeAndre Jordan emphatically rejected the shot. Curry once again secured the rebound. Due to the previous 2 fast breaks, the Nets could not afford to lag behind in their defensive return, prompting Curry to take his time, bringing the ball up the court this time. Courtney Lee was now wary, unwilling to retreat and risk being caught in your face. But what about the drive? Curry effortlessly maneuvered past Courtney Lee, leaping to pass to DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan rose for a thunderous dunk over Lopez. In response, Lopez sought to reclaim his dignity by isolating against DeAndre Jordan. However, after a season of training and the off-season's refinement under Presti, DeAndre Jordan was no longer the inexperienced rookie he once was. He easily disrupted Lopez's shot, and Curry secured yet another rebound. Presti glanced down for a moment, expressing his boredom, and tapped his assistant beside him, inquiring, "What is there to enjoy in New Jersey?" Troy, feeling a sense of disbelief, thought to himself, "Come on. It's the game." He could only shake his head in response, indicating his lack of knowledge. With no other recourse, Presti pulled out his phone, delving into nostalgic memories by playing Tetris, and remarked, "Remember to substitute the players when the time comes." Troy, glancing sideways, felt a tinge of existential doubt. Throughout the annals of NBA history, it seemed only he, as both head coach and general manager, could so nonchalantly engage in gaming during a match. Meanwhile, the commentators fervently narrated, Curry with another assist. "Wow, another three-pointer. Incredible. Tonight, Curry is on fire. The second quarter isn't even over yet." Another commentator chimed in, "Quick. Shift the camera to Presti. I believe he would be elated to witness his rookie performing so splendidly." However, when the camera focused on Presti, it revealed him intently staring at his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen, a myriad of expressions flitting across his face, frowning one moment, smiling the next, and then looking quite pleased with himself. What was he up to? Was he unable to see the game clearly and resorting to watching a live stream on his phone? One commentator questioned. The other commentator looked at him incredulously, as if to say, "Is he blind?" He can't see what's happening right in front of him? With a sigh, he suggested, "Zoom in. Let's see what tactics Presti is analyzing." Just as he finished speaking, the commentator, who was sipping water, found himself spraying it everywhere upon seeing the zoomed-in shot, and the footage was instantly projected onto the large screen in the arena, eliciting a chorus of gasps and exclamations of "Oh my God" from the audience. It is quite astonishing to witness Presti engaged in a game, particularly Tetris. One might ponder whether he is aware of his role as head coach in the ongoing competition. While indulging in such pastimes is one matter, does he truly require such a plethora of expressions while playing Tetris? Meanwhile, Clayton, watching the match on television, couldn't help but spurt out his drink. Remarking on the whimsical nature of this general manager, he has an uncanny ability to generate headlines whenever the excitement of a news story wanes. In the office, Silver and David Scott were left speechless, pinching their temples in disbelief. Silver inquired whether such behavior warranted a fine. David Scott, with a wry smile, shook his head. "There are no provisions for such conduct. Let him be." Over the years, he is the only one who has dared to act in this manner within the NBA, and I doubt anyone will follow suit in the future. After a brief pause, he continued, "Perhaps it is not entirely negative. He has become a person who generates conversation wherever he goes. When he attends an away game, the venue is invariably packed, much to everyone's surprise." Silver couldn't suppress a chuckle after hearing Scott's words and chose to refrain from further commentary. Meanwhile, as Presti returned to the locker room at halftime, he was greeted by the sight of a replay on the big screen, showcasing his Tetris gameplay. Those around him are truly mischievous. The other Thunder players cast glances at Presti, their expressions filled with amusement, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "What are you looking at? Hurry back and rest. Anyone who commits a mistake in the second half will find themselves on the bench next game." Presti feigned anger. The players, fully aware of Presti's antics, found his demeanor even more amusing, yet they promptly returned to the locker room. Presti hastily followed the players back as the reporters rushed towards him. Amid the bustling discussions among the audience and media, the second half of the game commenced. The Thunder deployed an extraordinary small ball lineup featuring Harden, Westbrook, Durant, Matthews, and Jeff Green. While on the surface this might seem like a reckless strategy, given that it was orchestrated by Presti, no one dared to underestimate it. Indeed, the Nets were caught off guard right from the start. Though not particularly tall, the Thunder's players exhibited remarkable speed and disruptive capability. The opposing team's shooting percentage, while significantly improved, remained below 60. However, the offensive prowess of the Thunder's lineup was overwhelming. Their ability to penetrate and dismantle defenses ranked among the elite in the league. The Nets players, including Josh Boone, Hayes, and Alston, struggled to keep pace, resulting in an astonishing shooting percentage of 75 for the Thunder during this period. In just 3 minutes, they surged to a 12-4 lead, prompting the Thunder to call a timeout. Indeed, it was the Thunder. Presti was determined to maintain the game's intensity and ensure the statistics reflected their performance. So he brought Curry onto the court. Upon seeing Curry return, the Nets players felt despair, wondering if they would again serve merely as background characters. As the game progressed, the confidence of the Nets players dwindled. When Curry drove into the paint and passed to Durant on the perimeter, who then made a wide-open shot, Curry achieved his first career triple-double. The mission was finally accomplished. Presti let out a sigh of relief and stood to applaud Curry. The commentator, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Curry has achieved a triple-double. In just his third game in the league. How incredible!" Another commentator chimed in, "Indeed, when he was drafted. Who could have imagined that such a diminutive player would excel to this extent? Presti's vision is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the Nets players were thinking, "Please just let us off the court. We're down by 20 points, and you monsters should sit down." It seemed as though Presti heard their unspoken pleas, for he called another timeout and substituted all of them out, leading the game into garbage time. Ultimately, the excruciating match for the Nets came to an end, and the Thunder celebrated another resounding victory. After the game, the media jubilantly shared images celebrating Curry's inaugural triple-double of 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Initially, one might have expected the focus to shift entirely to Curry, but Presti could hardly have anticipated that the headlines the following day would not center on Curry, but rather on him and his Tetris game. Chapter 63, Trivial Matters After the Game. The reporters split into two groups, one to interview Presti and the other to interview Curry. "Presti, may I ask what prompted you to play a game during such an intense match?" A reporter inquired with ill intent. "Intense? Not at all. I was nearly dozing off." Presti thought to himself, but he responded, "The game was so intense that I felt immense pressure. If I didn't play a bit, I feared my heart might explode." The pressure is hardly significant. From the very onset of the match, the Thunder consistently dominated the Nets, establishing a lead of 15 points during the game. Truly adept at climbing the ladder. This female journalist was quite astonished, yet a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire, "So, why is it that while playing Tetris, did they approach you for endorsement?" Presti was momentarily speechless when faced with such an unexpected question. Truly, it was indicative of remarkable ingenuity. However, he soon replied, "Of course not. I play Tetris simply because it is the only game pre-installed on my phone." He then inquired, "What is your name?" Presti, recognizing her talent, contemplated the possibility of bringing her into the Thunder team. Responded journalist Christine Ladell, her tone tinged with curiosity. "It dawned on me that she seemed somewhat familiar at first glance. Indeed, she would later be celebrated as one of the most stunningly beautiful journalists of her time. And I was pleasantly surprised by her quick wit. I thought it prudent to let Wojnarowski first recruit her for the Lions." Presti was deep in thought when another question was posed. "Presti, are you aware that the match between the Timberwolves and the Kings has just concluded?" Upon hearing this, Presti likely anticipated the inquiry that followed. It could either pertain to the subpar performance of Baron Davis or the underwhelming display by Dragic. Baron Davis managed a mere 2 successful shots out of 17 attempts, accompanied by 2 turnovers, while Dragic's performance was unremarkable, failing to exude the Thunder's spirit. In contrast, DeRozan, whom you were rumored to select, scored 25 points with an impressive shooting percentage of 51. Were you aware that Davis's performance would decline this season, and that Dragic's potential had reached its limit, prompting the decision to trade? Was DeRozan truly your preferred choice? Or was it a matter of circumstance that led you to select Curry instead? These inquiries left Presti somewhat bewildered, yet he managed to respond with a smile. "No. I previously stated in an interview that both Davis and Dragic are exceptional talents. They simply have yet to acclimate. The reason for the trade is that they possess the potential for greater horizons, capable of becoming team leaders. As for the draft, I intended to select Curry from the outset. DeRozan is indeed remarkable, and if I were not to release an outstanding rookie, how could anyone have faith in my choices?" The reporters gained a fresh perspective on Presti's cunning. In truth, Presti's statements were not without purpose. He intended to create buzz around several talented players, fostering belief that even if a less fitting prospect was released, they still represented an exceptionally skilled athlete. Subsequently, he planned to unveil an underperforming player to ensnare rival teams. After the interview with Presti concluded, Curry's session also reached its end. Presti promptly contacted WOJ, discussing the necessity of acquiring Christine Ladd, urging him to ensure her recruitment. Shortly thereafter, the group boarded their flight back to Oklahoma. Upon their return, Presti publicly announced a day of rest, revealing that the upcoming 4 home games would be against the Clippers, Bucks, Bulls, and Wizards. The following day, Presti received an invitation from Clayton to visit his residence. During the journey, Presti found himself bemused by the news on his phone. Despite Curry's stellar performance the previous night, the headlines centered around himself and Tetris. The ensuing comments were tumultuous, rife with accusations of disrespect towards opponents, the team, and the coaching profession. Presti unconsciously shook his head, bemused by the idleness of these individuals. Upon arriving at Clayton's residence and finishing their meal, they fortuitously tuned in to a live broadcast of the Timberwolves game. Especially since Clayton had always struggled to comprehend Presti's previous trades involving Davis and Dragic. As the game commenced, Clayton muttered, "Trading Dragic seems to be quite profitable at present, given Curry's undeniable performance, but I fail to grasp the rationale behind trading Davis. He plays a pivotal role in crucial moments." Presti listened to Clayton's mutterings and pointed at the television, saying, "Watch the game, and you'll understand why I traded him." Clayton ceased his words and earnestly focused on Davis's performance on the screen. There, Davis secured a defensive rebound and swiftly transported the ball to the three-point arc, rising up for a jump shot, only to miss. Following a drive to the basket, he attempted a layup, a bridge move, after a pick-and-roll into the paint. He took a jumper, but it clanged off the rim again. Surrounded by defenders, the ball was trapped, leading to a steal and a turnover. At this point, Davis's expression shifted from serious to perplexed, and finally to speechless. Seizing the moment, Presti remarked, "So, what do you think? The anchor of stability?" Clayton chuckled awkwardly before inquiring, "But last season, Davis played like this too. Why was his shooting percentage higher and his performance better?" Presti silently mused, "Can I say it's the system? The truth was that Davis's physical condition had declined last year, but it had been obscured by a series of subsequent victories. At that moment, Clayton couldn't help but admire Presti's keen insight. Not only could he draft well, but he also possessed the ability to assess performance. He remembered how, when Presti put Davis on the trading block last year, over half of the teams in the league had expressed interest. Presti has recently been quite occupied, not only leading the Thunder in their matches and refining strategies, but also tending to his personal ventures. On a day when he was engrossed in scriptwriting, an epiphany struck him regarding WeChat, prompting him to invest all his remaining funds into establishing a company. He conveyed his vision to the development team, which is currently devoted to intensive research and development. This month, they have made groundbreaking progress. The product has been developed and is now undergoing testing to rectify potential bugs. It is anticipated that within 2 months, this software will be available on various mobile devices. Meanwhile, filming for Destiny is nearing completion and is slated for release at the end of December. Presti mused that the realization of owning his own team might soon be within reach. However, leisure time is always fleeting, and before long, the day of the match arrived. With the Thunder's home arena undoubtedly filled to capacity, this game featured yet another bottom-ranked team, and whether by fate or coincidence, Griffin, who had remained uninjured during the Summer League, sustained an injury during the Clippers season opener. Nevertheless, history has shown that there are no weak teams in the NBA. Therefore, prior to the match, Presti succinctly addressed the team in the locker room. Jeff Green will play the 4 position, while Ibaka returns to the 5. Their strength lies in the paint. We must draw them out and remember to play at a fast pace. Chapter 64. The Great General Arenas. As the match commenced, the players meticulously adhered to Presti's pre-game strategy. The outcome unfolded as anticipated, with the Clippers succumbing to the Thunder's relentless fast pace. The previously advantageous rebounding situation dissipated. Their offense left floundering under the Thunder's ceaseless defensive rotations, while their defense was stretched beyond the three-point arc, making it effortlessly easy for the Thunder to exploit mismatches. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Clippers, securing their 4th consecutive victory of the season. This streak was far from over. The following day, in a back-to-back scenario, they also emerged victorious against the Bucks and the Bulls. However, the contest against the Bulls proved to be a formidable challenge, given Thibodeau's formidable defensive system. In an intriguing twist of fate, Thibodeau had not joined the Chicago Bulls until the subsequent season, specifically the 2010 to 2011 season, when he brought about a transformative change. Under his guidance, the Bulls achieved the best regular season record for 2 consecutive years and advanced to the conference finals in 2011, underscoring Thibodeau's profound influence. This time, however, Presti, who possessed an intimate understanding of Thibodeau's strategies, deployed both Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan simultaneously, ensuring dominance on the boards while crucially obstructing Rose's finishing ability at the rim. Historically, the Bulls had faltered in the playoffs due to their reliance on Rose as the sole catalyst for offensive cohesion. Stifling Rose effectively spelled the end for their aspirations, as the remaining 4 teammates lacked the requisite offensive autonomy. The final score was 99-93. Although the Thunder emerged victorious, they also brought an end to their streak of winning by over 20 points and their average of scoring 108 points per game since the start of the season. On the 10th, the Thunder faced their final home game of a 4-game homestand, with the arena quickly filling to capacity. The Thunder had become a source of pride for all of Oklahoma, with unwavering support from its citizens. Tickets for the regular season had long sold out, leading many to purchase tickets from others online, with prices soaring by 40 compared to the original cost. At this moment, Presti's heart swelled with excitement. For today they faced the Wizards, affording him the opportunity to witness the legendary Gilbert Arenas, the most formidable player wearing number 0 before the emergence of Russell Westbrook. He vividly recalled December 7, 2006, when Arenas scored an astounding 60 points against Kobe's defense at the Staples Center. Then, on January 15, 2007, during a home game against the Jazz, in the pinnacle of his career, Arenas faced off against an equally prime Deron Williams. In a climactic moment, he decisively launched a three-pointer. Even before the ball had touched the net, he had already turned to celebrate. Moments later, the ball swished through the hoop, igniting a thunderous eruption of cheers from the crowd. Arenas' unforgettable game winner, perhaps the most audacious and commanding in NBA history, has been imitated countless times, though those who sought to replicate it often met with farcical outcomes. Presti recalled that Arenas had been suspended for 5 games this season due to the infamous gun incident. Consequently, he resolved to advise him after the game to refrain from carrying firearms, urging him not to jeopardize his career, as he still wished to witness the flamboyant performances of Agent Zero. The match commenced swiftly, with Presti positioning Westbrook at the point guard and Matthews at the shooting guard, eager to observe the electrifying confrontation between two physically gifted players. He also hoped Westbrook would glean insights while facing off against Arenas. Of course, Presti was unconcerned about the outcome of the game. Even if Arenas were to regain his peak form, the Wizards' current lineup would struggle to surpass the Thunder, unless, of course, the Thunder's steel mill was operational. As the game unfolded, DeAndre Jordan passed the ball to Westbrook, who brought it up court to confront Arenas. Having watched numerous Thunder games, Arenas was well acquainted with Westbrook's style. Upon seeing Westbrook dribble towards him, he instinctively positioned himself to defend against a shot rather than a drive. However, this was Westbrook. Without calling for a pick, he surged forward after a couple of dribbles. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Westbrook's incredible speed. As he penetrated the paint, he faced the defensive might of Haywood and the help from Jamison, promptly dishing it out to Ibaka on the perimeter. Jamison's help defense faltered, leaving Ibaka wide open. He effortlessly sank the shot. What remarkable progress! He recalled that in Westbrook's first and second seasons, he was merely a headlong driver with a rather limited vision, yet now, at the onset of his second season, he was already adept at pinpointing open teammates. On the other hand, Arenas had a simpler task. He maneuvered past Westbrook, driving straight into the lane against the defenses of Jordan and Ibaka, boldly challenging them as he went for the layup. Swish. The ball went in, and Jordan was called for a foul, granting Arenas a chance for a three-point play. Presti truly wishes to applaud him. What an extraordinary talent, General Arenas. Yet, in a previous life, Westbrook exhibited the same audacity during the 2012 season, right after reaching the finals. Here, Westbrook continues to dribble, executing either a drive-and-dish or a sudden stop-and-pop jumper. Arenas, on the other hand, relentlessly bulldozes through with his robust physique and nimble speed, racking up points with fervor. The spectators erupt in cheers, applauding wildly as the duel between the two number zeros unfolds in spectacular fashion. It is a rare feat for anyone to score 60 points over Kobe. Yet Arenas accomplished it. Now, another number zero is matching Arenas stride for stride, a fortuitous circumstance for the Thunder and Oklahoma alike. The contest remains intensely competitive, with each team exchanging baskets until the second quarter introduces the bench players, allowing the score to gradually widen. Once the substitutes take the floor, the Wizards completely unravel. Curry and Harden's drives and three-pointers leave the Wizards bench in despair, unable to score or defend effectively, as the lead threatens to swell to 12 points. In desperation, the Wizards reinsert Arenas, and upon his entry, the offense revitalizes instantaneously. However, defensively, they remain ineffectual against the Thunder's fast-paced onslaught. As the first half concludes, the Thunder holds a 10-point lead over the Wizards. During halftime, Presti emphasizes the importance of defense, noting the Wizards' lackluster efficiency from beyond the arc. Thus, in the second half, when Arenas penetrates, they tighten the defense, forcing him to shoot. In the 2009 to 2010 season, his mid-range shooting percentage in the paint was merely 35.3. As the second half commences, the Thunder's defensive strategy immediately bears fruit. When Arenas drives to the rim, confronted by a compact defense, he passes out. Although his teammates find themselves open, the sound of iron reverberates as they fail to convert, signaling to Arenas not to pass, for they cannot score. Consequently, Arenas, left with no alternative, attempts to shoot amidst a crowded lane, resulting in a cacophony of clangs as the ball ricochets off the rim. Conversely, the Thunder's offense flows seamlessly, with the paint cleared, allowing Westbrook to penetrate the lane unimpeded. Without defensive help, he easily lays it in. If they collapse, the kickout results in an open shot. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder leads by 18 points. The crowd erupts in exhilaration, believing an 18-point lead signifies an imminent victory, as their team approaches a seventh consecutive win. Presti certainly shared the same sentiment. Yet upon glimpsing the fervent eyes of Arenas on the bench, he understood that the contest was far from over. Indeed, as the fourth quarter commenced, Arenas swiftly amassed 5 points, perhaps rediscovering his accuracy after the relentless misses of the third quarter, effortlessly sinking shots from beyond the arc. In the paint, he seemed to score at will. Most astonishing was that after a series of successful baskets, when he finally missed, he had already turned away in anticipation. Arenas. Oh, how audacious he was, as if he could see himself in a past life, battling fiercely against Kobe at the Staples Center. Presti called a timeout. At that moment, the Wizards trailed by a mere 8 points with 4 minutes remaining. The players, still youthful, struggled to maintain their composure. The strategy was sound. Hence, Presti refrained from addressing tactical issues and instead offered words of encouragement. That is the very target you all must aspire to surpass. Focus and defeat him. Remember, the future belongs to you. Reinvigorated with confidence, the Thunder players did not disappoint Presti. With Westbrook's relentless drives and assists, Curry and Durant consistently found the mark, stabilizing their lead, for each of them had already proven their superstar status in a previous life. Although Arenas exhibited remarkable prowess in the dying moments, he ultimately succumbed to the might of the Thunder's starting five. This encounter with Arenas imparted a vital lesson to Curry, Harden, Westbrook, Durant, and their peers. When individual prowess reaches a certain zenith, it can instantaneously tip the scales of victory. Moreover, this clash with Arenas fueled their already rigorous training. Not for any other reason but to surpass that formidable presence etched in their hearts, Arenas. They aspired to achieve the status of the superstars that their coach envisioned. Chapter 65. The League's Adversary, Part 1. After the game, Presti did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Arenas, declaring that before his own ascendance in the league, Arenas was his favorite player. Naturally, he was queried about the possibility of coaching Arenas in the future, to which Presti responded with an air of nonchalance. Although he held a deep admiration for Arenas, he had no desire to coach the Wizards, primarily due to his aversion to the somber atmosphere of Washington, D.C. As the interview concluded, Presti retrieved his mobile phone and found Arenas' number, sending a message urging him to refrain from bringing firearms into the locker room. He sighed, hoping that Arenas would heed his words, as he wished to avoid witnessing his downfall once more. Upon receiving the message, Arenas glanced at it, but chose to disregard it. The Thunder's remarkable 7-game winning streak had garnered the attention of the entire league, while the Thunder had concluded the previous season with a series of victories. That was merely the tail end of the season, with playoff teams already determined and many core players resting. Thus, their achievements had been met with skepticism. However, this time was different. It was the beginning of the season, where every team typically approached their games with seriousness. Only when playoff aspirations seemed dim or when encountering promising rookie talent would teams consider tanking. Therefore, the 7 consecutive victories were a testament to their genuine prowess. On the 12th, the Thunder faced the Knicks on their home turf, where the arena was filled with fans of the New York Knicks. Despite the Knicks having disappointed their supporters countless times, the fans remained devoted as if they were in love, demonstrating an unwavering affection for the team. Even as the Knicks continued to struggle in later years, it did not diminish the fans' loyalty. Today, as they faced the surging Thunder, the fans instinctively hoped for their team to triumph, wishing to reclaim the spotlight from the Thunder. Presti, however, had simpler thoughts. He pondered whether to wrap things up early after 3 quarters or allow every team to accumulate some statistics for enjoyment. This was not to belittle the Knicks, but rather a reflection of their current lack of competitiveness in his eyes. David Lee, though formidable offensively, proved to be a liability defensively against the Thunder's 3-point onslaught, averaging a mere 0.5 blocks per game while committing 3.2 fouls. Gallinari, touted as the Italian cannon, was shooting only 42.3 this season. Wilson Chandler had decent shooting percentages, yet his 3-point accuracy languished at 26.7. Moreover, the team's most pressing issue was their dismal rebounding, averaging 1.2 fewer offensive rebounds than their opponents and 4.1 fewer defensive rebounds. This merely represents the average statistics against all their adversaries, facing a team like the Thunder. Renowned for their fast-paced play and dominance in rebounding, spells inevitable defeat. Indeed, from the onset of the match, the Thunder exhibited an undeniable advantage on the boards. Curry's pick-and-roll at the arc failed to find the net, while Ibaka single-handedly battled inside against David Lee and Harrington, leaping high to tip the ball back to Curry, who attempted another shot, still unsuccessful. Once more, Ibaka secured the rebound, and Westbrook effortlessly seized possession, charging into the paint and drawing a foul with ease. When it was the Knicks' turn to attack, David Lee became the focal point, aggressively pushing inside, prompting the Thunder to immediately double-team. The ball was passed to Chandler, but his shot missed the mark. Any hopes of securing an offensive rebound were swiftly dashed as Westbrook soared to reclaim the ball, making a direct path down the court. Positioned on the right side, Durant found himself wide open, effortlessly sinking the shot. Meanwhile, on the Knicks bench, Coach D'Antoni looked on with envy, dreaming of having not just 2, but 3 guards of such caliber, allowing him to fully execute his strategies. The The Thunder continued to find their rhythm, growing increasingly jubilant, while the Knicks, initially brimming with confidence, appeared to deflate, struggling offensively and defensively. By the conclusion of the first half, the Thunder had extended their lead to a staggering 17 points. As the second half commenced, the Thunder showed no signs of relent. Harden and Curry each sank a three-pointer from the arc at 45 degrees, while Durant skillfully maneuvered past Chandler with a crossover, scoring with ease. Westbrook ruthlessly dismantled the already fragile interior defense of the Knicks. Just 5 minutes into the third quarter, the Thunder had surged ahead by 23 points. Presti called a timeout and substituted all the starters, leaving room for a touch of grace, as one must consider the annual draft. At that moment, the Knicks' home arena was enveloped in silence. The fans refrained from cheering for their team or raising their voices in fervor. Yet, Presti sensed that this quietude was merely the calm before the storm. Indeed, when his third-string lineup managed to maintain their lead over the Knicks starting squad, the crowd finally erupted. As soon as a Knicks player gained possession, a chorus of boos rang out throughout the arena. The most amusing moment arrived when Collison, drawing a foul in the paint, stepped to the free throw line, and the entire crowd chanted, "MVP, MVP." Presti below shook his head with a wry smile, truly a testament to the fervor of Knicks fans, capable of anything. He recalled a particular game from a past life where the Knicks supporters, positioned near the court, brandished cardboard boxes with holes cut into them, incessantly chanting, "Terrible team, a disgrace to face the world." Before long, amidst the cacophony of derision and indignation, the match concluded with the Thunder triumphing over the Knicks with a score of 117-97. As Presti returned to the locker room with his team, he was unexpectedly met with chants of "Presti to New York." During the post-game interview with the Knicks, he was inevitably asked, "Presti, would you consider coming to the Knicks?" To which he replied with a smile, "Why not? New York is such an enchanting city, but I still have unfinished business." However, the Knicks fans instinctively overlooked the latter part of his statement upon reading the report. Consequently, Presti's Twitter following surged by several 100,000 overnight, with an influx of comments from numerous New York Knicks supporters. Following the interview, Presti promptly led his team to face the Golden State Warriors, as the Thunder prepared for a back-to-back matchup against the Warriors. Upon hearing the mention of the Warriors, Presti instinctively glanced at Curry, a mischievous smirk unconsciously creeping across his face, leaving Curry bewildered. If Curry were to realize that he could have led the Warriors to an illustrious achievement of 3 championships in 4 years, he might have been driven to throttle Presti in sheer frustration. After a brief respite of one night, the following day, Golden State welcomed the up-and-coming Thunder, and as they stepped into the Warriors' home arena, an involuntary sense of remorse enveloped Presti. Originally, Curry was destined to spearhead their revival, heralding the dawn of a dynasty for Golden State. Yet, now, that prospect had been snatched away from him. In light of this, Presti stood at the center of the locker room and declared, "Let us engage wholeheartedly in this battle, giving our all. Let us respect our opponents." How audacious, one might think. Presti even pondered whether the margin of victory in this game might etch itself into the annals of history, considering the Warriors were, at that moment, undeniably a struggling team, averaging 10 fewer rebounds than their adversaries. Chapter 66, The League's Public Enemy, Part 2. As the game commenced, the Warriors' starting lineup comprised Monta Ellis, Drew Holiday, Corey Maggette, Stephen Jackson, and Reggie Williams. Presti observed the starting lineup with a somewhat mischievous smile. Initially, Don Nelson had set his sights on Curry in the draft, believing that Curry would seamlessly integrate into his offensive system and elevate the Warriors back into the ranks of the Western elite. However, Presti's interception forced him to settle for Drew Holiday. Given Curry's current performance, one can only imagine how much more frustrated he must be feeling. Meanwhile, on the court, Ibaka had already passed the ball to Curry. Curry, facing Monta Ellis, easily maneuvered past him, entering the paint for a smooth floater. On the other end, Ellis, with the ball, effortlessly surpassed Curry, executing a left-handed layup. At this moment, Ellis was indeed impressive, having garnered the Most Improved Player award in the 2006-2007 season and contributing to the miraculous We Believe playoff run. Yet, his defensive skills left much to be desired. Although he averaged 2 steals per game, most of those were opportunistic gambles, and when they failed, opponents easily capitalized on open scoring opportunities. Meanwhile, Durant held the ball at the top of the arc and effortlessly sank a jumper. Ellis attempted to replicate this success, but Westbrook swiftly intervened, promptly passing the ball to Holiday, who found himself wide open for a shot. Swish. Holiday's three-point shooting in his rookie season had reached an impressive 39. At this thought, Presti stood up and pointed at Holiday, shaking his head to signify that Westbrook should not leave him unguarded. After receiving the ball at the arc, Curry passed it to the running Westbrook. Westbrook accelerated past Holiday, charging directly into the paint, taking off just inside the free throw line. Bam! The rim reverberated as he executed a thunderous dunk. Even in the opponent's arena, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Such an athletic display was nothing short of ferocious. As Ellis attempted to penetrate the lane, he realized he could not afford to ignore Holiday, but that did not mean he could disregard others. Green quickly stepped up to provide help defense. Ellis was airborne, but with Ibaka and Green's long arms in his way, the basket was obscured. He passed to the left, where Durant was waiting, only to have the pass intercepted. Durant surged down the court, positioning himself at the top of the arc before distributing the ball to the right, where Curry was poised. With precision, he launched the shot. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, Ellis continued his assault into the paint, but once again faced double-team defense. Passing to Corey Maggette, who was also open. Clang, the shot ricocheted off the rim. Westbrook leapt to retrieve the defensive rebound and sprinted down the court, leaving the Warriors players scrambling to keep up. With a powerful takeoff from just inside the free throw line, his body arched like a top bow, and he unleashed a ferocious dunk. Roar, roar, roar. Westbrook's primal scream echoed as the Thunder's momentum surged. Old Nelson called a timeout. With the Thunder leading the Warriors by 5 points, Presti decided to bring in Harden, sacrificing some defensive prowess to infuse the offense with vitality. Harden replaced Jeff Green, and upon seeing this strategic move, fans believed the moment to close the gap had arrived. Indeed, as the game resumed, Warriors' Reggie Williams successfully executed a one-on-one against Harden. Meanwhile, the Thunder expanded their offensive spacing, accelerating their rhythm. Harden, with the ball in hand, skillfully dribbled beneath his legs to find his rhythm, then accelerated towards the paint for an effortless layup. On the other side, the Warriors attempted to feed the ball into the post, but their hook shot failed to find the mark. Presti smiled as he observed the game. Under the leadership of Nelson, the Warriors, traditionally relying on their external shooting but weak in the paint, were now attempting to attack the Thunder with an inside strategy, an approach they were ill-equipped to execute. While they might find fleeting success with such tactics, what would follow? Once again, Westbrook seized the rebound, this time opting not to sprint but to accelerate after the opposing team's interior players had settled. The ball went in. Beep. Williams committed a shooting foul, resulting in a 2-1. Following Westbrook's free throw, the Warriors surprisingly opted for a one-on-one against Ibaka. With a powerful slap, Westbrook soared for yet another thunderous dunk. At that moment, the Thunder ignited an offensive surge. Conversely, the Warriors found themselves desperately struggling. The moniker of the Golden State track team, which had returned since the 1988-89 season, now reflected a defensive prowess rather than an offensive one. Strangely, Curry seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with the Warriors' hoop. Reminiscent of a past life, his three-point shooting was more precise than ever, hitting 13 out of 15 attempts and shattering his own single-game record with a staggering 47 points. Old Nelson watched Curry on the court, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes. However, thanks to Curry's extraordinary performance, the management began to regard Nelson's drafting acumen as exceptional. Originally set to be dismissed in 2010, Nelson remarkably held on until the 2012 season, an outcome he himself had not anticipated. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a resounding score of 133-103, marking their 8th consecutive victory. While the 30-point margin established a new record for the largest differential since the season's inception, the Thunder's record surged past the Los Angeles Lakers, positioning them as the top team in the league, instantly becoming the target of every other team eager to end their winning streak. On the plane, Thunder players exchanged glances, their faces beaming with the joy that follows a resounding victory. The match had been exhilarating, as the teams they faced crumbled effortlessly before them. DeAndre Jordan observed Presti, eyes closed in slumber at the front of the plane, and couldn't help but recall that just yesterday, Presti had informed him that the contract negotiations with Nike were settled, and he could sign it upon their return to Oklahoma. He had never dreamed that such a day would arrive. Presti was truly his benefactor. This sentiment was shared not only by him, but also by Curry, Harden, Matthews, and others, who had all faced skepticism during the draft, witnessing their rankings plummet. Matthews had even gone undrafted, yet Presti not only secured high picks, but also accorded them significant importance. designing strategies tailored to their strengths. The benefactor of life. The aircraft swiftly descended into Portland, where they were set to face the Trail Blazers the following day. After a rejuvenating rest, the Thunder players commenced their 9th regular season game. Prior to the match, Trail Blazers head coach Nate McMillan confidently asserted to the media that he had thoroughly analyzed the Thunder's tactics and was certain that the Blazers would effortlessly defeat them, thus ending the Thunder's winning streak. Conversely, Presti found it difficult to envision how the Blazers lineup could possibly overcome the Thunder, while bravado often remains mere bravado. When the game commenced, McMillan prudently silenced himself, with Aldridge's three-point shooting at a mere 31.3, Roy at 33, and Miller at a dismal 20. The Thunder's defense easily stifled the Blazers' attempts, leading to a cacophony of missed shots. The Blazers, known for their formidable rebounding, found themselves unable to secure possession against the Thunder's towering presence in the paint. As the Thunder launched their offense, Aldridge and Oden were drawn out, allowing Westbrook and Curry to penetrate with ease. Should the Blazers attempt to collapse their defense, the Thunder's sharpshooters would obliterate them from beyond the arc. McMillan, once brimming with confidence before the game, now wore a grim visage post-match. The Thunder triumphed over the Blazers, achieving an impressive 9-game winning streak. Chapter 67. The arrival of the rookie. While everything seemed so effortless, the small ball strategy in this era was undoubtedly a game-changing tactic. Even Presti found himself a bit carried away, reminiscing about the 73-win season of the past. Today, they were guests at the Staples Center, facing the defending champions, the Lakers. Perhaps due to the Thunder's recent success, the players, while excited, displayed a hint of condescension in their eyes. After all, they had triumphed over the runner-ups in the opening game and subsequently defeated numerous teams, remaining undefeated thus far. The Staples Center reverberated with applause as Lakers fans eagerly awaited this day. Two teams in the league remained unbeaten, the Los Angeles Lakers and the visiting Thunder. However, due to the Thunder having played one more game, they had surpassed the Lakers to claim the top spot in the league. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Presti was interviewed by Lakers reporters who posed the question, "Who do you believe will be the champion this season?" Presti pointed to himself and remarked, "The championship coach of this season, what do you think?" The news ignited the passion of both the Lakers fans and players, who vowed to teach the Thunder a lesson. The jump ball was tossed, and the game officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Fisher, Kobe, World Peace, Gasol, and Bynum, while the Thunder featured Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Gibson, and Ibaka. At this moment, Gibson had already developed his three-point shooting ability much earlier than in the 2017 season. In the previous game, Gibson had made 1 out of 3 attempts from beyond the arc, prompting his elevation to the starting lineup to bolster the defensive presence. The first offense belonged to the Lakers. Fisher brought the ball to the top of the arc and passed it to the emerging Kobe. Facing Westbrook's defense, Kobe remained unfazed, taking a single step back for a jumper. The shot found its mark. Curry then brought the ball to the top of the arc, challenged by Kobe. Observing this, Presti squinted, realizing that this match would be challenging. It seemed the Zen master had identified that the Thunder's current offensive linchpin was Curry, leading him to have Kobe abandon his defense against Westbrook and focus on Curry instead. Kobe closely guarded Curry, who attempted to use his rhythm to surpass him. But the physical confrontation proved difficult, leading him to pass the ball to Durant on the left. Durant, facing World Peace at a 45-degree angle, opted for a jumper. It clanked off the rim. Kobe positioned himself in the paint, receiving the ball and backing down Westbrook before spinning around for a fadeaway shot. It was good. Curry took possession again, and once he crossed midcourt, Kobe began his defense. A pick and roll was called. Ibaka set the screen, allowing Curry to maneuver past Kobe and create a shooting opportunity. Clank. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Gibson secured the rebound, dishing it out to Westbrook, who had a wide-open shot. It too missed. Westbrook retrieved the rebound and charged toward the paint. The Lakers tightened their defense, preventing Westbrook from penetrating. He settled for a jump shot in the paint. It was yet another miss. Finally, the Lakers secured the rebound, slowly advancing to the front court, setting up Gasol for a one-on-one against Gibson. With a swift turn, he effortlessly floated the ball toward the basket. It was good. The score stood at 6-0. Presti refrained from calling a timeout, as the recent series of offensive plays exhibited no flaws. Opportunities had presented themselves, yet fortune had abandoned them. The Staples Center erupted in fervent applause, rallying behind their home team. Curry continued to handle the ball at the top of the arc, with Ibaka stepping forward to set a screen. Curry maneuvered around Ibaka and penetrated the paint, encountering Gasol and Bynum beneath the basket. Before distributing the ball to the open Ibaka, Ibaka took the shot. Iron. Westbrook surged towards the rebound. Although unguarded, he charged into the lane, facing Bynum for a soaring layup. Beep. Bynum fouled him, leading to 2 free throws for Westbrook. With Westbrook sinking both free throws, the Thunder finally broke their scoring drought. However, this did little to ameliorate their offensive struggles, as Curry and Durant continued to misfire from beyond the arc, while Westbrook recklessly barreled into the paint, seeking a foul that the officials did not grant. The Thunder's inability to score from the perimeter allowed the Lakers' defense to tighten, with Gibson and Ibaka being relentlessly outmatched by Gasol inside as they struggled to secure rebounds. As the first quarter concluded, the Thunder trailed the Lakers by 9 points, marking the first time this season they found themselves behind after the initial quarter. Upon the introduction of the bench unit, the Thunder managed to stabilize somewhat. With Harden penetrating the lane, Matthews ignited from the perimeter, effectively suppressing the Lakers' second unit led by Odom. Midway through the second quarter, the Thunder trailed the Lakers by a mere point. Presti was not in a rush to elevate his players to the starting lineup. Instead, he opted to field his reserves against the newly established starting 5 of the Lakers. Kobe took the initiative to defend Harden, who, once a formidable force, suddenly found himself subdued. Meanwhile, the once dominant DeAndre Jordan in the paint faced the peak performances of Gasol and Bynum, who frequently overpowered him. The Thunder called for another timeout. Presti has made adjustments to the lineup: Westbrook, Curry, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. Westbrook commands the ball, while Curry weaves through the court. Ibaka and DeAndre engage in a fierce battle in the paint against Gasol and Bynum. The impact is immediate as Westbrook swiftly surpasses Fisher, driving into the paint to set up DeAndre Jordan. Jordan seizes the opportunity and delivers a thunderous dunk. Meanwhile, on the Lakers side, Kobe continues to back down Westbrook in the paint, with Ibaka providing help defense. Kobe passes to the open Gasol, who effortlessly sinks the shot. Presti keenly observed a shift in the player's mentality. Curry, disregarding Kobe's defense, took a shot. Alas, it was blocked. Westbrook retrieved the ball and passed it to Durant, who executed a crossover, gliding past his defender for a successful floater. Conversely, Kobe struck again. Westbrook, seizing the ball in the backcourt, charged towards the basket, attempting a layup against Bynum. It missed, but DeAndre Jordan seized the rebound and attempted another shot. Yet again, it was blocked. Ibaka snatched the rebound and distributed it to the perimeter, where Curry, once more, attempted an ill-advised shot, and it clanged off the rim. Presti shook his head in disbelief. Regardless of their illustrious past as superstars, they were now mere rookies. The most significant challenge for newcomers is that once their rhythm is disrupted, their mindset collapses. Their ability to adjust is exceedingly poor. Any sense of tactical rationale is cast aside, leaving them to engage in mindless endeavors. It appears he must reconsider his strategies. If Curry, the current linchpin, were to lose his touch, how could the offense be orchestrated? What alternative strategies could be employed to break the impasse? As the third quarter concluded, the Thunder found themselves trailing the Lakers by 9 points once again. The fourth quarter commenced swiftly, with Presti adjusting the lineup: Westbrook, Battier, Durant, Ibaka, and Jordan. Presti adopted the tactics reminiscent of the former Thunder's play style, emphasizing a fast-paced offensive approach. Battier was tasked with guarding the opposing team's key player, while Ibaka and Jordan occupied the paint. Westbrook and Durant focused on rebounding. Once the ball was secured, they would sprint forward. Should the play slow down, Westbrook and Durant would alternate in isolation plays. The game resumed with Kobe backing down Battier for a fadeaway jumper, but he missed. Ibaka and Jordan patrolled the paint, effectively contesting Bynum and Gasol. Westbrook soared from the middle to secure the rebound and launched into a fast break, racing toward the paint. He maneuvered past Fisher for a layup. Success. Gasol, now with the ball in the post, attempted to execute a technical isolation against Ibaka. Having honed his defensive skills through rigorous training and Presti's guidance, Ibaka was far from the player he once was. He deftly adjusted his footwork, forcing Fisher to the perimeter. Westbrook stayed tightly attached to Kobe, denying him any space. In a hurried attempt, Kobe released the shot, missed. Westbrook grabbed the rebound once more and sped down the court, passing to the advancing Durant, who soared for a one-handed slam. Beep. The Lakers called for a timeout, leading the Thunder by 5 points. In this stalemate, the duo of Westbrook and Durant proved invaluable. The hallmark of this lineup was its rapid switching on defense, exceptional athleticism, and strong defensive capabilities. Although their offense could not rival that of the initial starters, they excelled in transition and counterattacks. Yet, Presti was acutely aware that after the timeout, another fierce battle awaited. Chapter 68. The Pain of Growth, Part 1. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. In the decisive moments, the Zen master adjusted his lineup, substituting world peace for Odom. Meanwhile, Presti continued to utilize the dynamic duo. Fischer brought the ball to the top of the arc and passed it to Kobe, who aimed to execute another fadeaway. This time, Battier employed the defensive techniques just imparted by the coach, persistently disrupting Kobe's rhythm, lowering his center of gravity while applying forceful pressure, accompanied by various subtle maneuvers. Kobe felt reminiscent of facing Tony Allen, but ultimately he was not the same player. He managed to pivot, executing a jump shot, but clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. A melee ensued in the paint, and amidst the chaos, someone managed to tip the ball out. Westbrook dashed forward to secure the rebound and accelerated down the court. Bynum trailed closely behind, but Westbrook leaped, attempting a layup. He exerted too much force, and the ball circled the rim but did not fall in. From behind Bynum, Jordan soared high, emphatically dunking the ball back in. As the airborne Jordan landed, he let out an exclamation, venting his frustrations from the night's misfortunes. Casting a fierce glance at Bynum during his retreat, the ball had yet to cross half-court when Kobe raised his hand, signaling for the play. No longer opting for a back-to-the-basket approach against Batum, he faced the hoop and initiated a series of dribbles, deftly maneuvering past his defender and penetrating the paint. Confronted by the outstretched arms of Ibaka and Jordan, he executed a graceful spin and a high-arching layup, successfully through the net. Upon receiving the ball in the backcourt, Westbrook immediately launched into a full-throttle sprint. As Curry retreated, Kobe shifted his defensive focus to Westbrook, taking a step back to guard against his explosive drive. Unfazed by the opponent, Westbrook barreled forward, even with a step of space, resolutely attacking to his left. He surged past. At that moment, Westbrook's first-step explosiveness was astonishing, almost surreal. As Gasol moved to assist, Westbrook took a step into the air, soaring high, preparing for a thunderous dunk over Bynum. Presti was suddenly jolted to his feet, reminded of a moment from a previous life when Westbrook had soared above Gasol and Bynum for a thunderous dunk. Although that attempt had met with failure, it remained an indelible memory. Bynum, clearly unwilling to be relegated to the sidelines, and Gasol, positioned beneath the basket, equally did not wish to fade into the background. Thus, both leapt simultaneously, extending their long arms in an effort to thwart Westbrook's advance. Clang! Westbrook, clutching the ball, burst through the elongated reach of his defenders. Yet the force of the collision sent the ball crashing against the rim. Alas, Presti slammed his leg in frustration. What a pity. Witnessing Westbrook's audacious intent to dunk over the towering duo stirred not only the Thunder's bench to rise in excitement, but even many Lakers fans in attendance held their breath in anticipation. When Westbrook's attempt faltered, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd. Bynum was called for a foul, granting Westbrook 2 free throws. Perhaps having exerted too much energy previously, he converted only one of the attempts, allowing Gasol to secure the rebound and swiftly pass to Kobe. With the ball at the top of the arc, Kobe began to orchestrate the tempo. As only 3 minutes remained in the game, and the Lakers led the Thunder by 4 points. As the shot clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Kobe ignited his drive. He evaded Westbrook and executed a deft maneuver in midair, laying the ball up with finesse. The sphere circled the rim before finally settling within the net. In that moment, Presti, akin to a fervent fan from a past era, felt his heart race with each crucial basket. The Thunder quickly inbound the ball to Westbrook, who then passed to Durant at the arc. Durant faced Odom, executing a series of deceptive dribbles before launching a shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. The Thunder now trailed by a mere 3 points. Witnessing this, Presti and the players on the bench erupted in applause. On the Lakers' side, Kobe continued to control the ball, maneuvering to the left at a 45-degree angle, only for Battier to quickly switch in defense. They could not allow Kobe to face Westbrook. The audience at Staples Center rose to their feet, captivated by the unfolding drama. Initially, they had believed victory was assured in the first half, yet Presti had revealed a hidden strategy, despite their lack of shooting prowess. The current lineup possessed an overwhelming capacity for explosive plays and formidable defense. Especially Westbrook, that audacious young player, daring to charge into the heart of the paint for a dunk over the Twin Towers. Did he not fear injury or the potential ruin of his career? With 7 seconds left on the shot clock, Kobe abruptly surged forward. He bypassed Battier, while Westbrook momentarily abandoned Fisher to position himself in Kobe's likely path. As Kobe barreled into the paint, he was unable to stop in time and collided with Westbrook. Westbrook fell to the floor. Beep. Offensive foul on Kobe. The home crowd expressed their discontent with animated gestures, showering the court with boos to voice their displeasure at the call. Westbrook swiftly advanced the ball up the court, as Kobe, still reeling from the previous foul, was caught off guard. With a burst of speed, Westbrook dashed past him. Realizing the urgency, Kobe pivoted and grasped Westbrook's jersey. The Thunder continued their offensive play. Westbrook passed the ball to Durant, who, upon reaching the arc, gestured for everyone to clear out. He intended to go one-on-one against Odom. With a dramatic change of direction, he was unable to create space, yet he executed a smooth fadeaway jumper. Odom was unable to contest the shot. The ball soared gracefully over the rim, with his shooting form, hand positioning, and the arc of the ball all flawless. Presti and the entire arena's personnel fixed their gaze upon the descending basketball. Thud. The ball ultimately struck the back rim. Alas, Presti emphatically smacked his thigh. While the bench players regrettably stomped their feet, the fans erupted in joy. Gasol and Bynum occupied the most advantageous positions, effectively boxing out DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka. However, a figure soared into the air. It was DeAndre Jordan, with his left hand pressing down on Bynum's shoulder. He seized the ball with his right and slammed it down ferociously. The Thunder trailed by a single point. Beep. The Lakers called for a timeout. Roar. DeAndre Jordan pounded his chest with fervor, bellowing in determination. He was unwilling to succumb to defeat, especially after Presti had just secured a Nike contract for him. He did not wish to embarrass his coach. Thus, even without a favorable position, he was resolute in his efforts. Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, and Batum excitedly approached DeAndre Jordan to celebrate with shoulder bumps. In contrast, Bynum and Gasol immediately sought the referee to voice their grievances, claiming that DeAndre had committed a foul by shouldering in. Presti, holding a tactical board, emphasized the defensive strategy for a moment. Once Kobe penetrates the paint, they must decisively double-team him, for he firmly believes that Kobe will not pass the ball. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Lakers inbound the ball, and upon receiving it, Kobe faced off against Bam at the top of the arc, controlling the tempo. With 26 seconds remaining, he took a decisive step forward. Westbrook left Fisher open, extending his arm for assistance, yet this time, Kobe did not repeat his prior mistake. He leaped, arched his body, and executed a layup. The ball circled the rim once more. It did not go in. Rebound. Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Gasol, Bynum, and even Durant and Odom surged in to contest the rebound. Once. Twice. Thrice. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted, igniting the arena. Ultimately, the ball was tapped in by Gasol. Beep. The Thunder called a timeout. At this moment, only 6 seconds remained in the game. The Thunder players walked off the court, their faces etched with disappointment, particularly Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan, who had surrendered the most crucial rebound. Their expressions of dismay and regret unmistakable. Presti approached and gently patted their shoulders, offering words of comfort. It's all right. The game is not over yet. Presti orchestrated the final offensive play, and after a detailed explanation, the game resumed. In a last-ditch effort, Presti summoned Westbrook, Curry, Harden, Durant, and Ibaka. Westbrook swiftly passed the ball to Durant. Durant, faced with a double team, held the ball. Curry, Westbrook, and Harden moved without the ball, weaving through the defense. The ball was distributed. Curry received it, finding himself in an open position. Westbrook and Harden immediately set up double screens for him. He shot. Chapter 69, The Pain of Growth, Part 2. Everyone in the arena rose to their feet, watching the trajectory of the ball. The red light illuminated. As the ball descended, a sudden cheer erupted. Why? The fans went wild. Raising their hands in jubilation, they embraced one another to share in their joy. The ball ultimately struck the edge of the rim, and the game concluded with the Lakers triumphing 105-102 over the Thunder, thus ending the Thunder's remarkable 9-game winning streak. As the game wrapped up, some Lakers players stood at center court, awaiting interviews from reporters, while others celebrated amongst themselves. The audience began to disperse, yet the Thunder players remained stationary. Curry bowed his head, trying his best to conceal his expression from others. Similarly, DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka followed suit. The Thunder's bench players approached to offer comfort, embracing them tightly. Sighing, Presti walked over to the players and enveloped them in his arms, stating, "It's all right, we shall return." He gently pressed Curry's tear-streaked face against his shoulder, adding, "It's just a game. We can take this loss. Let us go." Presti patted Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan on the back. The Thunder players, along with Presti, declined all interview requests following the game, tidied up briefly, and then boarded the flight back to Oklahoma. In the office, Presti rubbed his temples. The previous day's match illuminated a crucial realization, despite their past accolades. These future superstars were still merely rookies, and none had yet experienced the playoffs. When faced with high-pressure defense and intense physicality, their touch could easily falter. Once their rhythm was lost, not only did their strategies fail to materialize, but they also became increasingly frustrated, attempting to force shots that simply wouldn't fall. Clearly, further refinement was necessary. Following their game against the Lakers, the Thunder would enjoy a 2-day respite. Thus, upon disembarking from the plane, Presti granted them a break. Recognizing that the intensity of the previous match was akin to that of the playoffs, far exceeding the typical regular season challenge, Presti glanced at the clock. It was time for dinner. As he passed the arena, he heard the rhythmic thud of basketballs colliding with the hardwood floor. Curiosity piqued. He stepped into the court. Inside, Curry was in constant motion, swiftly releasing shots after receiving passes from the trainer. Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka were diligently honing their defensive skills and rebounding positions with the trainer's guidance. Westbrook and Harden repeatedly practiced their drives to the basket and three-point shots. Presti felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After a few minutes, he closed the door, choosing not to intrude further. Once again, Presti's confidence surged. If no rookie team had ever claimed the championship, then let us forge a new path. On November 18th, the Thunder faced the Heat at home. Prior to the game, Presti addressed the team in the locker room. Following our defeat to the Lakers, the external world has cast a shadow of doubt upon us. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is the underestimation of our players, our comrades. Presti surveyed the room for a moment and handed a sports newspaper to Gibson. Saying, "Gibson, read this." Gibson took the newspaper and read aloud. "Stephen Curry, a sharpshooter, is surprisingly deemed a transcendent superstar by Presti." As Gibson continued reading, he glanced at Presti, who coldly interjected, "Under Kobe's defense, he managed only 2 out of 17 shots, superstar? What a joke." Westbrook's shooting is poor, despite his explosive physique. His mind often falters, leading him to charge recklessly, suitable only as a sixth man. Superstar? Another farce. Harden, a player who solely relies on layups while being fouled. What qualifies him as a superstar? DeAndre Jordan and Ibaka, mere jumpers lacking offensive autonomy. Can they truly be called superstars? Has the NBA ever witnessed such absurdity? Durant is the only one who stands out, yet he must first refine his rough ball-handling skills. After Gibson finished reading, a wave of indignation surged within him. When he lifted his gaze, he was startled to find that it appeared as though everyone before him was on the brink of eruption. He believed that this force could shatter anything in its path. Presti was exceedingly pleased with the players' attitude, earnestly stating, "The Heat are a formidable playoff team in the East." Before the game, Scott Skiles audaciously proclaimed to the media that the Thunder would compare themselves to the Heat only after advancing further into the playoffs. Let them witness. With that, the teams took to the court. Upon entering, the Heat players were taken aback by the Thunder's piercing gazes, as if to say, "We harbor no animosity. This is merely a game, no need for such hostility." The whistle blew, and the game commenced. Ibaka leapt to redirect the ball to Curry, who, seizing the moment as the Heat struggled to establish their footing, accelerated to the three-point line and released a shot. Swish, the ball sailed cleanly through the net. Wade, with the ball at the arc, faced Westbrook and swiftly drove past him into the paint for a layup. But Ibaka was having none of it. He emphatically swatted the ball against the backboard. Jeff Green secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Curry on the right flank. Curry, still unsteady, took a shot. Swish. Another score. Wade, regaining possession, accelerated from the backcourt and fiercely drove into the paint, banking the ball in against Green. But the Thunder immediately inbound the ball. Westbrook dashed forward, distributing it to Durant on the left side, who was wide open. Durant effortlessly scored. A dazzling 9-2 offensive surge sent the audience into a frenzy. Chanting, "OKC, OKC, beep." The Heat called for a timeout. During the break, Presti substituted Jeff Green for DeAndre Jordan, aiming to tighten the defense against Wade, who was shooting under 30 from beyond the arc. Presti sought to stifle Wade, the Heat's primary penetrator. As for Beasley, a player whose offensive prowess barely eclipsed his defensive shortcomings, Presti had little regard for him. Upon resuming play, Wade, as ever, charged towards the arc with determination. Even without Green, the Thunder's entire quintet remained stationed in the paint, their interior defense not only intact but enhanced. Wade found himself compelled to take a mid-range shot. It clanked off the rim. Westbrook seized the rebound and surged forward with astonishing speed. Even Wade was caught off guard. With a single step from the free throw line, he launched himself. Bam! An explosive dunk. He pounded his chest in triumph, as if it had become the Thunder's signature post-dunk celebration. On the Heat side, Beasley attempted to go one-on-one against Durant, but Ibaka swiftly provided help defense. No matter how dazzling his offensive repertoire, facing a premier-level double team forced Beasley to concede. Yet, undeterred, he leaned back and prepared to shoot. Just as he lifted his arm, the ball was emphatically swatted down. Westbrook, ever quick, snatched the ball and immediately fed the already sprinting Jordan with a long pass. Jordan caught it beneath the basket and soared. Bam! A rim-rattling display. Beep. The Heat called another timeout. The brief respite yielded no improvement. The Heat's perimeter and interior defense were utterly dismantled. The Thunder clocked out after 3 quarters, ultimately triumphing over the Heat with a resounding score of 110-91 at home. With a fierce slap to those mocking faces, Chapter 70, The Growing Influence. Since their victory over the Heat on November 18th, the players have reinstated their confidence, particularly Curry, whose shots have become increasingly decisive. At times, in moments of exhilaration, he even attempts shots beyond half-court. While others may fail to hit such shots after numerous attempts, Curry frequently succeeds. However, there is unfortunate news. After the Thunder triumphed over the Heat, they continued their winning streak by defeating the Jazz, Bucks, and Wizards, making it 5 consecutive victories. The Thunder once again faced the Lakers on the road, both teams exerting themselves to the fullest. Although Curry did not perform at his usual level against Kobe's defense this time, he was significantly better than before. Ultimately, however, the Thunder lost the game, as the Lakers showcased an exceptionally high shooting percentage, with Fisher even achieving a remarkable 3, 4, 5 from beyond the arc. Nevertheless, Presti did not intervene this time. The players have learned to adjust themselves and, wishing to avoid future losses, continued to practice after the game. The Thunder's upcoming schedule includes away games against the 76ers, Warriors, and Grizzlies. However, with their match against the 76ers occurring in 3 days, Presti decided to grant both the players and himself a respite. Just as Presti was contemplating where to spend his time off, a call from Warner interrupted him. Presti, The Hangover will be airing tonight. You must be aware of it, right? Presti tapped his forehead, having forgotten amidst a flurry of activity in recent days. Well, you didn't even attend the premiere. How could you possibly remember the release date? He primarily wished to remind you not to forget our initial agreement. The voice on the other end chuckled. Of course. With both films grossing merely $500 million, I only take 10%, Presti responded with a smile. Haha, it's good to remember. The two engaged in light banter before simultaneously ending the call. After hanging up, Presti pondered for a moment before deciding to watch the film. Although it was a derivative work, at least in this world, it was his own creation, wasn't it? After purchasing a movie ticket, he also bought a hat nearby, hoping not to be recognized. Seated in the cinema, Presti experienced a nostalgic sensation, as if he had returned to his youth in a past life. Since arriving in this world, he had been constantly on the go with the team, and it had been a long time since he had the opportunity to simply sit down and enjoy a movie. Just as he was reminiscing, the film began. Huh? Screenwriter Sam Presti? A murmur of curiosity rippled through the audience. Sam Presti? Those who heard the inquiries reciprocated with their own questions. It was no exaggeration that Presti was a household name in this small town in Oklahoma, being the general manager of the only team in the city, and a prominent figure in the league as well. Though the audience was eager to ascertain whether this Presti was indeed the general manager of the Thunder, they restrained themselves to attentively watch the film. Haha, that is hilarious. Laughter erupted intermittently throughout the cinema, and although Presti had seen it before in his past life, he remained thoroughly engrossed. A few hours later, as the film concluded, the audience gradually exited the theater, and following the crowd, Presti overheard snippets of conversation. This movie is truly delightful. I hope they make a sequel. I wonder when the second installment will be released. Do you think this Presti is our Thunder's general manager? Presti instinctively stroked his chin, sensing that fame was once again on the horizon. Perhaps, due to his position as the general manager of a basketball team, he might even enhance the box office appeal. The following day, Presti was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. As soon as he answered, a voice exclaimed, "Presti, no way. Are you actually writing a screenplay? Last night's hangover was phenomenal." "Boss, I'm still half asleep," Presti replied with a yawn. "Haha, no worries. You can continue your slumber. We'll chat when you arrive at the team," Clayton chuckled before hanging up the phone. Presti was on the verge of drifting back into slumber when the phone rang once more. "Presti, I heard you were discussing a film at the Warner Entrance last time," Anjali teased playfully. Upon recognizing his young girlfriend's voice, Presti immediately became alert, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "Indeed. Humph. Such an excellent script, and you didn't inform me? I can't help but feel enchanted by your voice, even through the phone. All right. I actually have a new idea these days. You shall play the lead role," Presti remarked with a smile. "That's a promise you've made," Anjali responded with delight. After a brief exchange on the phone, Presti and Anjali gathered their things and headed to the team. Outside the office, Clayton had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Presti arrive, Clayton greeted him with a broad smile, leaving Presti somewhat perplexed. Once inside the office, Clayton got straight to the point. "Oklahoma is my hometown, and bringing a team here is merely the first step. I now intend to invest in the film industry, yet I find myself struggling to find a compelling script. Little did I know that the talent I seek is right under my nose. Let us collaborate." Presti tapped his forehead, initially pondering the reason behind it. Having watched numerous films in his past life and possessing a fondness for Oklahoma, he hoped to bring joy to its people and thus readily agreed to the proposal. After his consent, both parties began to discuss the particulars of their collaboration. On December 2nd, the Thunder faced the challenge of the 76ers at home. At this point, the 76ers had lost their former glory, largely disrupted by Presti's influence on various teams' drafts, including theirs. Originally, they intended to select Drew Holiday in the 2009 draft, but now opted for Jeff Teague instead. The 76ers' starting lineup consisted of Willie Green, Jeff Teague, Andre Iguodala, Thaddeus Young, and Donnell Marshall. Observing this lineup, Presti instructed the players, "Complete your tasks within 3 quarters. Should it extend beyond that, we will practice extra in the evening." Consequently, the 76ers faced the Thunder's relentless onslaught. Presti initially believed the 76ers would endure until halftime, yet by the second quarter, the Thunder had already established a 17-point lead, which swelled to 22 points at the beginning of the third quarter, successfully fulfilling their goal of completing the task within 3 quarters. Unexpectedly, during the post-game press conference, reporters inquired not about the team's performance, but rather about the film. Following the release of the interview report, Presti once again captured public attention, revealing his talent for screenwriting with remarkable finesse. As a result, his Twitter following surged by hundreds of thousands, and that evening, Thunder players surprisingly gathered to watch The Hangover. In the NBA Commissioner's office, David Stern held a newspaper in disbelief, exclaiming, "He can actually write movies? Incredible!" Adam Silver adjusted his glasses in agreement. Suddenly struck by an idea, Silver suggested, "Why not have him write a movie about basketball? This could be a wonderful opportunity to promote the NBA to the world." Stern nodded in approval, stating, "That sounds feasible. You should have a conversation with him." Without hesitation, Silver picked up his phone and dialed Presti's number. Upon realizing it was Silver, Presti was genuinely taken aback. He would certainly not refuse such a proposal. After all, if successful, future games against the Thunder would render other teams' home games akin to playing in hostile territory. Chapter 71. Brothers, where have the votes gone? Brothers, I have provided a substantial update. Why have the recommendation votes diminished instead? Let us rally together to enhance the book's collection and strive for the next recommendation. Chapter 72. The arrival of the All-Star Game. As December dawns, the excitement of the Thunder players has waned from the exuberance witnessed at the season's onset. After nearly 2 months of rigorous competition, the players have cultivated a more mature mindset. They no longer grapple with anxiety over fleeting victories or defeats. A single loss does not plunge them into despair, nor does a hard-won game send them into restless euphoria. Throughout this period, the Thunder have triumphed over the formidable Celtics, boasting a trio of superstars, yet they have also faced defeat against the Pistons. They have experienced exhilarating matches, alongside encounters where their shooting percentage barely surpassed 40. However, regardless of the outcomes, one resounding truth brings joy to all. Each player's skills and resilience are advancing at an astonishing pace. This burgeoning expertise has fortified their confidence. Where doubts once lingered regarding the rookie champions, now each individual is resolute in their belief that as the season progresses, they will only grow stronger. By the time the playoffs arrive, they are poised to demonstrate to the world their capability of seizing the championship. Presti recently expressed a sense of fatigue, particularly following the overwhelming influx of visitors after the success of his latest film, which made him acutely aware that such phenomena also occur in America. Most visitors sought to embody characters from the movie, while a select few directly inquired about purchasing scripts, all of whom were met with a firm refusal from Presti. On the 27th, the Thunder faced another setback, succumbing to the Suns with a score of 100-115, thus bringing their winning streak to an end. As leaders of the small ball era, the young Curry found himself somewhat outmatched against Nash, with noticeable disparities in both playmaking and driving abilities. While the Thunder and Suns players were relatively evenly matched across the positions, the Suns, under Nash's masterful orchestration, exhibited a cohesive performance. The Thunder's success hinged on their defensive counterattacks, elevating the significance of the center position. In this matchup, Stoudemire, facilitated by Nash, managed to dominate both Jordan and Ibaka, amassing an astonishing 35 points. The Suns, meanwhile, showcased their ability to shoot from all four positions, creating ample space that allowed Nash to navigate the court with effortless grace. Ultimately, the Thunder, emblematic of the small ball philosophy, fell to their counterparts, the Suns. The following day, the Thunder encountered defeat once more, this time against the Celtics. In the final 40 seconds of the game, the Thunder held a narrow lead of 2 points. However, Rivers' strategic fouling tactic left the Thunder's rookies somewhat bewildered. Westbrook converted only one of 2 free throws, Durant managed 1 out of 2, and even the typically reliable Curry faltered, also making 1 of 2 attempts. Ultimately, Pierce's clutch fadeaway shot sealed the Thunder's fate as the game drew to a close. Presti felt quite disheartened, yet he refrained from placing excessive blame upon them, acknowledging merely that fortune had turned against them. Nevertheless, consequences were inevitable, and that very evening the entire team engaged in additional free throw practice. With the ascendance of the Thunder, an increasing number of teams began to analyze strategies to counteract the Thunder's fast breaks and defensive transitions. Consequently, although the Thunder's record remained commendable, their average points per game gradually declined, reaching merely 103 points by mid-January 2010. Presti himself is acutely aware that the tactical approach is fundamentally sound. The primary issue lies in the inexperience of the rookies. Historically, the team has favored a fast-paced game, rarely settling into a half-court offense. However, as they face various opponents, opportunities for fast breaks have diminished significantly. This prolonged predicament has fostered a sense of urgency, resulting in victories against weaker teams that yield only narrow margins. Consequently, in the forthcoming training sessions, Presti has emphasized the importance of refining their half-court strategy. Only by mastering this aspect can they create more opportunities for fast breaks. At this juncture, the Thunder's style does not align with the half-court tactics employed by the past Warriors, which relied on off-ball movement to generate chances. The rationale is straightforward. With an abundance of isolation scorers on the roster, such complexity is unwarranted. The true path to success lies in enhancing the efficiency of isolation plays. Thus, Presti has devised merely 2 tactical schemes, the pick-and-roll between Curry and Durant, and the pick-and-roll between Westbrook and Durant. In the previous era, the duo of Durant and Westbrook consistently triumphed over teams that favored half-court sets using these straightforward pick-and-rolls. The combination of Curry and Durant, however, proves even more formidable, as evidenced by the Warriors' 2 championships. Additionally, during rotation, the pick-and-roll between Harden and the center serves as a potent weapon. There are occasions when Westbrook remains on the court. During such times, the previous era's Westbrook's pick-and-roll with the center resurfaces as a lethal asset. As February arrives, the rigorous training in half-court tactics under Presti's guidance has restored the Thunder's average points per game to their original levels, culminating in a commendable record of 10 wins and 4 losses since January. This morning, the league announced the roster for the 2010 NBA All-Star Game, which bore no differences from the previous iteration. However, the coach has been replaced by Presti, much to his astonishment. He distinctly recalls that in the previous timeline, it was George Karl of the Nuggets who held that position. Yet, this shift seems reasonable considering the Thunder's current standing as the second-best team in the Western Conference, trailing only the Lakers. Presti has remarkably guided a roster composed of players still bound by their rookie contracts to their current standing. Moreover, he himself is a figure of considerable intrigue. His presence at the All-Star Game not only elevates viewership, but also generates a plethora of engaging discussions within the arena. Upon learning of Presti's selection as the head coach for the NBA All-Star Game, the players offered their heartfelt congratulations. Presti graciously responded with a thank you and continued. The All-Star game features a total of 15 players, including both starters and reserves from the Western Conference. I aspire to witness each of you gracing the All-Star stage one day, with me as your head coach. I am profoundly confident that this day will indeed arrive. Upon hearing Presti's words, the players were instantly invigorated, collectively exclaiming, "Yes." Presti smiled and remarked, "Of course, for now, we must focus on adequately preparing for the upcoming matches, ensuring we conclude this chapter before the All-Star festivities commence." Presti glanced at the schedule and noted that there were 4 games remaining before the All-Star break, against the Hawks, Hornets, Warriors, and Trailblazers. Apart from the Hawks, the other opponents were relatively weaker, providing an excellent opportunity to refine their half-court offense and aim for a clean sweep. On February 2nd, the Thunder faced the Hawks on the road in a fiercely contested match. Joe Johnson, the Hawks star, was in exceptional form, scoring 37 points. While his teammates struggled, most critically, the Hawks' interior defense was weak, allowing the Thunder to dominate the boards with 47 rebounds compared to the Hawks' meager 33. Serge Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan ruthlessly exploited the Hawks' interior, with Ibaka contributing 17 points and Jordan achieving a career high of 27 points. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Hawks with a score of 109-102. On February 4th, while playing against the Hornets, the Thunder, despite their lackluster shooting performance, relied on their rebounding and aggressive drives to secure victory. Although their overall shooting percentage was a mere 37, they out-rebounded the Hornets by 18 and attempted 14 more shots. The game against the Warriors was devoid of any dramatic turns, as the Thunder maintained a commanding lead from the first to the third quarter, effectively clocking out early. However, the final game before the All-Star break against the Trailblazers proved to be quite challenging, perhaps due to excessive excitement. The players' shots were either short or hit the back of the rim, and the Trailblazers excelled on the boards, preventing the Thunder from gaining an advantage there. At one point in the first half, the Thunder found themselves trailing by 10 points. Fortunately, in the third quarter, Stephen Curry found his rhythm, and Russell Westbrook leveraged his explosive capability to relentlessly attack the Trailblazers' interior, drawing fouls consistently. As the game neared its conclusion, Kevin Durant delivered a decisive blow to the Trailblazers, and the Thunder narrowly secured victory, achieving their 4th consecutive win. After the game, Presti announced the official commencement of the holiday. Chapter 73. Handling Anjali. The day following the game, Presti boarded a flight to Sacramento early in the morning, recalling Anjali's fierce threat from the previous night that he must pick her up today, which gave him a slight headache. Girls during the dating phase are all the same. Before long, he arrived in Sacramento, and as soon as he reached the exit, Anjali rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Presti swiftly patted Anjali on the back, reminding her that their relationship had yet to be made public. "Aren't you afraid your father will come after me?" he inquired. "Humph. Do you think he's oblivious? If he were opposed to this, would I even be able to step out?" Anjali retorted playfully. Before Presti could respond, Anjali, while tugging at his arm, began to stride towards the exit. Come on, let us get in the car," she urged. Presti, hesitant to exert force for fear of causing harm to Anjali, could only allow her to pull him forward. Both exasperated and amused, he remarked, "Hey, I can walk on my own. There is no need to rush. Surely it's not as simple as just getting into the car." Upon hearing Presti's words, Anjali's response was markedly disjointed. "Oh no, it's just getting into the car, really." Presti remained silent, quietly being tugged along by Anjali, curious about her intentions. As he was pulled into the car, he contemplated numerous possibilities, yet this scenario had never crossed his mind. To his astonishment, he found none other than Vivek Ranadive, the owner of the Kings and Anjali's father, seated in the back. For a moment, Presti was at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter a simple greeting. "Hello." Anjali couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In her recollection, Presti was always eloquent, regardless of his audience. It was the first time she had witnessed him so flustered. And curiously, the subject of his embarrassment was her own father. For some inexplicable reason, this moment felt rather sweet. Ranadive was equally surprised. Initially, he disapproved of Anjali's relationship with Presti, feeling it lacked stability. However, it appeared he had been overly cautious. Presti seemed genuinely sincere. The car swiftly arrived at the hotel, and Presti's anxiety began to subside. The fact that both Anjali and Ranadive were present indicated that he had received her father's tacit approval to pursue a relationship with her, albeit with the understanding that challenges lay ahead. Indeed, once they were seated, Ranadive directly inquired, Presti, what do you believe the kings should do to rise to prominence? This question momentarily caught Presti off guard, as he had not anticipated such a topic. In the past timeline, at this juncture, Ranadiv was not yet the owner of the kings. That distinction belonged to the Maloof brothers. It was not until 2013 that Ranadiv acquired a 65% stake in the team. His arrival would bring about significant changes, and at this time in the previous timeline, he was already a minority owner of the warriors, not solely associated with the kings. Thus, this question was less of a test and more of a request for guidance, as even Presti himself was unsure about the intricacies of team building. This indicated that, in his heart, Ranadiv had indeed consented to the relationship. Consequently, Presti responded, the term rise encompasses many meanings: the playoffs, the second round, the Western Conference Finals, or perhaps the championship. Ranadiv chuckled wryly and replied, let us aim for the playoffs first. Presti recalled the configuration of the Raptors from his previous life, stating that building the team around DeRozan would greatly enhance their chances of entering the playoffs in the coming years. After a brief pause, he continued, suggesting that the team's Kevin Martin, Hilton Armstrong, and Kenny Thomas should be traded for the Rockets' Kyle Lowry and Luis Scola. As soon as Presti finished speaking, Anjali interjected, Kevin Martin is our king sole player capable of averaging over 20 points per game. Are we truly considering trading him for a mere 7, 6 points per game from Lowry and a power forward from a team that cannot even reach the playoffs? Furthermore, we must also include Hilton Armstrong and Kenny Thomas in the deal. Ranadiv looked at Presti in confusion. Under different circumstances, Presti would have dismissed the matter. But given it was Anjali, he patiently explained, without including those 3 players, the Rockets might not even consider the trade. Kyle Lowry possesses all-star potential. The backcourt duo of him and DeRozan would be the Kings' most formidable weapon for securing a playoff berth. Meanwhile, Jason Thompson and Scola could ensure rebounding stability. Scola's defensive skills and playmaking are exceptional, which is precisely what the Kings urgently need. Most importantly, he could inject vitality into the team. Presti took a sip of water and continued, stating that the starting small forward would temporarily be assigned to Andres Nocioni. Thus, the starting lineup would consist of Kyle Lowry, DeRozan, Andres Nocioni, Scola, and Jason Thompson, while the bench would feature Rodriguez, Bino Udry, Caspi, Dante Green, and Spencer Hawes. This year would be dedicated to nurturing DeRozan and Lowry, granting them unlimited shooting opportunities. Additionally, the focus would be on Jason Thompson, who possesses the potential to evolve into a premier defensive center. Should he fail to show improvement this year, he would be traded, with next year's draft emphasizing interior players. Within 3 years, a return to the playoffs should be feasible. Upon concluding his remarks, Presti noticed Anjali resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with an unmistakably infatuated look, while Ranadiv nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I initially believed your talent lay solely in the draft. But it seems you excel even further in team building. How about joining my organization? I would offer you a 25% equity stake. Anjali was taken aback by this statement, feeling a touch of shyness, while Presti himself was genuinely surprised. If it were merely his abilities that attracted such an offer, there would be no need to extend such a generous share. It appeared he was indeed being regarded as a future son-in-law. Presti found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He was certain he could not attend, yet it would be improper to reject someone who might potentially become his future father-in-law. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Anjali interjected, Oh father, I am hungry. Let us discuss this after we have dined. And with a playful wink at Presti, she added, I shall go check on the food. Why has it not arrived yet? As he stood up, Presti remarked, Indeed, I shall see to it. You. Ranadiv affectionately tapped Anjali on the nose and continued, This lad is quite commendable, albeit a tad older than you. Anjali gazed at Presti's figure with a visage of pure bliss. The following day, Presti and Anjali boarded a flight to Arlington, Texas. On the plane, Anjali nestled against Presti and inquired, Pray tell, when shall you ascend to the throne? Presti rubbed his chin, uncertain of how to respond. He had promised Anjali that he would secure 3 championships for the Thunder before departing, but now the plan had shifted. By 2011, he might possess his own team, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 74. Brothers, has the recommendation truly vanished? Brothers, the sky is diligently crafting words, yet I see only 13 recommendations, no donations, and a mere 2 additions to my collection. My heart feels heavy. Please provide me with some motivation. Chapter 75. The All-Star Game commences. Noticing Presti's silence, Anjali immediately straightened her posture and glared at him, demanding, What's the matter? Don't you want to go? Upon witnessing this, Presti quickly replied, No. I was merely lost in thought. I was asking you a question. If you're preoccupied, then I shall disregard you. After Anjali spoke, she promptly released Presti's hand and turned her back to him, leaning against the chair. Presti forced a smile. Anjali was perfect in every way except for her little temper. He extended his right arm to embrace her, and after a few symbolic attempts to break free, Anjali surrendered to his hold. Presti gently cradled Anjali in the corridor and whispered, If all goes according to plan, next year I shall possess my own NBA team. Do you think I could join the Kings? I hope you would come to work there as well. You could be the general manager while I take on the role of coach. Anjali gasped in surprise, suddenly recalling they were on an airplane, and quickly covered her mouth. After a moment, she incredulously asked, Is that true? Presti nodded affirmatively. My God, what kind of boyfriend have I found? Anjali exclaimed, a mixture of disbelief, pride, and astonishment in her voice. She then inquired, But where did you acquire such funds? From my previous film, I created Lion Pounce, which earned a bit of money. Of course, the majority came from the recent launch of WeChat on mobile, Presti replied with a smile. Ah, so you were behind Lion Pounce in WeChat? Anjali exclaimed once more, unable to contain her astonishment. Presti quickly covered her mouth, and Anjali, feeling slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. The revelation was simply too astonishing. She had always believed Presti to be merely a general manager of a team, and had even worried that her identity might place undue pressure on him. Now, she suddenly felt somewhat unworthy of him. Presti sensed the shift in her demeanor, gently stroking her hair, and said, Stop overthinking, rest for a while. We have a few more hours. Anjali closed her eyes and hummed in response. Upon arriving in Arlington, Texas, Presti and Anjali first checked into their hotel to drop off their luggage, after which they embarked on their exploration of Arlington, Texas. Presti did not attend the wheelchair basketball game on February 12th, nor did he observe the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game on February 13th, or witness the rookies participating in the Rising Stars Challenge. He even abstained from the Western Conference All-Star Team practice on February 14th, the reason being his indulgence in revelry. It was not until the morning of February 15th that Presti made his appearance at the Cowboy Arena, where he anticipated a sparse crowd at such an early hour. To his surprise, a throng of reporters converged upon him. Presti, where have you been these past few days? It is said that you missed the All-Star practice. One reporter inquired swiftly, Is it true that you were spotted on a date with the King's heiress, Anjali? Another asked, Having taken the helm as head coach in your second season, what are your thoughts? Does the buzz surrounding your recent escapades imply a foray into the film industry? Do you believe that not attending the All-Star practice as the head coach of the Western Conference shows a lack of respect for the players? Initially, Presti listened quietly to the barrage of inquiries, intending to respond to each one in turn. However, upon hearing the final question, he became visibly displeased and stated, I hold every player who enters the NBA in high regard. They have reached this point through extraordinary effort that surpasses ordinary imagination. The All-Star event is particularly significant, especially since my player Durant is also an All-Star. As for my absence from the All-Star practice, the reason is quite simple. Even if there were a game today, my tactical strategies are more than adequate to secure victory. The scene erupted in a cacophony of astonishment as reporters clamored to capture the moment. Initially, it was presumed that Presti had adopted a more subdued demeanor recently, perhaps reflecting a change in character. However, it soon became evident that he simply lacked the opportunity to express himself. Regarding other matters, Presti pondered briefly before gesturing towards a young reporter, stating, The inquiry posed by this young journalist deeply pains me. It is disheartening to see such a diligent, earnest, and talented coach accused of disrespecting players. This excessive sorrow has left me in disarray, rendering me unable to respond. With that, Presti navigated through the throng towards his coaching bench. Observers whispered among themselves, surprised by Presti's adeptness at handling situations. Meanwhile, the young reporter, singled out by Presti, endured the scorn of his peers, seething with resentment, yet powerless to retaliate, ultimately storming off in indignation. Before long, the arena filled with spectators, who gazed in astonishment at the coaching bench. Typically, players would emerge alongside their coach, or at least not be delayed by much. However, it was only 7:30, and the players were evidently not inclined to arrive so early. Unperturbed, Presti relished the tranquility and soon closed his eyes. Coach, coach, a voice broke through the haze, rousing Presti from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a youthful and dapper Kevin Durant, which instantly revitalized him. As he fully awakened, he noticed that most of the Western Conference players had gathered, casting bemused glances at him. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a coach to exhibit such nonchalance. And the Eastern Conference All-Stars appeared equally bewildered. In truth, everyone was aware that the first 3/4 of the All-Star game were largely a showcase, with intensity only emerging during the latter half of the final quarter. Thus, Presti refrained from emphasizing any particular strategies prior to the game. Instead, he uttered a rather bemusing remark: "Let us put on a good show." The Western Conference starters included Steve Nash, Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, Tim Duncan, and Amar'e Stoudemire. In the previous iteration of the 2010 NBA All-Star Game, Kobe had been forced to withdraw due to injury, making way for Jason Kidd. However, in this reality, Kobe was uninjured and thus remained in the game. The Eastern Conference starters comprised Allen Iverson, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, and Dwight Howard. In the prior 2010 All-Star Game, Iverson had opted out due to his daughter's illness, with David Lee of the New York Knicks stepping in. Yet, in this version, Iverson enjoyed a harmonious family life, and with his daughter in good health, he too participated in this flawless All-Star matchup. The two teams commenced play amidst the cheers of the crowd. The tip-off at center court granted the first possession to the Eastern Conference, signaling the official start of the game. The ball was directed by Howard to Iverson, who, upon reaching the arc, faced off against Nash. Instead of attempting a drive, he executed a handoff to Wade. Seizing the ball, Wade immediately surged left, executing a powerful drive. He effortlessly made his way into the paint, while Duncan and Stoudemire made a token attempt to obstruct him. Wade soared through the air, delivering a thunderous dunk. Nash swiftly received the ball and advanced to the front court, maneuvering to the right side, deftly accelerating past Iverson. He lofted the ball into the air, and Stoudemire soared to catch it, executing a flawless alley-oop. Their familiarity as teammates shone through. In the East, James seized a pass from Iverson, breaking through to just a step beyond the free throw line, leaping for a one-handed dunk. Meanwhile, in the West, Kobe caught a pass and executed his signature fadeaway, a sight to behold, as the ball swished through the net. Presti observed with keen interest from below, as did the audience. Noticing there were only 2 minutes left in the first quarter, Presti called for a timeout. Presti replaced the entire starting lineup, introducing Billups, Jason Kidd, Durant, Dirk Nowitzki, and Pau Gasol. The emergence of this lineup on the court stirred discontent among certain spectators, as it was the All-Star Game, and they yearned to witness their beloved stars perform. Those substituted were primarily the fans' favorites. Presti remains undeterred by such matters, ensuring that all All-Star players receive nearly equal playing time, regardless of whether they are starters or reserves. As time progressed, Presti substituted out Lupus, Jason Kidd, Durant, Dirk Nowitzki, and Pau Gasol, bringing in Chris Paul, Darren Williams, Brandon Roy, Zach Randolph, and Chris Kaman. Given the exhibition nature of the game, even after Presti deployed his final lineup, both teams continued to engage in a spirited contest, with the point differential never exceeding single digits. They maintained this intensity until the latter half of the fourth quarter. With just 4 minutes remaining and the score standing at 123-129, the Eastern Conference holding a temporary 6-point lead. At this moment on the court, Darren Williams drove into the paint, charging towards the basket for a layup. Wham! LeBron James delivered a resounding block. Dwayne Wade seized the rebound, embarking on a fast break to effortlessly score in the paint. Beep. Presti called a timeout, fully aware that the decisive phase of the game had commenced. Presti has assembled a formidable lineup for the finals, featuring Chris Paul, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, Tim Duncan, and Amar'e Stoudemire. This roster excels in both offense and defense, with each player showcasing remarkable defensive prowess alongside exceptional scoring talent. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. On the Eastern side, the current lineup consists of Allen Iverson, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, and Dwight Howard, representing the original starting five. Paul, upon reaching the top of the arc, faces Iverson and rhythmically dribbles to find his pace. Suddenly, he accelerates and effortlessly overtakes his opponent. During the timeout, Presti remarked that Paul, in facing Iverson, should decisively take him on one-on-one. Since the 2005 season, Iverson's defensive prowess has waned due to the inevitable effects of aging and a decline in speed, compounded by his long-standing propensity for risky steals, which has gradually transformed him into a liability on defense. Paul skillfully maneuvered past Iverson, creating an open shot. He executed a swift jump shot. It was successful, 125-129. As Iverson slowly advanced past midcourt, he encountered Paul's defense without calling for a screen. Opting instead to accelerate directly, Paul stayed closely on his right, preventing him from breaking free. Under pressure, Iverson lost control of the ball. Presti, witnessing the scene below, couldn't help but marvel at Paul's exceptional defense, truly deserving of his accolades as a perennial defensive stalwart. Indeed, while Paul is notorious for his subtle tricks, the referee's lack of calls suggests a tacit acknowledgement of his craft. Upon acquiring the ball, Kobe swiftly passed it to the fast-breaking Durant, who, with a single dribble, launched the ball skyward. Stoudemire soared, catching the ball and executing a thunderous dunk. The score now stood at 127-129. Wade, possessing the ball, crossed half-court, prompting Kobe to immediately step up to defend him. In his prime, Wade exhibited astonishing speed, suddenly accelerating to the right, leaning against the basket. Stoudemire attempted a layup amidst aerial contention. The shot was released a moment too late, as Duncan, arriving in support, swatted the ball away. The Eastern Conference regained possession. The ball was passed to James, who executed a tank-like layup. The score now read 127-131. The basket was good. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the match, Presti called for a timeout. Presti adjusted the lineup, substituting Durant with Anthony. In 2010, Durant, though remarkable, still fell slightly short compared to Anthony, who was celebrated as the king of clutch moments. The game continued. Duncan stood at the top of the three-point arc, holding the ball, while Paul, Anthony, and Kobe moved without the ball. Stoudemire positioned himself beneath the basket. If a modern observer were to witness this, they would undoubtedly recognize it as a tactic commonly employed by the Warriors in their half-court offense. In an instant, Paul emerged from the right corner, finding space, and Duncan promptly passed the ball to him. Simultaneously, Duncan immediately cut into the paint to set a screen for Paul. A wide-open shot. The ball swished through the net. 3 points scored, bringing the score to 130-131. On the other end, Wade executed a fast break, swiftly bypassing a still unprepared Kobe and driving into the paint. Facing the double team from Stoudemire and Duncan, he finished with a layup. The ball went in. 130-133. Paul advanced the ball to the front court and passed to the trailing Stoudemire, who positioned himself at the top of the arc and handed the ball back to Paul. Duncan quickly moved to a high position to receive Paul's pass. After passing, Paul shifted to a 45-degree angle on the side, while Stoudemire descended to set a pick for Kobe. Kobe utilized the screen to emerge at the right 45-degree angle, receiving Duncan's pass for a shot. Another three-pointer made. 133-133. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena as the dazzling teamwork created an opening for Kobe. Is it possible to play half-court like this? Spectators were struck by the contrast to the typical one-on-one scenarios that often define half-court play, as they witnessed a strategy that freed Kobe for an open shot. Wade brought the ball to the top of the arc, passing to LeBron, who once again bulldozed to the basket. Upon reaching the paint, Duncan and Stoudemire converged. He distributed the ball to Howard, who found himself unguarded. After receiving the pass, he soared for a thunderous dunk. 133-135. With only 27 seconds remaining in the game, Paul advanced the ball to midcourt, initially intending to execute a tactic. However, upon noticing Anthony calling for the ball in the low post, he momentarily set aside the plan, as they were brothers. Paul immediately lofted the ball to Anthony. Anthony, upon receiving the ball, went to work against LeBron. A push, followed by another. He didn't waste time and, after spinning, executed a fadeaway jumper. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim, with only 15 seconds left. A fierce battle for the rebound ensued. Duncan and Stoudemire firmly anchored the paint, while the Eastern duo of Howard and Garnett matched their tenacity, using their strength to push Duncan and Stoudemire back. In the chaos, the ball was finally dislodged. Kobe seized the opportunity, claiming it. Beep. Presti called for a timeout. Presti scratched his head. Had it been the regular season, he would have undoubtedly issued warnings to Anthony and Paul, relegating them to the bench for the next game. However, given the current circumstances, he chose to overlook it. Holding the tactical board, he outlined the strategy for the final offensive play. Upon concluding his explanation, Presti raised his gaze and found Paul staring intently at him. A chill ran down Presti's spine at the intensity of Paul's gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Paul interjected, "Coach, your strategy is brilliant. Can I learn from you when I retire?" Hearing this, Presti felt considerably relieved and replied, "We'll discuss that when you retire. By then, you may not even wish to pursue coaching." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. With only 7 seconds remaining in the Western Conference's final possession, the tension was palpable. Chapter 77, Brothers. Efforts were made to garner support, as the author earnestly requested encouragement from readers. In the midst of ongoing competition, the author's performance had been less than stellar, and he expressed deep gratitude for any support that would enable him to achieve further recommendations. Chapter 78. The regular season continues. Stoudemire initiated the play, leaving Presti speechless as Van Gundy surprisingly assigned Iverson to disrupt the inbound pass. What purpose did that serve? Van Gundy's conservatism was evident, as he remarkably kept Iverson on the court even during the All-Star game. Paul swiftly evaded his defender to receive Stoudemire's pass, who immediately penetrated the paint. Meanwhile, Kobe set a screen for Anthony in the paint. Following the screen, Anthony moved beyond the three-point line, and Paul promptly passed the ball to him. After setting the screen for Anthony, Kobe sprinted to set another for Garnett to assist Duncan. Duncan, anticipating an inside cut, received the ball from Anthony and embarked on a powerful layup. As the ball swished through the net, the red light illuminated. The Western Conference tied at 135, forcing overtime against the Eastern Conference. This entire sequence of movement and screens transpired in less than 7 seconds. Wow! Witnessing this impressive display, the audience could not contain their excitement, rising to their feet in unison to applaud. It was truly a sight to behold. In previous clutch moments, the spotlight typically shone solely on individual stars, showcasing isolation plays repeatedly. Although those moments were undeniably thrilling, they had become overly familiar. This was the first time witnessing such exquisite teamwork in a critical situation, and Presti was indeed remarkable. Moreover, the All-Stars were headed into overtime for the first time since Jordan's retirement, a visual feast for all. The astonishment of the Eastern Stars was no less than that of the audience. The off-ball movement coupled with consecutive screens had thrown their defense into disarray, causing Van Gundy's emphasized defensive system to collapse in an instant. The Western All-Stars, particularly those newly on the court, were equally in awe of Presti's ability to orchestrate such a coherent strategy in such a brief moment, a testament to his exceptional coaching prowess. Minutes later, overtime officially commenced. After entering overtime, Presti instructed the players to consistently employ the 2 successful offensive strategies they had just executed. He firmly believed that in such a brief period, Van Gundy would be unable to devise a countermeasure. Indeed, as the game commenced, the Eastern Conference struggled to defend against the Western Conference's offensive tactics, failing to make any significant progress, while the West capitalized on every opportunity. Conversely, the East relied solely on individual prowess during their offensive plays. Ultimately, the Western Conference emerged victorious, achieving an impressive 90% success rate in their offensive attempts during overtime, whereas the East managed only 60%. Kobe, amidst the cheers of the audience, proudly lifted the MVP trophy. Observing this, Presti quietly apologized to Wade, recalling that in a previous existence, this MVP was awarded to Wade. As he contemplated returning to Oklahoma, Presti rose to leave the arena. Upon seeing him stand, reporters once again surrounded him. "Hello, Presti. Do you feel any pressure leading so many All-Stars for the first time?" "Not at all. Am I not currently coaching an All-Star team?" Presti shrugged and responded with a smile. The reporters were momentarily taken aback. "But the All-Star game has just concluded." "I was referring to the Thunder," Presti reiterated. As his words hung in the air, laughter erupted around him. Finally, one reporter could not contain himself and remarked, "If I recall correctly, only Durant made it to the All-Star game, and as a substitute. Did I mention now? Do you not remember what I said 2 years ago during the draft?" Presti replied nonchalantly. Before the reporter could utter another word, Presti interjected, "I have something to attend to. Let us discuss this another time." With that, he maneuvered through the throng of reporters and exited. The following day, Presti first saw Anjali off to Sacramento. After a brief conversation, he boarded a flight back to Oklahoma. In the aftermath of the All-Star game, it became evident that each team had set a new objective. Teams with little hope for the playoffs began plotting their tanking strategies, while those on the cusp of the postseason exerted every effort to secure a final ticket. Meanwhile, teams certain to make the playoffs also fought vigorously to secure a favorable position. Presti found himself contemplating whether to pursue a trade. After more than 2 seasons, Jeff Green's potential had become unmistakably evident. Green possessed a well-rounded skill set. He could operate in the post, shoot from the perimeter, cut, pass, and excel both on and off the ball. His basketball acumen was commendable, and defensively, he was capable of guarding elite players akin to LeBron James. However, his scoring prowess was lacking, and if played as a power forward, his weight rendered him too slow for effective defense. Conversely, as a small forward, his speed was insufficient. In simpler terms, he was a player caught between positions. Emotionally, Presti was reluctant to trade Green, as he was one of the original members of the Thunder's Big Three and held sentimental value. Moreover, Green had faced significant misfortune, having been diagnosed with an aortic aneurysm at the end of 2011. Yet if a trade were to take place, what type of player would be acquired? The Thunder's backcourt already boasted Westbrook, Curry, Harden, Livingston, and Matthews, creating a congested situation. The small forward position was occupied by Durant and Battier, while the power forward spot featured Ibaka and Gibson. The center position had DeAndre Jordan and Collison. They lacked a reliable backup small forward. Perusing the roster, Presti sighed in resignation. He couldn't bear to trade Green, especially knowing the potential health risks he faced. For now, he decided it was best to let Green continue as a backup small forward, a role for which he was more than adequate. On February 16th, the Thunder commenced their first game following the All-Star break, facing the Dallas Mavericks at home. From the onset, buoyed by home court advantage, the Thunder played with fervor, executing a straightforward yet forceful offensive strategy. Durant hit a pull-up jumper from the arc, Curry launched a shot off a pick, and Westbrook barreled through the opponent's defense, creating chaos. In contrast, the Mavericks appeared sluggish, perhaps still reeling from the All-Star game, resulting in a lackluster performance on both ends of the court. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 109-99. Following this, the Thunder secured victories over both the Knicks and the Timberwolves. As the team aimed for a winning streak, they faced an unexpected setback against the Suns on the road. With just 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, they held a 5-point lead. However, a dramatic turnaround ensued. The Thunder suddenly faltered, with Curry being blocked, Durant missing shots, and both Westbrook and Harden struggling to score. Meanwhile, the opposing team capitalized on free throws, ultimately sealing the game with a last-second free throw. Every time the Thunder seemed poised to embark on a winning streak, they encountered such challenges. Presti felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially envisioned a season ending with 65 wins, but it now seemed that achieving 55 wins would be commendable. The disparity in stability was what separated this team from championship caliber. Chapter 79. The playoffs begin. As April swiftly approaches, the regular season nears its conclusion. The Lakers stand proudly at the pinnacle of the Western Conference with a record of 52 wins and 23 losses, while the Thunder follow closely behind with 49 victories and 26 defeats, securing the second position. The Mavericks occupy the third spot with a record of 48 wins and 28 losses. Observing the standings, Presti sighed, remarking on the fiercely competitive nature of the Western Conference. With merely 7 games remaining, the top position seems unattainable. However, it is imperative to maintain their hold on second place. Fortunately, the Thunder's upcoming schedule is remarkably favorable, predominantly featuring teams positioned for the lottery. A consecutive 5 wins would afford the starters some much-needed rest. Presti rose to prepare for a visit to the training facility, intending to observe the players' tactical drills. Following the All-Star game, the players had persistently urged Presti to conduct tactical practices. His reluctance to train them earlier stemmed from a deliberate strategy. He believed it essential to first enhance the players' inherent abilities, which included their capacity to read the game, spatial awareness on the court, and technical skills. Once these competencies were sufficiently developed, executing tactics would yield far greater efficiency. This also elucidates why, during the brief interlude of the All-Star game, tactical plays could be swiftly implemented, as the court was populated by the leading stars and key players of their respective teams, all of whom possessed formidable abilities. Presti entered the arena, observing the players tirelessly practicing, their cohesion improving with each session. Following the All-Star break, in their third game, he instructed them to employ strategy to secure victory. This accounted for the less than 50 win rate from February to March, marked by numerous errors, counterattacks from opponents, and several collapses in the third quarter. Fortunately, the players exhibited remarkable comprehension, gradually reducing mistakes as the season progressed, leading to a slow but steady increase in their winning percentage. On April 3rd, the Thunder faced the Grizzlies on the road. With the Grizzlies' record standing at a mere 33 wins and their playoff hopes dashed, the team's objective shifted towards securing a favorable draft position. Consequently, they rested their core players, leaving only Mike Conley and O.J. Mayo in the starting lineup, while the rest comprised of bench players, many of whom were fringe NBA talents or on short-term contracts. Thus, the Thunder easily triumphed over the Grizzlies. Following this, the Thunder claimed victories against the New Orleans Hornets, who had 35 wins, the Kings with 27 wins, the Pacers with 31 wins, and the Warriors with 30 wins, winning all 5 matches with ease. This winning streak solidified their position as the second seed in the Western Conference. Therefore, in the last 2 games of the regular season, Presti allowed the core players to play only about 17 minutes to maintain their form, opting instead to bring in veteran leaders from the locker room. On April 14th, as the game between the Pacers and Wizards concluded, the regular season of the NBA 2009 to 2010 came to an end. The final standings were as follows. In the West, the Los Angeles Lakers, Oklahoma City Thunder, Dallas Mavericks, Phoenix Suns, Denver Nuggets, Utah Jazz, Portland Trail Blazers, and San Antonio Spurs. In the East, the Cleveland Cavaliers, Orlando Magic, Atlanta Hawks, Boston Celtics, Miami Heat, Milwaukee Bucks, Charlotte Hornets, and Chicago Bulls. The NBA playoffs for the 2009 to 2010 season were set to commence on April 17th, with the Thunder's first game scheduled for April 18th at home against the Portland Trail Blazers. Why are you so unperturbed? This is your first time coaching in the playoffs, Clayton remarked, glancing at Presti, who was holding the matchup schedule. Why should I be anxious? If anyone should be worried, it's you as the owner. Each missed game means a loss in revenue, Presti replied with a smile, setting down the schedule. I'm not concerned about a game or 2 of revenue. Honestly, how far do you think you can go in this playoff? I have complete faith in you. Surely, you can reach the second round, Clayton inquired tentatively. Presti cast a disdainful glance at Clayton and remarked, as the owner of the Thunder, do not be so lacking in ambition. This time, I aim to seize the championship and create history. Clayton, upon hearing this, felt no displeasure. Despite their hierarchical relationship as employer and employee, he regarded Presti as the very core of the Thunder. Thus, even when Presti criticized him, he remained silent. It seemed that the core lineup had never participated in the playoffs before. This would be their debut. To expect them to perform at 80% of their capability was already a commendable feat, let alone claiming a championship. Was it merely wishful thinking? Clayton retorted sarcastically. And what of it? I am a man of the system, he thought inwardly, yet confidently proclaimed, just wait and see. The rhythmic sound of basketball meeting the hardwood echoed throughout the arena. The players were far from the ease exhibited by Presti and Clayton. This was their first playoff experience. A debut. Should they falter, they risked being branded as unreliable in critical moments or dubbed as playoff softies. Conversely, should they excel, the lucrative contracts awaiting them could dazzle the mind, not to mention the plethora of endorsement deals that would follow. Thus, even with a mere 3 days of rest and adjustment, they were determined to train incessantly to maintain their prime form. Curry, are you nervous? Harden panted, simultaneously stroking his newly grown beard. When Harden was first drafted, his chin had been utterly bare. Presti found it awkward. Thus, while negotiating a sneaker contract with Harden, he advised him to grow out his facial hair for a future image, a suggestion that Harden happily accepted. Not at all, Curry replied, also breathless, with a grin. Though inwardly he pondered the reality that he, as a rookie, would be facing the playoffs in merely 2 days. Since the evening of April 14th, restful slumber had eluded him. Harden suddenly felt a pang of self-doubt. Was his mental fortitude lacking? It was understandable for Durant, Westbrook, and Jalen to be unfazed, having played in the league for 2 or 3 seasons. But why were Curry and Gibson so composed? Was it a sign of inadequate training or insecurity? Surely, that must be the reason. With this thought, Harden swiftly resumed practicing his Euro step. On the evening of April 17th, Presti gathered the players to watch the Dallas Mavericks playoff game. Before they began, Presti stated clearly, after we defeat the Portland Trail Blazers, our next opponent will undoubtedly be the Dallas Mavericks. Although we hold a commanding 3-1 advantage over them in the regular season, the playoffs are an entirely different matter. Today, pay close attention to the Mavericks footage. And then tell me, who do you intend to match up against? Coach, the Trail Blazers' DeAndre Jordan couldn't help but remark, feeling a tinge of unease regarding his team. During the regular season, he had endured considerable hardship at the hands of Aldridge and Marcus Camby. No worries, I understand your concerns. The Trail Blazers have never been a team we need to fear, Presti replied, his face radiating confidence. The group soon turned their attention to the game, keenly observing the opponents they would soon face. April 18th had finally arrived, and Presti's Thunder were positively ravenous. Chapter 80. To be continued tomorrow, 3 chapters guaranteed. I'm unwell and on in 4 drip. feeling quite disoriented and unable to endure any longer. I owe the second chapter. I promise to make it up tomorrow when I feel better. My apologies to everyone. Chapter 81. The Anticipated Chill, Part 1. The home court was already filled to capacity with fans clad in matching royal blue t-shirts, creating a tumultuous sea of color. The cheers of the crowd threatened to lift the roof off, while the Trailblazers resembled a solitary fishing boat amidst this ocean, poised to be capsized at any moment. Presti is exceptionally exhilarated today, mirroring the enthusiasm of the players. In a previous life, he yearned to experience the palpable tension and thrill of the playoffs through the television screen. Now, he has not only entered the arena, but is also participating in the postseason as a head coach. Presti gazed at the players encircling him and earnestly stated, "The playoffs are a best-of-7 series. Do not succumb to psychological pressure. Simply perform at your best. However, should I notice anyone becoming distracted on the court, contemplating life, I shall have them seated on the bench to ponder their existence until this series concludes. Do you understand?" The players responded with a mixture of nervousness and utmost seriousness. Presti, observing the players' demeanor, felt a twinge of regret for his earlier remarks. They were merely rookies, already fraught with anxiety, and his previous words likely intensified their trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, he encouraged them, "Relax. Our primary objective in this inaugural match is not to secure a victory. Rather, it is to discern our opponent's vulnerabilities and recognize our own shortcomings, enabling us to strike decisively." The players nodded in agreement. Although their expressions remained tense, they appeared somewhat more at ease than before. A few minutes later, the players from both teams gathered at center court. The Thunder's starting lineup included Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan, while the Trailblazers featured Andre Miller, Fernandez, Nicholas Batum, Aldridge, and Marcus Camby. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, the game commenced. Camby and DeAndre Jordan leapt simultaneously, but Camby's experience prevailed as he deftly tipped the ball into Miller's hands, granting the Trailblazers the first possession. Miller advanced the ball to the top of the arc, with Camby stepping forward to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, he penetrated the paint, while DeAndre Jordan, having switched on defense, immediately retreated to the basket. Presti had instructed them prior to the game to either force Miller to shoot within the restricted area or allow him to take a mid-range shot. But under no circumstances should he be permitted to drive to the basket for an easy finish. The rationale was simple. Miller's shooting percentage from beyond the arc was a mere 20, and his mid-range accuracy hovered around 34, rendering him a point guard lacking in range. As anticipated, once Miller entered the paint, he was left open by DeAndre Jordan. He took his shot clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Ibaka secured the rebound and quickly passed it to the sprinting Westbrook, who surged forward, just a step inside the free-throw line. He launched into the air for a thunderous dunk. 2-0. The arena erupted with gasps and applause, such is the nature of the playoffs, where each basket ignites fervor among fans. Thunder supporters gradually settled into their seats, adhering to the team's tradition of sitting only after a score. The chant of OKC, OKC, reverberated throughout the venue. Meanwhile, Miller, now at the top of the arc, passed the ball to the awaiting Aldridge. Without hesitation, Aldridge backed into Ibaka, executing a smooth turnaround fadeaway. Though Ibaka leapt in a valiant attempt to block the shot, he was unable to make contact. The ball swished through the net. 2-2. Presti pondered the challenge posed by Aldridge. While Ibaka excelled in help defense and shot blocking, his individual defensive prowess was insufficient to contain a low-post virtuoso like Aldridge. Presti resolved to observe whether double-teaming Aldridge would be necessary. On the Thunder's end, Curry brought the ball to the top of the arc, facing Miller. He executed a crossover and attempted to drive left, but was thwarted. The path was blocked, prompting him to pass to Westbrook on the right. Wham! The ball was deflected by Miller, who had anticipated the move, causing it to slip from Curry's grasp. Miller seized the opportunity, charging forward to reclaim the ball. Curry and Westbrook pursued, while Miller, though lacking in speed, possessed ample experience. Upon reaching the basket, he thrust his backside to withstand Curry's defense and successfully executed a layup. The score is now 2-4. Presti shook his head, clearly still too anxious, as he noted the missed opportunity to break through, along with the conspicuous passing that seemed to disregard Miller's presence. Miller, after all, was the 8th player in history to reach 15,000 points and 7,500 assists. Curry continued to control the ball at the arc, distributing it to Westbrook. Westbrook, confronted by an unguarded Fernandez, accelerated into a drive. He bypassed him, entering the paint. Facing Marcus Camby, he attempted a left-side layup. Wham! Camby swatted it away with great force. The ball ricocheted, and Ibaka secured it, dribbling while challenging Aldridge. Executing a turnaround hook shot, Aldridge raised his arms, successfully interfering with the shot. It missed, and a battle for the rebound ensued. DeAndre Jordan was pinned down by Camby. Losing his advantageous position, while Aldridge secured the ball, Miller brought the ball to the arc. This time, he opted against driving, instead backing down Curry in the paint. He nudged again, pushing Curry nearly to the 3-second area, and suddenly spun to shoot. Swish. 2-6. Witnessing this, Presti was abruptly reminded of Andre Miller's technical prowess. He had forgotten that Miller's forte was indeed backing down opponents. His 200-pound frame provided an unparalleled advantage at the point guard position, making it impossible for Curry to defend. Observing another possession, Presti felt a timeout was inevitable. Curry brought the ball to the arc, passing it to Durant, who faced Batum, crossover. He penetrated, arriving at the free throw line. He jumped for a shot. Swish. 4-6. Clap. 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 The fans had been holding back for too long. They could finally applaud. Miller dribbled to the arc, continuing to back down Curry. Once more, he pushed Curry back to his previous position, this time executing a sudden spin. Creating space, he released the shot. Swish. 4-8. Beep. The Thunder called for a timeout. Presti could no longer bear to watch. The players approached with their heads bowed, and at that moment, Presti truly wanted to shout at them, but seeing their despondent expressions, he restrained himself. Presti, holding the tactical board, began with an admission of fault. It is my mistake. I underestimated the Trailblazers, and I do not blame any of you. Upon hearing Presti take responsibility, the players lifted their heads in unison, and Curry, unable to contain himself, added, "It is my fault. I performed poorly and could not secure the ball." Presti patted Curry on the shoulder and said, "It is not your fault." After uttering these words, Presti crouched down, pointing at the tactical board with his pen, and remarked, "The opposing team has many seasoned players. It's understandable that we may struggle to defend in the first game due to unfamiliarity, but we must showcase our own characteristics and execute our offense." He continued, "Curry, during the offense, after using a screen, shoot immediately, or as you run out of position, release the ball without hesitation. You must find your rhythm and establish your feel for the game. Only then can our strategy come to fruition. Do you understand? Westbrook, you'll defend Miller, while Curry matches up against Fernandez. Additionally, Jordan, you will take on Aldridge in a one-on-one situation, providing physical resistance. Ibaka, you will start at the center position. Offensively, do not attack the basket. Instead, use your mid-range shot to draw Camby out, allowing Westbrook to penetrate freely. Jordan's lower body stability surpasses that of Ibaka. He needs to observe how effectively he can defend Aldridge alone. He genuinely wishes to avoid double-teaming Aldridge, as doing so would inevitably leave another player open, posing too great a risk. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Chapter 82, The Expected Chill, Part 2. Upon reaching the arc, Curry brought the ball forward, and Jordan immediately stepped up to set a screen. As he maneuvered around the screen, he took the shot. Clang. It clanged off the rim. Camby secured the rebound and passed to Miller, who slowly dribbled to the arc. Westbrook approached defensively, but Miller continued to the wing, backing down his opponent. He was still able to push against Westbrook, though at a much slower pace. Once he reached a familiar position, he suddenly turned and shot. It clanged again. The defense proved effective. Although Miller could push Westbrook, he struggled, and by the time he shot, he had lost his rhythm. The rebound was seized by Jordan, and an opportunity for a fast break emerged. Jordan passed the ball to the sprinting Curry. Just as Curry moved, he was grabbed by Fernandez, a tactical foul to prevent the Thunder from executing a fast break. Westbrook inbounded the ball to Curry, who called for Durant to set a screen. Durant moved forward. Curry utilized Durant's screen, driving inward, while Durant immediately relocated to the arc. Fernandez opted not to follow Curry, but instead came to double-team Durant. Thus, Curry found himself wide open. Presti rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to regain his shooting touch. He took the shot, but alas, it struck the back rim. Oh dear. Presti could not contain himself and clapped his hands together forcefully. Curry's performance today was exceedingly poor, a most unusual sight, as he seemed devoid of any rhythm. Logically, one would consider substituting him at this juncture. However, Presti would not entertain such an action. To do so would undoubtedly instill a sense of distrust in himself, leading to self-doubt and a potential loss of confidence, which could adversely affect his future achievements. Thus, Even if they were to lose today, he would refrain from benching Curry. Camby secured the rebound and passed to Miller, who advanced the ball. At the arc, he called for a screen, maneuvered past it, and entered the paint. Delivering the ball to a cutting Camby. Camby received the pass, took a dribble, and executed a powerful dunk. Bam! The ball ricocheted off the rim. And Ibaka was called for a foul, leading to 2 free throws for Camby. As Camby approached the free throw line, the Blazers substituted Fernandez and Aldridge, bringing in Bales and Howard. Upon witnessing this, Presti substituted Ibaka and Curry for Gibson and Harden. As the first quarter was nearing its conclusion, Camby made one of 2 free throws. Harden advanced with the ball, confronted by Miller, while DeAndre Jordan stepped forward to set a screen. Utilizing Jordan's screen, Harden maneuvered to the left, and Jordan rolled to the basket. A bounce pass. Alas, the ball was lost. Miller seized the moment, swiping it away, and sprinted to reclaim possession. Meanwhile, the newly entered Dwight Howard merely trailed behind, but as they reached the rim, Howard leapt high and emphatically slammed the ball down. It was mesmerizing. Everything felt surreal today. Presti shook his head, reflecting that while he anticipated a sense of disorientation, he never imagined it would reach such an extent. Failing to defend was one thing, but the inability to execute tactics and missing open shots was quite another. Harden brought the ball to the arc, where Westbrook reached out for it. Once the ball was in Westbrook's hands, he faced the freshly entered Bellas and made a determined drive. He got past him. The Trail Blazers' paint began to collapse, and Westbrook charged to the basket. Confronted by Camby and the encroaching Howard, rather than forcing a shot, he opted to pass to the newly unguarded Gibson. Gibson received the ball and attempted a mid-range shot. Yet again, it failed to find the mark, and he rebounded his own miss, securing the first defensive rebound of the game. He swiftly transferred the ball to Durant on the right side. Upon receiving the ball, Durant took an immediate jumper. Finally, it found the net. Presti lamented that Durant was a more reliable option. Perhaps it was time to emphasize the synergy between Westbrook and Durant. The Thunder players recognized that Durant's shooting touch remained intact, leading them to increasingly isolate him for one-on-one opportunities in the ensuing offensive plays. Meanwhile, Westbrook tirelessly leveraged his explosive driving ability to dismantle the defense, effectively altering the Trail Blazers' defensive strategy. On the other hand, with Aldridge sidelined, the Blazers lost their interior defensive presence, allowing Gibson to assist in guarding the ball handler's drives, thereby disrupting the Trail Blazers' offensive rhythm. Consequently, the situation stabilized temporarily, with the score remaining within single digits until 3 minutes into the second quarter, where the score stood at 25-33. The Blazers reintroduced Aldridge, while Presti opted to bring Ibaka onto the court. As soon as Aldridge entered the game, the Blazers' offense sprang back to life, their low-post attacks proving nearly unstoppable. Conversely, the Thunder's offense continued to rely heavily on Durant's isolation plays, yet his limitations became evident. Fatigue set in, leading to a sharp decline in his shooting percentage. Fortunately, as the quarter approached its conclusion, Westbrook regained some rhythm, hitting 2 consecutive pull-up jump shots, preventing the score from widening excessively. As the second quarter concluded, the Blazers led the Thunder 47-35. In the locker room, the atmosphere was somber. Everyone understood the root of the problem. Poor perimeter shooting had tightened the opponent's defense, rendering even the most penetrative Westbrook unable to drive inside, forcing him to resort to mid-range attempts. Presti understood that it was unreasonable to impose strict expectations upon them, considering this was their inaugural foray into the playoffs. He refrained from placing blame, opting instead to alter his strategy by resolutely double-teaming Aldridge, accepting that other players might capitalize on this defensive focus. On the offensive end, Curry continued to shoot, while Westbrook relentlessly penetrated the paint, determined to make an impact. As the second half commenced, the Thunder fans remained undeterred by the players' lackluster performance, continuing to chant OKC in unwavering support of their team. Curry passed the ball to Westbrook, who orchestrated the play while Curry made off-ball movements. However, it was rather awkward, as Curry had yet to score after 11 attempts. His defender seemed disinclined to pursue him vigorously, allowing him to effortlessly find open space. Westbrook delivered the ball to Curry, who took an uncontested shot, only to miss yet again. "Luck is no longer on our side," Presti silently lamented. "There are days when even the most accurate shooters struggle, when every attempt seems to miss, as if the hoop conspires against them." Meanwhile, Aldridge of the Trail Blazers received the ball, and as DeAndre Jordan moved in to double-team, Aldridge expertly threaded a pass to the unguarded Camby, who executed a thunderous dunk with ease. At this moment, Presti truly yearned to storm onto the court and unleash a fervent roar at them. During halftime, it was discussed that they could afford to disregard Miller, Beria, and even Batum, as they were all perimeter players with a likelihood of missing their shots, especially considering Miller and Beria's dismally low shooting percentages. However, they could not afford to overlook Camby, for his receipt of the ball in the paint would inevitably lead to a thunderous dunk. Presti called a timeout, resolutely choosing not to coddle them any longer. He dismissed the notion of fearing a loss of confidence if they could not endure this little pressure. Then they were hardly deserving of the title of superstars. He relinquished the home court advantage, intending instead to let them sit on the bench and reflect deeply. The players were substituted, making way for Livingston, Matthews, Gibson, Batum, and Collison. Presti sat on the bench, coldly stating, "Take a good look at how they defend." Although the players felt ashamed, they heeded Presti's words and attentively observed the match. The lineup that took the court, despite lacking offensive prowess, displayed an earnest commitment to defense, avoiding the lapses seen earlier in the game, which kept the score close until the final whistle. Ultimately, the Thunder succumbed to the Trailblazers with a score of 92-107 at home. Disappointed fans gradually departed the arena, while reporters surged in. Presti did not decline interviews. Instead, he unusually accepted all requests. Chapter 83. The motivation for counterattack. Presti, how do you evaluate the team's performance tonight? A reporter eagerly inquired. A performance akin to utter nonsense, Presti replied coolly. Your style resembles a fast-paced game, emphasizing defensive counterattacks, yet this strategy failed to materialize in the match. Was this due to a tactical shift? The reporter pressed on. The Blazers coach executed an outstanding strategy, successfully limiting our approach, which is why we could not implement our game plan, Presti responded, deliberately omitting mention of the poor outside shooting, as he wished to avoid placing undue pressure on the players. How do you assess the players' performances today? The reporter posed another question after Presti had finished. Their performance was lacking, but the fault lies with me. Before the game, I failed to clearly define our tactics and did not analyze the Blazers, leaving the players unprepared and caught off guard, which contributed to our subpar performance. Presti took full responsibility. Which players from the opposing team left a lasting impression on you? After this match, do you believe the team will progress further? The reporter inquired once more. All of them left an indelible mark. They executed remarkably well as a cohesive unit. Had they not faced us, I believe they would advance significantly, Presti stated, suddenly flashing a confident smile. The reporter, who had been nodding in agreement, was taken aback by Presti's last remark. After all, he had just been thoroughly dominated throughout the game. That final statement alone could generate a separate news article. After several minutes, Presti concluded his responses to the reporter's final question and returned to the locker room. Inside the locker room, a heavy silence lingered. The players sat with their heads bowed, not uttering a single word. Presti entered the room, and the players immediately rose to their feet, their heads bowed, akin to children awaiting reprimand. Though initially consumed by anger, Presti's ire dissipated upon witnessing this scene. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "There is no need for such theatrics. It's merely one lost game. We still have 4 more matches ahead." Little Jordan appeared perplexed. Yet his guilt compelled him to cast a fleeting glance at Presti before lowering his gaze once more. Presti, rendered speechless, found the situation almost absurd. It was truly baffling that they could not discern his intent, which was simultaneously amusing and exasperating. He continued, "We have 4 games to send them home." He then instructed, "This evening, upon returning home, I want each of you to diligently review the game footage, repeatedly. Remember, you have never let me down. Even if you face a sweep, I will still receive what I am due. However, you are not in the same position. If you continue to perform like this, both your wealth and your women will vanish." Upon hearing the mention of women and money, the players' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Presti, momentarily bewildered. Presti also recognized this, and after clearing his throat a few times, he remarked, "Well, that sounds rather mundane. To rephrase it, if you continue to perform so poorly, when your rookie contracts expire, your love and careers may very well come to an end." The players erupted in laughter, as their coach truly possessed a sense of humor. However, they fully understood the wisdom in his words. Their entire focus was devoted to the game, and once the opportunity to play was lost, many would genuinely be at a loss for what to do with their lives. Therefore, they would never squander their chances. After bidding farewell to Presti, they resolved to diligently review the game tapes that evening to rectify their shortcomings. Presti, of course, could not rest easy that night. He acknowledged his miscalculation initially. He had underestimated the Trailblazers. In hindsight, the Blazers indeed presented a formidable challenge. He recalled that in a previous life, this very roster had battled fiercely against Nash and Stoudemire's Suns for 6 grueling games, with the 7th match determined only in the final moments. A fast-paced team like is needed to impose its rhythm against a squad like the Blazers. Curry is crucial, Presti thought silently. If Curry failed to regain his shooting touch in the next game, he would have to overhaul their entire strategy. Reverting to the tactics employed by the Thunder in his past life, relying on their 2 star players for offense and employing relentless switching on defense. Soon, the dawn of a new day arrived, and the news was overwhelming. Coverage of the Thunder versus Blazers game dominated every page of the newspapers, nearly all reporting on the Thunder's dismal defeat. The articles predominantly criticized the Thunder, particularly targeting Presti. Prior to the playoffs, Presti had boasted of championship aspirations. Yet as the postseason commenced, his ambitions, his dreams, were ruthlessly shattered. While his regular season tactics were indeed captivating and exhilarating, with commendable results, the intensity of the playoffs was incomparable. Their fast-paced style could not be executed. The game clearly illustrated this, with the team being thoroughly suppressed throughout. Thus, it was predictable that, with just 3 more games, their journey would come to an end. Naturally, Presti could take pride in reaching the playoffs in just his 3rd year, but such a statement seemed steeped in sarcasm. Presti smiled in disbelief. He genuinely wondered how he would articulate the Thunder's potential to secure 4 consecutive victories. Continuing onward, Curry had exhibited exceptional prowess during the regular season, boasting an impressively high shooting percentage, particularly with a 3-point accuracy of 43. However, upon entering the playoffs, his shooting became a struggle, almost unbearable to witness. Can one envision a player who goes 0 for 15, relying solely on free throws for a meager 2 points, being the cornerstone of a team? A player like Curry may excel in the regular season, yet falter when the intensity of the playoffs escalates. Thus, I sincerely hope Presti recognizes Curry's limitations and refrains from placing excessive pressure on him. Achieving the status of an ordinary all-star would suffice, without the need for public accolades. As for Westbrook, his explosive athleticism is overshadowed by a lack of strategic thinking, often resorting to mindless drives with poor shooting choices. Reflecting on the recent opening game, when faced with a compressed defense, his performance was untenable. He was relegated to an incessant barrage of missed outside shots, an utter disaster. As for Harden, I need not elaborate. It is astonishing that Presti would select him with the 3rd overall pick, boldly proclaiming he would become a top-tier superstar. Is it possible to rely on his ability to break through defenses? Is being the general manager of the Thunder truly that simple? I could do it too. The only player with star potential on the Thunder is Durant, but his future development remains uncertain. Yet, this lone promising talent was not utilized as the focal point for offensive strategies. Instead, the team relied on a point guard who went 0 for 15 to initiate their offense. Presti flipped through the contents of other publications, noting that they largely echoed similar criticisms. The most amusing part was a page featuring a prediction contest, speculating how many games the Thunder would be sent home after. Options ranged from 3 to 4, 5, and even 6 games, yet conspicuously absent was the option for the Thunder to win. This was a perfect opportunity to ignite their spirits. Thus, Presti took the newspaper and entered the arena, gathering the players together and reading the contents aloud, word for word. Chapter 84, Thunder Madness, Part 1. Upon finishing the article, although the players remained silent, Presti could unmistakably sense the simmering anger in their eyes. With the second game looming tomorrow, he urged them to silence all doubters through their actions. Presti's gaze swept over each individual as he coldly declared. The players did not respond verbally, yet their tightly clenched fists spoke volumes. On April 20th, the Thunder's home crowd was still filled with fans, undeterred by the previous defeat. Instead, they continued to show their unwavering support for their team. Their attire had seen a slight change. Fans donned deep blue t-shirts on one side, creating a tumultuous sea of color, while those in the middle wore white t-shirts, the blue and white contrast creating a striking visual impact. Presti led the Thunder through the players' tunnel and onto the court, where the fans erupted in a thunderous cheer, fervently proclaiming their unwavering support for the Thunder. Yesterday, in an interview, Presti was asked about today's game. His words were succinct yet powerful, noting that this series would conclude after 4 more games. Of course, as the report emerged, the critiques continued unabated, yet Presti had never been as determined to secure a victory as he was today, striving for success through sheer skill rather than relying on strategy. On the other hand, the Trail Blazers players were filled with excitement, while the Thunder's enthusiasm was tinged with fury. This match was destined to alter the course of the entire series. Moments later, both teams approached the center court, and the game was about to commence. The referee tossed the ball into the air for the jump ball, marking the official start of the match. Trail Blazers starting lineup: Andre Miller, Rudy Fernandez, Nicholas Batum, LaMarcus Aldridge. Marcus Camby. Thunder's starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan. The first possession belonged to the Trail Blazers. Miller advanced the ball to the front court. Controlling it at the right arc, facing Westbrook, he opted not to force a drive but instead swiftly passed it to Fernandez. Fernandez received the ball and charged into the left side of the paint, soaring for a layup. Wham! Ibaka delivered a resounding block. Ibaka made it clear to the Trail Blazers that to penetrate the paint, they must first get past him, the formidable defensive wall. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound and passed it to Curry. Curry dribbled past half court, moving to the right arc. He handed the ball to Westbrook, who received a screen from Ibaka. Utilizing the screen, Westbrook entered the paint, while Ibaka swiftly retreated to the three-point line. Westbrook passed the ball to him, an open shot. Ibaka sank the three-pointer. 3-0. Clap. Clap. The fans erupted in applause before gradually settling down, sensing that today's Thunder was markedly different from yesterday's. Miller passed the ball to Camby. Camby turned but found no opportunity, quickly dishing it out to Batum on the perimeter. Batum then passed to Miller in the middle. Miller charged straight in, with Ibaka swiftly rotating for help defense. Miller attempted a floater, but missed. No, Ibaka's intimidating presence in the paint was formidable. Durant grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball himself, moving to the left arc before executing a bounce pass that broke through the defense. He found DeAndre Jordan in the paint. Jordan received the ball and made a quick layup. Beep. Camby was called for a foul. At this moment, Presti nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines, thoroughly impressed by the performance. Both defensively and offensively, it was remarkably clear. DeAndre Jordan stood at the free throw line, making 1 out of 2 attempts, bringing the score to 4-0. Miller brought the ball to the top of the arc before swiftly passing it to Aldridge, seeking the most reliable option. Ibaka, aware that the priority today was to defend Aldridge, continued to apply physical pressure even when Aldridge was without the ball. By the time Aldridge received the ball, he found himself outside his most familiar position. Aldridge backed down on Ibaka, pushing once, then again. Just as he prepared to make his move, DeAndre Jordan swiftly came to double-team him. Sensing the impending trap, Aldridge promptly passed the ball to the open Camby beneath the basket. Such a mistake was not to be repeated. Westbrook was already in position, swiftly snatching the ball. Accelerating into the front court, he distributed it to Curry. Curry launched a trailing three-pointer. It was good. 7-0. Presti and the Thunder's bench stood up in excitement as Curry sank a three-pointer, applauding fervently. Curry had ignited the game, altering its dynamics entirely. The Trail Blazers promptly called a timeout amid the raucous cheers and clapping of the fans, who were reveling in the rhythm that perfectly matched the Thunder's tempo. Upon the resumption of play, Miller continued to distribute the ball to Aldridge, while the Thunder maintained their defensive pressure. Aldridge quickly passed to an unguarded Fernandez, who found himself a meter away, unchallenged, and took the shot, finally scoring. 7-2. If a player known for poor long-range shooting were to score, Presti would accept it. Yet the defensive strategy would remain unchanged. Curry advanced the ball to the top of the arc, where Ibaka stepped out. Utilizing a screen, Curry deftly shifted laterally and unleashed another three-pointer. 10-2. Miller brought the ball to the arc, with Camby setting a screen. After maneuvering around Camby's screen, Miller was taken aback by the absence of defenders. With no one contesting him, he attempted a shot, but missed badly. The Thunder's strategy against Miller encouraged him to shoot. The long rebound was secured by Curry, who instinctively launched a chest pass to Durant, who was sprinting down the court. Fernandez found himself mismatched and could only retreat. Durant was fouled and effortlessly sunk both free throws. Miller quickly seized the opportunity as the Thunder retreated, racing to the front court to distribute the ball to Aldridge in the paint. With Jordan not present, Aldridge executed a slight push and turned for a fadeaway jumper, scoring. 10-4. Curry controlled the ball past half court, passing to Durant at the free throw line, who swiftly moved the ball to the right arc where Curry emerged from his screen to take another three-pointer. Well, it hit. 13-4. Miller rapidly advanced again, passing to Batum, who similarly sidestepped and scored. 13-7. Westbrook received the ball at the arc, swiftly bypassing Miller. The Thunder's perimeter shooting was too precise to allow for defensive adjustments. Entering the paint, he ignored Camby and easily laid it in. Both teams showcased their rhythm, exchanging blows. Yet the Thunder maintained a lead of approximately 7 points over the Blazers. As the game progressed into the midpoint of the fourth quarter, Presti adjusted his lineup, substituting Jordan for Green, who took on the 4 spot. The Blazers initiated the attack, exploiting mismatches to set up Camby. Camby faced off against Jeff Green, who fouled him immediately. Camby converted one of 2 free throws, and after the second miss, Ibaka secured the rebound. With a long pass, Ibaka found Durant beneath the basket, who drew the defense and distributed the ball to Westbrook in the right corner. Another three-pointer was launched, and it found its mark. Meanwhile, Camby received the ball again. But as Ibaka switched to defend him, Camby turned and collided with Ibaka, resulting in a traveling violation. Curry took control of the ball at the top of the arc and passed to Westbrook in the right corner. Westbrook dribbles forward, setting up Miller for a mid-range shot. It continues to soar. Meanwhile, Batum, clearly anxious, receives a pass at the arc and launches a three-pointer. It misses, but Westbrook secures the rebound, swiftly delivering a long pass to Curry, who then dishes it out to Durant on the left side. Another three-pointer is good. Beep. Timeout for the Trailblazers. A relentless offensive surge over the past 3 minutes. It leaves one in awe. After a moment of silence, the Thunder fans erupt into a tremendous cheer. Enchanted by the dazzling display of offense, the fans rise to applaud. The commentators, momentarily speechless, finally utter, in 2 minutes. The Trailblazers will surely be unable to recover. Even Silver, watching from home, cannot contain his admiration, exclaiming, "That was exquisite." Although Presti, having witnessed countless sequences of three-pointers from the Warriors, remains profoundly impressed. Moments later, the game resumes. Chapter 85, to be continued tomorrow with 3 more chapters. Chapter 86, Thunder Madness, Part 2. The Trailblazers have introduced Miller, Baylor, Batum, Aldridge, and Camby in a final attempt to fight back. Yet, everyone understands the futility. It is impossible for the Trailblazers to execute a 15-0 run within 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, the game concludes, and the Thunder fans rise as one, applauding and cheering for their players. The Thunder dominate the game with a score of 107-92, leveling the series at 1-1. In the next match, the Thunder will face the Trailblazers on their home court. Following the victory, Presti promptly leads the players back to the locker room, avoiding interviews from the reporters who rushed in, informing them that their questions would be addressed at the press conference. The players hurry to shower. Presti waits in the locker room. Moments later, the players return, all dressed and composed, heads held high and backs straight, following Presti to the press conference. Presti, having decided last minute to only grant interviews at the press conference, forgets to instruct them to arrange the table longer. However, upon arrival, he cannot help but commend. "You truly understand my intentions," as he brought an unprecedented total of 17 players to attend. Presti, Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Harden, and Jeff Green took their seats in succession. Once seated, the journalists commenced their inquiries. "Presti, could you elucidate the key factors behind this resounding victory over your opponents? Following your previous loss, what adjustments did you implement to achieve today's success?" "The pivotal aspect was that our players showcased their inherent capabilities," Presti responded. "As for adjustments, I simply advised my players to relax at home. We essentially gifted the first game to our opponents." He shrugged nonchalantly. "Relax at home? You handed a gift to your adversaries? Are you aware of how audacious this sounds? Do the Trailblazers know?" The reporters fervently snapped photographs, sensing a sensational story in the making. "Presti, this marks the second playoff game of your career. Following the defeat in the first match, did you anticipate a victory in the second?" Presti immediately displayed an expression of having survived a calamity. "Initially, following the first defeat, I retained a glimmer of confidence. However, upon perusing the subsequent day's news, that confidence evaporated entirely. It is worth noting that a legendary journalist had remarked before the match that the Thunder were vulnerable. With 3 more games left in the series, the pressure is immense. Legendary status, indeed. What a farce. Amidst this mounting pressure, there were bold proclamations made before the matches to vanquish the Trailblazers in 4 games. Some assert that the tactical nucleus of the Thunder is Curry. Others claim it is Durant, and there are even those who argue for Westbrook. So, who truly embodies the essence of the Thunder? A reporter inquired. "Curry, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden can all be nurtured as the core of a team," Presti began to respond, yet the journalists below gasped in astonishment. Even now, daring to make such assertions? The reporters erupted into a flurry of fervent applause. When Presti mentioned these individuals, each person's expression varied. Most notably, it was Harden who appeared taken aback. He had always perceived a slight disparity between himself and the top three, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Presti's regard for him, feeling a tinge of secret delight within. Presti continued by stating, "At present, the focal point is Curry. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Centering the team around Curry will maximize the potential of the players. You will understand this in due time." While many are aware that the Thunder's nucleus is Curry, it remains astonishing to hear Presti confirm this in person. Especially considering Curry is merely a rookie. This revelation can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most significant headlines of the day. One might ponder where this leaves Durant. As Presti boldly acknowledges Curry as the core, an audacious declaration indeed. Upon hearing Presti's affirmation of his role as the centerpiece, Curry was nearly moved to tears. Although he sensed his significance, he dared not to be certain. Who would consider a rookie as the cornerstone of a team? Who would entrust a newcomer, often underestimated by outsiders, with such a pivotal role? Yet, Presti has done just that, bestowing upon him unwavering confidence. Curry silently vowed never to betray the trust placed in him by his manager. Presti was acutely aware that by explicitly naming Curry as the cornerstone of the team, he would inevitably stir various opinions among the players. However, he felt compelled to take this decisive step, understanding that prolonging the ambiguity would only be detrimental. Establishing a clear core is vital for the team's success. The historical defeat of the Heat to the Mavericks serves as a poignant reminder of the chaos that ensues when the true leader remains undefined. The press conference concluded swiftly, and Presti, accompanied by the players, departed. They would take the night to rest and board a flight to Portland early the next morning. On the following day, upon their arrival in Portland, Presti exuberantly proclaimed, "I see my conquest." The Thunder players, upon hearing Presti's declaration, erupted in fervent cheers of agreement. After Presti and the players deposited their luggage at the hotel, they proceeded to the arena for practice, determined to triumph over their adversaries the following day. On the evening of April 22nd, the Thunder and the Trail Blazers faced off in their third game. Much like the Thunder's home crowd, the audience here was equally passionate about basketball, with every seat occupied. Prior to the match, the Trail Blazers officially announced the return of Roy. His comeback not only rekindled the confidence of the Blazers fans, but also garnered increased optimism from the media, with some outlets speculating whether they would lead the Thunder by over 15 points by the end of the third quarter. In the locker room, Presti remarked with a smile, "Why do certain media outlets always forget their past errors? Do they enjoy being proven wrong?" Westbrook asserted with conviction, "If Roy starts, I will guard him. If he comes off the bench, I shall face him there." Matthews, who had yet to deliver a standout performance, chimed in, "If he is on the bench, I'll match up against him." Harden, not wishing to be outdone, was about to speak up. Presti, with a satisfied tone, declared, "All right, there's no need for contention. The injured Roy is not a point of reference. We shouldn't focus on him. We will play as we did yesterday. If you perform at 60%, there's no need to worry about the score. At 80%, you'll match yesterday's performance. And at 100%, well, that would be akin to a father playing against his son." The players, upon hearing Presti's jest about a father and son, couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily alleviating their tension. As the time approached, Presti strode to the locker room door, gesturing dramatically as he proclaimed, "Let us go, time to dominate." The arena erupted with cheers, yet Presti, as the adversary, felt no hostility from the crowd. He was confident that the players would feel the same, thereby diminishing the pressure they faced. Presti firmly believed that a playoff home court should exude an intimidating aura, one that would unnerve opposing teams. Uniformity in attire is fundamental for creating a devilish home advantage, something the Trail Blazers lacked. Thus, this arena is now ours to conquer. Chapter 87, The Madness of Ray, Part 3. Both teams gathered at center court as the ball was tossed into the air. DeAndre Jordan leaped with all his might, skillfully tipping the ball to Curry. At last, they had won a jump ball against Camby. The game officially commenced. The Trail Blazers' starting five remained unchanged: Miller, Fernandez, Batum, Aldridge, and Camby. The Thunder's starting lineup was also consistent: Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. Curry, with the ball at the top of the key, faced Miller and executed a behind-the-back move. Suddenly, he dribbled low. Underneath the basket stood only DeAndre Jordan. He seized the ball and effortlessly laid it in. 0-2. Curry no longer appeared as anxious facing Miller as he had in the first match. He was now composed. Presti was thoroughly pleased with Curry's recent play. Meanwhile, Miller swiftly brought the ball up court, taking advantage of Durant's momentary distraction to pass to Batum. Batum shot from the open position. Missed. Ibaka secured the rebound and quickly passed to the sprinting Westbrook. Alas, a turnover. It was intercepted by Fernandez. Fernandez promptly passed to the advancing Miller. An open layup converts. 2-2. Curry received the ball at the arc, executing a handoff to Westbrook. Westbrook dribbled twice, then accelerated. He maneuvered past Fernandez to the right side beneath the basket. Fernandez was in hot pursuit, while Camby loomed with both hands raised. In a flash, Curry cut through the air, receiving the ball for a soft jumper. 2-4. Aldridge now had the ball as the Thunder continued their strategy of double-teaming. Aldridge, brimming with energy, disregarded the approaching DeAndre Jordan and executed a jump shot. It found its mark. 4-4. Curry continued to advance, utilizing DeAndre Jordan's screen to penetrate the paint, with Jordan rolling to the basket. In midair, he attempted an alley-oop. However, Camby anticipated the play, leaping to intercept. With the ball now in Camby's possession, he launched it down court, while Westbrook hastened to defend. Aldridge, having secured the ball, disregarded the approaching Westbrook, for the mismatch advantage was too palpable. He took the shot. It found its mark. Meanwhile, Durant faced off against Batum, but his pull-up jumper fell short. The fast break continued. Aldridge thundered down another dunk, bringing the score to 6-4. Curry, utilizing a screen, penetrated the defense and immediately dished the ball to the cutting Westbrook. Westbrook attempted a layup. Slap. Camby delivered a resounding block. Aldridge seized the rebound and passed it to Miller, who propelled the ball forward. Miller swiftly located Curry, denying Westbrook any chance to defend, leaned in, executed a spin, and launched a shot. It was good. 8-4. Beep. Presti called for a timeout. Though the Thunder displayed commendable form, the Trail Blazers were equally impressive, bolstered by the advantage of playing on home turf. Consequently, the Thunder, instead of dominating as they did in the previous game, found themselves somewhat bewildered by the Trail Blazers' defensive prowess, leading to a series of uncharacteristic turnovers. Presti substituted Curry and Westbrook, bringing in Harden and Batum, with Harden taking control of the ball and Batum tasked with defending Miller. Given the opponent's high-intensity defense, the Thunder opted to utilize their bench to wear down the opposing team, anticipating that fatigue would set in later. The results were immediate. Although the Thunder's offense showed no improvement, the opposing team's attack became stagnant. Batum's defense far surpassed that of Westbrook, and Miller found himself struggling under the relentless pressure, leading to his swift substitution. As it was time for a rotation, Presti replaced all the starters with Jeff Green, Gibson, and Collison, when Aldridge also took a seat. Both teams entered a defensive battle, with offense essentially at a standstill. The recently returned Roy, under Batum's tenacious defense, performed modestly, especially considering his significant injury history. The first half concluded with the Trail Blazers holding a 5-point lead over the Thunder. In the locker room, Presti addressed his players. As the second half commences, Livingston, Matthews, Jeff Green, Gibson, and Collison, you are on the court. When the offense stagnates, Livingston, I permit you to use your back-to-basket game. Do not feel pressured. It's acceptable if your group trails by a few points, but remember to play steadily and exhaust the shot clock. The halftime break soon ended, and they returned to the game. As Presti set this lineup, it was clear that the media would mock him, with Trail Blazers commentators exclaiming, Presti is showcasing his baffling substitution tactics, bringing Livingston into the fray. Can he even compete at this intensity? However, just as those words left their lips, they were swiftly proven wrong. Livingston executed a back-to-basket move against Miller in the right paint. Although he didn't T-push him, he established a rhythm, turning and shooting a jumper to score 2 points. The commentators found themselves at a loss for words, their previous mockery hanging in the air. When Aldridge successfully scored over Gibson, they resumed their commentary. By the midpoint of the third quarter, the Thunder found themselves trailing by 9 points, prompting Presti to call a timeout and reinsert the starters. After a well-deserved rest, the starters came out aggressively, quickly narrowing the deficit by 4 points. But the tension remained palpable as both teams continued to contest fiercely. Some reporters, particularly those covering the Trail Blazers, began mocking the Thunder's offense as it faced significant resistance. Presti was exasperated, wondering if these individuals could not refrain from their incessant jibes and allow the Rip City to earn a modicum of respect. As the game intensified and approached the fourth quarter, many neutral fans believed the Thunder were destined to lose, while Trail Blazers supporters were confident in their impending victory. Presti called a timeout, and the Thunder are poised to unleash their madness. Presti fielded a lineup featuring Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Harden, and Ibaka. This formation, undoubtedly deemed a reckless gamble, left spectators utterly stunned as the match commenced. Curry, dribbling towards the center, executed a bounce pass to Westbrook. Westbrook sped past Biyombo, soaring for a jumper. He found the backboard and scored. The whistle blew. An additional free throw. Miller advanced with the ball, but Curry's relentless defense drew a foul. The Trail Blazers regained possession, and Biyombo maneuvered towards the basket, only to be forced out of bounds by Ibaka's tenacious defense. Thunder possession. Durant accelerated past the left side at a 45-degree angle, his most familiar spot, and launched a three-pointer. Swish, swish, swish. The Trail Blazers called for a timeout. The arena fell silent, and in an instant, the deficit was erased. Upon returning to play, Aldridge executed a strong move, scoring. Conversely, Westbrook made a full-court dash, only to unexpectedly dish the ball back to Curry. Utilizing Westbrook as a screen, he unleashed another three-pointer. Swish. Biyombo quickly advanced to the center, passing to Biyombo. Westbrook closed in, prompting a swift pass to Batum. He launched a shot against Durant's outstretched arms. It missed. Westbrook snatched the rebound and passed it to Harden. Harden, at the top of the arc on the right side, took a trailing three-pointer. It found its mark again. Woo! Presti leaped to his feet in excitement. When the three-pointers rain down, confidence surges, and opportunities to shoot are seized without hesitation. Meanwhile, Aldridge received the ball, backing down Harden, though Harden struggled in on-ball defense. His positional defense was elite. Aldridge felt the pressure, spun, and released a shot that grazed the backboard and finally went in. Yet, Durant swiftly inbounded the ball to the front court. Ibaka, at the arc, was unguarded. The three-pointer came again. Again. It found the net, with less than a minute remaining. As Ibaka's three-pointer swished through, the Trail Blazers players resembled deflated balloons. In an instant, the score read 15-4, and Ibaka's shot fell like the scythe of death, silencing the once boisterous Rose Garden Arena as the Trail Blazers faced yet another defeat at the hands of the Thunder in such a manner. Chapter 88. The Madness of the Thunder, Part 4. 1 minute later, the game concluded. The Trail Blazers had dominated the Thunder for 3.5 quarters, but were utterly dismantled in the second half of the fourth quarter by a 15-4 run. The audience at the Rose Garden remained seated, struggling to comprehend how they had held such a significant advantage, only to be vanquished by the Thunder's reckless formation once more. The Thunder players celebrated with exuberant shoulder bumps. The Trail Blazers players wore expressions of despair, and Presti understood that 2 consecutive fourth-quarter losses had begun to erode their once unshakable confidence. In the locker room, players snapped photos, striking various exuberant poses. Presti entered the locker room, wondering what he would find. Westbrook donned his fashionable attire, adorned with numerous rips. Curry and Harden posed for a photograph, their faces mere inches apart. Durant, ensconced in a corner, was engrossed in his phone, while Ibaka fixated on his own midsection. DeAndre Jordan struck a pose. Upon the arrival of Presti, the players immediately rose to their feet, adjusting their clothing, their gazes wandering. Presti, somewhat bemused, noted the stark shift in atmosphere. Moments ago, they were exuberant, yet his presence had rendered them solemn. Was he not the embodiment of levity? When did he become the serious figure? He resolved to ensure that next time, they would all celebrate together. With this thought, Presti remarked, "Next time, invite me to join the festivities. For now, I must attend the press conference." The players exchanged glances. Despite the Trail Blazers' defeat, the press conference venue was adequately arranged. Presti, accompanied by a few individuals, attended the press briefing. Upon taking his seat, remarkably, the reporters did not rush to pose their questions. Presti chuckled as he held the microphone. "If we don't get interviewed, we might as well head back." Upon hearing this, a reporter replied, "Presti, to be honest, the time between the end of this match and the press conference is far too brief. We are still immersed in the recent game, as the shift in momentum occurred so rapidly that we remain in a state of shock. So, to be frank, I too am at a loss as to how it all unfolded. Let us savor the moment together." After Presti finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair. This posture, while we have yet to conduct the interview, certainly calls for attention to one's image. The demeanor, the stance, this could serve as a portrait. The reporter promptly lifted his camera and began snapping away. A few minutes later, one reporter cleared his throat a few times, noticing Presti leaning forward with his eyes still closed, and then asked, "Presti, Could you elaborate on how that surge of offensive play unfolded in the final quarter? Presti rubbed his eyes, realizing that he had indeed dozed off. The pressure of the playoffs and the arduous journey over the past few days had left him utterly fatigued. I'm quite exhausted, Presti admitted. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what transpired. It just happened that way. I believe it's all a matter of luck, perhaps divine favor. The journalist felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his words, taken aback by such a response. What kind of answer is that? He silently scolded himself. Striving to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, he inquired. The final lineup in the fourth quarter has been deemed a suicidal arrangement by many esteemed basketball analysts, particularly due to the glaring absence of defense against Aldridge. How is it that you managed to achieve a staggering offensive efficiency of 15-4? Presti scratched his head and remarked, the so-called renowned experts are indeed unknown. They lack understanding. His audacity to speak such words sparked a flurry of activity among the journalists, who eagerly captured the moment with their cameras. Instead of taking their seats, the reporters continued to gaze intently at Presti, who reciprocated their scrutiny. Unable to contain himself, he said, "Young journalist, why haven't you taken your seat yet? You are delaying others' inquiries, which is quite improper. You still haven't answered my question." The journalist suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, compelling himself to regain composure as he replied. "Presti, I inquired earlier about the astonishing efficiency of your offensive play, yet you have not provided an answer." Presti responded, "I believe I did answer that question. I am not entirely certain, but the esteemed experts would understand." The moment Presti spoke, the audience erupted into laughter, leaving the questioning journalist utterly mortified, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness. Although the players beside Presti did not vocalize their amusement, the flush on their faces betrayed their amusement. Today, Presti transformed into a master of wit. The reporter promptly took a seat, resolving that he would no longer interview Presti regarding the Thunder, despite the latter being a focal point of news. Following the preceding reporter's awkward predicament, he swiftly shifted his focus to interviewing Thunder players. "Curry, how did you manage to adjust after such a lackluster performance in the first game to excel in these last two?" A reporter inquired. "I listened to the coach. Relaxed at home and enjoyed some coffee," Curry responded with a smile. Another victim of Presti's influence. "Russell, what strategies did Presti convey during the timeout in the fourth quarter?" A reporter asked. "He simply told us to shoot whenever we got the ball and to seize the ball back from the opponent," Westbrook declared, microphone in hand. The reporter was momentarily taken aback by such a strategy, while others around him eagerly raised their cameras, intrigued by the Thunder's refreshing tactics. "Ibaka, after being selected by Presti, it took you until the following year to enter the NBA. Did you ever question Presti?" The reporter posed a seemingly absurd question. Presti silently pondered, "In my presence? Who would dare to question me? Only a fool would say otherwise." "Of course not," Ibaka asserted with certainty. "Presti is my life mentor. Before the draft, I tried out for over a dozen teams and was rejected by many players. Yet, I now realize that some of those who dismissed me might be watching me play in the playoffs from home. Some never got picked, and some have even left the game entirely. So, would I question Presti? Harden, as the third overall pick, you have faced considerable scrutiny. Just yesterday, Presti claimed you could be developed into a foundational player for the team. However, today you have yet to demonstrate the requisite caliber. Despite the team's victories, you have only managed to accumulate 14 points and 6 assists across these 2 games, whereas your teammate, Curry, the 6th pick, has already delivered 38 points and 12 assists, proving himself in these encounters. What do you have to say about this?" Before the reporter could finish, Curry seized the microphone from in front of Harden, ready to respond, only for Westbrook to snatch it back to his own lips. "That shit isn't finished yet." Nearby teammates also rushed to grab the microphone. At that moment, Presti stood up, took the microphone firmly, and frowned, saying, "What on earth is this?" This is a press conference, resembling a peculiar scene where Curry, Westbrook, and other players immediately lowered their heads. This spectacle astonished the reporters below, who had always perceived the relationship between coaches and players, as well as managers, to be one of collaboration. After all, in essence, coaches and managers are merely guiding a group of individuals who possess far greater wealth than themselves. If these individuals are also future superstars, one must tread even more carefully. However, the Thunder players exhibited an entirely different demeanor towards Presti, evoking the sensation of a group of elementary students facing their parents. Chapter 89. The Frenzy of Lacey, Part 5. Presti took a seat with the microphone in hand, gazing at the reporter who posed the question, and remarked, "Are you a journalist from Portland?" The reporter quickly retorted, "I am not." To which Presti coolly responded, "Then you must be unwell. I suggest you seek treatment in Los Angeles." The reporter's face instantly flushed crimson, and just as he was about to retaliate, Presti remarked, "I can comprehend the Portland reporters attempting to incite discord in our relationship, perhaps believing it may serve their interests. However, for you, who is not a Portland reporter, to express such sentiments is rather perplexing." Presti cast a sweeping glance over each journalist before articulating, "I have unequivocally stated that Harden can be nurtured as a cornerstone player on any team. The current statistics may not be impressive due to tactical necessities. Thus, in the next game, I shall allow you to witness Harden's true prowess." With that, Presti rose and continued, "Regardless of whether you are a Portland reporter, I have noted this debt against the Trailblazers, and it shall be settled in the forthcoming match." This incident subsequently led to a cautionary measure for all visiting teams facing Presti's leadership, as they would admonish journalists not to pose provocative questions during press conferences. Any violation would result in immediate blacklisting by the home team, barring them from attending any subsequent press events. After leaving the press conference, Harden trailed behind Presti. Observing his figure, though shorter and less robust than himself, there was an undeniable grandeur in Presti's silhouette, providing a sense of shelter and protection. Presti felt the intensity of Harden's gaze and turned to him, saying, "Make sure to rest well today. Tomorrow, I will discuss the strategies for the next game with you, and you shall undoubtedly make a remarkable impact." Harden nodded vigorously, replying, "Coach, I won't let you down." The following day, as Presti arrived at the gym early, he found Harden diligently practicing his long-range shots. Upon noticing Presti's arrival, Harden paused his drills and swiftly approached him. They found a quiet spot to sit, and Presti began. "Before the media, I speak with sincerity. Your potential is something you may not fully comprehend. Let me be clear. You are destined to become the premier shooting guard in the league." Harden's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed Presti's words. Initially, he had assumed that being regarded as a core player meant he would merely be the centerpiece of a struggling team. He had never anticipated that his standing in Presti's eyes would be so elevated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Presti continued, stating, "In the next game, you shall remain a substitute, yet I grant you the freedom to express yourself, providing you with unlimited shooting opportunities from the bench. Whether it be setting screens or switching onto Camby, Aldridge, or Batum, you must have confidence in your small ball play." Harden nodded in acknowledgement, if Presti believed in him. What was there to worry about? On April 22nd, the Thunder faced the Trailblazers in the fourth game of the playoffs. Prior to the match, Presti granted an interview, remarking, "I attribute the recent comments from the reporter to the Trailblazers. If they hold such a low opinion of Harden, I hope they maintain that perspective after this game." As the game commenced, despite the substantial number of Trailblazers fans in attendance, there were noticeably empty seats, indicative of the previous game's impact on their morale. This also underscored the inadequacies in the Trailblazers team culture. Presti recalled the 2015 to 2016 season when the Thunder were famously overturned by the Warriors from a 3-1 lead. Upon returning to Oklahoma after their playoff exit, they were met with a warm welcome from numerous fans. This was the stark contrast. The game quickly unfolded, with both teams maintaining their starting lineups. In the opening jump ball, DeAndre Jordan triumphed once more. Curry held the ball at the top of the arc, utilizing Jordan's screen to drive inside. Jordan rolled to the basket, launching the ball for a thunderous alley-oop dunk, an impressive display of teamwork. On the other end, Miller brought the ball up and passed it to Aldridge, who backed down before executing a smooth fadeaway jump shot success. Both teams exhibited commendable shooting, exchanging baskets, yet it was evident that the Thunder appeared more composed, while the Trailblazers played with a fierce intensity, driven by the looming threat of elimination. With less than a minute remaining in the first quarter, Presti substituted out Westbrook, Curry, and Durant, bringing Harden, Livingston, and Jeff Green onto the court. Observing the Thunder's rotation, the Trailblazers coach quickly followed suit, resting his starters. At that moment, the Thunder trailed the Blazers by 3 points, 21-24. Harden brought the ball to the top of the arc, with DeAndre Jordan moving in for a screen while Camby shadowed him. Harden lowered his center of gravity and penetrated, with Jordan advancing as well. Camby and Roy surprisingly switched defensive assignments. Harden isolated against Camby, dribbling with finesse, executing a swift change of direction to create space. Accelerating towards the basket, he drew closer to the rim, opting not for a layup but instead lofting the ball for Jordan to finish with a resounding dunk, a perfectly executed assist. Meanwhile, Babbitt advanced the ball and passed it to Roy. Roy faced Harden, sidestepping for a pull-up jumper. Clang. The shot ironed out. Harden seized the rebound and launched into a fast break, racing towards the basket against the swiftly recovering Babbitt and Camby. With a Euro step, he deftly maneuvered past both defenders, finishing with ease. Beep. The Trailblazers called a timeout. Presti observed the exiting players, clapping fervently while simultaneously substituting Ibaka and Jordan for Batum and Gibson. The game resumed shortly thereafter. The audience, relieved by the departure of Ibaka and Jordan, soon found their sigh of relief transformed into gasps as Harden executed a step-back three-pointer over Roy, followed by a remarkable 2-1 drive. Undoubtedly, the Trailblazers bench was overwhelmed. In a matter of minutes, under Harden's leadership, the Thunder amassed a 13-5 run. The Blazers fans, filled with frustration, cursed the reporter who had mocked Harden, questioning why they had previously faltered in the fourth quarter, yet this time seemed unable to endure even through 3 quarters. In response, the Blazers urgently reinstated their starters. However, Presti merely replaced Batum and Gibson with Ibaka and Jordan. This time, the fans did not breathe easy, for with great hope came greater disappointment. Indeed, the returning starters failed to execute McMillan's game plan to halt the Thunder. Instead, it was the Thunder, fueled by Harden's orchestrations, who displayed ever-increasing vigor. Ibaka and Jordan relentlessly attacked the rim, while Harden alternated between step-back three-pointers, penetrating drives that drew fouls, and dazzling Euro steps, matching the Blazers starters blow for blow. The media erupted in astonishment, questioning how Harden had become so formidable. As the second half commenced, following a few minutes of news about the Blazers starters, Presti reintroduced his starting lineup, resulting in the immediate collapse of the Blazers. Faced with a fatigued starting five, the Blazers had no choice but to urgently return their starters. Yet they were now lacking in energy against the revitalized Thunder, rendering them incapable of both offense and defense. By the fourth quarter, the game had devolved into garbage time. The fourth playoff game between the Thunder and the Blazers ultimately became merely a three-quarter shift for the Thunder players. Chapter 90, A New History for the Thunder, Part 1. During the press conference, Presti occupied the center seat, with Harden positioned to his right. As Presti and his players settled in, the journalists prepared to pose their questions, but Presti preemptively declared, before any inquiries arise, "I would like to pose a question to all of you." The reporters exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Presti's unexpected approach. After all, was not the press conference meant for them to interrogate the team? Presti placed his right hand on Harden's shoulder, patting him gently as he inquired, "What do you think of Harden's performance tonight?" The reporters exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond or who should speak first. Finally, Presti pointed to the young journalist clad in blue, asking for his opinion. The journalist, overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, could only rise with a sense of resignation and declare, "He was exceptional. He was pivotal to our victory this evening." Presti expressed his satisfaction with a nod of appreciation. Presti's smile, accompanied by a nod, instantly prompted a burst of laughter from the previously speechless reporter. It was simply too amusing, after many years in journalism. This was the first time the interviewee turned the tables and conducted an interview with such flair. Presti clasped his hands beneath his chin and continued to inquire, "If you were the general manager of the team, what kind of assets would you be willing to offer for him?" Upon hearing the word trade, Harden displayed no outward reaction, remaining as composed as ever. He understood that even if the legendary Kobe were to be proposed in exchange for him, Presti would not acquiesce. The rationale was straightforward. He was a player meticulously chosen and nurtured by Presti himself, a true protégé. Presti casually indicated a few journalists below, who, upon being called upon, stood up and expressed their thoughts in succession. One journalist remarked, "If I were the general manager of the Nuggets, I would trade Nene." Another journalist added, "If I were the general manager of the Jazz, I would trade Darren and Millsap." The final journalist stated, "If I were the general manager of the Celtics, I would seek 2 first-round picks." After listening to the responses from several reporters, Presti shook his head and declared, "No trade." Before the reporters could react, he continued, "Regarding that Celtics proposal, thank goodness you are not the general manager. You think 2 first-round picks could suffice for Harden? Your vision is severely lacking." The suggestion from the Nuggets was somewhat reasonable, but one Nene is simply inadequate. The Jazz's general manager, however, is commendable. You alone possess the potential to be a general manager. The gathered audience found Presti's remarks both amusing and perplexing, as if merely inflating the stakes could qualify one for the role. Just as the reporters were preparing to begin their inquiries, Presti abruptly stood and said, "Well, let us conclude the questions here. We need to return to Oklahoma." Without allowing a word from the reporters, he swiftly exited the press conference alongside the players. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what just transpired, as they had yet to conduct their interviews. Upon leaving the conference room, DeAndre Jordan burst into laughter, prompting the other players to join in, unable to contain their amusement. The coach was simply too entertaining. This was their first experience witnessing such antics at a press conference, and it was a rare sight to see so many reporters simultaneously taken aback. Presti took a step forward, only to remember that there was something he had yet to address. He promptly returned, peering into the press conference venue, where a multitude of reporters were engaged in fervent discussions. Presti remarked, "As for why the third quarter devolved into garbage time today, it is due to the question posed by that reporter yesterday, which ignited our entire team. Therefore, I urge you to refrain from asking such inquiries." Upon finishing his remarks, Presti promptly withdrew, leading the players back to the locker room. The Thunder players, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, even Jeff Green, who was typically known for his serious demeanor. Meanwhile, during the press conference, one journalist could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "This is utterly excessive, Presti. Indeed, he is playing with fire. He is challenging the authority of the media. How shall we hold him accountable? Does Presti care? Certainly, he does. But what emboldens him to act in such a manner? The answer is rather simple. The media and players, or the teams themselves, exist in a mutually beneficial relationship. Neither can thrive without the other. He has become such a provocative figure that the league requires him, and the media undoubtedly needs him as well. So, what can this group of journalists do? They might pen articles that undermine him or the Thunder players. Are there downsides? Yes, indeed, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages by a considerable margin." As the airplane descended upon Oklahoma, the moment Presti and his team disembarked, the resounding cheer of OKC, OKC, filled the air. Presti and his players, caught in the moment, couldn't help but smile. The Thunder fans had come to welcome them, and the warmth of their reception was palpable. Outside the terminal, some fans held signs proclaiming OKC, while others bore the names of Curry, Westbrook, and Durant. Despite the spaciousness of the airport, the fervent shouts of the fans echoed powerfully. Players eagerly shook hands with the fans outside, and the scene stirred something within Presti. He finally grasped the emotions of the players he had witnessed welcoming the Thunder fans in the past. With arms raised high, he shouted with all his might, "To the best fans, the O'Brien Trophy will belong to the Thunder this summer, and to you." Upon hearing Presti's rallying cry, the fans erupted with even greater enthusiasm, their cheers growing louder. The players joined in the chorus of excitement. On April 26th, the Thunder were set to face the Trail Blazers in the fifth game of the playoffs at the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The venue was filled to the brim with fans, creating a vast sea of blue. Many had arrived hours in advance, not for any other reason but to witness the Thunder's historic advancement into the semifinals of the playoffs. Inside the locker room, Presti stood at the entrance, waving his hand and declaring, "Today is our home court. Do you remember the fans who welcomed us that day? I later learned that some of them had waited for as long as 8 hours. After 4 games, you are now familiar with the intensity of the playoffs. Today, we will triumph over them and repay our welcoming fans, shall we?" "Yes," the players responded in unison. "Let us go and defeat them." Presti waved his hand and stepped out of the locker room towards the court, with the players closely following his lead. As Presti and the players traversed the tunnel to the arena, the atmosphere erupted. Fans stood in unison, applauding and chanting OKC, OKC, OKC. How could one not adore such fans? In such a home arena, how could players resist the urge to fight with all their might? In such an away venue, how could the visiting team not feel a twinge of apprehension? Presti observed the players of the Trail Blazers, although there was no evident fluctuation on his face. He understood the immense pressure weighing upon them, a burden that must have been unfathomable, especially considering their 3-1 deficit and the intensity of the away game. In Chapter 91, A New History for the Thunder, Part 2, various media outlets forecasted that this match would be nothing short of a cosmic collision. The Trail Blazers were poised for a do-or-die battle, determined to claim victory on home soil, while the Thunder were equally committed to delivering a triumph for their devoted fans. The commentators at the scene expressed their excitement, proclaiming that this would be a rare and fiercely contested match. They believed this encounter would not conclude hastily, but rather extend to the final minute. However, as the game commenced, the proceedings unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to expectations. In the first quarter, The Trailblazers struggled to find their rhythm under the Thunder's relentless defensive switches, failing to score on multiple attempts, while the Thunder capitalized with swift counterattacks. Curry connected on a trailing three-pointer, Westbrook executed a dazzling fast-break dunk, and Durant hit a pull-up three from the top of the arc, resulting in an immediate 8-0 lead. The Trailblazers called a timeout, and after a prolonged silence, the commentator finally remarked, "I believe that during this timeout, the Trailblazers will devise a strategy to turn the tide, and the competition will intensify." Upon the resumption of play, Miller, holding the ball at the top of the arc, sought to isolate Curry. Westbrook swiftly moved in for defense, attempting to challenge Curry, first asking the Turtle for a response. A backdown, a spin, and then, alas, a missed shot. Ibaka secured the rebound and quickly passed to Westbrook, who then distributed the ball to Curry at the left side 45-degree angle. An open three-pointer, remarkably steady. Although Miller possessed commendable playmaking abilities, he found himself at a disadvantage against the Thunder's exceptional athleticism and tenacious defense, leaving him no choice but to rely on isolation plays. He passed to Batum, who then attempted to take on Durant. After a series of dribbles, he suddenly elevated for a pull-up shot. Clang! A miss, thwarted by Durant's long reach. DeAndre Jordan grabbed the rebound and swiftly hurled the ball forward, allowing Curry to receive it and deliver a bounce pass to the cutting Westbrook, who executed a thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, an exhilarating moment, as the Thunder were on the verge of advancing to the second round. Presti sat in his chair, crossing his legs, fully aware that even in his absence, the Trailblazers were destined for defeat. With their confidence waning, how could they possibly triumph? Miller recognized that the only formidable weapon the Blazers had against the Thunder was Aldridge. Therefore, every offensive play was directed towards him. And Aldridge did not betray his teammates' trust, consistently delivering reliable fadeaway jump shots. The Blazers' offense relied heavily on Aldridge's efforts. Yet it was evident that they could not sustain this for long, as one commentator sighed. Indeed, another commentator concurred, stating that the moment Aldridge's stamina waned would signal the Blazers' collapse. In the second quarter, Presti first rotated his lineup. While the Blazers continued to rely on Aldridge and Miller, it was anticipated that having both starters on the court would help close the gap. Yet Harden once again demonstrated his core prowess, proving that his previous performance was no fluke. With his step-back three-pointer, swift Eurostep, and dazzling passes, Harden repeatedly extinguished the flickering hopes of the Blazers with his signature forward lean shot. The Blazers starters managed only a three-point lead over the Thunder's bench. In the latter part of the game, Aldridge's repeated misses signaled to Coach McMillan, "I'm exhausted. May I rest?" Once Aldridge was substituted, the Blazers' offense ground to a halt. At that moment, Presti unleashed Curry, Westbrook, and Durant, three prolific scorers. Within mere minutes, the Thunder's fast breaks left the Blazers disoriented, resulting in a 15-4 score in the final minutes. By halftime, the Blazers found themselves trailing the Thunder by 15 points. As the second half commenced, the Blazers could hardly withstand the ferocity of the Thunder. They abandoned their pursuit of rebounds, opting instead to retreat immediately after every shot, denying the Thunder opportunities for fast breaks. However, this merely delayed the Thunder's scoring onslaught, which remained relentless. The Thunder's offensive prowess showed no signs of waning, as Westbrook utilized his explosive agility to penetrate the Blazers' defense. When double-teamed, the likes of Curry, Durant, and Ibaka were more than ready to respond. Should they face no double team, it would either result in a thunderous dunk or a deft layup. Ultimately, before the conclusion of the third quarter, the Blazers had completely unraveled, with the Thunder leading by 25 points. The Thunder then substituted their key players for a rotation led by Livingston, Matthews, and Collison. Meanwhile, the Blazers continued their futile struggle. As Presti removed his starters, the entire Thunder crowd rose to their feet, applauding the heroes of their city for crafting a new chapter in Thunder history. The commentators marveled at the Thunder's achievement, noting that in just 2 years since their establishment, the team had reached such heights, boasting players with seemingly limitless talent. The most daunting aspect was their youth, given time. They could very well become another powerhouse in the NBA. Presti is truly remarkable. After several minutes, as the red light illuminated, confetti and ribbons cascaded down in celebration. The Thunder concluded their series against the Trailblazers, triumphing with a score of 4-1 to advance to the next round. Once again, the history of the Thunder has been rewritten. Remarkably, the Thunder emerged victorious. With a roster of players lacking playoff experience, it was astonishing, remarked Silver. I have closely observed the Thunder throughout this postseason, And I must admit, Presti's vision is truly remarkable. I believe the players he has selected will become foundational pillars of this league, Scott emphasized. Does the league then need to elevate the Thunder? Silver inquired. No. Not only is there no need to elevate the Thunder, but if they were to secure a championship, there would be a need to suppress them, Scott replied. Why? The Bulls have achieved a remarkable three-peat, which significantly increased the NBA's fanbase and revenue, Silver questioned. The Thunder's players are too young. I genuinely fear they might secure a 10-peat. At that point, do you think watching the NBA would still hold any intrigue? One would already know the champion before the games even commenced, Scott lamented. I see. Silver nodded in understanding. Presti personally wheeled in the champagne into the locker room, prompting an astonished outcry from the players. To everyone's surprise, Westbrook took the lead in performing an awkward dance. With a smile, Presti remarked, traditionally, only champions are entitled to celebrate with champagne. However, as a newly established team, we have made history today. With that, Presti uncorked a bottle of champagne and rushed towards the players, exclaiming, "Let us celebrate the new chapter in Thunder's history." Cheers erupted as the players lunged for the champagne, shaking the bottles open and celebrating amongst themselves. Presti, caught up in the exuberance, began to perform the horse dance, which only amplified the players' jubilant roars. Westbrook's eyes sparkled at the sight of the horse dance, and he immediately joined in, inspiring his teammates to follow suit. In an instant, the Thunder's locker room transformed into a haven of merriment. This lively scene was captured by reporters and shared online, reigniting Presti's fame. Chapter 92. Inciting Rivalry. Presti rubbed his eyes and gazed out the window before slowly rising to his feet. The exuberance of last night's revelries with his teammates had yet to dissipate, and it was no wonder that celebrations typically occurred only after securing a championship. Such indulgence was hardly bearable the following day. It seemed he would have to exercise greater restraint in the future. Suddenly, the phone beside him chimed an incoming call from Anjali. He promptly answered, "Hello. Congratulations on your team's advancement to the second round." Anjali's sultry voice resonated. "Haha. Thank you," Presti replied, feeling quite pleased with himself. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor when confronting reporters. I wonder when my father's team will finally make it to the playoffs," Anjali remarked wistfully, clearing his throat. Presti responded, "If all goes as I mentioned last time, the earliest would be next year, and at the latest, the year after." He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having met her parents, yet still working for another team. "Let us hope for that," Anjali teased playfully. Presti was on the verge of uttering something sentimental when Anjali suddenly interjected, "By the way, I almost forgot to ask you. Do you also dance? I can't believe you even invent your own dances." "Oh, what dance are you referring to?" Presti inquired with a hint of confusion. "The one you performed during the celebration last night," Anjali replied. Presti strained to recall the events of the previous night and suddenly remembered that he had performed the horse dance from his past life. "How did Anjali know?" he inquired. "How did you find out? You had someone record it and post it online. You are far more famous now than you ever were." Anjali replied wistfully. "What fame? It's all negative," Presti responded with a bitter smile. I don't care. You must create a dance for me," Anjali cooed playfully. All right, I'll compose one." Presti replied helplessly, though he secretly enjoyed her playful demeanor. Yet, he found himself questioning whether he truly felt that way anymore. "That's more like it. I won't disturb you further. Good luck. I wish your team victory in the championship. Goodbye, champion coach." Upon hearing Presti's agreement, Anjali's mood brightened instantly, and she cheerfully said goodbye. "Goodbye, my princess," Presti chuckled as he hung up the phone. After a brief tidying up, he drove to the arena. Upon arrival, he expected the players to be resting at home, especially after the previous night's commotion. To his surprise, the young men had already gathered for training. As soon as he entered the gym, the players surrounded him, with DeAndre Jordan speaking first. "Coach, did you watch the game between the other teams?" "No." "Why do you ask?" Presti replied, puzzled. "The Spurs and Mavericks are playing, and the Spurs have already won 3 games, Curry interjected eagerly. "Oh no," Presti exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he realized his mistake. He recalled the Spurs-Mavericks playoff series, where the Mavericks had become yet another example of an upset by the Spurs. Disappointing, Mavericks. Had it not been for the later triumph over the Peak Heat's Big Three, silencing all critics, he wondered how much worse the criticism would have been. "All right, I understand. This is my oversight. Continue your training. I will analyze the Spurs' tactics. Additionally, tonight, review the Spurs-Mavericks playoff game again, focusing on the Spurs." Presti instructed rapidly before heading to his office. Presti reviewed the playoff footage of the Spurs and Mavericks, immersing himself in their strategies. After watching the videos, a faint smile crossed his lips as he noted the striking similarities between the two teams. Both relied heavily on pick-and-roll plays, three-point shooting, the penetrating drives of their respective point guards, and the performances of their star players. However, the Spurs triumphed largely due to the Mavericks' lack of an unequivocal offensive force in the low post, compounded by Kidd's underwhelming performance against Parker in this series. Yet, the most disappointing aspect was Dampier, whose execution of the hack-a-shack strategy ultimately relegated him to the bench during critical moments. Presti exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair, as memories flooded back to him. He recalled the year when the Spurs, after a stunning defeat, were subsequently swept by the Suns in a resounding 4-0. Although Parker had shone brightly in that series, the core player, Duncan, had faltered, struggling even against Fry in the post. Let us employ the Twin Towers and quick breaks. Presti mused with a smile. The current Thunder were far superior to that year's Suns. The aging Spurs would prove no match. Moreover, in his previous life, the duo of Durant and Westbrook, alongside Ibaka, had been the Spurs' nemesis. Indeed, it was time to deploy the tactics of the former duo against the Spurs once more. Presti returned to the arena and addressed the players. The starting lineup against the Spurs will be Westbrook, Batum, Durant, Ibaka, and Jordan, with the bench comprising Curry, Harden, Jeff Green, Gibson, and Collison. After a brief pause, he continued, "This match will be even easier than facing the Trailblazers. I predict a sweep, 4-0. Upon hearing Presti's words, the players immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. For what Presti had foretold in the past had either come to fruition or was on the verge of realization. His reputation was formidable. In the ensuing days, Presti diligently guided the players through their training, issuing newspapers, television, and phones to avoid distractions, until April 29th, when the Spurs triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 97-87, advancing to the next round to challenge the Oklahoma City Thunder. Once the Spurs secured their advancement, reporters swiftly sought out Presti. Before they could pose their questions, Presti preemptively remarked, "You need not inquire. I am aware of what you wish to ask." The Spurs are formidable. Their ability to achieve a Black 7 is a testament to both skill and fortune. I hope they continue their journey, for the NBA thrives on such miracles. With that, Presti shook his head and sighed heavily, adding, "Alas, they have encountered us. Out of respect for this Spurs team, we, the Oklahoma City Thunder, will give our utmost, delivering a flawless 4-0 and granting them a perfect holiday, so they and their fans may refrain from pondering what if during their respite." After Presti concluded his remarks, he turned and strode away, leaving the reporter rooted to the spot, bewildered by the torrent of Presti's words. This was the first time in years of interviews that he had encountered someone so brazenly provoking animosity towards himself. What could possibly be going on in his mind? However, that thought quickly dissipated. After all, this was significant news. Some began to write, portraying Presti as a benevolent figure. He believed that once this article was published, it would undoubtedly spark widespread commentary and generate a strong response. As anticipated, when the article came to light, Presti was once again labeled with terms like arrogant, oblivious to reality, and even morally questionable surfacing. Spurs fans were particularly vocal in their condemnation of Presti. Meanwhile, the Spurs players were not idle either. During interviews, they explicitly stated, "The Thunder coach is all talk. Winning against the Trailblazers has gone to his head. Don't cry in the playoffs. We'll teach your rookies how to play." Presti, of course, has not been idle. He has even rediscovered the joy of engaging in witty banter, reminiscent of his earlier days on online forums. A plethora of classic phrases has emerged, notably "the court reveals the truth." While the term keyboard warrior has garnered widespread approval among fans, becoming the favorite expression in these exchanges. Amidst this delightful repartee, the series between the Spurs and the Thunder is on the verge of commencing. Chapter 93, Too Easy, Part 1, on May 3rd. The long-awaited clash between the Spurs and the Thunder is finally set to unfold. Although the fans of both teams have been trading barbs in recent days, as the game approaches, they have surprisingly taken to showering each other with praise. During an interview, Presti remarked, "As you all know, I have previously worked for the Spurs. The reason I initially chose to work there was that, in my heart, Coach Popovich stands as one of the greatest coaches in the history of the NBA. I knew I could acquire the knowledge I sought, and to me, Duncan is the finest power forward in the NBA." In another interview, Popovich stated, "The Thunder's players are exceptionally talented, with no weaknesses at any position. In fact, even their bench players surpass the starters of some teams. coupled with Presti's remarkable coaching. This series will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. In the locker room, Presti declared, "Our strategy is quite straightforward. Westbrook, utilize your penetrating ability to dismantle the Spurs' defense. Upon reaching the paint, if you are not double-teamed, go straight for the basket. If there is a double team, assess the situation and distribute the ball either to the perimeter or inside. Ibaka and DeAndre, you are pivotal in this series. Protect the rim diligently. The paint is your domain. Anyone daring to encroach upon our territory will receive a hearty rejection. Furthermore, the crucial matter of rebounding. For every rebound you secure, we could potentially save 2 or even 3 points. Each offensive rebound could add 2 or 3 points to our tally. Batum, you must closely guard their key players. Parker or Ginobili, staying tightly attached to them. Durant, simply leverage your scoring prowess. They will create one-on-one opportunities for you. Seize them. As for the bench, Presti chuckled and continued, I believe we are simply superior. Their rotation cannot compete with us. The players, who had been attentively listening to Presti's strategy, couldn't help but burst into laughter at his final remark. Indeed, if their starters cannot prevail, their bench stands even less of a chance. What could they possibly win with? Presti glanced at the clock, rose to his feet, and declared, let us grant the Spurs a holiday devoid of any what-ifs. The players responded with enthusiastic cheers. Presti, accompanied by his team, traversed the player tunnel and emerged onto the court, where the previously raucous atmosphere intensified to a fever pitch. The Thunder fans rose to their feet in enthusiastic applause, welcoming their city's heroes. The Thunder had bestowed upon them countless surprises. Which team could reach the playoffs in merely 2 seasons and advance to the semifinals? Moreover, Oklahoma City was a market too small to be overlooked, and its citizens took immense pride in having the Thunder. As the cacophony of the arena reverberated with chants of OKC, the Spurs players felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety wash over them. This was their inaugural encounter with the Thunder in the playoffs and throughout their lengthy postseason experiences. They had seldom faced a small market like Oklahoma City's with such fervor, leaving them feeling a tad vulnerable. Following the conclusion of pregame warm-ups, both teams gathered at center court, marking the official commencement of the 2009 to 2010 NBA playoff semifinals. The Spurs starting lineup included Manu Ginobili, George Hill, Richard Jefferson, Tim Duncan, and Mike Dice. The Thunder's starters were Russell Westbrook, Bismack Biyombo, Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan. The tip-off commenced. DeAndre Jordan leapt high, directing the ball into Kevin Durant's hands, securing the first offensive possession for the Thunder. Durant swiftly passed to Westbrook, who charged forward. Approaching the arc, he found Hill defending him. Prior to the game, Presti had advised Westbrook to exploit his speed in half-court situations, confident that no opposing point guard could match his pace. Without hesitation, Westbrook accelerated past Hill, easily penetrating the paint. Duncan moved to provide help defense, leading Westbrook to dish the ball to the right side to Ibaka, who executed a powerful one-handed dunk. The score was 2-0. Ginobili, seizing the ball, swiftly advanced down the court, with Biyombo trailing closely behind, determined to shadow him. In a sudden maneuver, Ginobili pivoted, and Biyombo, anticipating a pass, instinctively reached out with his right hand. Ginobili capitalized on this moment, driving into the lane. Confronted by Jordan under the basket and opting for a right-side layup, he encountered Ibaka, who leapt in to contest. The paint is our foundation, the head coach would often emphasize. Ibaka, renowned for his rim protection, leapt high and swatted the ball out of bounds. Spurs retained possession. With the ball in Duncan's hands, he sought a one-on-one against Ibaka. Duncan, though visibly affected by the struggles of the 2010 postseason, managed to draw attention and pass the ball out. However, the play faltered as Biyombo intercepted the pass. Seizing the opportunity, Biyombo raced down the court, effortlessly executing a thunderous dunk. Meanwhile, Ginobili, relying on his experience, once again maneuvered past Biyombo, but the lane was congested. Settling for a mid-range jumper, he finally found success. As Durant faced Jefferson, he executed a series of deceptive dribbles before unleashing a jumper swish. The crowd erupted, and the Spurs called for a timeout. The mismatch was glaringly apparent. The commentator couldn't help but remark, the Spurs are in trouble, given Duncan's current form. It is exceedingly difficult for him to contend with the formidable inside duo of Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan. Moreover, Westbrook possesses a greater explosiveness than Ginobili, wreaking havoc in the paint. For the Spurs to triumph in this series, They must either rely on an explosive performance from beyond the arc or witness Duncan return to his prime form. Indeed, it was astonishing to realize that the once ridiculed Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan had quickly evolved into the most intimidating frontcourt duo in the league within just 2 years. Presti is truly remarkable, another commentator nodded in agreement. As the game resumed, many neutral fans watching from home anticipated that the Spurs would improve following the timeout. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Westbrook relentlessly assaulted the Spurs' frail defense, which could not withstand the onslaught without proper help defense. The ball swung to the perimeter, where the open shots became even more lethal. Meanwhile, for the Spurs, Ginobili had the ever-vigilant Batum guarding him, but crucially, once the Thunder broke through, they collapsed their defense. They were willing to concede outside shots, yet the Spurs simply could not find their rhythm from long range. Presti observed the Spurs repeatedly faltering in their attempts from beyond the arc, unable to stifle a chuckle. Let us examine the Spurs' three-point shooting statistics. Hill went 0 for 5. Manu managed only 2 out of 9, and Jefferson scarcely attempted a shot. Such a dismal performance is beyond words. When the substitutes took to the court, the Spurs suffered an outright collapse. Curry and Harden's relentless three-pointers seemed to be the Spurs' undoing, while Gibson dominated the paint against the Spurs' backup bigs with utter ease. Contrary to expectations of a fierce showdown, the match unfolded without any notable intensity. The Spurs exhibited no signs of a potential comeback, and the Thunder triumphed effortlessly with a score of 111-95, claiming the first victory in the semifinals. Chapter 94, All Too Easy, Part 2. In the aftermath, commentators flooded the discourse on this match, and without a doubt, the reviews were overwhelmingly negative. The pregame banter had been intensely charged, yet during the contest, the Spurs were subjected to a unilateral thrashing. What a disappointment. At this press conference, Presti refrained from engaging in any verbal sparring. However, when reporters interviewed the players, they grasped the essence of the saying, for the Thunder, such banter may be delayed, but never absent. Russell, what do you wish to say about this game? One reporter inquired, gazing at Westbrook. I don't know. I'm still pondering how someone so articulate before the game became so reticent afterward. Westbrook shrugged, gesturing expressively. The reporters, internally amused, noted how much he resembled Presti in this regard. Quickly shifting their attention, another reporter addressed Ibaka, Serge. What are your thoughts on facing a veteran like Duncan? As the reporter posed the question, they silently hoped for nothing too outrageous. Well, it was fine. I just felt that Duncan, perhaps having skipped dinner, didn't he exert himself against me? Ibaka replied after a moment's reflection. Laughter erupted among the journalists at Ibaka's response, incredulous at the thought that Duncan might have been lacking in effort. What kind of lessons had Presti imparted to his players? Once the exchange concluded, another reporter promptly stood and asked Durant, Kevin, while your efficiency in the last 5 playoff games improved slightly, in this match, you shot 8 for 13, a significant enhancement. Does this indicate a transformation in your game after these playoffs? Yes, there has been some improvement, Durant acknowledged with a nod. The reporter thought, finally, someone untainted by Presti's teachings. However, the moment was soon muddled when Durant added, of course, the main factor was the quality of the opponents. The reporter exhaled deeply, clinging to a shred of hope as they turned to Curry. Initially lost in thought, Curry sensed the scrutiny and was about to speak when the reporter queried, Steph, you came off the bench this time, while the opposing team's longtime starting point guard, Parker, also played as a substitute. How do you view Parker? I have immense respect for him, a 3-time NBA champion starter. I watched every second of the Spurs versus Mavericks playoff games. It's truly remarkable how he performs at this age, Curry replied earnestly. The reporter, fearing Curry might follow Durant's lead and add a stinging remark, waited a few seconds to ensure no further comments were forthcoming before feeling satisfied enough to take a seat. Just as they were about to settle down, Curry remarked, however, regardless of how great he is, that's in the past. The recent game perfectly illustrated this point. The room erupted in laughter, while the reporter was still processing. Presti couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on how humble Curry had once been. Clearing his throat, he thought, I've corrupted him. Yet wondered why this new persona felt even more endearing. Meanwhile, the reporter across the room, witnessing Presti's laughter, felt an urge to shout, how dare you laugh when your players have turned out this way? As the content of the press conference was disseminated, the verbal sparring between the Spurs and the Thunder reignited. However, it was merely the second encounter, and neutral fans expressed their intent to attentively observe the upcoming game, fervently hoping for a display that would not disappoint them, perhaps even a spark or a clash. Yet, on the fateful day of May 5th. During the match between the Spurs and the Thunder, disappointment loomed once more for the fans. The unfolding narrative mirrored that of the previous game, as the Spurs found themselves utterly powerless against the Thunder's formidable Twin Towers. The rebounding battle was heavily skewed. Their attempts to penetrate the defense were thwarted. Their perimeter shooting was inaccurate, and they failed to secure rebounds. What remained, then? Nothing at all. The Spurs were once again overwhelmed on the Thunder's home court. Some neutral spectators even felt a twinge of sympathy, observing the despondent expressions on the Spurs players' faces, devoid of light. The series stood at a commanding 2-0 lead for the Thunder. Nevertheless, despite the Spurs' consecutive defeats on the Thunder's territory, their supporters remained undeterred. They held steadfast belief that the Spurs, who had bestowed upon them boundless glory, would stage a dramatic comeback in front of their home crowd, much like their previous turnaround against the Mavericks. Consequently, on May 7th, the Spurs' home arena was filled to capacity with fans eagerly anticipating a decisive victory over the Thunder. In this match, Presti resolved to unleash Ibaka's long-practiced mid-range and three-point shooting. He was convinced that if Ibaka excelled, the Spurs would stand no chance whatsoever. Moments later, the game commenced. The Spurs' starting lineup saw slight alterations, with Parker reinstated as a starter while Ginobili continued to come off the bench. The Thunder initiated their first offense. Westbrook, with the ball at the arc, set up a screen with Ibaka. Westbrook maneuvered around the pick into the paint, while Ibaka promptly repositioned himself beyond the three-point line. Upon Westbrook's entry into the key, Duncan abandoned Ibaka to provide help. In an instant, Westbrook delivered the ball to Ibaka stationed at the three-point line. It was wide open. Duncan attempted to close the gap, but it was too late. The three-pointer swished through the net. 0-3 Presti, upon witnessing Ibaka sinking a three-pointer, leapt to his feet, applauding fervently. Should Ibaka maintain such finesse, the Spurs might as well concede. Meanwhile, Parker swiftly advanced into the front court. Duncan stepped forward to set a screen. Parker suddenly ignited, utilizing the screen to penetrate. He halted abruptly for a mid-range jumper. Ibaka immediately switched to defend, lunging to disrupt the shot. Clang! It rebounded off the iron. DeAndre Jordan seized the board and promptly distributed it to the already racing Westbrook. Westbrook received the ball, drove into the paint, and executed a one-handed tomahawk dunk. Parker continued his advance, still leveraging Duncan's screen to penetrate. Ibaka once again moved in for help defense. Parker found himself obstructed. He passed to George Hill on the perimeter. Time was running out. He took a desperate shot. At last, it went in. Presti rose and pointed at Hill, signaling him not to leave his man unguarded. Meanwhile, Westbrook once again charged toward the basket with Ibaka's assistance. To everyone's surprise, Duncan chose to provide help defense yet again. Did he truly believe that Ibaka's previous three-pointer was merely a stroke of luck? At this moment, Ibaka was not the same player he had been during this time in his past life. Presti knew that Ibaka had honed his mid-range and three-point shooting abilities, and from the very first day he selected Ibaka, he urged him to practice relentlessly. After receiving the ball, Ibaka found himself unguarded within a meter radius. He took the shot, swish. Another successful basket. The Spurs called for a timeout. Alas, the Spurs seemed to have lost hope, one commentator lamented, while another nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, they are unable to contend with the pick and roll between Ibaka and Westbrook. On the defensive end, Ibaka covers the entire paint, and his exceptional athleticism allows him to contest shots and recover swiftly. How could such a gem have been discovered by Presti? His vision is truly remarkable." Once the rotation lineup was introduced, the Spurs found themselves in even greater difficulty, as the Thunder's bench still boasted the formidable duo of Curry and Harden. The commentators expressed their admiration. Soon, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Even the hopeful Spurs fans began to see their hopes dimming. They realized that a comeback was increasingly improbable. Following the break, the Spurs showed only slight improvement on offense, while they found no answers for the Thunder's relentless attack on defense. Westbrook's aggression shattered their defensive schemes, Durant's outside shooting decimated them, and the twin towers of Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan wreaked havoc inside. With the rotation lineup in play, the Spurs collapsed once more. The vitality of Curry and Harden in the backcourt was enough to overwhelm the starting lineups of many playoff teams, let alone the Spurs' reserves. Although Ginobili showed flashes of brilliance in dire straits, he was ultimately outmatched. The Thunder triumphed decisively in the third game of the playoffs against the Spurs. The audience fell into a heavy silence, and some fans could no longer contain their tears, not out of sorrow for their team's defeat, but for the players who had brought immense glory to their city. The Spurs, once a bastion of excellence, could no longer withstand the ravages of time. Chapter 95. A rare moment of leisure at the press conference, Presti refrained from mockery or sarcasm, instead stating earnestly, "I hold great respect for the Spurs players. Their indomitable spirit is worthy of our admiration." Throughout this match, the Spurs never gave up, fighting until the very last moment. Presti paused momentarily before continuing. The Spurs fans are undeniably among the finest in the entire league. The tears shed by the fans after the game moved me deeply. What I wish to convey to these supporters is that there is no need for sorrow. The Spurs, who have bestowed upon you countless honors, have not aged. They are merely fatigued for the moment. I firmly believe that it will not be long before they reclaim their place at the pinnacle of the league. They have never disappointed you, have they? The journalists, witnessing Presti express such sentiments with an unusual demeanor, were momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, they quickly resumed their focus, snapping photographs and eagerly recording his words. The following day, the contents of the press conference sparked considerable discussion. It seemed that many would rather see Presti utter something substantial than practice dunking from the free throw line. However, such voices had no impact on Presti. He was presently engaged in practice with the team, determined to bring victory back to Oklahoma and reward their fervent supporters. On May 9th, the Thunder faced the Spurs in the fourth game of the series. The enthusiasm of the Spurs fans remained undiminished, with the stands filled to capacity, as they understood this could be the Spurs' final game of the series. At this point, few believed in the Spurs' ability to win. The previous match had showcased Ibaka's mid-range shots and three-pointers, alongside his formidable defensive skills, leaving the Spurs with little hope. For them, it was a battle of honor. As anticipated, although the Spurs exerted every effort, they could not withstand the Thunder's ferocity. Despite Westbrook's disappointing shooting percentage, the bench's Wesley Matthews exploded with performance, scoring 29 points on 12 of 17 shooting. Matthews' display solidified the belief that anyone Presti valued would not be a bust, and his discerning eye for talent captivated the management of every team in the league. The Spurs concluded their playoff journey with a 96-107 defeat to the Thunder, who advanced triumphantly to the Western Conference Finals of the 2009-2010 NBA season with a commanding 4-0 sweep. Following the game, Spurs fans rose in unison, applauding fervently, their applause lingering in the air. In the post-game press conference, Presti hastily wrapped up proceedings and quickly boarded the plane back to Oklahoma with the team. Having secured their advancement, Presti was keen to avoid wasting time at the press conference. He was eager to bring victory back to Oklahoma and witness the cheers of Thunder fans upon their arrival. Soon, they arrived at the Oklahoma airport. Presti felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Thunder had achieved a historic milestone, and the players were equally thrilled to have left an indelible mark on this burgeoning franchise. Regardless of how illustrious the future may be for the Oklahoma City Thunder, the people here will forever remember that they were among the first to witness such remarkable achievements of this team. When Presti and his players disembarked, a thunderous roar erupted. Despite it being the dead of night, almost every fan outside the Iron Gate held a light, illuminating the scene. Presti could clearly see the sea of Thunder fans, all clad in blue, stretching endlessly before him, with nearly everyone holding signs emblazoned with the names of various Thunder players, chanting in unison, "OKC, OKC." The fervor was overwhelming, the excitement palpable, and the joy indescribable. Presti and his players exchanged handshakes and high-fives with the Thunder fans along the Iron Gate until their departure. As the game between the Lakers and Jazz was still underway, Presti announced that the players would rest for 2 days and then convene for a unified training session at the arena. The following day, Presti slept in until noon. Upon waking, before he had the chance to freshen up, the doorbell rang. Puzzled by who could be at the door at such an hour, Presti hastily dressed and went to answer it. As he opened the door, a figure lunged toward him, catching Presti completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. The moment his backside hit the floor, he gasped, thinking to himself, "Who on earth is this? I'll deal with you later." However, the sensation against his chest quickly dispelled his thoughts, and he instinctively embraced the figure, exclaiming with a smile, "Anjali, are you trying to knock me out?" Anjali released her grip on Presti's neck, looked him in the eye, and suddenly seized his ear, twisting it 90 degrees. With a triumphant smirk, she remarked, "Humph. After so many days without a single message, too busy with your pathetic team, I've come to punish you." Preston winced in pain, perplexed by the thought that twisting ears might be an innate skill possessed by all girls. Presti pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lady, I shall not dare again. I beseech you to spare me. No, she replied with a haughty turn of her head. You must be punished, so that you may reconsider ignoring me. Presti rolled his eyes and said, These days, I have not been neglecting you. Rather, I aim to surprise you. Upon hearing the word surprise, Anjali turned her head. Her expression one of disbelief, and replied, A surprise? I have already written the script. Suddenly, Presti's tone became serious. Oh, really? Anjali exclaimed in surprise. Releasing her grip on Presti's ear and shaking him playfully, she added, Show me, show me. If he didn't seize this opportunity to discipline her, one might think Presti had lived 2 lifetimes in vain. Presti glanced at his legs with a sigh, lamenting, My legs hurt, my backside aches. And now my back is beginning to throb as well. Anjali, fully aware of his subtle intentions, extended her hands to massage Presti while asking, Is that comfortable? Oh, this is bliss. Presti sighed in delight, savoring Anjali's massage. Just as he was immersed in a sea of happiness, a sharp pain in his backside jolted him back to reality, and he heard her say, All right, that's enough. Ah, okay. Presti promptly got up and retrieved the script he had prepared earlier from his bedroom, presenting it to Anjali. Elated, Anjali took it and opened the first page. Reading aloud, Bridesmaid. As she flipped through the pages, she became completely captivated by the storyline, punctuating the quiet with bursts of laughter. Indeed, the script Presti had given Anjali was the highly successful R-rated drama Bridesmaid from his past life. He recalled that the film had grossed over $150 million, and he was confident Anjali would adore it. Chapter 96, The Western Conference Finals. Anjali was once again enchanted by Presti's talent, her gaze filled with admiration. That day, Presti accompanied Anjali on a tour of Oklahoma, and that evening, Anjali boarded a flight to leave, urged by Presti to swiftly seek collaboration with a film company. He remembered that this film was set to premiere in June 2011, and filming needed to commence promptly. On May 10th, the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Suns with a score of 103-101, advancing to the Western Conference Finals with a series score of 4-2. With the Lakers' progression, the schedule was set. On May 17th and 19th, the Los Angeles Lakers would host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then, on May 23rd and 25th, the Thunder would welcome the Lakers at home. Should the series remain undecided after 4 games, a continuation would occur on May 27th. Following the release of the schedule, various media outlets began analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both the Lakers and Thunder rosters, while fans engaged in fervent discussions about the impending Western Conference Finals. Betting houses were quick to establish their odds. Regardless of the discussions, apart from Thunder fans, a consensus emerged among nearly everyone. No matter how fiercely contested the series might be, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Los Angeles Lakers. Inside the Thunder Arena, Presti is observing the players as they practice. With less than a week remaining, they must maintain their optimal condition. Over the past few days, Presti has repeatedly watched the series between the Suns and the Lakers. In a previous life, this playoff series was considered by many Kobe enthusiasts to be one of his finest performances, where his statistics were astonishing: 33. 7 points, 7. 2 rebounds, 8. 4 assists, 0. 8 steals, 1. 2 blocks, and a shooting percentage of 52. 5. In that previous existence, Presti was convinced by this series that an individual, if extraordinarily talented, could indeed overcome a team. However, in this current life, he would not allow the Suns to repeat their past misfortunes. Presti has always believed that Kobe's greatest strength was his ability to make difficult shots, even in dire situations. Thus, Presti is resolute in not allowing the game to reach its final moments. At this critical juncture, it would be disingenuous to claim he is not anxious. He instinctively clenches his fist, contemplating the necessity of utilizing the system if things do not unfold favorably. The reason he has refrained from deploying the system for so long is twofold. The prowess of his players is formidable, and he is unable to resist the allure of having a star perform on the court. Presti has meticulously devised a strategy to rely on his players' strength in the first 3 games, and should they suffer 3 consecutive defeats, he would disregard all else and resort to the system. He is determined to bring a championship to the fervent fans of Oklahoma. After losing 2 consecutive games, Gentry decisively altered his lineup upon returning to home court, employing a relentless defense alongside Robinson's timely contributions and Stoudemire's collaboration to suppress the Lakers' formidable trio. They managed to secure 2 victories, but in the 5th game, fortune eluded the Suns as they fell victim to a last-second basket by Artest. By the 6th game, they were truly out of options. Presti made the decision to employ a 2-3 zone defense right from the inaugural match. Although the Suns ultimately faced defeat, the Thunder possessed an asset that the Suns lacked, a formidable center. With this determination in place, Presti dedicated the following days to training his team in the intricacies of the 2-3 zone strategy. Thus, as the days gradually unfolded, the momentous day of May 10th finally arrived. Presti and his team arrived in Los Angeles 2 days ago to acclimatize to the surroundings. Although they have spent 2 days here, as the game approaches, Presti can distinctly sense the players' anxiety. Presti keenly comprehended the tension enveloping his players. For this was indeed the Western Conference Finals, a pivotal juncture that every NBA player dreams of reaching, with the finals lying tantalizingly within grasp. It would be disingenuous to claim that they were not anxious. Moreover, several of his players were ardent fans of Kobe, adding to the weight of the moment as they confronted their idol in such a consequential match. Presti found himself questioning whether they could muster even 80% of their potential. Inside the locker room, he observed the taut expressions of his team and inquired, "How many teams have won a championship in their rookie season?" The players scratched their heads in silence. The answer was few, if not nearly none, save for Magic Johnson, who had captured the Finals MVP in his debut year, though he was flanked by seasoned teammates. As Presti surveyed each individual in the locker room, he proclaimed, "Yet, we stand before a remarkable opportunity, one that could etch our names in the annals of history. If we can vanquish the Lakers, we will advance to the finals and hoist the O'Brien Trophy." Upon hearing Presti's words, the players' eyes shimmered with unprecedented resolve. Despite their lingering apprehension, it was overshadowed by an indomitable spirit to conquer all challenges. As Presti led his team through the player tunnel onto the court, they were met with a sea of fans who had arrived early, their fervor palpable even without a unified attire. The atmosphere brimming with the enthusiasm of Lakers supporters exerted an intangible pressure on the visiting team, a testament to the confidence that accompanies a franchise with a storied history of championships. When the Lakers took the court, a cacophony of cheers and applause erupted throughout the arena. Although the Thunder players had previously faced the rowdy crowds of the Trail Blazers and the fervent Spurs, they were nonetheless awestruck by the electric environment. The emotions ignited by Presti began to wane in the face of overwhelming ambience. Moments later, as both teams assembled at center court, the game officially commenced. Lakers starting lineup: Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Gasol, Bynum. Thunder starting lineup: Westbrook, Batum, Durant, Ibaka, Jordan. The ball soared high. Jordan once again secured the tip-off with finesse, his jumping prowess honed to perfection. Seizing the opportunity, Westbrook accelerated towards the opposing paint, exploiting their incomplete transition with unparalleled speed and explosiveness. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the rim. He made a strong layup, but Bynum intercepted the shot. Westbrook was fouled and stumbled to the ground. Beep. Bynum committed the foul, and Westbrook was awarded 2 free throws. Fuming, Westbrook rose and pushed Bynum, who retaliated with a clenched fist. In an instant, Ibaka and Jordan rushed to separate Bynum, averting potential escalation. The other players from the Lakers swiftly converged to support Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan, leading to a fracas as both sides engaged in a shoving match. The referees promptly intervened, exerting considerable effort to separate the two factions. The first round of the Western Conference Finals was marred by this confrontation. At the moment Westbrook was pulled down, Presti sprang to his feet. Had Westbrook not possessed extraordinary physicality, he would undoubtedly have sustained an injury. This incident also evoked memories for Presti of Bynum's various indiscretions, such as the infamous elbow that incapacitated Wallace in the playoff chokehold on Beria. Bynum must be approached with caution. In Presti's eyes, he hardly qualifies as a player. Chapter 97, Struggle, Part 1. Presti narrowed his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Bynum. Should Bynum engage in such perilous maneuvers again, he would not hesitate to render him sidelined for the season. Soon after, the referee reviewing the footage rendered a decisive judgment. Bynum was assessed a flagrant foul, leading to 2 free throws and a possession for the opposing team. The spectators remained composed, refraining from voicing their discontent over the call. Westbrook stepped to the free throw line, executing all 4 attempts flawlessly, establishing a lead of 4-0. Westbrook subsequently passed the ball to Barnes, who quickly relayed it back. Westbrook approached the arc, confronting Fisher, and with a swift pivot, executed a jump shot. Alas, the ball clanked off the rim. Bynum secured the rebound and handed it off to Fisher. Advancing to the arc, Fisher passed to Kobe, who positioned himself in the left side paint against Barnes. A subtle lean, then 2, before a turnaround jumper. It was good. For the two, Westbrook, now in possession, passed to Durant, who was faced with Artest. In the 2010 season, Artest's tenacious defense had effectively stifled Durant, causing him to shoot a mere 35% during that series. With a dismal 28% from beyond the arc, Artest clung to Durant as he attempted a contested jumper. It clanged off the rim. Gasol collected the rebound and distributed it to Fisher, who pushed the ball up court to Gasol. Gasol, backing down Ibaka, executed a pivot and a hook shot. It found its mark. Though it was indeed challenging for Ibaka to defend against Gasol, the reverse was equally true. Westbrook, utilizing a screen from Ibaka, penetrated the paint. He dished the ball to the shifting Ibaka. The Lakers had clearly studied the Thunder series, prompting Gasol to step out. Ibaka took a mid-range shot. It was good. The two teams exchanged points, with the lead oscillating between them, until the conclusion of the first quarter, where the Lakers held a slight advantage at 20-17. In the second quarter, Presti introduced Curry, Harden, and Gibson, while Durant and Jordan remained on the court. In the heat of this fiercely contested playoff battle, Presti had no intention of utilizing Jeff Green extensively, limiting him to a mere 5 to 7 minutes. Meanwhile, the Lakers brought in their sixth man, Odom, as Durant remained on the floor, prompting Artest to replace Bynum instead of taking a seat himself. Presti, upon observing the Lakers lineup, thought to himself, enhancing firepower? Fisher brought the ball to the arc, then passed it to Kobe. Kobe, confronting Harden, effortlessly broke through. Ibaka swiftly rotated over for help defense. Kobe found Odom on the perimeter. It's open. Odom for three. It swished through the net. Presti felt he had made an error. The Thunder's perimeter defense on the court was virtually non-existent. Curry brought the ball to the top of the arc, with Giberson setting a screen. Presti has consistently nurtured Gibson as a second Ibaka, as he bears a striking resemblance to Ibaka, having developed his mid-range and three-point shooting skills in the rear. However, in terms of both individual and help defense, he falls short compared to Ibaka, and his shooting percentages from mid-range and beyond the arc are also inferior. Nevertheless, his offensive arsenal in the paint is more diverse than that of Ibaka, and his rebounding prowess is commendable. Curry maneuvers around Gibson. The Lakers opt not to switch defenses. Kobe navigates through the screen to continue guarding Curry. Curry passes the ball back to Gibson. Gibson is open. Mid-range shot. Missed. Presti rose to his feet, observing two more possessions unfold. If the game continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly have to call a timeout. Wasn't Curry's recent play rather unwise? Currently, the unequivocal advantage for the Thunder on the court lies with DeAndre Jordan. With Bynum already off the floor, why not execute a pick-and-roll with Jordan? Meanwhile, the Lakers passed the ball to Gasol, who found it exceedingly effortless to score against Gibson. Presti was anxious, shouting below, "Jordan." Little Jordan understood and immediately rushed over to double team. Gasol turned and made a wide pass to the corner. Crack. Harden intercepted. This kind of interior double team. The ball moved out for a play the Thunder had practiced countless times. With the ball in his possession, Harden accelerated down the court. Kobe closely followed. At the arc, he passed to Curry on the right. Curry shot. It swished through the net. Finally, a score. However, Presti knew that such a mistake was unlikely for the Lakers to repeat. As Kobe brought the ball to the top of the arc, he faced Harden and took a direct jump shot. Missed. The rebound. Although Bynum was absent, Odom, Gasol, and Artest, three muscular players, remained formidable in the paint. Meanwhile, Little Jordan and Gibson fought desperately for the ball. Durant, despite his size, was also blocked out by these players. Tap, tap. The ball was seized by Artest, who immediately passed to Fisher on the perimeter. Fisher was open. Curry rushed to contest, but it was too late. The three-pointer was launched and scored. Beep. Presti called a timeout. A mistake, since the opponent retained so many key players. Using this lineup was practically suicidal. Presti chastised himself inwardly. After the timeout, Presti brought in Curry, Westbrook, Battier, Ibaka, and Little Jordan, while the Lakers made a slight adjustment, replacing Fisher with Farmar. Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, while Curry moved without the ball. Little Jordan set a screen. Westbrook circled around the pick. Kobe also set a screen to pursue. Little Jordan rolled to the basket. Westbrook threw the ball high. Little Jordan soared into the air. He caught it and slammed it down. Good. Presti stood up and couldn't help but applaud. He believed this pick and roll was unguardable by the Lakers lineup. This type of roll to the basket, the high throw for an alley-oop, was something Westbrook executed with finesse. On the Lakers side, Kobe brought the ball to the top of the arc and suddenly drove in. Westbrook closely followed. Ibaka quickly came over to help. Kobe drew the defense and immediately passed to Gasol underneath, who spun for a layup. Crack. Little Jordan soared up and slapped the ball against the backboard. Ibaka secured the rebound. He passed to Westbrook, who sprinted forward. After receiving the ball, Westbrook accelerated to the free throw line and took off. His body arched like a taut bow, delivering a thunderous dunk. The Thunder's bench erupted with excitement, and Presti couldn't help but stand up and clap vigorously. This play boosted morale. Despite the Lakers' more polished offense and greater playoff experience, Westbrook's explosive energy reignited his teammates' fighting spirit. Thus, at halftime, the Lakers had not pulled away from the Thunder by double digits, leading 53-44 as they entered the second half. In the locker room, Presti held the tactical board and remarked, "The opposing team's perimeter shooting is quite impressive today. Therefore, we must not allow them any space in the second half. Ibaka, your mid-range and three-point shots in the first half were commendable, so in the second half, position yourself near the three-point line and draw Gasol out." Upon saying this, Presti turned to DeAndre Jordan and added, "When the time comes, it will be just you and Bynum under the basket. That confrontation will be yours alone. Do not let me down." DeAndre Jordan nodded earnestly, and soon the second half of the game commenced. Chapter 98, Struggles, Part 2, the second half began. Both teams fielded their starting lineups. Fisher brought the ball to the top of the arc, where Bynum set a screen. Fisher utilized the pick to drive into the paint. With Bynum rolling to the basket, Fisher lofted the ball into the air. Bynum leaped high. It was a spectacular alley-oop. At that moment, DeAndre Jordan surged forward, leaping ahead of Bynum to snatch the ball out of the air. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Upon landing, DeAndre swiftly passed the ball to Westbrook, who, without a second thought, charged forward. With no defenders in sight, he soared into the air for a ferocious tomahawk dunk. Fisher then passed the ball to Gasol, who continued to back down Ibaka. DeAndre immediately provided help defense. Gasol quickly dished the ball to Artest, who then swiftly fed it to Bynum beneath the basket. It was wide open. Rising above the rim, he executed a thunderous dunk. Presti was acutely aware that this defensive lapse was inevitable. In a one-on-one scenario, it was exceedingly difficult for Ibaka to contain Gasol's offensive prowess, and thus, they could only rely on DeAndre Jordan for assistance. However, such help would unavoidably leave Bynum unguarded, leaving them to hope that Gasol would hesitate long enough to obstruct the passing lane. As Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, Ibaka moved in to set a screen. Gasol quickly followed suit, wary of Ibaka's shooting range. Westbrook intended to pass to Durant, but at that moment, Durant was tightly marked by Artest, and the risk of a turnover was too great. DeAndre Jordan stepped forward to provide a second screen, allowing Westbrook to weave through. Jordan rolled to the basket, while Bynum shadowed him closely. Should a lob be attempted, Bynum's athleticism would make it an easy interception. Consequently, Westbrook delivered a bounce pass to Jordan, who seized the ball and took flight. Bynum also leaped, extending his right arm in an attempt to block the shot. With a resounding thud, Jordan emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop, all while the whistle blew, signaling a foul on Bynum. The contact caused Bynum to lose his balance midair, crashing to the floor. An incredulous gasp erupted from the crowd. Some fans even covered their heads in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. Although they were Lakers supporters, they could not help but marvel at Jordan's ferocious dunk over Bynum. Upon landing, Jordan pounded his chest with fervor, letting out a triumphant roar. The Thunder's bench erupted in excitement, rising to embrace one another in a jubilant dance. Meanwhile, all the players on the court rushed to Jordan, celebrating and shouting in unison. Presti nodded in acknowledgement, his spirits lifted, hoping to capitalize on this momentum and close the gap in the score. As anticipated, DeAndre Jordan's free throw ricocheted off the rim. A scramble for the rebound ensued, with Ibaka asserting his dominance. He swiftly passed it to Durant on the perimeter. At last, he secured the ball. Most crucially, he found himself wide open. Artest rushed towards him. A three-point shot. It found its mark. The deficit was reduced to a mere 5 points. Fisher brought the ball to the top of the arc and handed it off to Kobe. Faced with Badier, Kobe executed a series of fakes before suddenly rising for a jumper. It was good. Answer ball. Clap. Clap. The applause reverberated throughout the arena. Presti sighed inwardly. Oh, Kobe. With Westbrook handling the ball, Ibaka positioned himself at the right arc, while DeAndre Jordan advanced to set a screen. Westbrook executed a rapid pick-and-roll, charging towards the basket. with DeAndre Jordan accelerating in tandem. At that moment, Bynum failed to keep pace. He launched the ball into the air, an alley-oop, a thunderous dunk. Excellent. Presti silently cheered. Indeed. While Bynum's block, jump, and wingspan were adequate, his speed could not match that of DeAndre Jordan. Even if Gasol or Odom were brought in to defend, they too would find it insurmountable. Thus, the pick and roll between Westbrook and DeAndre Jordan remained an unresolvable dilemma for the opposition. Meanwhile, Gasol immediately went to work against Ibaka, executing another hook shot. Both teams engaged in a fervent offensive exchange until the rotations began to unfold. In the latter half of the third quarter, Presti substituted Curry and Harden for Westbrook and Bamut, while the Lakers also took their opportunity to rest. During this interval, the formidable duo of Curry and Harden showcased their prowess. Curry, at the top of the arc, faced off against Farmar, dribbling skillfully before suddenly shooting in his face. Simultaneously, Harden matched up against Brown at the top of the arc, resulting in Harden frequently finding himself at the free throw line. On the other end, the team still relied on Gasol's post play to counter DeAndre Jordan's defensive switch. However, having played over 30 minutes, Gasol was starting to tire, and his efficiency was plummeting. Odom, the Lakers' best sixth man, was struggling against Ibaka. As the fourth quarter approached the 3-minute mark, Ibaka disrupted Odom's shot from the left 45-degree angle. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound and passed it to a fast-breaking Curry. Curry advanced to the front court and then dished it out to Harden on the right. Wide open. He shot. The ball went in. The deficit was erased. Time for a Lakers timeout. During the break, Presti assembled his final lineup of Westbrook, Curry, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan, while the Lakers countered with Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Odom, and Gasol. Presti firmly believes that ultimate victory belongs to the Thunder, for they are incapable of defending against the pick-and-roll orchestrated by Westbrook and DeAndre Jordan. Indeed, the course of the game unfolded precisely as Presti had anticipated. DeAndre Jordan's screens proved insurmountable for the Lakers, leading to frequent scores in the paint. Conversely, Gasol's isolation plays within the post were equally unguarded. As Odom's shooting range had drawn Ibaka out to the three-point line, the score remained tied as the game approached the final minute and a half, with both teams locked at 97-97. At that moment, Westbrook brought the ball to the top of the arc, and DeAndre Jordan set another screen. After maneuvering around it, he executed an alley-oop. The whistle blew. Gasol had wrapped his arms around Jordan. Jordan stepped up for free throws. Would they employ the hack-a-shack strategy? At this juncture, Presti found himself with limited options. The most reliable player was tightly marked by Artest. Durant, at that time, had yet to become the clutch performer of later years, lacking the ability to decisively alter the course of the game in critical moments. Ibaka and Westbrook's pick-and-rolls were likely to be thwarted, and should Ibaka attempt a mid-range jumper, Gasol would swiftly close in. It is important to note that this version of Gasol was not the sluggish player of the future. DeAndre Jordan made both of his free throws with precision. Presti rose to his feet with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Kobe, with the ball at the top of the arc, found himself besieged by Curry and Westbrook in a double team. The play was halted. A prime opportunity. Yet this was Kobe, paving his own path. He executed a lean-back jumper. It swished through the net. Wow. At that moment, the arena erupted in cheers. The Lakers surged ahead by a single point, with merely 28 seconds remaining in the game. Presti called for a timeout. Presti is poised to take a momentous risk, substituting DeAndre Jordan for Harden. Should this gamble falter, securing rebounds will prove exceedingly challenging. Upon the resumption of play, Harden swiftly passes to Westbrook. After delivering the ball, Harden executes an off-ball movement. Westbrook finds himself matched against Fisher, setting up for a one-on-one. As the clock dwindles, with merely 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he makes a sudden surge. He penetrates the lane. The Lakers collapse their defense. Ascending towards the rim, Gasol and Odom leap in unison. The ball is dished out to Ibaka. Ibaka soars skyward. A thunderous dunk ensues. Presti was elated. Westbrook had truly matured. The Lakers did not call a timeout. Kobe received the pass from Fisher and sprinted with all his might, confronted by 3 Thunder defenders. He crossed the midcourt in 3 strides and took the shot. The entire arena erupted. Oh! The crowd emitted a deafening roar. And there remained merely 0.1 seconds on the clock. The ball went in. Just like that, the Thunder faced a heartbreaking near defeat in their very first game. Chapter 99, Struggles, Part 3. Presti has finally experienced the bitter taste of being defeated at the last moment. And he has come to understand why one would rather endure a significant loss than suffer such a heart-wrenching end. This sensation is utterly nauseating. The players did not weep aloud as they had in the past, yet the disappointment in their eyes was unmistakable, clearly reflecting their sense of regret and unwillingness to accept the outcome. They were so close, just a fraction away. Presti and the players approached their opponents to exchange handshakes and greetings before swiftly returning to the locker room. Following this, a press conference awaited, where they would engage with the media without evasion. A short while later, after the players had showered and donned their attire, they accompanied Presti to the venue of the press conference. As soon as Presti and his team settled down, the journalists immediately began to inquire. "Presti, what do you believe was the primary reason for this loss?" One reporter asked. "It was a tactical issue. My strategic arrangements were flawed," Presti replied nonchalantly. "Do you believe you will ultimately prevail in this series?" The reporter pressed on. "Absolutely," Presti responded with confidence. After more than half an hour, the press conference concluded, and Presti returned to the hotel with his team. In the room, Presti contemplated the strategies for the next game. In truth, today's tactics were not significantly flawed. His players, though exceptionally gifted and destined for stardom, were still novices. Curry and Harden were merely in their first year, while Westbrook, DeAndre Jordan, and Ibaka were only in their second. Most importantly, this was their inaugural foray into the playoffs. Nevertheless, even without employing any conventional strategies, they had advanced to the Western Conference Finals. Reaching the conference finals in their first playoff experience is certainly an achievement worthy of celebration for an extended period. Presti contemplated his strategy and decided to experiment with a lineup featuring Curry, Harden, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan, relegating Westbrook to the bench. Westbrook, he believed, was exceptionally suited for chaotic play. He trusted that Westbrook's impact as a substitute would surpass that of Harden or Curry coming off the bench. However, the formidable duo of Harden and Curry presented an undeniable challenge: defense. Currently, Harden was far from the languid defender he would later become, demonstrating commendable effort alongside Curry. Yet, physical limitations hindered them when matched against the likes of Fisher and Kobe, presenting a distinct obstacle. Conversely, Kobe possessed the capability to restrict either Harden or Curry on the defensive end. Thus, it became imperative for either Harden or Curry to ignite the offense and energize the entire team. Sighing, Presti acknowledged the simplicity of his initial thoughts. Engaging in a contest against the reigning champions, the Lakers unveiled the true complexity of the task at hand. The Lakers' chemistry, their experience in the Western Conference Finals, and the presence of a historic superstar like Kobe, who could decisively influence critical moments, were aspects beyond the Thunder's reach. Although the Thunder boasted future legends such as Curry, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, they were still youthful and lacked the requisite experience in high-pressure situations, often faltering when it mattered most. The Lakers, bolstered by unparalleled confidence, particularly following their recent championship victory, posed a formidable challenge. Just as the players began to acclimate to the lineup Presti had devised, the fateful day of May 19th arrived, marking the second game of the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and the Lakers. Prior to the game, Presti and his Thunder players exuded confidence, mirroring the Lakers' own assurance. The night before the match, Presti, anticipating a contest that would reach a critical juncture, spent a sleepless night formulating several tactical approaches for those decisive moments. However, as the game commenced, Presti realized that his efforts from the previous night had been in vain. Right from the start, Curry found himself under Kobe's relentless defensive watch. The seasoned defender, renowned for his prowess, made the rookie Curry's experience exceedingly uncomfortable, resulting in steals, blocks, and forced errors that extinguished the Thunder's offensive engine. While Harden had no trouble facing Fisher, his shooting was dismally cold that day, leaving him reliant on a series of penetrations. Yet, the Thunder's frigid performance enabled the Lakers to collapse their defense whenever a drive occurred, leaving Harden consistently thwarted. Meanwhile, Durant found himself tightly guarded by Artest, struggling merely to receive the ball. Ibaka and DeAndre Jordan, lacking offensive autonomy, were nearly absent from the offensive proceedings. Presti called several timeouts in a fit of frustration, yet there was no discernible improvement. Curry and Harden's dynamic duo was effectively stifled. Upon entering the game, Westbrook struggled with his shooting touch, but through sheer physicality and a lightning-quick first step, he consistently penetrated the paint, drawing fouls and earning free throws. However, these scant points were merely a drop in the ocean. Subsequently, Presti reintroduced Curry into the lineup alongside Westbrook, resulting in a slight uptick in offensive and defensive efficiency. Yet it was too little, too late. as the Thunder found themselves trailing the Lakers by 15 points by the final quarter, when the referee's whistle sounded. The second game of the series between the Thunder and the Lakers came to a close, with the Lakers triumphing 107-94, thereby taking a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. Presti, after delivering a perfunctory statement at the press conference, promptly escorted the players back to Oklahoma. He understands that the match against the Lakers is not merely a matter of tactics, nor is it solely about the lineup. Rather, it is the psychological factors that exacerbate the inherent instability of players like Harden, Curry, and Westbrook, whose technical skills are already underdeveloped. Presti is engulfed in anguish. The tactics consistently manifest, and open shots are frequently available, yet they simply cannot find the net. Despite an abundance of motivational speeches, when it comes to the game, the shots remain elusive. Throughout the journey, the players hardly exchanged words. The atmosphere on the plane was somber, and after the loss, even the desire to converse dissipated. Upon arriving in Oklahoma, the fans exhibited unwavering support for the Thunder, with an even greater number present to welcome the team. They fervently chanted OKC, waving the players' jerseys with enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, both Presti and the players felt a surge of emotion, followed by a wave of shame. Presti patted the players on the shoulder, though no words were spoken. An unspoken understanding passed among them as he and his team shared high-fives with the fans. The next day, Presti arrived at the arena early, and even before entering, he could hear the sound of the basketballs bouncing. Upon stepping inside, he discovered that nearly all the players were already engaged in practice. Presti gathered them together. Presti remarked with a relaxed smile, "This is our territory now. Who knows the hoops of Oklahoma better than us? The rims in Los Angeles do not favor us, just as those in Oklahoma do not favor them." The players exchanged smiles, and upon hearing Presti's words, their confidence gradually began to rebuild. Chapter 100. Despair for the following hours. Presti led the players in rigorous training, from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. As time passed, their synergy, psychology, and skills became increasingly refined. Finally, the day of May 23rd arrived, with the media fervently amplifying the significance of the game. A loss for the Thunder would almost certainly seal the fate of the Los Angeles Lakers as champions. "Where's the coach?" Curry inquired, glancing at the recently arrived Jordan. "The coach hasn't he arrived yet?" Curry exclaimed in surprise, as normally, the coach would have been there by this hour. Other teammates gradually arrived, and upon seeing Curry and Jordan at the entrance, Harden questioned, "Why aren't you inside training?" "The coach is not here," Jordan shrugged. "Let me call the coach," Durant said as he pulled out his phone. Curry rolled his eyes and replied, "We already tried calling." No one answered. "Who knows where the coach is staying?" Westbrook's tone revealed a hint of anxiety. The players exchanged glances. Realizing that they had never visited Presti's residence and were unaware of its location, which seemed unbelievable to the others. "It's the third game of the playoffs tonight." One of them sighed. "Let us just train. The coach has never missed a game day. He must be caught up with something and will return soon." Ibaka, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Ibaka's words, the group nodded in agreement and proceeded into the gym to commence their training for the day. Presti, still in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and gradually his blurred vision began to clear. Where was he? Tilting his head, he noticed someone leaning beside his bed. He raised his left hand to massage his temples as memories from the previous night surged back like a tidal wave. With a sigh, Presti recalled that after finishing practice with the team, he had felt a bit lightheaded on his way home. Upon arriving, he received a call from Anjali, during which he suddenly fainted. "Anjali," he murmured, gently touching her shoulder. Anjali suddenly lifted her head, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Ah, you're awake. I'll fetch the doctor." Before Presti could respond, Anjali dashed out like a gust of wind. A few minutes later, she returned with the doctor. After a brief examination, the doctor stated, "He is fine, but he needs to rest well. He is simply exhausted and has low blood sugar." "Thank you, doctor." Anjali quickly expressed her gratitude. Once the doctor departed, she settled beside Presti's bed, a triumphant smile gracing her features as she declared, "Well, how will you thank me this time?" Presti chuckled softly and remarked, "Isn't my presence enough for you?" "Oh, no. No, I don't want that." Anjali fervently shook her head, then burst into laughter. "By the way, what date is it today?" Presti felt a bit disoriented, struggling to recall. "It's the 23rd, Anjali replied. "The 23rd. Upon hearing this, Presti exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and moving his legs toward the edge of the bed. Anjali quickly intervened, raising her voice. "What are you doing?" "Today is the third game between the Thunder and the Lakers. I need to go." Presti anxiously looked at Anjali and insisted, Where do you think you're going? Didn't you hear the doctor say you need to rest? You can't go anywhere today. Just stay here. Anjali forcefully pushed Presti's legs back onto the bed, commanding him. This is absurd. I am the head coach of the Thunder. I must go. Presti, now agitated, raised his voice. Suddenly, Anjali threw the cup from the bedside to the floor, her eyes welling with tears as she said, You can go, but after today, don't come looking for me. Presti felt a pang in his heart. Was this a jest? When it came to choosing between a match and his girlfriend, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, it was merely the third game. If he did not attend, so be it. With this thought, Presti swiftly grasped Anjali's arm and declared, I won't go, I won't go. Anjali turned her head away, tears glistening on her left cheek, and plaintively retorted, Are you still going or not? Will you still shout at me? I want to go. I want to shout at you again, Presti assured her, gently shaking her arm. Anjali turned back, exuding a commanding presence as she tilted her head defiantly and replied, Humph. I will forgive you this time, but it won't be so easy next time. All right, Presti quickly acquiesced, pulling Anjali down onto the bed to sit beside him. After they indulged in a moment of intimacy, Presti suddenly remembered that he had not informed the team of his absence, as his phone was left at home. He then took Anjali's phone, dialed the team's number, and said, Hello? This is Presti. I'm ill and receiving in 4 at the hospital. I want to be attending tonight. You will coach in my stead. He blurted it all out without allowing the other party any time to respond before hanging up. Morris Cheeks, holding the phone, was momentarily bewildered, but soon recognized an opportunity to prove himself. Previously criticized for his coaching tenure with the Trail Blazers and the 76ers due to lackluster performance, he pondered the impact of a victory over the Los Angeles Lakers today. Surely, it would alter public perception. With this thought, Cheeks promptly gathered the players to inform them of the situation. However, before he could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by a barrage of questions. Which hospital is the coach in? How is he doing now? Presti is indeed cherished by the players, Cheeks mused. Addressing the team, I am uncertain about certain matters, yet Presti is fine and should return for the next playoff. Pausing, he continued, For this match, I shall assume the role of interim head coach. You must perform admirably and not let Presti, who is in the hospital, worry about you. The players nodded solemnly. At 8 p.m., the playoff between the Thunder and the Lakers commenced. Upon learning that Presti was absent due to illness, media commentators incessantly discussed the matter. Without Presti's presence, the Thunder's prospects appear bleak, one commentator remarked. Should they lose this match, the series is virtually over. Has a team ever come back from a 3-0 deficit? Another commentator mused. How long until they collapse? One queried. 3 quarters, perhaps? The other replied. Despite the dim prospects for the Thunder, their fans fervently cheered for the players, who were inspired to defend diligently on each possession, striving to secure every opportunity. However, as the game progressed, the Thunder's offensive and defensive efficiencies waned. Even with the players exerting their utmost, by the end of the third quarter, they found themselves trailing by 18 points. In Chapter 101, the 87th, the newborn. Within a hospital room, Presti and Anjali watched the live broadcast of the Thunder vs. Lakers match. What are you laughing at? The Thunder lost, Anjali nudged Presti playfully. I laugh because I am destined to be remembered in history. Have you ever witnessed a 3-0 comeback? Presti replied confidently. Huh, you truly dare to boast. If you succeed in your comeback, I shall grant you any wish, Anjali scoffed at him. You said it, do not renege, Presti said with a mischievous grin. Of course. If you fail, you must grant me any wish, Anjali countered. Deal, Presti quickly agreed. In the third game of the series, the Thunder suffered a devastating defeat, losing by an astonishing 19 points. The Lakers were already preparing for their championship parade, while the media overwhelmingly supported the Lakers. Neutral fans online expressed sympathy for the Thunder, lamenting that a small loss would have been preferable. The following day at the Thunder's arena, the players continued their training. Yet it was evident that their hearts were not in it. They were merely going through the motions, as hope had all but faded. Presti entered the arena and observed the players engaged in a lackluster training session. Initially, he was filled with excitement, especially since he was on the verge of creating a formidable team and had received a promise from Anjali. However, upon witnessing the lack of focus, a spark of anger ignited within him. Gather around, Presti bellowed. Upon hearing his voice, the players swiftly turned their gaze towards the entrance. Recognizing Presti, they hurriedly approached him, forming a circle around him. Coach, young Jordan began joyfully, just about to inquire. With a commanding silence from Presti, he effectively silenced Jordan. He continued, Do you truly believe that being down 0-3 renders training unnecessary? Do you think victory is unattainable in the upcoming game? Are you convinced that a comeback from a 0-3 deficit is an impossibility and that we are incapable of achieving it? The players hung their heads in silence, not uttering a word. In that case, you may all leave. I refuse to coach such unambitious players. Next season, I shall not be your head coach, Presti thundered. The players, upon hearing Presti's scolding, bowed their heads in shame. Presti, witnessing the players' sincere admission of their mistakes, felt his anger dissipate somewhat. He then proclaimed loudly, "Who wishes to join me in creating history?" I. The players shouted with all their might, as if they were determined to exorcise the shadows cast by their recent failures. Presti nodded with satisfaction, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "If such a situation arises again, I shall make you sit on the bench. Now go train." In the days that followed, Presti focused the players on a singular tactical approach to accelerate the pace of their offense, to decisively challenge opponents, break through defenses, and shoot without hesitation. Once they secured a rebound and transitioned to the front court, they were to seize every opportunity to shoot. If none were present, they should pass to a nearby teammate. In essence, the offense was to conclude within 5 seconds. For defense, when confronted with a pick-and-roll involving Fama and Brown, they would not switch, allowing him a mid-range shot, while for all other instances, they would switch. As Presti laid out this strategy, the Thunder's assistant coaches, particularly Chicks, regarded him as if he were a fool, especially since the Suns had just suffered defeat at the hands of the Lakers. If others were to learn of Presti's tactical arrangement, he would undoubtedly face harsh criticism. This approach had already proven ineffective, yet he insisted on employing it in the final game. Surely, if they were to lose, could they not do so more gracefully? However, the Thunder players harbored no such doubts. They firmly believed that Presti would lead them to forge history. Soon, the fourth game of the series against the Lakers arrived, and before Presti could reach the locker room, he was besieged by reporters. "Presti, you were ill, and the Thunder lost the most crucial game by nearly 20 points. Would the outcome have been different had you been present?" A reporter immediately inquired. "No, we would have lost regardless. Moreover, the last game was not the most critical. Every subsequent game will be more important," Presti replied with a smile directed at the reporters. "Are you implying there will be several more games?" the reporter asked in astonishment. "Certainly, there are 4 games remaining," Presti affirmed confidently. The reporters erupted in disbelief. At this stage, how could he remain so audacious? Historically, no team has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit, and it would not happen now. If one possessed the ability to stage a comeback, why would they lose 3 consecutive games? While the reporters were still processing this, Presti dropped another remark, "I am here to create history," and then promptly made his way to the Thunder's locker room. Inside the locker room, Presti uttered a single command: fight for every possession, shoot with abandon. Let them know what despair truly means. On the court, the Lakers players were engaged in laughter and camaraderie, as if they had already secured the Western Conference championship. In stark contrast, the Thunder players wore serious expressions, their eyes gleaming with an intensity that was almost predatory, captivating all who beheld them. With the referee's whistle, the fourth game of the series officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup included Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Gasol, and Bynum. The Thunder's starting lineup featured Westbrook, Curry, Durant, Ibaka, and Jordan. The jump ball was once again won by Jordan, who passed it to Westbrook. The Thunder quickly advanced the ball up the court. Beep. Thunder timeout. Wow. Even the Thunder fans could not suppress their astonishment. Calling a timeout just seconds into the game? The commentary fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Has Presti set a record for the fastest timeout call? But why call a timeout when the game has to even begun?" Another commentator, equally bemused, remarked, "Perhaps he has recalled some brilliant strategy." The reason for the timeout was, of course, to leverage the system's advantage. Presti distributed 4 cups of a potent potion, boasting an 80% success rate over 20 minutes, to Curry, Westbrook, Durant, Ibaka, and DeAndre Jordan, while Jordan received only plain water. Once the players had consumed their elixirs, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Westbrook passed the ball to Curry, who was immediately guarded by Kobe, while Ibaka stepped in to set a screen. Curry sidestepped and launched a 3-pointer, swish. Meanwhile, Fisher, utilizing the screen, attempted a mid-range shot but missed. Ibaka secured the rebound and quickly passed to the sprinting Westbrook. Westbrook charged forward, reaching the arc before passing to Durant at the right 45-degree angle. 3-point shot. It's good. 6-0. Kobe backed down Westbrook and executed a turnaround jumper. 6-2. DeAndre Jordan launched the ball from the backcourt to Ibaka. At the arc, Ibaka fired a three-pointer. It's in. Incredibly. It's 9-2 with only 3 seconds on the shot clock. Beep. The Lakers called a timeout. The crowd erupted with excitement, jumping and shouting. It had been far too long since they had witnessed such a sharp offensive display from their team. The commentators, equally stunned, could only remain speechless. Chapter 102. The Newborn, Part 2. After a pause, one commentator regained composure and stated that offensive play was unbelievable. It seems Presti's timeout had a significant impact. The other commentator nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, but I remain skeptical about the Thunder. This offensive reliance is contingent on the players' shooting rhythm. Should their touch fade, or if the Lakers ramp up their physical defense, the Thunder could falter." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Kobe positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle in the post, backing down Westbrook. He nudged once, then twice, before spinning for a fadeaway. Whack! Ibaka swiftly rotated in from the right side, rejecting the shot. The Lakers retained possession, and Kobe continued his assault. With a series of fakes, he suddenly accelerated, evading Westbrook. He attempted a left-handed layup. Wham! The ball was pinned against the backboard. Wow! Ibaka once again showcased his prowess. The commentators erupted with enthusiasm. Despite the Thunder's losses in recent games, Ibaka's defense in the paint had been consistently remarkable since the start of the playoffs. He had emerged as the premier player in limiting opponents' scoring in the paint. Another commentator chimed in. The rebound was snatched by DeAndre Jordan, who immediately passed to Westbrook. Westbrook seized the ball and sprinted with unrelenting drive, effortlessly evading all defenders. Rushing to the three-point arc, he suddenly halted. What is Russell up to? A drive towards the basket would undoubtedly yield 2 points. Yet the commentators found it perplexing to see Westbrook abruptly stop at the arc. In an instant, Westbrook came to a sudden stop at the three-point line and leapt, releasing the ball. The coach had just instructed during the timeout. Only 3-pointers. An 80% success rate. Who needs 2 points? Amidst the spectators, media, and viewers at home, Westbrook launched a fast-break three-pointer. The ball soared gracefully through the air, descending to swish through the net. Wow! The crowd erupted with euphoria. It was simply mesmerizing. Since the game's commencement, the Thunder's shooting percentage had been flawless. 100% from beyond the arc. The commentators, once skeptical, now expressed disbelief and astonishment. The Lakers called for another timeout. Shortly after, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. In response to the Thunder's lightning-fast pace, Phil Jackson substituted Bynum and Fisher for the springy Shannon Brown and Odom. However, this gamble in rotation proved futile. After a drive, Kobe faced a decisive double team from the Thunder. He passed to Brown, who missed the open shot. The rebound was secured by Ibaka, who swiftly sent it back to Westbrook. The Lakers had entirely abandoned offensive rebounds, retreating immediately after their shots. Upon reaching the front court, Westbrook continued with a pull-up three. This time it missed, but the rebound was deftly collected by DeAndre Jordan and passed to Durant. Durant attempted a three-pointer as well. It too missed. Yet again, DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound. The combination of Odom and Gasol struggled to compete with Ibaka and Jordan for the boards. Curry received the ball and, without hesitation, launched a shot. It was good. Kobe orchestrated a fast break. He took a jumper that rattled off the front of the rim. Westbrook gathered the rebound, pushing forward, but was met with a double team. He passed to Ibaka behind him. The three-pointer was released. It was good. Good. 15-2. Beep. The Lakers called yet another timeout. Having used 3 timeouts in a single quarter, the Lakers were on the verge of making history. All the Thunder fans rose to their feet, rendered speechless by the offensive display, expressing their awe and respect for the Thunder players through their silence. The commentator shook his head, remarking, "It appears the Lakers won't be able to turn this around. The momentum is overwhelmingly in favor of the Thunder." However, it must be noted that it was merely the first quarter, as another commentator offered his perspective. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, a handful of Thunder fans were fervently posting online, "Come and kneel to watch Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals." The game soon resumed. Over on the low block, Gasol backed down Ibaka and scored. In response, Ibaka inbounded the ball directly to Durant at the front court, just 2 steps away from the three-point line. Another three-pointer. It's in. The deluge of three-pointers continues to pour down. My goodness. The commentator clutched his head in astonishment. But this is not the end. The Thunder's three-point barrage shows no signs of abating. Due to the effects of the system's potion, Presti refrained from altering the lineup. allowing them to play until the effect subsided. Consequently, the Thunder's reign of three-pointers persisted until the end of the second quarter. The score has soared to 78-38. The Thunder has remarkably sunk 25 three-pointers in just the first half, a brand new record in NBA history. The despair in the eyes of the Lakers players as they gazed at the towering scoreboard was palpable. How on earth can we compete? Have they activated some cheat code? Moreover, the Lakers have exhausted their timeouts. They have already used them all before halftime. Meanwhile, the Thunder has only taken one timeout. At this moment, a chilling thought struck the minds of all the Lakers players. Surely, we won't end up losing by 58 points like Chris Paul, will we? However, as the second half commenced, the Lakers players breathed a sigh of relief. The effects of the potion had worn off. They were leading by such a significant margin, and the opposing players were clearly fatigued. In the second half, Presti decisively substituted in the bench players, gradually establishing a more structured offense. Although the Thunder's performance in the latter half starkly contrasted with their first, the substantial lead they had built rendered the Lakers' commendable offensive efficiency insufficient to close the gap. Ultimately, in the fourth game of the Western Conference Finals, the Thunder triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 118-99, altering the series score to 1-3. After the match concluded, the fans remained in their seats, fervently capturing the moment on their phones. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. They had never witnessed a team execute such an offensive display in a single half, especially one representing their own city. Meanwhile, the media erupted in excitement. As soon as the game ended, reporters rushed out to interview Thunder players and Presti himself. Conversely, the Lakers players found themselves cornered for interviews. Their contrasting emotions palpable, one side brimming with elation while the other languished in despair. Various media outlets fervently covered the battlefield, with those who previously belittled the Thunder now extolling their prowess. While skepticism about the Thunder's ultimate victory lingered, their remarkable performance in adversity was undeniably deserving of praise. After concluding his interviews with the on-site reporters, Presti and his players quickly tidied up before heading to the press conference, where the atmosphere was charged with excitement. As soon as Presti took his seat, reporters eagerly fired questions at him. "Presti, what did you say to the players during that timeout? How did the subsequent offense become so formidable?" one journalist asked, brimming with enthusiasm. The other reporters were equally curious, listening intently for Presti's response. "You're overthinking it." Presti chuckled. "I merely noticed one player was a bit anxious, so I called a timeout for them to hydrate and relax." The reporters, clearly skeptical, immediately turned to the starting players, who nodded in agreement, further intensifying the incredulity of the journalists. Could a mere timeout and a few sips of water truly transform the offense in such a manner? Ah, the wizard of coaching, Presti. Chapter 103, System. You have finally remembered me. Presti, might I inquire whether you will continue to employ this offensive strategy? A reporter asked. Upon hearing such a question, Presti felt a pang of pain in his heart. Do you have any idea that I expended a total of 35 legendary coins to achieve this effect? My entire asset amounts to merely 125 legendary coins. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system echoed once more after nearly a year. Ding. The host has not utilized the system for nearly a year, yet through sheer strength, has transformed an entirely new team from a mere underdog to the Western Conference Finals, which is commendable. Therefore, a reward of 200 legendary coins is granted, to be distributed after the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals. Ding. Congratulations to the host for passing the preliminary assessment of the system. Thus, the task system is reactivated. Ding. In the history of the NBA, no team has ever come back from a 0-3 deficit. To become a legend, one must undertake legendary endeavors. Ding. Defeat the Lakers and create a legend, with a reward of 100 legendary coins. Should you fail, the task system shall be deactivated once more. Haha. Presti laughed heartily. At last, the system has emerged. Had it not been for the system's assistance in overcoming the Lakers today, he might have thought it had malfunctioned. Meanwhile, the reporters below appeared utterly bewildered, their eyes wide as they gazed at Presti. Why had he suddenly burst into laughter? Was the question truly so amusing? The players nearby shared a similar sentiment, wondering what had come over their coach. Presti also noticed the way others regarded him. Clearing his throat, he straightened himself and replied, "We'll see how the next game unfolds." Another reporter then rose to inquire, "Presti, how far do you believe you can go?" Presti smiled and declared, "I can only say that I am here to create history." The reporters were momentarily taken aback. Although they had previously harbored skepticism towards Presti's ability to turn the tide and had derided his statements, even criticizing him in the press. Witnessing the Thunder's remarkable comeback today instilled a slight tremor of faith in their hearts. They hastily raised their cameras, pondering the possibility that his words might indeed come to fruition. On the other hand, the Lakers were engulfed in fury, feeling utterly humiliated. To be trailing by 40 points at halftime was an ignominy for the storied franchise. Kobe and the Zen master chose to forego the press conference. Unable to confront the journalists' inquiries, how could they possibly explain why their opponents managed to sink 25 three-pointers in a single half? They themselves were at a loss to comprehend how the Thunder's peculiar squad could achieve such a feat, 25 three-pointers translating to an astonishing 75 points. Did they possess some sort of built-in targeting mechanism? Presti and his Thunder team became the focal point of not only the entire nation, but also of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. With an astonishing display of 25 three-pointers in the first half and a commanding 40-point lead, the game was punctuated by a timeout called less than 5 seconds into the match, and the opposing team exhausting their timeouts in the first half. Each of these moments sparked fervent discussions among fans. However, Presti remained unfazed by the commotion. As soon as the press conference concluded, he dove into the system, discovering he still possessed 90 legendary coins, along with at least 3 Western Conference Finals and 4 NBA Finals to contend with. Yet, to exchange for just 3 system potions, he realized he would require 105 legendary coins. The prospect of merely opting for 3 potions filled him with trepidation. A single misstep could spell disaster. The potential losses were far beyond what Presti could bear. With the system task closed, the reward for winning the Western Conference was 100 legendary coins, and the earlier accolade for clinching the 2010 championship offered a substantial 500 legendary coins. Most crucially, any failure on his part would severely undermine his legendary journey. Hence, the option of simply exchanging for 3 potions was swiftly dismissed. He decided to take a gamble, banking on the confidence surge among his Thunder players following their 7th game, which would enhance their performance in terms of mentality and teamwork, while simultaneously capitalizing on the Lakers' plummeting confidence that could lead to a series of errors. The following morning, Presti and his players boarded a flight to Los Angeles, and to his surprise, Thunder fans were already waiting for them at the airport. This scene invigorated the players even further. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Presti and the team promptly deposited their luggage at the hotel and hurried to the arena to commence their training. On May 27th, the 5th game of the series between the Thunder and the Lakers began. Presti, prior to the match, declined to engage in any interviews, offering only a singular remark to the reporters eager for his insights: savor the process of creating history. The arena was brimming with Lakers fans, fervently cheering for their team, all hoping to witness the glory of clinching the Western Championship on their home turf. Not only the external media and experts, but even impartial spectators sensed that the Thunder were likely to falter in this contest. The momentum in the home arena was palpable, and it seemed nearly impossible for the Thunder to replicate their previous offensive prowess. However, the course of the game often diverges from the predictions of experts. As the game commenced, Presti called for a timeout yet again, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Was he still hoping his players could conjure the same miraculous performance as before? It appeared to be a futile struggle. The commentators chuckled as one queried the other. Do you think Presti can replicate the previous classic performance? How about a wager? Haha, I bet the Thunder won't, the other commentator replied with a laugh. Oh no, I'll bet they won't either. The two commentators exchanged amused glances. However, when the game resumed, both commentators fell silent, and the audience became eerily quiet. Westbrook swiftly advanced the ball to the arc, and, facing Fisher, unleashed a jumper. 3 points scored. Fisher of the Lakers passed to Gasol, who netted a 2-pointer. Ibaka launched a long pass to the front court, where Curry, just a step from midcourt, executed a deep 3-pointer. 3 points. Kobe, using Bynum's screen, sidestepped for a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Meanwhile, Westbrook dashed to the front, passing to Durant, who was 2 steps beyond the 3-point line. Durant elevated for a 3. It's good. 9-4. Beep. The Lakers called for a timeout. After a moment, the commentator who had suggested betting spoke up. I still wager the Thunder can produce an offense like last time. Meanwhile, Thunder fans gathered outside in Oklahoma, bouncing with excitement in front of the large screen, shouting in jubilation. The players, coaches, and executives of teams already eliminated found themselves at home, lamenting. The Thunder players have gone mad. It seems the Lakers are destined to lose again. In the office of the NBA commissioner, David Stern squinted at his computer, while Adam Silver shook his head in disbelief. Have the Thunder players been on some sort of performance-enhancing regimen? How accurate they are. If Presti had heard this, he would surely have laughed heartily. Indeed, they are on something. I wish for a pill that guarantees 100% accuracy. Then I could control every game. Stern sighed and remarked, Presti is the only person I have struggled to understand over the years. Every draft pick is impeccably utilized. Even second-round selections yield elite players. In just 2 years, he has guided a group of rookies without playoff experience to the Western Conference Finals. And now, they are executing such an offense. Do you believe he might truly turn the tide and create history? Silver mused, gazing at Scott. That would certainly generate a buzz for the NBA. Scott reclined in his chair, grinning as he clasped the back of his head. Chapter 104. Everyone, fuel the skies. The recommendations and support come pouring in, with ample momentum. The skies shall strive to deliver the third chapter today. Chapter 105. The world watches. Upon resuming after the timeout, the fans clasped their hands in hope, wishing for the Thunder's shooting precision to falter. However, such matters cannot be swayed by mere prayers. Fisher, utilizing a screen, penetrated and attempted a layup. Ibaka suddenly emerged, swatting the ball away with a resounding thud. Gasol secured the ball, rising for a thunderous dunk. Yet, Ibaka soared once more, forcefully denying Gasol's attempt. My God, a rejection. A rejection. Ibaka is truly the Thunder's formidable wall in the paint, utterly astonishing. The commentator could not contain his excitement. Indeed, not only is their offense astonishing, but their defense is equally remarkable. Let us see how the Lakers respond. Otherwise, this game may become perilous, concurred the commentator beside him. On the court, DeAndre Jordan snatched the rebound and swiftly passed it to Westbrook. With singular focus, Westbrook charged forward with unrelenting determination. Upon reaching the front court, he was met with a double team. He passed it off to Ibaka. Ibaka fired a three-pointer. Swish. The crowd erupted, some shielding their eyes, others clutching their heads in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Many shook their heads in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such accuracy was even possible. It was evident that the Lakers were becoming demoralized, their spirits visibly waning. Beep. The Lakers called another timeout. Everyone understood that this timeout was merely a desperate gasp. Witnessing the Thunder's effortless three-pointers, it became clear that another victory awaited them. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers' offense remained lackluster, and despite their efforts on defense, they found themselves unable to match the Thunder's relentless assault. Thunder players effortlessly launched three-pointers as they crossed half-court, leaving the Lakers bewildered in their attempts to defend. In contrast, the Thunder's offense was razor-sharp. Their offensive prowess ignited a fervor among the players, naturally translating that energy into their defense. The game was one-sided, mirroring the previous match's outcome. The first half concluded with a score of 77-38, the Thunder leading the Lakers by 39 points, having sunk 23 three-pointers while the Lakers managed only 3. The disparity was staggering. However, the second half proved to be more advantageous as Presti rotated in a fresh lineup, tightening their offensive tempo and methodically grinding down the clock. With such a significant gap, the Lakers' attempts to close in never approached single digits. Moreover, the Thunder's rotation, whether on defense or offense, remained formidable. The final score was firmly established at 107-94, as the Thunder triumphed once again over the Los Angeles Lakers with their spectacular offense, altering the series score to 2-3. In the aftermath, Presti and his Thunder team once more became the focal point of the entire nation. If luck played a role once, what could be said of it happening twice? At this moment, the media that had previously underestimated the Thunder, along with neutral fans and executives from various teams, began to waver in their skepticism, audibly expressing their newfound belief in Presti and the Thunder, asserting that they could achieve what no other team in the NBA had accomplished for so many years, and that the Thunder would indeed make history. During the press conference, Presti offered a few perfunctory remarks before concluding the event. Immediately after, he and the players boarded a plane back to Oklahoma. Despite the systematic nature of their schedule, rest was still essential. Upon their arrival from the aircraft, the sight that greeted Presti and the players was nothing short of astonishing. Although enveloped in darkness, the surroundings were illuminated in an extraordinary manner, as Thunder fans had arranged lights to spell out Thunder Up. OKC. Presti once again exclaimed with fervor, Oklahoma. This year we shall bring the O'Brien Trophy to this city. The fans echoed loudly, chanting OKC. OKC. The atmosphere on such a night was electrifying and profoundly moving. Within the Thunder training facility, players were engaged in fervent practice. Those accustomed to observing their training would undoubtedly notice a marked difference after suffering 3 consecutive defeats. The players appeared disheartened and lethargic, even struggling with uncontested shots and free throws. However, now they trained with heightened enthusiasm and vigor, their faces radiating confidence. As they executed shots with assurance, even amidst competition, watching from the sidelines, Presti mused, if we win the next game, their confidence will surely soar. And we shall face Game 7 without hesitation, significantly enhancing our odds. On May 29th, the Thunder and the Lakers faced off in a pivotal clash, should the Thunder falter. Their Western Conference journey would come to an end. Conversely, a defeat for the Lakers would subject them to unprecedented pressure, making a potential Game 7 increasingly daunting. An intriguing scene unfolded at Chesapeake Energy Arena. Typically, Thunder fans don blue or white t-shirts, yet today, a multitude clad in purple and gold adorned the seats on either side of the arena. The closest section to the court was entirely filled with fans in Lakers jerseys, undoubtedly. They were Lakers supporters. One could not help but marvel at the financial prowess of Lakers fans. This matchup drew tens of thousands of spectators. Many Thunder and Lakers fans unable to secure tickets gathered outside the arena, eagerly watching the game on the large screen. While neutral fans remained glued to their televisions for this momentous battle. Even players from the recently concluded game between the Magic and Celtics were captivated by the unfolding drama. Given the Thunder's razor-sharp offense in the first 2 games, there was a genuine possibility of them achieving an unprecedented playoff comeback from a 3-game deficit. Consequently, not only American fans were invested, supporters from Europe, Asia, and Oceania were also closely monitoring this encounter. In the locker room, Presti stood at the doorway. Addressing the Thunder players, in this pivotal battle, let us vanquish them and declare to the world our determination to forge the most legendary history in the entire NBA. The players erupted in exhilaration, unable to contain their fervent roars, channeling the fiery passion coursing through them. As Presti and the players made their way through the tunnel onto the court, the entire arena erupted. The excitement was palpable not only among Thunder fans but also among Lakers supporters, all eagerly anticipating this monumental clash. Moments later, the game commenced. In an unprecedented turn, Bynum won the tip-off, deftly directing the ball to Fisher, who advanced to midcourt. Utilizing a screen, he sidestepped and took a mid-range shot. It was good. Snap. Snap. The arena erupted with a thunderous applause, undoubtedly the fervent supporters of the Lakers. Over here, Westbrook swiftly advanced the ball to the front court, when suddenly, beep. Presti called for another timeout. The sounds of clapping and booing filled the air, a cacophony of excitement. The applause belonged to the Thunder fans, while the boos unmistakably emanated from the Lakers supporters. One might wonder why the fans would make noise during a timeout. Who were the clappers, and who were the boos? The commentators, upon hearing the contrasting sounds, exchanged amused glances, and one inquired of his partner. Chapter 106, Madness. Surely, everyone knows the answer to that, chuckled the other commentator. Continuing, the Lakers fans, having witnessed the first 2 games, must feel a sense of trepidation towards Presti's timeout strategies, hence the boos. Conversely, the Thunder fans are likely exhilarated, as this indicates the onset of a thrilling performance. Indeed, but do you think Presti's tactics will still prove effective? The commentator asked with a grin. Presti was an unpredictable figure, and just then, wow, my God, is it about to start again? Before he could finish his sentence, his partner interrupted, eyes glued to the court. There stood Curry, merely 2 steps from the half-court line, his hands poised, while the ball began its descent. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. A remarkable long-range 3-pointer. The Thunder fans leapt from their seats, erupting into a frenzy of applause, as the entire arena buzzed with energy. It felt as though the outcome of this match was already predetermined. Yet, the Lakers fans responded not with their typical despondence when the opponent scored, but instead cheered enthusiastically. As if drawing strength from their supporters, Kobe advanced with the ball past midcourt, executing a swift pull-up 3-pointer. And it was good. The Lakers fans erupted into a rapturous applause. Westbrook seized the ball, charging forth with determination. Upon reaching midcourt, Kobe closely guarded him. The ball was quickly passed to the right side, where Curry was in motion. He shot again. Swish. It was in. The Thunder fans could no longer remain seated. They stood in unison, cheering wildly with every successful shot. Fisher brought the ball to the arc, handing it off to Gasol. Gasol pivoted for a hook shot. It was good. Ibaka grabbed the ball and immediately passed it to the sprinting Westbrook. Without a moment's pause, Westbrook accelerated, took 2 strides, and launched a jumper. Another 3-pointer. And it was good. Kobe received the ball, tugged at his jersey, swiftly dribbled to the arc, and shot. Clean and precise. What sort of game is this? A fierce offensive battle. The commentator exclaimed with elation. Truly, a clash of titans, so thrilling, so exhilarating. By the end, he couldn't help but join in the applause. Presti observed intently from below, as the Lakers displayed an astonishingly high shooting percentage today. Under normal circumstances, he would have been flustered and called for a timeout. Yet at this moment, he merely wished to see how many more minutes the Lakers could sustain their remarkable accuracy. As Presti's thoughts began to surface, Artest attempted to drive past Durant for a layup, only to be emphatically swatted away by Ibaka. Durant secured the rebound and passed it to Curry beside him. Upon crossing half-court, Curry surprisingly sent the ball back to Durant. What was he planning? Durant rose up and took the shot. Even before reaching half-court, he launched it. The commentator, witnessing Durant's release, exclaimed in excitement. The basketball soared across the court. Swish. It passed through the net. Insanity. The Thunder had gone mad again. The commentator could hardly contain his enthusiasm. As the ball found its mark, the entire arena erupted with an even louder roar than before. Thunder fans raised their arms, chanting OKC, OKC. Meanwhile, the Lakers fans, who had initially cheered vigorously, fell into a hush. It was inevitable. Anyone would be silenced upon witnessing the opposing team's increasingly distant three-pointers finding the net. The Lakers, having not called a timeout, faced no offensive issues thus far. But defensively, how could they respond to shots taken before even crossing half-court that still found success? Fisher, after weaving through a screen, drove to the basket for a layup. Wham! Another block. Once again, it was Ibaka. The rebound was claimed by DeAndre Jordan. He quickly passed it forward to Curry. Another shot. This time it missed. However, Durant, who had already sprinted into position, secured the rebound. He dribbled beyond the three-point line. He shot. In. Meanwhile, without Bynum, someone attempted to take on DeAndre Jordan one-on-one. A complete air ball. Westbrook snatched the rebound and charged forward. DeAndre Jordan followed closely. At the basket, he slammed the ball against the backboard. Following up, DeAndre Jordan soared for a thunderous dunk. Landing, he pounded his chest in triumph, roaring in frustration, as if to say, "You think I can't shoot threes?" Beep. Lakers called a timeout. Under the Thunder's relentless onslaught, it was remarkable that issues had only now begun to arise. It was not that they were weak, but rather that the Thunder possessed an unfair advantage. The commentators remarked that the Lakers were unlikely to win this game. Based on the Thunder's previous two games, such fervor typically lasted for 2 quarters. The Lakers would struggle to withstand it. The commentator nodded, continuing. Once we reach a Game 7, the pressure on the Lakers players will be unimaginable. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Thunder's offense remained dazzling. A pick and roll. And they shot. A quick stop, and they shot again. A three-pointer from beyond half court, and they shot again. The defense was as fervent as ever, particularly from Ibaka, whose presence seemed to dominate every inch of the paint. Conversely, the Lakers relied solely on Kobe for their offense. This game had truly ignited Kobe's prowess. He executed pull-up jumpers, post-ups, fadeaways, and penetrations, an all-encompassing assault with no blind spots. Yet, the Lakers' defense remained utterly ineffective. Ultimately, as the first half drew to a close, the Lakers, thanks to Kobe's extraordinary performance, found themselves trailing the Thunder by a score of 77-53 as they entered the second half. This score offered a glimmer of hope to the previously despondent fans. After all, in previous games, they entered the second half with a lead of 40 points. Yet, the match concluded with a defeat of less than 20 points. Presti observed the score without a hint of panic. If one were to fear a comeback while leading by more than 20 points, then he would hardly deserve the title of a legendary coach. After a quarter of an hour, the second half of the match commenced in earnest. Presti, for the first time, chose not to alter the starting lineup, astonishingly opting to maintain the same roster. As the game commenced, Westbrook surged to the top of the arc, releasing a shot without hesitation. It swished through the net. Presti silently rejoiced, for the system's enhancements had elevated their shooting percentage to an astounding 80%. This was attributed to the potion that allowed them to instinctively maintain their shooting form. Now, with their muscle memory intact and confidence soaring, success seemed inevitable. However, should they miss a shot, a substitution would be immediate. My goodness, what sorcery has Presti employed? Is such shooting prowess truly possible? The commentator expressed disbelief. The adjacent commentator shook his head in awe. It was indeed remarkable. Kobe, receiving the ball, back down against Westbrook. He spun and shot. It clanked off the rim. Exhausted. A staggering 80% of the first half's points were either directly scored by Kobe or initiated through his efforts. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound and passed it to Curry. Curry launched a shot. It was good. 3 minutes later, when Durant missed his first three-point attempt from the right arc, Presti has called a timeout. It is time for substitutions. As fatigue sets in, muscle memory should be nearing its limits. Meanwhile, the Thunder hold a commanding 35-point lead over the Lakers. Undoubtedly, this victory will ultimately belong to the Thunder. The opposing core, including Kobe, Gasol, and Artest, has yet to rest, and their shooting percentages have already begun to decline. Presti substituted in a core bench unit led by Harden, while the Zen master recognized that his players needed rest. Continuing to push them further would be futile. Chapter 107. The relentless struggle continues tonight, and I am grateful for your support. Chapter 108. Game 7. Game 7. The Zen master made a bold move, replacing 4 players at once, keeping the least played 6th man, Odom, on the court, a rare decision in his coaching career, forced by the peculiarities of the Thunder. In the previous 2 games, the Lakers had retained a definitive core player like Gasol or Kobe to counter the Thunder's bench. Consequently, the Thunder's substitutes often lost by 10 points or more in a quarter, even while managing the clock. However, with the current lineup, Harden announced it was now their turn to dominate the offensive time. Indeed, as the game commenced, Harden effortlessly breached the Lakers' defense for a layup. Shortly thereafter, the Lakers' Farmar was pressured into a turnover by Battier, allowing Harden to seize the ball and execute a Euro step for another successful layup. In mere minutes, they had established a 13-6 offensive lead, forcing the Lakers to call a timeout. Yet, the Thunder had already surged ahead by 42 points. No substitutions could reverse their fate. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 122-95, marking a 27-point margin, the largest in their encounters. The pivotal battle concluded in a crushing defeat for the Lakers. Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted in jubilation. The entire venue transformed into a sea of euphoria, with Thunder fans leaping and waving their arms, vociferously expressing their exhilaration. Overcome with joy, they could hardly conceive of any other means to convey their delight. In stark contrast, Lakers fans appeared hollow-eyed and dazed, remaining motionless for an extended moment. The climactic showdown attracted a plethora of media attention, including numerous international outlets.